the mighty combat panda, the invincible rogue rabbit, the flame queen who commands myriad fires, the frigid phoenix of ice, the exalted and pure white emperor dragon, the merciless death god of the undead. What a surprise! How could this combat panda possess such immense strength? That scoundrel rabbit, how infuriating! I long to vanquish it. Is it the flame queen or the ice phoenix? A clash of fire and ice? The dragon, the sacred white dragon. Oh, tortoise, I yearn to be served by a dragon. The death god of the undead? Mother, you need not leave the door open for me tonight. Wen Xuan is endowed with the divine eye, capable of discerning the innate qualities of beast tamers, contracting beasts of all SSS caliber, exploring secret realms, seeking hidden treasures, embarking on the path to the pinnacle of beast taming, and ascending to the highest throne. Chapter 1. The Divine Eye. At this moment, Wen Xuan is in class, watching the live broadcast of a competition presented by the teacher. In the video, two individuals are commanding their respective beasts in battle. On the left is a red-haired woman. Her beast is a blazing fire dragon. On the right, a fellow commands a colossal cannon turtle. The two sides are locked in a fierce struggle. The students below are captivated, their excitement palpable as they begin to discuss amongst themselves. My goodness, that fire dragon is incredibly powerful. I envy it to death. Hey, do you even know how to appreciate this? I've noticed you all have issues back in the day. You were only interested in watching monkeys, and now it's all about fire dragons. Beauty is what truly matters. Look at the fire phoenix, her figure, her waist, and that tantalizing. As he speaks, one student cannot help but take a bite of a large steamed bun. Ah yes, the curves, those long legs. If I could marry her, I would willingly sacrifice 10 years of my life. Puffed, superficial, a mere lower body beast. Filthy men, such pests. Yet my brother Zhonghang is truly impressive. His cannon turtle is so agile. Its head can retract at will, its combat prowess astonishing. Who do you think will win this time? I don't know, but I think it will be Zhonghang after all. His cannon turtle is a water-type beast, naturally countering the fire-type blazing dragon. Will the fire phoenix lose? Oh no, I hope not. I am her devoted fan. Hearing his classmates, Wen Xuan's deskmate, Wang Bin, could not resist asking, Wen Xuan, who do you think will win? In response, Wen Xuan casually remarked, the fire phoenix will emerge victorious. The fire phoenix will win? Why? Are you also a fan of that guy? Fan? Have you ever seen me fawn over anyone? True, I detest pink, which naturally includes fans. Though there is one exception, as he spoke. Wang Bin revealed a lewd grin that a bespectacled student sitting ahead turned his head. He could not help but inquire, Wen Xuan, why will the fire phoenix win? Because the blazing dragon of the fire phoenix is of a higher level. The battle of beasts is not so simple. One cannot merely consider the attributes of the beast. Sometimes, a beast's strength is sufficient to compensate for any disadvantages in attributes. As he spoke, Wen Xuan could not help but recall a certain master of the opposite attribute, whose fighting style relied solely on one word, reckless. Wen Xuan gazed at the live video. To others, it appeared as a mere video battle. Yet to him, it transformed into something entirely different. Blazing fire dragon. Attribute, fire dragon. Gender, female. Level, diamond rank 8. Qualities, S peak strength, diamond. Evolution path, none. Skills learned, dragon flame breath LV8, dragon claw LV6, void / LV7, flame vortex LV7, dragon's fury LV6. And the cannon turtle is as follows. Cannon turtle. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Level, diamond rank 5. Qualities, S peak strength, diamond. Evolution path, none. Skills learned, water cannon LV7, wave impact LV6, withdraw into shell LV6, super defense LV6, bubble attack LV6. At this moment in the video, the fire phoenix and blazing dragon are clashing with Zhonghang's cannon turtle. On the left, flames are shot forth, while the right counters with a water cannon for defense. Water can extinguish fire, yet when flames are abundant, they can vaporize water. The fire phoenix's flame attack successfully shattered Zhonghang's cannon turtle's water defense and shot toward him. This is bad. The attack is misaligned and is heading straight for Zhonghang. Attacking the beast tamer is a grave taboo, for this competition has rules forbidding such actions. The crowd gasps in unison. At that moment, a blue transparent protective shield materializes around Zhonghang, blocking the blazing dragon's assault. Seeing this, Wang Bin could not help but ask, what is that? So powerful, it can withstand the fire dragon's flames. That is Zhonghang's beast tamer protective shield. Beast tamer protective shield? What is that? Wang Bin inquired, unable to contain his curiosity at this moment. The bespectacled student in front instinctively adjusted his glasses. Wang Bin, I often tell you to study diligently, yet you never listen. Every beast tamer, upon contracting their first beast, will instinctively comprehend a beast tamer skill, which is the beast tamer protective shield. This shield serves to safeguard the beast tamer's safety. As long as the beast tamer possesses magical energy, the shield will remain at that moment. The beast tamer is invincible. To defeat a beast tamer, one must eliminate all their beasts, only then will the shield dissipate. Alternatively, one may wait for the beast tamer's magical energy to be exhausted, causing the shield to vanish. Because the beast tamer's protective shield and their beast are interdependent, one cannot exist without the other. When that time comes, a beast tamer without their beast is akin to meat on a chopping board, subject to the whims of others. I see, and no wonder everyone aspires to become a beast tamer. Such benefits are indeed enticing. Wang Bin is a slacker, typically seated at the back of the class, perpetually dozing off during lessons. Naturally, he knows nothing about these concepts. The benefits of becoming a beast tamer extend beyond this. In addition to possessing an invincible shield, becoming a beast tamer allows for the body to be nurtured by the beast. As a result, the beast tamer's physique becomes extraordinary, making it possible to directly engage in battle alongside their beasts later on. Moreover, beast tamers are said to enjoy longer lifespans. Legendary extraordinary beast tamers are rumored to live for over 1,000 years, with some even attaining immortality. The speaker was oblivious, yet the listener was keenly interested. Immortality? When Xian found this particularly intriguing, he too aspires to become a formidable beast tamer. At this moment, when Xian is reflecting on the earlier battle, both the Fire Phoenix and Zhang Hang are renowned beast tamers. However, Zhang Hang's strongest beast is not the cannon turtle, but a golden tiger-headed bee. What a pity! Though the golden tiger-headed bee is powerful, it is countered by the Fire Phoenix's blazing dragon in terms of attributes. Thus, Zhang Hang had no choice but to settle for his second battle companion. He had hoped to leverage his attribute advantage to turn the tide, yet unexpectedly, he suffered a thorough defeat. Both sides are formidable, yet when Xian feels no dismay at all, for he possesses what others lack, the divine eye. This enables him to perceive the information of beasts, placing him a step ahead of the rest, allowing him to contract powerful beasts. Chapter 2. The Green-Skinned Caterpillar. The recent video had stirred a fervor in Mo Mao, prompting him to eagerly inquire of Wen Xuan. Do you think I can achieve their level? Upon hearing this, Wen Xuan was about to respond when Wen Bin interjected, Mo Mao. If you aspire to reach that realm, it is certainly not impossible. However, the prerequisite is that you must first part ways with your green-skinned caterpillar. As he spoke, Wen Bin's gaze inadvertently fell upon Mo Mao's abdomen, where a colossal caterpillar was voraciously munching on leaves. This creature was indeed a green-skinned caterpillar, a magical beast of the insect type that was entirely green. Due to its presence, the girls often kept their distance from Mo Mao, and wherever he roamed, a commotion would ensue. The teachers had previously contemplated addressing this issue, but each time they were met with Mo Mao's rebuttal. He insisted, "This green-skinned caterpillar is my prospective beast companion, and I am cultivating a bond with it." Naturally, the teachers merely offered verbal admonitions without pressing him further, largely because the caterpillar posed no significant threat. After all, it was merely a leaf-eating creature, engaging in a simple cycle of eating and sleeping, making it an unappealing choice for an initial beast companion. Mo Mao's homeroom teacher had previously advised him to choose another option, yet Mo Mao remained obstinate. The teacher, having no alternative, allowed him to proceed. Upon hearing Wen Bin's words, Mo Mao's expression soured. Wen Bin, he, and Wen Xuan were akin to a trio of swordsmen in school, sharing a deep bond as they studied, dined, and even visited the restroom together. Thus, Wen Bin's comment struck a chord of disappointment in Mo Mao. At that moment, he felt a flicker of uncertainty and turned his gaze toward Wen Xuan, as his decision to contract the green-skinned caterpillar hinged entirely on Wen Xuan's opinion. Wen Xuan, understanding this silent plea, instinctively glanced at the green-skinned caterpillar. The attributes of the caterpillar materialized before him. Green-skinned caterpillar. Attribute: insect. Gender: male. Level: black iron first rank. Potential: peak strength, diamond. Evolution route: great-winged butterfly. Learn skill: silk spinning 1. Wen Xuan quickly assessed the caterpillar's attributes. Had its potential been subpar, he would have urged Mo Mao to abandon it. However, the caterpillar exhibited promising potential. The potential of beast companions is categorized as follows, and The lowest potential corresponds to the highest potential. Potential determines the upper limit of a beast's strength, directly correlating with the beast's capabilities. For instance, M.O. Mao's green-skinned caterpillar, with its potential, signifies an upper limit of diamond. This implies that once M.O. Mao's green-skinned caterpillar reaches the 9th tier of diamond, its growth will stagnate unless M.O. Mao discovers rare resources to enhance its potential. Without such resources, the caterpillar's strength will forever be capped at diamond 9. You may choose this green-skinned caterpillar. Truly, upon hearing this, M.O. Mao felt as though the world had brightened. This caterpillar was a birthday gift from his father, who disappeared shortly thereafter. Consequently, M.O. Mao cherished the green-skinned caterpillar immensely, to the point of obsession, taking it everywhere with him, even during meals and bathroom breaks. Wen Xuan felt a wave of exasperation. He had anticipated Wen Xuan would advise M.O. Mao to part with the caterpillar. Yet he was met with this unexpected endorsement. Wen Xuan, as the eldest among their trio, was their anchor. In their eyes, he embodied intelligence, and they believed that whatever path they followed alongside him would lead to success. He was the epitome of the ideal child, handsome, academically accomplished, and boasting an impressive physique. If one were to critique Wen Xuan, it would be his unfortunate family background. Orphaned at a young age, he was raised by an elderly man, whose reliability was questionable at best due to his excessive drinking habits. Just then, the school bell rang, signaling the start of class. All right, class is beginning. Our teacher is coming. Let us head back to the classroom, Wen Xuan urged. The trio promptly made their way back. They settled into their seats. And shortly thereafter, a man entered. This individual, slightly portly with a receding hairline, wore a gentle smile. He was Wen Xuan's homeroom teacher. Wen was a silver 9th rank beast master, a formidable strength among ordinary folk. Despite his prowess, he remained remarkably humble and approachable. The trio had enjoyed their 2 years of high school largely thanks to Wen's guidance. A good homeroom teacher is crucial to a student's experience, as a poor one can leave lasting traumatic impressions. Upon his arrival, Wen addressed Wen Xuan and the others. Tomorrow, our school will be on break. You may take your identification to the National Beast Master Pet Pavilion to claim your initial beast. This is intended for those who cannot acquire their beasts independently. If your families have already prepared one, then contract that. Although he noted that they were the weakest class he had taught, he still hoped for their success. Wen's words subtly conveyed an important message. The beasts offered by the government are of inferior quality. After all, they are given away for free. In these times, anything associated with free tends to be poorly managed. Due to the lack of financial incentive, the individuals responsible for capturing initial beasts often deliver substandard results, resulting in the distribution of exceedingly weak beasts. Hearing this, Wen Xuan turned to Wen Xuan. What about you? Have you made any preparations? Or do you plan to claim that free beast? Among the three, Wen Xuan enjoyed the best family circumstances, as his parents had already secured a decent initial beast for him. M.O. Mao intended to contract the green-skinned caterpillar. Thus, Wen Xuan was the only one without a clear plan. Chapter 3. The Bamboo Grove Cottage. No need to worry, I have a plan. Wen Xuan replied confidently. Upon seeing this, Wen Xuan exhaled in relief. After all, Wen Xuan was his good friend, and he feared the prospect of Wen Xuan opting for a free beast. Had Wen Xuan mentioned such a decision, Wen Xuan would have intervened. He had even contemplated asking his parents for additional funds to assist Wen Xuan in acquiring a beast. With the assurance that Wen Xuan had a plan, Wen Xuan felt at ease. He understood Wen Xuan well enough to know that he was not one to speak without substance. If he claimed to have a solution, it surely was a viable one, and it seemed promising. Curiosity about Wen Xuan's initial beast began to stir within Wen Xuan. Yet he refrained from pressing further. He would discover the details in due time. After class, the much-anticipated release from school finally arrived. School's out at last. Wang Bin stretched languidly, feeling as if he had spent an eternity within the confines of the classroom. He was utterly fatigued, his body aching in every conceivable way. With a display of undeniable action, he demonstrated to Wen Xuan the essence of being a diligent student during lessons and a carefree spirit beyond them. After school, where shall we go? Shall we indulge in abalone congee? I adore abalone, despite its slightly fishy taste. Its texture is delightfully smooth and tender. Fear not, for today, I shall treat you all. Wang Bin cheerfully addressed both Wen Xuan and Mao Mao. He was the affluent one among the trio, feeling particularly generous at that moment. No need. My mother has prepared dinner today and specifically instructed me to return home for the meal. Wang Bin's spirits dampened slightly as he turned to Wen Xuan. And you, Wen Xuan? I, too, Must hurry home to prepare dinner for my grandfather. Very well then. We shall have to reconvene next time. The school had graciously granted them a 3-day holiday. Let us meet again in 3 days. I shall showcase my formidable companion then. With that, the three friends parted ways at the school gate, each heading towards their respective homes. Wen Xuan rode his bicycle towards the outskirts, soon arriving at a serene bamboo grove. Indeed, it was this grove where Wen Xuan and his grandfather resided in a quaint cottage. As dusk fell, the bamboo thicket grew darker, devoid of light. The wind rustling through the leaves created a symphony of whispers. Suddenly, Wen Xuan heard a rustling sound. It was the unmistakable noise of small creatures traversing fallen leaves. Instinctively, he became alert, unsheathing a dagger. Just then, a creature leapt out from the thicket, pouncing directly onto Wen Xuan. Rather than attacking, it extended its pink tongue and playfully licked Wen Xuan's face. All right, a bow, enough of that. The visitor was a baby panda, his childhood companion. The creature he had referred to earlier was none other than this panda cub. He intended to contract this panda as his initial companion. After frolicking for a while, Wen Xuan stood up and said, "A bow, let us head home." He pushed his bicycle, guiding the panda towards the little cottage in the woods. Before long, they arrived at a courtyard encircled by bamboo. Wen Xuan opened the door and wheeled his bicycle inside. "Grandfather, I'm back." "Back already? Dinner is ready. Come in and eat." The words caught Wen Xuan off guard. Typically, he would return home to find dinner yet to be prepared, but today, his grandfather had astonishingly cooked a feast. After parking his bicycle, Wen Xuan stepped inside, his eyes widening in surprise at the sight before him. Goodness! Has grandfather won the lottery? Why such a grand spread? Usually, their meals consisted of simple fare, yet today, the table was laden with an abundance of meat and poultry. Are you planning to contract a companion? Wen Xuan hadn't even settled down to eat when his grandfather unexpectedly posed the question. Yes. Good, then sit and eat. All of this is prepared for you. After your meal, practice the techniques I've taught you. As for contracting a companion, let us discuss it tomorrow. Understood. After finishing his meal, Wen Xuan prepared to clear the dishes, but his grandfather interjected. Allow me, you should go practice. Wen Xuan was momentarily taken aback, confusion clouding his mind. Grandfather, you. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Little rascal, what are you thinking? His grandfather playfully tapped his head with a pipe. Do you think I've prepared all this food because I'm about to pass away? I simply wanted to ensure you were well fed before your important day. Yes, grandfather. Wen Xuan smiled, though a sense of dread lingered at the thought of losing his grandfather. After tidying up, he returned to his room. Instead of sleeping, he sat cross-legged, commencing his practice of the techniques passed down by his grandfather. Wen Xuan was training in the Liu Gong. He had previously been curious about the name, but after practicing, he understood that cultivating this technique filled his body with a vital energy resembling a small carp, swimming throughout his meridian system. In this world, each aspiring beast master must practice a technique to refine their physical body and enhance their mental fortitude. The hierarchy of beast masters is determined by their mental strength. According to his grandfather, a proficient beast master must possess both a vigorous physique and exceptional mental acuity. In terms of mental prowess, Wen Xuan had already attained a silver-level strength, albeit a pseudo-silver, as true silver beast masters must have at least one silver-level companion. Yet, Wen Xuan had none. He sat in meditation, and time passed swiftly. When Wen Xuan opened his eyes, it was already the next day. Having practiced throughout the night, he felt invigorated rather than fatigued. Have you completed your training? His grandfather entered the room. Yes. Then let us proceed to contract your companion. All right. Wen Xuan followed his grandfather into the courtyard. The baby panda, a bao, had awakened, and its first action was to eat. A bao munched on bamboo shoots, engrossed in its meal. Chapter 4. Contracting the first companion. A bao, Wen Xuan called to the panda. Hearing his name, a bao glanced at Wen Xuan, flashing a sweet smile before returning to its food. Observing the panda eat, Wen Xuan patiently waited until a bao finished before preparing to sign the contract. Channeling his energy, Wen Xuan swiftly drew a contract formation on the ground. Soon, the contract array was complete. A bao, come here. Wen Xuan beckoned as a bao raced towards him. Seeing this, his grandfather couldn't help but caution, are you certain this is the companion you wish to choose? Contracts cannot be rescinded. In the realm of beast masters, one can only contract one companion at a given stage, so each decision must be made with utmost care. Contracting a subpar companion would be disastrous. I am certain, Wen Xuan declared resolutely. While others might hesitate, he had no second thoughts upon learning about the panda's attributes. Baby panda. Attribute. Evil. Gender. Male. Level. Black Iron Stage 5. Potential. Peak Strength. Monarch. Evolution Path. Panda Warrior. Skills learned. Bull's Fist 2. Bear Paw Strike 3. Mount Tai's Pressure 2. Roar of Evil 2. Given a bao's attributes, Wen Xuan felt it would be nearly impossible to find another like it. To disregard a companion with such potential in favor of another would be sheer folly. Bao, my dear, I am about to contract you. At that moment, Bao stood within the confines of the contract formation, and Wen Xuan summoned his energy, causing the array to emit a radiant glow. Bao stood within the confines of the contract array, sensing an imminent danger and instinctively attempting to evade. Observing this, Wen Xuan acted swiftly, enveloping the fleeing Bao in his embrace. Bao, did you not express a desire to venture outside with me, to experience the grandeur of this world together? If so, resist not. Upon hearing Wen Xuan's words, Bao comprehended his intent and promptly relinquished its struggle. With a whoosh, the contract array transformed into a luminous streak, surging towards Bao's forehead. Once the light penetrated, Wen Xuan felt a faint connection established between himself and Bao, signifying the completion of their contract. Splendid. Bao, you shall henceforth be my first beast companion. Bao, though somewhat puzzled, understood that it would no longer be separated from Wen Xuan. Overjoyed, it extended its tongue and playfully licked Wen Xuan's face. He, without a hint of disdain, reciprocated the affection. Witnessing their harmonious bond, the grandfather nodded with satisfaction. 3 days later, Wen Xuan accompanied Bao to school. Shortly after they departed, a duo appeared at the courtyard entrance, one human and one bear. The human was Wen Xuan's grandfather, and the other was a massive panda. Fear not. My grandson is a good lad. He will treat Bao kindly. Your son will not suffer under Wen Xuan's care. The panda nodded in acknowledgement. It had watched Wen Xuan grow, though it had remained hidden in the shadows. Thus their paths had never crossed until now. All right, old friend, I have procured a new bottle of wine. We shall not return until we are inebriated, the grandfather declared, leading the panda into the courtyard. Upon reaching school, Wen Xuan found the atmosphere unusually lively. His curiosity piqued as he surveyed his surroundings. The Junior Beastmaster School was divided into 3 grades, with only those in the 2nd grade preparing to ascend to the 3rd being permitted to form contracts with beasts. The preceding years were dedicated to theoretical studies. Following the establishment of a contract, students were required to transfer to a new campus, as Beastmasters posed a potential threat should they unleash their powers. Ordinary individuals would be in dire peril. Amidst the envious gazes of first-year students, Wen Xuan entered the classroom with Bao. At that moment, Wang Bin and Mao Mao were already present. True to form, Mao Mao cradled its green-skinned caterpillar, while Wang Bin was accompanied by an unusual companion. Wen Xuan! Wen Xuan! Wang Bin exclaimed excitedly, waving his arms fervently. Wen Xuan smiled and approached him. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a monkey seated beside Wang Bin, albeit an odd one. This monkey exhibited mischievous behavior, leering at the female classmates with a rather inappropriate gaze, particularly fixating on sensitive areas. Noticing this, Wen Xuan activated his divine eye to observe the monkey. Lecherous monkey. Attribute, combat. Gender, male. Level, black iron 2. Potential, peak strength, gold. Evolution path, bully monkey. Learn skills. Monkey steals peach 2. Monkey fist eye bounce eye. Lecherous monkey. No wonder this creature's eyes gleamed with mischief. It was plainly a rogue, fixated on the ladies. Furthermore, this fellow appeared to possess formidable abilities. While Wen Xuan scrutinized the lecherous monkey, Wang Bin queried, "Is this your beast companion?" He had noticed Bao. Indeed, it is adorably charming. The rugged Wang Bin was utterly captivated by the panda cub. As he reached out to embrace Bao, a girl intervened, swiftly snatching Bao into her embrace. "Wow, how cute!" she exclaimed, pressing her face against Bao's. The sudden intrusion incited Bao's ire, ready to retaliate. But upon receiving a pointed glance from Wen Xuan, it halted immediately. "Panda cub, you are simply too adorable. Here, have this." The girl produced a spirit pellet and offered it to Bao. Upon witnessing the spirit pellet, Wang Bin gasped. Bao, akin to a child spotting a lollipop, eagerly devoured the pellet. Wang Bin could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Is this what wealth looks like? A spirit pellet worth 1,000 coins just given away? He lamented his own lack of fortune. The commotion drew the attention of their classmates. "Oh my, it's the panda cub. How adorable. I can't believe someone has contracted a panda. Woe is me, I too desire a panda cub. My heart is melting. I wish to hold it, just once." A throng of girls rushed toward Bao, nearly frenzied. "Do not frighten the panda cub." Just then, a crimson array manifested upon the ground, and a colossal figure emerged. Chapter 5, The New Class Teacher. Roar. The figure let out a fearsome growl, causing everyone to recoil in terror. Wen Xuan turned to face the creature. Crimson Flame Tiger. Attribute, fire. Gender, female. Level, gold 3. Potential, peak strength, platinum. Evolution path, Crimson Flame Tiger King. Learn skills, Fierce Tiger Roar 4, Fireball V, Flame Jet V, Tail Whip 3, Fatal Bite 4. A gold 3 Crimson Flame Tiger. And a female at that. What an imposing presence. Wen Xuan observed the unfamiliar woman accompanying the creature. Before anyone could react, she strode toward the podium, cradling a bao. Greetings. I am your new class teacher. For the upcoming year, you will be under my guidance. Standing at 1.6 meters, she appeared somewhat petite to Wen Xuan. Yet she possessed a charming demeanor, albeit with a hint of baby fat. Most striking was her ample posterior, which seemed to overshadow her figure, rendering her quite the spectacle. Now, I trust you have all contracted your initial beast companions. Follow me, the bus awaits downstairs. We shall proceed to the new campus. With that, she took her leave. Still holding a bao, flanked by the imposing crimson flame tiger. Wen Xuan and his peers promptly exited the classroom, following her down the stairs. They soon arrived at the grand playground. Bustling with buses, under the teacher's guidance, they boarded one. Once all were seated, the vehicle rumbled to life. The teacher, seated at the front left, stood and addressed the students. From this moment forth, you are officially beast masters. However, bear in mind, do not let pride cloud your judgment. Being a beast master is a perilous profession. Carelessness could cost you your life. You may find my warnings overzealous, but perhaps after witnessing 1 or 2 sacrifices, you will understand. With that, she resumed her seat. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd turned sour. Initially, they were elated to become beast masters, yet unexpectedly, they found themselves suppressed by a woman. Death has always been a profoundly serious topic. The average person recoils at the thought of it. Wen Xuan, do you think we will die? Asked Mao Mao, his timid nature unable to contain his curiosity as he turned to Wen Xuan. Die? Wen Xuan chuckled upon hearing the word. We are but mere mortals. Of course, we all face death. However, it matters how we meet our end. Death can be as light as a feather or as heavy as a mountain. And how would you prefer to die? In response to Mao Mao's forthright question, Wen Xuan was momentarily at a loss for words. Wang Bin, sitting in front, turned to them with a grin. I don't know how Wen Xuan wants to die, but I certainly know how I wish to. And how is that? Mao Mao inquired. Of course, indulged in pleasures, perishing in the embrace of a beautiful woman. Seriously? Mao Mao was left speechless by Wang Bin's remark. What's wrong with that? Wang Bin retorted. I would rather die beneath the peony than live a dull existence. Wen Xuan and Mao Mao turned their heads away, expressing that they did not recognize this lecherous man. The conversation reached the ears of the woman, who smiled subtly, reminiscent of her own past experiences. The bus sped swiftly, soon bringing Wen Xuan and the others to the new campus. Once disembarked, the woman set a bao down. As soon as his paws touched the ground, a bao dashed towards Wen Xuan. All right, you may now head to the dormitory building. It's over there. The school has not assigned specific rooms, so you may occupy any available one. Upon hearing this, the group brightened. The ability to choose their own dormitory was a rare delight during their student years. Many had suffered for 3 years in poorly assigned accommodations. Let us go, someone shouted, and they swiftly raced towards the dormitory building. Wen Xuan, aren't we running? Mao Mao asked anxiously. Wen Xuan, however, remained composed. What is the rush? Let the bullet fly for a while. For some reason, Wen Xuan sensed something amiss about the dormitory selection process. He noticed the woman chuckling, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. Isn't that someone we know? A woman dressed in a purple gown approached them leisurely. The rest of Wen Xuan's classmates, eager to claim their dorms, had all rushed off, leaving only Wen Xuan, Mao Mao, Wang Bin, and their homeroom teacher. Duga Tong Tong, your students are in for a rough time today. I arrived before you and brought my students here first. If I'm not mistaken, your students will be sleeping on the streets tonight. The woman in the purple gown declared with satisfaction. Is that so? I doubt my students will be sleeping on the streets. Dugu Tong Tong replied, her eyes narrowing slightly, a glint of determination flashing within. She turned to Wen Xuan and asked, Young man, do you want some spirit pills? If so, make me proud today. Rest assured, in this dormitory area, only students from your year are present. Upperclassmen do not reside here. Fights are permitted. If you win, I shall reward you with 5 spirit pills. 5 spirit pills. Duga Tong Tong, have you lost your mind? The woman in the purple gown exclaimed, her composure cracking. Seeing her flustered demeanor, Dugu Tong Tong smiled slightly, having achieved her goal of provoking her rival. Wen Xuan, 5 spirit pills. Wang Bin's eyes sparkled with envy. Indeed, Wen Xuan, this time Bin and I will certainly assist you in securing those 5 spirit pills. All right, Wen Xuan nodded. Addressing Mao Mao and Wang Bin, let us go. Taking the lead like an older brother, Wen Xuan walked ahead while Mao Mao and Wang Bin followed closely. The trio soon arrived at the dormitory building, where a large crowd had gathered, most of whom were Wen Xuan's classmates. Wen Xuan, Mao Mao, where do you wish to stay? Mao Mao pointed towards the 6th floor. I want to live on the 6th floor. I've already inquired, and it is the only floor with 4-person rooms. Very well. We shall reside on the 6th floor, Wen Xuan said, and they proceeded toward it. As they reached the 6th floor, They heard laughter emanating from dormitory 603. Haha, those fools next door are truly unfortunate, landing a terrible teacher. They are late, and this dormitory has been entirely claimed by our class. Teacher Zhou said our class cannot coexist with theirs. How could a tiger share a den with sheep? When they arrive, we will drive them out. I can't wait to see them sleeping on the streets tonight. That scene will surely be delightful. One of them gloatingly remarked. Yes, I too wish to see them shivering under the night breeze, another chimed in. Their voices were neither too loud nor too soft, just perfect for Wen Xuan to overhear. Want to see us sleeping on the streets? He frowned and led Mao Mao and Wang Bin to the door of dormitory 603. Upon their arrival, the 4 occupants of 603 instantly tensed up. Hey, everyone, don't be alarmed. We are actually here to ask you for a favor. Wang Bin said with a friendly smile to ease the tension. What kind of favor? The 4 looked puzzled. Could you kindly leave this dormitory in a group? A group? They were momentarily confused, but Mao Mao, having been around Wang Bin for years, quickly understood. He meant for them to scram. With a broad smile, Mao Mao expressed this thought. Though usually amicable, today he had fallen into the trap. With the gentlest expression, he spoke the harshest words. What? The others shot upright from their beds. Suddenly, Abeo leaped at one of the larger individuals. Just as Abeo's paw was about to make contact, a protective shield appeared, blocking the attack. Then, a magic array materialized, summoning a scruffy dog. Scruffy dog, attribute, evil, gender, male, level, black iron 2, potential, peak strength, bronze, evolution path, hairless dog, learned skills, furious bite 2, claw eye. Realizing he was under attack, the individual hastily activated his Beastmaster's protective shield and summoned his scruffy dog. Seeing the scruffy dog, Abeo turned and lunged at it. Bang! Abeo's hefty paw struck the scruffy dog. Boom! The scruffy dog flew backward as if launched from a cannon. It struck heavily against the wall behind, instantly losing its combat capability. LIPGU fell into a faint, unaware of its fate. The faces of the individuals from 603 turned grim, as they never anticipated that Wen Xuan would possess such audacity to confront them within the confines of the school. They had initially reveled in their acquisition of the 603 dormitory. Aren't you afraid we will report you to the teachers? A man suddenly interjected. Report to the teachers? Wen scoffed, his face a mask of disdain. Are you all just a bunch of whiny brats? Or perhaps the fabled reporting to the teacher creatures? Whenever trouble arises, you think of reporting. Let me tell you, this time, reporting to the teachers will be of no avail, for our use of force is sanctioned. Through DGT and GTang's words, Wen had already understood that, in this school, the use of violence was permissible. This could be regarded as a unique mechanism. The world of beast tamers is inherently brutal, to prevent students from developing complacent dispositions. The school was compelled to adopt such drastic measures. Much like the legendary catfish effect, those troublesome students, seemingly embroiled in daily chaos, indeed invigorated the stagnant waters of the school, instilling a sense of crisis among all students. Wen Xuan cast a cold glance at the remaining 3 individuals. Will you leave on my invitation, or shall I compel you to exit? He intentionally emphasized the word invite. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The 3 swallowed hard and swiftly fled. Wen Xuan's strength was overwhelming, rendering them utterly defenseless. A wise man does not court disaster, and they naturally chose to depart. The individual recently vanquished by Wen Xuan had already succumbed to unconsciousness. What shall we do with this fellow, Wen Xuan? What else? You and MOMO will carry him out to the corridor, and all of their belongings, toss them out as well. Understood. Wen and MOMO promptly disposed of the others' possessions. At that moment, DGT and ZHUZMI stood downstairs. ZHUZMI wore a displeased expression. The 4 individuals expelled from the 603 dormitory were her students. Their expulsion was a blow to her reputation. Useless. Truly 4 useless individuals. Damn it, 4 of them couldn't defeat 3. What use is there in becoming beast tamers? They might as well return home and sell sweet potatoes. Oh dear, DGT interjected, feigning sympathy towards ZHUZMI. ZMI, do not be angry. It was merely my students who drove them away. It is not entirely their fault. If blame is to be assigned, it should be directed at their teacher. It is said that if a teacher is lax, the students falter, the teacher bears significant responsibility. One wonders who their teacher is to produce such subpar students. If I were their teacher, I would have long since dug a hole in the ground to hide. You. ZHUZMI's face turned ashen. Anger. It was utterly infuriating. DGTang's words were indeed venomous. ZHUZMI felt her blood pressure rising. She never anticipated such a swift slap to the face. Unlike DGTang, who had suddenly appeared. Zhuzm I had been the original homeroom teacher of these individuals. Upon DGT and GT Ng's arrival, she attracted the attention of the male teachers due to her youth and beauty. Consequently, those male teachers sought opportunities to engage with DGT and GT Ng, causing Zhuzm once favored, to be sidelined. Thus, she harbored disdain for DGT and GT Ng, often delivering sarcastic remarks, which led to their enmity. Observing Zhuzm's current demeanor, DGT and GT Ng smirked subtly, savoring the moment. Oh dear, ZMI, why such a sour expression? You wouldn't tell me that those who were just driven away were your students, would you? Oh, my students are truly inconsiderate. Classmates should support each other. How can they resort to fighting? Not to worry, I shall admonish them thoroughly. I will ensure they are more mindful next time. DGT and GT Ng's words were artfully crafted, for her mention of next time implied there would be none. What next time? Non-existent. You. Zhuzm shot a glare at DGT and GT Ng and departed in defeat. She wished to escape this place, fearing that DGT and GT Ng might drive her to madness. Primarily, it was due to her inferior strength compared to DGT and GT Ng. Damn it. Unable to fight back, and now unable to articulate a rebuttal, was this not sheer bullying? Watching the dejected departure of Zhuzm, DGT and GT Ng raised her head proudly. Humph, you think you can contend with me? You are still too green. Wen Xuan's accomplishments soon reached the ears of his classmates. Some audacious individuals were eager to imitate him, preparing to seize a room to claim as their own dormitory. Chapter 7. New Roommates. Before long, the entire dormitory echoed with the sounds of various skirmishes. After Wen Xuan and his companions had settled their belongings, they sat upon their respective beds. Wen Xuan, do you think they will bring the entire dormitory down with their antics? Wen voiced his concern. Before Wen Xuan could respond, Mo instinctively adjusted his glasses, the lenses gleaming with a glimmer of intellect as he spoke. Collapse? Not at all. Before coming here, I conducted thorough research. The bricks in this dormitory are specially manufactured to withstand attacks from gold-level beast tamers. With our current capabilities, it is nearly impossible to bring it down. Mo, a fervent enthusiast of information gathering, had long since amassed such intelligence. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of battle persisted outside, continuing for over half an hour before finally subsiding. During this interval, several oblivious individuals attempted to invade Wen Xuan's dormitory, only to be swiftly dispatched by him. After half an hour, Wen Xuan and his companions reclined on their beds. At that moment, a timid boy entered the room. Wen Xuan and his companions instinctively turned their gazes towards him. Goodness, they were taken aback. This boy appeared as if he had been deceived and forced to work in a coal mine. His face was as dark as a yam, and he wore tattered clothing adorned with patches. He carried a bag slung over his shoulder, resembling a farmer's red snakeskin sack used for transporting belongings. Wen Xuan and his companions exchanged puzzled glances, curious about this boy's origins. They were certain he was not one of their classmates. Hello. My name is Zhuzm. You can call me Zhuzm or Xiom, as they do. May I stay here? Zhuzm's voice trembled, revealing his evident social anxiety. He bore visible injuries, suggesting he had been assaulted. Upon seeing Zhuzm in such a state, Mo felt a pang of compassion and instinctively glanced at Wen Xuan. In this dormitory, Wen Xuan was the leader. For Zhuzm to join, he required Wen Xuan's approval. Wen Xuan looked at Zhuzm and noticed the purity in his eyes. He was a good child. A thought crossed Wen Xuan's mind. Observing his ragged clothing, Wen Xuan felt a sense of pity. All right, you may stay here, but I have one requirement. You must obey us. Otherwise, I can just as easily make arrangements for you to leave. Okay, Zhuzm nodded. Seeing Wen Xuan's acquiescence, Wen interjected. From now on, you are our little brother. Your name is Zhu Ming, but let us affectionately refer to you as Xiao Ming. As long as you obediently comply, we shall protect you from any future bullying. Very well. Zhu Ming nodded once more. Thus, he settled into the dormitory shared by Wen Xuan and his companions. This dormitory was a spacious four-person room, featuring bunk beds with desks below. Wen Xuan and Wang Bin occupied the side by the window, while Mao Mao and Xiao Ming resided near the door. The four of them spent the night together. On the following day, the quartet was abruptly awakened by a knock at the door. Mao Mao quickly rose to answer it. To his surprise, it was the esteemed teacher, Du Gu Tong Tong, who had arrived unexpectedly. Teacher, isn't today a holiday? What brings you here? He inquired. Why can't I come? Du Gu Tong Tong replied, casting a glance at Wen Xuan. Prepare yourself, you have 10 minutes. I shall wait for you outside. Wen Xuan, momentarily bewildered, nonetheless got up to wash up. The four-person room was quite spacious, complete with a private bathroom. After completing his morning routine, Wen Xuan approached Du Gu Tong Tong. Teacher, your early visit is unexpected. What is the occasion? I am here to provide you with special training, she stated. To be frank, I have taken a liking to you. Your performance yesterday was commendable, and I believe you merit my guidance. She presented him with two choices. First, you may continue in your usual manner, attending classes like the others. Second, you may become my student, but you must adhere to my instructions, as I am quite strict with my students. Upon hearing this, Wen Xuan hesitated before asking, what benefits would there be in becoming your student? Du Gu Tong Tong smiled slightly. All the resources you require for training will be provided by me. Very well, Wen Xuan consented, recognizing the advantage. Who would refuse a free opportunity? However, do not agree so lightly. Being my student comes with expectations. In 1 month, there will be a freshman competition, and I anticipate you will secure first place. This victory will benefit both of us, and you may even find yourself grateful to me in the future. Her words were veiled, suggesting she held deeper knowledge. Wen Xuan was taken aback by Du Gu Tong Tong's statements. Rest assured, during this month, I will rigorously train you. As she spoke, a chilling smile graced her lips, causing Wen Xuan to shudder involuntarily. Here, take this. Du Gu Tong Tong produced 5 small spirit pills and handed them to Wen Xuan. This is your reward for assisting me yesterday. Rest assured, if you help me achieve first place in the freshman competition, I shall provide you with an additional generous reward. How does a silver-grade beast crystal sound? A silver-grade beast crystal. Wen Xuan was well aware of the rarity of beast crystals, which only powerful beasts produced. Utilizing a beast crystal could allow a tamer to comprehend the skills contained within it. Moreover, these crystals held immense energy, enabling the tamer to save considerable training time and enhance their strength. Agreed, I accept your terms. Then it is settled. You may rest assured that the beast crystal I provide will not be subpar. It will be meticulously selected. Furthermore, it will be of the malevolent attribute, perfectly suited for your panda companion. The energies contained within beast crystals differ according to their attributes. Thus, it is essential to use crystals of the same attribute for tamers. Using crystals of differing attributes could harm the tamer's beast, as the energy would remain trapped within, causing damage. Enough standing around. Follow me. Wen Xuan followed Du Gu Tong Tong as they departed the student dormitory, making their way towards a building. Soon, they arrived at the school's combat arena. Although the school did not prohibit students from fighting on campus, most opted to utilize the combat arena due to its spaciousness and the presence of medical personnel ready to treat injured beasts. The arrival of Wen Xuan and Du Gu Tong Tong captured the attention of the students in the arena. Upon recognizing Du Gu Tong Tong, they cast sympathetic glances towards Wen Xuan. Look, it's Du Gu Tong Tong. Is she here to nurture a newcomer? How enviable. Why does she not choose me? I am quite capable too. Indeed, I am not lacking either. Why does Du Gu Tong Tong overlook me? Students previously mentored by Du Gu Tong Tong had rapidly advanced and become exemplary graduates of the school. Alas, why is there such a disparity between people? Exceptional talents are common, yet mentors are rare. If only someone would nurture my potential, I believe I too could graduate at the top of my class. Perhaps even become this year's valedictorian. Brothers, that fellow is daydreaming again. What should we do? I feel compelled to wake him up. No, you have diabetes. Letting him taste sweetness would be unwise. Allow me instead, my urine is yellow. Chapter 8. Training in the Gravity Room. Under the scrutiny of their peers, Du Gu Tong Tong led Wen Xuan into a private room adjacent to the combat arena, filled with various fitness equipment. Do you see those exercise machines? For the next few days, you shall use them for training, she instructed. Wen Xuan, observing the equipment, displayed a hint of disdain. The training tools provided by his grandfather at home were far superior and more formidable, rendering the current equipment child's play in his eyes. Upon entering the training room, Du Gu Tong Tong instructed, Wen Xuan, deactivate your beast protection shield. Understood, Wen Xuan replied, albeit puzzled, as he complied. Upon seeing him turn off the shield, Du Gu Tong Tong's lips curled into a subtle smile as she approached the doorway. Pressing a button on the wall, Wen Xuan's expression suddenly shifted. What is happening? In that instant, it felt as if a massive weight had been placed upon him. Impressive, Du Gu Tong Tong remarked. I did not expect you to remain so composed under 15 times normal gravity. You truly are someone I have chosen wisely. Since 15 times gravity is insufficient to challenge you, let us increase it further. With that, she added a bit more, and in an instant, Wen Xuan was overwhelmed by an intense pressure. Instinctively, he attempted to reactivate his protection shield, but Du Gu Tong Tong's voice stopped him. Do not activate the shield. Resist this pressure with your body and will. Enduring hardship is the path to greatness. Do you not wish to grow stronger? Wen Xuan's eyes gleamed with determination. He was willing to endure any trial to become stronger. He heeded Du Gu Tong Tong's advice, relinquishing the shield and bracing himself against the pressure. After a struggle, he finally collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat, beads of perspiration rolling down his forehead. His breathing became labored as he began to circulate the Li Yuxian Gong. With the activation of Li Yuxian Gong, he felt the oppressive weight lessen considerably. He swiftly rose to his feet and then sat cross-legged, observing Wen Xuan, who was meditating on the ground. A hint of surprise flickered in DGT and GTang's eyes. This young man possessed an unusual aura, and it seemed he had already mastered some techniques. Initially, DGT and GTang contemplated imparting a martial art she had fortuitously acquired to Wen Xuan. It was a low-tier lunar-level technique, a rare treasure indeed. In this world of beast masters, martial arts were classified into 5 grades: heaven, earth, sun, moon, and human, further subdivided into superior, medium, and inferior levels. Heaven-grade techniques were the most esteemed, while human-grade techniques were the least. For an ordinary family without any backing, there were only 2 paths to attain superior martial arts. One could either align oneself with a prominent family and become their lackey, thus gaining access to their superior techniques, or enlist in the national army, striving to earn military merits that could be exchanged for better martial arts. However, both paths came with a significant restriction. The acquired techniques could only be utilized by oneself and could not be imparted to others. There were instances where individuals, disbelieving this rule, secretly taught their techniques to their offspring, resulting in their family's annihilation. Well, everyone has their secrets. Perhaps this is for the best. Sparing me from unnecessary worry. Young man, focus on your cultivation here. If you need to relieve yourself, go over there. I shall return in an hour, bringing you some delectable treats. DGT glanced at her watch. It was 4 in the afternoon. She calculated the time and planned to return for Wen Xuan at 5. With that, she departed, even taking Wen Xuan's companion, Bo, with her. As soon as DGT left, others arrived. Fellow students peered through the door's crack and beheld Wen Xuan sitting cross-legged on the floor. How long do you think this fellow will remain upright? I wager 20 minutes. 20 minutes? I believe it will be 10. 10. I reckon 3. 3. Isn't that quicker than my joyous activities? No way, he appears quite formidable. It should be more than 3 minutes. Just look at the clock on the wall. At this, the crowd instinctively turned their gaze to the wall clock. My goodness, double gravity. Upon seeing the clock, their eyes widened in disbelief. Some even rubbed their eyes vigorously to ensure they were not dreaming. It was indeed double gravity. Is this fellow even human? How can he remain so composed? Is this a joke? Do you want to go in and test it? I've never heard of a false gravity chamber in a fighting arena. And do you think DGT would come here if it were fake? So that's why DGT students improve so rapidly. They endure such training. A collective shiver ran through the group. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. Do you still envy the one inside? Not anymore. I suddenly appreciate being grounded. Ah, yes, we are ordinary people. We shouldn't compare ourselves to those extraordinary ones. As they spoke, they couldn't help but glance at Wen Xuan in the gravity chamber. For some reason, they felt a pang of sadness, an overwhelming sense of unfairness. At a similar age, they were meandering through life, while Wen Xuan possessed such remarkable abilities. Was this the distinction between genius and the ordinary? Time elapsed, and before they knew it, it was 5 o'clock. DGT activated her access card and opened the door to the private chamber. She found Wen Xuan still seated in meditation and promptly deactivated the gravity within the room. As the weightlessness enveloped him, Wen Xuan felt his body relax. He ceased his cultivation and began to breathe heavily. Well done. You have indeed lived up to my expectations. DGT was thoroughly pleased with Wen Xuan's performance. His ability to endure such a prolonged period was attributed to his current rank as a bronze-level beastmaster. This bronze-level status encompassed not only Wen Xuan's mental prowess, but also his physical strength, which rivaled that of a bronze-tier magical beast. Thanks to the technique his grandfather had bestowed upon him, the strength of the technique, Lysh was remarkable, while others' martial arts primarily enhanced mental strength. Wen Xuan's training augmented both his mental acuity and physical fortitude. Excellent. DGT expressed her satisfaction. Here are some delightful treats I packed for you. Do indulge promptly. She tossed the bag she was holding to Wen Xuan. After an extended session in the gravity chamber, he had expended considerable energy, and his stomach was growling audibly. Without concern for manners, he tore open the bag, lifted the lid, and devoured the food within with fervor. Slow down, don't eat like a starving ghost. After several mouthfuls, he finally began to regain his composure. However, he sensed something unusual. The food DGT provided seemed extraordinary. After consuming it, a warm sensation spread through his body, revitalizing him. Observing this, DGT couldn't help but smile inwardly. So, the little rascal finally noticed? The meal was braised pork made from the meat of a silver-grade beast-taming, enriched with several precious herbs, making it a genuine medicinal dish. All right, little rascal, since you've finished eating, go have a proper bath and then rest. DGT caught a whiff of Wen Xuan's sweat and frowned slightly, unable to restrain herself from speaking. Okay. Wen Xuan stood and made his way to the door, but after just a few steps, he stumbled, nearly falling. Fortunately, Bo rushed over and steadied him. Thank you, Bo. Wen Xuan turned to express his gratitude before departing with his companion. Watching Wen Xuan's retreating figure, DGT mused. I never expected that this little panda would be so perceptive and closely bonded with him. It seems his chances of victory have significantly increased. As Wen Xuan walked along the path, he couldn't help but ask Bo, what did teacher DGT take you for? Bo responded energetically with gestures. Are you saying she took you to eat something delicious? Bo nodded vigorously. What was it? At this, Bo quickly produced a small piece of purple bamboo from its body. It was indeed ZYZH. Wen Xuan was taken aback, realizing that DGT had generously offered such a precious treat to Bo. In that moment, Wen Xuan felt that perhaps DGT wasn't so bad after all. Upon returning to the dormitory, Wen Xuan took a shower, and due to his exhaustion, he promptly fell into a deep slumber. In the days that followed, Wen Xuan spent most of his time either training in the gravity chamber or attending classes with Mo Mao and the others, though he dedicated more hours to his training in the gravity chamber. Due to his association with Duga Tong, the other mentors of various subjects did not make things too difficult for Wen Xuan upon learning of it. Instead, they regarded him with a sympathetic gaze. Alas, Dugu Tong's background surpassed that of all the mentors present, rendering them all unable to voice their frustrations. Time passed swiftly, and before long, a month had slipped by. Within the gravity chamber, Wen Xuan sat cross-legged, diligently cultivating. Suddenly, the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge towards him at a visibly rapid pace. Duga Tong was seated upstairs, gently stroking a Bao, whose fur was so remarkably soft that it was utterly comforting, almost addictive. To her surprise, this little rascal had made another breakthrough. Dugu Tong did not anticipate that within just a month, Wen Xuan had advanced from black iron 9th level to bronze 1st level. What cultivation technique was he practicing? A hint of envy flickered within her, yet her rationality ultimately prevailed over her covetous thoughts, for seizing another's cultivation methods was the gravest taboo in this world. Wen Xuan concluded his cultivation and rose to his feet. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, he wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. After a month, he had finally broken through to bronze 1st level. This breakthrough illuminated his path, as it meant he could finally contract his second beast. In this realm of beast tamers, one could contract a beast at each stage of advancement. Now at bronze 1st level, Wen Xuan was eligible to bond with a new beast. His diligent efforts had not been in vain. He lifted his gaze to the 2nd floor. With the aid of the divine eye, he discerned a Bao's attributes clearly. Panda baby. Attribute, evil. Gender, male. Level, black iron 9th level. Qualification, peak strength, monarch. Evolution path, panda fighter. Skills acquired, rampaging bull fist 3, bear paw strike 4. Mount Tai crush 3, evil roar 3, rending claw 2. Was this akin to freeloading? Throughout this month, Wen Xuan had dedicated himself solely to cultivation, leaving no time for specialized training with a Bao. A Bao had been entrusted entirely to Duga Tong. Initially, Duga Tong intended to provide casual training, yet a Bao's performance exceeded her expectations. This fellow was extraordinarily disciplined. A Bao had surpassed all the goals set by Duga Tong. How could she not take a liking to such an obedient and adorable student? Thus, she fetched some of a Bao's favorite Zuzu as a reward. Zuzu was a rare treasure, imbued with abundant spiritual energy. After consuming it, a Bao naturally reaped immense benefits, especially with Duga Tong as his mentor. A Bao's strength soared as if propelled by a rocket. Were it not for the limitation that a beast's strength could not exceed that of its tamer, a Bao might have grown even stronger. Wen Xuan peeled off his damp clothing, squeezing out the sweat with a vigorous twist. At that moment, Duga Tong descended the stairs with a Bao and caught sight of Wen Xuan, who was bare-chested. Wow, he is so fair and strong. Dugu Tong's face flushed a deep crimson. She dared not gaze at Wen Xuan any longer, merely calling out from a distance. Tomorrow marks the day of the school's outdoor training. You need not attend. Focus on your preparations and strive to make me proud during this training. All right. Wen Xuan nodded in response. Chapter 10. Time for water. The following day, Wen Xuan arrived at the playground punctually, adhering to the schedule provided by Duga Tong. The playground was already bustling with a throng of students. After searching for a while, he located his class's designated area. Just as he approached, he heard someone calling out his name. Wen Xuan, over here. Looking up, he discovered it was Wang Bin, who was enthusiastically waving his hand. Wen Xuan smiled slightly and walked towards Wang Bin and the others. Although they were assigned to the same dormitory, Wen Xuan had rarely returned, spending most of his time in the gravity chamber. The gravity chamber had bathing facilities, and with regular nourishment from Duga Tong Tong, Wen Xuan felt quite content there. If given the choice, he would have preferred to continue his cultivation within the gravity chamber. Wang Bin scrutinized Wen Xuan, unable to resist giving his abdomen a playful pat. Look at you, my friend. After a few days, you've become quite sturdy. If it weren't for our long-standing acquaintance, I might not have recognized you. At this moment, Wen Xuan, clad in his school uniform and standing over 1.8 meters tall, with his handsome visage, attracted many curious glances. He had barely arrived when he felt a myriad of eyes upon him. Following their gaze, he noticed a few girls. When the girls met Wen Xuan's eyes, they shyly turned their heads away. Hey, who is that guy? He looks so handsome. Him? You don't know him? That's Wen Xuan. Wen Xuan? The name seemed unfamiliar to the classmates in his class. After all, Wen Xuan had seldom made appearances before them and was somewhat of a peripheral figure. I can't believe he is so handsome. Indeed. All right, quiet down. The teacher is here. Amidst their chatter, Duga Tong Tong strode to the front of Wen Xuan's class. After clearing her throat a few times, she addressed them. I have no particular demands, but I do hope everyone can return alive. Remember, this training has a mortality rate. From the moment you chose to become beast tamers, you must accept this reality. We have emphasized this repeatedly. Being a beast tamer is intertwined with death. It is not a game. If you fear death and wish to give up, you may do so now. Dugu Tong Tong surveyed the crowd and asked, is there anyone contemplating giving up? Feel free to speak up. It's nothing to be ashamed of. After all, living is better than anything else. A profound silence enveloped the group. Born into such a world, having the opportunity to become a beast tamer was rare. If they did not strive for it, they would be squandering their gifts. Dugu Tong Tong nodded in satisfaction, her expression serious as she stated, in this assessment, you can only rely on yourselves. Do not expect anyone to assist you. With that, she added, enough said. Class monitor, lead the way. The class monitor, a girl with glasses and a face speckled with freckles, may not have been conventionally attractive, but she was dependable. Under her leadership, the group boarded a large bus. Once the bus set off, it transported them to the outskirts. After a journey, they arrived at a vast grassland. All right, we have arrived. I hope you all achieve excellent results. One of the accompanying teachers addressed Wen Xuan and the others. After everyone disembarked, the bus departed, leaving Wen Xuan and his group standing alone. All were akin to sheltered flowers, unaccustomed to such a scene, momentarily at a loss. Wen Xuan, however, paid them no heed, swiftly scanning the surroundings before setting off in a particular direction. Wang Bin and Mao Mao exchanged glances and followed after Wen Xuan, while Zhu Ming remained frozen in place. Wang Bin, witnessing the situation, could not help but express his frustration, saying, Zhu Ming, why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and catch up. Oh right. Zhu Ming quickly followed in the footsteps of Wen Xuan and the others. The other students, after a moment of hesitation, ultimately made a unanimous decision to follow Wen Xuan and his group. Noticing the classmates trailing behind, Wang Bin could not restrain himself from asking Wen Xuan, aren't we going to look after them? Upon hearing this, Wen Xuan turned his head to glance back and was met with a sea of classmates closely following them. No need to worry about them. We shall proceed with our own path. This outdoor survival training was to last a week, and each participant was forbidden from bringing any food supplies. It was evident that Wang Bin was not compliant. Before boarding the vehicle, he had secretly stashed away some provisions, only to be discovered by the seasoned instructor accompanying them, forcing him to surrender them. Wen Xuan led Wang Bin and the others to the edge of a water source. We will set up camp here for the night. One can survive without food, but not without water. Thus, the foremost task in outdoor survival is to locate a water source. Upon sighting the water, the students who had followed Wen Xuan suddenly grew animated. Many of them had been parched, eagerly rushing towards a nearby brook. They reached the stream, crouched down, and began to drink voraciously. Observing this, Wang Bin could not resist licking his lips and suggested to Wen Xuan, shall we not drink as well? However, Wen Xuan shook his head. There is no rush. We must first boil the water. Boil the water? Wang Bin looked utterly bewildered. Sensing this, Wen Xuan felt a wave of exasperation. Do you not realize that drinking untreated water could lead to stomach troubles? Just as Wen Xuan finished his sentence, someone suddenly clutched their stomach and rolled on the ground in agony. This distress seemed to trigger a chain reaction, with several others joining in their plight. Wen Xuan, what on earth is happening? Is there something wrong with the water? The water is fine. It simply contains many bacteria. These pampered individuals cannot handle raw water. That is why I insisted we boil it. While Wang Bin comprehended the need to boil the water, he lamented the difficulty of igniting the lush green grass surrounding them. Listening to Wang Bin, Wen Xuan merely smiled faintly. It is indeed a daunting task, but we have him. Him? Wang Bin and Mao Mao turned their gaze towards Zhu Ming. What use is Xiao Ming? He cannot breathe fire. At this remark, Wen Xuan was momentarily speechless. Xiao Ming may not breathe fire, but his beast can. Ah, how could I have forgotten this? Wang Bin exclaimed, slapping his forehead in realization. Wen Xuan disregarded Wang Bin and addressed Xiao Ming, saying, Xiao Ming, please summon your beast. All right, Xiao Ming nodded. He performed a series of hand seals. And soon a magical array appeared on the ground, summoning a beast before them. Fire Rock Pig. Attribute: Fire Rock. Gender: Male. Level: Black Iron Tier 6. Potential: Peak Strength, Gold. Evolution Path: Fire Rock Pig King. Learn Skills: Charge 4, Fireball 3, Fury Bite 3. The Fire Rock Pig was a small, crimson creature with flames flickering on its back. Good. Xiao Ming, have your Fire Rock Pig lie down. Following Xiao Ming's command, the Fire Rock Pig settled down. Chapter 11, Eating Slime? Gazing at the Fire Rock Pig lying on the ground, Wang Bin still appeared somewhat befuddled. Wen Xuan, noticing this, could not help but give Wang Bin a nudge. What are you still waiting for? Hurry up and boil the water. Yes. Wang Bin immediately retrieved a pot from his large backpack and rushed to the riverbank, filling it with water. Fortunately, Wang Bin had prepared ample materials. Together, they set up the pot. With the assistance of the Fire Rock Pig, Wen Xuan and his group successfully brought the water to a boil. They all drank the hot water. Ah, finally, I feel alive again, Wang Bin exclaimed after gulping down several cups of hot water. Observing the situation, other students began to emulate Wen Xuan, seeking out classmates with fire attribute beasts to collaborate in boiling water. Unbeknownst to Wen Xuan and his companions, their actions were being closely monitored by the instructors. This young man is performing admirably. Indeed, not only handsome but also quite clever. Tong Tong, your class has produced a promising talent. At that moment, Dugu Tong Tong sat nearby, crossing her legs and embracing herself. Her head slightly raised in pride upon hearing the vice principal's praise. After drinking their fill, Wen Xuan and his group gradually noticed the sky darkening. It seems we shall be spending the night here. Wen Xuan promptly set down his backpack, extracting a compact tent from within and began to assemble it on the spot. Mao Mao and the others, seeing this, also took out their respective tents. Before long, 4 tents were erected. The other students, observing, followed suit and began to set up their tents as well. However, some students remained in a state of confusion. They had not brought tents at all. It appeared they would have to sleep under the open sky, using the ground as their bed and the heavens as their blanket. As night fell, the prairie became exceedingly cold, causing many students without tents to shiver uncontrollably. A number of them, unable to endure the chill, resorted to firing distress flares. This indicated that even before the survival challenge had truly begun, some had already been eliminated. The following day, Wang Bin emerged from his tent, exhaling a breath of frosty air and stretching his limbs. Wow, it was so cold last night. Thank goodness for Wen Xuan's advice to bring tents and sleeping bags. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. Wang Bin glanced around and noticed that many of his classmates had dwindled in number. Those who could not withstand the cold had opted to withdraw. Some students were attempting morning exercises, hoping to warm their bodies through movement. The previous night had been unbearably cold, with many having brought only thin blankets, while others had brought none at all, relying solely on their bodies to endure the chill inside their tents. Wen Xuan also emerged from his tent. Wen Xuan, what is our task for today? Naturally, we are to search for food. Let us not delay, we shall set off immediately. Wen Xuan continued to lead like a figure of authority, but the dynamics among the group began to shift. The cold winds from the previous night had driven some apart, while simultaneously fostering bonds among others who had huddled together for warmth. Look, it's a slime. Wang Bin spotted a green slime and felt an overwhelming excitement. I heard slimes are edible and taste like jelly. I wonder if that's true. As he spoke, Wang Bin approached the green slime. The slime, initially grazing, halted its feeding upon noticing Wang Bin's approach and promptly launched an attack. Bang! The green slime suddenly leapt up and collided forcefully with Wang Bin. Fortunately, Wang Bin is a beastmaster. His protective shield activated, and when the green slime collided with it, it was forcefully repelled. As the slime attacked Wang Bin, his rogue monkey was summoned involuntarily. Rogue monkey. Attribute: Fighting. Gender: Male. Level: Black Iron Tier 4. Potential: Peak Strength, Gold. Evolution Path: Bully Monkey. Learn Skills: Monkey Fist 2. Claw 2. When Wen Xuan beheld Wang Bin's rogue monkey, he felt no surprise regarding its strength. Given Wang Bin's personality and mindset, he doubted he would progress far. However, he was reassured by the fact that Wang Bin owned a Sha County restaurant. Should he fail as a beast master, he could always return to the kitchen as a chef. Rogue monkey, eliminate that slime. Upon hearing this command, the rogue monkey leaped toward the slime. As it lunged, the slime began to evade. Its round body bounced and hopped with remarkable agility, successfully dodging all of the rogue monkey's attacks. Exhausted and panting, the rogue monkey finally faltered. And seizing the moment, the slime launched its own offensive. Bang! The slime's rotund body crashed heavily into the rogue monkey, sending it flying. After being struck, the rogue monkey fell unconscious. The protective shield surrounding Wang Bin vanished into thin air. Seeing this, the slime revealed a sinister grin and charged directly at Wang Bin. Oh no! Wang Bin instinctively tried to dodge, fully aware that if the slime struck him, he would either perish or be left crippled. Just as the slime was about to collide with him, bang! A figure appeared, its sharp claws slashing at the slime. With a tearing sound, the slime was ripped apart by a bow's lethal claws. Its remains fell to the ground, releasing a pool of liquid. Gazing at the slime's remains, Wang Bin felt a twinge of regret. Alas, what a waste! To everyone's astonishment, he picked up the slime's carcass and began to consume it. The green liquid stained his lips as it dribbled everywhere. Witnessing this, Wen Xuan and the others felt a wave of nausea wash over them. Disgusting. Truly revolting. The shattered slime bore no difference from a child's diarrhea, sticky and green. They could hardly comprehend how Wang Bin managed to eat it. Would you care for some? It's quite delectable. It tastes just like jelly. No, thank you. Enjoy it yourself. Wen Xuan and the others continued onward. Wang Bin's antics caught the attention of the teachers. At that moment, a woman clad in a purple Chong Sam erupted into laughter. It was Zhou Zimei. With a smirk, she addressed Du Gu Tong Tong. I never expected one of your students to possess such taste. Quite amusing. I happen to know a hamburger joint that serves a secret recipe burger. Your students should definitely give it a try. Chapter 12. He actually drinks urine. Zhou Zimei's words darkened Du Gu Tong Tong's expression. She silently made a note to reward Wang Bin after the outdoor survival trial concluded, perhaps by assigning him additional mock exams for the upcoming high school entrance examination. However, not long after Zhou Zimei had mocked Du Gu Tong Tong, her own karma swiftly caught up with her. Look at Class 2. A teacher suddenly exclaimed. Class 2 was Zhou Zimei's class, and as the teacher called out, everyone turned their attention to the screen displaying Class 2's activities. To provide clearer visuals for the teachers, the staff had intentionally enlarged the surveillance footage of Class 2. Upon witnessing the scene, Du Gu Tong Tong burst into laughter. She reveled in the irony of Zhou Zimei's earlier ridicule. How hilarious! Just a moment ago, you were mocking my student for consuming feces. But now, your students are drinking urine, and it's the real deal. At that moment, the surveillance footage revealed Class 2's students, all appearing utterly exhausted. Several had already chosen to forfeit, unable to endure any longer. The remaining students struggled on, knowing that to give up meant relinquishing their dreams of becoming beastmasters. Once they abandoned their pursuit, they would lose their chance to continue studying at the Beastmaster Academy. After all, if they couldn't withstand such minor hardships, how could they ever aspire to be beastmasters? Outside the confines of the academy, they felt like fish out of water, with survival becoming an increasingly impossible feat thus. They gritted their teeth and persevered. Their luck had run thin, as they searched for water sources for an extended period without success. Now, they were weary and famished. Their lips cracked from thirst. With no other option, they resorted to drinking their own urine to survive. In that moment, everyone instinctively compared Du Gu Tong Tong's students with Zhou Zimei's. By contrast, Du Gu Tong Tong's students appeared to be faring much better. They not only found a water source, but were also forming small groups to hunt magical beasts. This led everyone to recall one particular individual, Wen Xuan. Without him, Class 1's fate would likely mirror that of Class 2. In truth, the conditions provided to both classes were quite similar. The only difference was that Class 1, under Wen Xuan's leadership, had successfully located the water source, while Class 2, led by Wang Tao, had wandered farther away from it. Wang Tao, the child of a wealthy family, had been pampered and spoiled from a young age, often flaunting his fortune at school. As a result, most of his classmates followed his lead. This Wang Tao, Zhou Zimei clenched her teeth, cold fury glinting in her eyes. She looked as if she wanted to devour him whole, having initially thought him to be a talent, only to discover he was nothing but a fool. Meanwhile, Wen Xuan and his 3 roommates pressed deeper into the wilderness. They bypassed the bouncing slimes and halted before a patch of grass. Wen Xuan, look, it's a rabbit. A rabbit. Upon spotting the rabbit, Wang Bin was filled with uncontainable excitement. The others, witnessing his reaction, felt the urge to kick him. Fortunately, the rabbits were bold. Instead of fleeing upon seeing Wen Xuan and his companions, they continued munching on grass. Wen Xuan, what's with these rabbits? They don't seem afraid of us. It appears they don't perceive us as a threat. Hearing this, Wang Bin's temper flared. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to lead his rogue monkey into battle. Yet, Wen Xuan promptly restrained him. Wang Bin, what are you doing? Without responding, Wen Xuan pointed in a specific direction. Suddenly, a gray wolf emerged, lunging toward one of the rabbits. Just as the wolf was about to pounce, whoosh, a golden wind blade sliced through the air, targeting the wolf. Slicing cleanly, the wind blade severed the wolf's neck. Blood gushed forth like a fountain from the wolf's wound. Wang Bin's eyes widened in shock. Wolf, my wolf. A figure suddenly emerged from the grass. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the moment arrived when that fellow stood up, the rabbits immediately launched an attack against him. In an instant, he was sliced into several pieces by the wind blades. Ugh, ugh. Wang Bin and Mao Mao, witnessing such a gruesome scene for the first time, promptly retched. After a while, they finally regained their composure. Looking at the dismembered body, Wang Bin, still trembling with fear, addressed Wen Xuan. Wen Xuan, thank you. If it weren't for you just now, that person might have been me. It's nothing, replied Wen Xuan, his expression grave, echoing what Du Gu Tong Tong had previously stated. Becoming a beast master is a perilous endeavor. If one fears death, they should not pursue this path. The unfortunate individual who had just perished was their classmate, possessing decent strength but lacking in fortune. His contracted beast was a black iron-tier gray wolf, which stood no chance against the bronze-tier wind rabbit. Consequently, he was swiftly defeated in a single blow. With the gray wolf's demise, he was left without a guardian beast, and thus the protective barrier vanished, leading to his death under the onslaught of the wind rabbits. Wen Xuan turned to Wang Bin and the others, advising them to retreat, stating that this place was beyond their capabilities. What? These rabbits are bronze-level magical beasts. Do you really think you can defeat them? Very well, Wang Bin responded, showing his understanding as he turned to leave, only to notice that Wen Xuan had no intention of following suit. Wen Xuan, are you not leaving? You all go ahead. I will stay behind. You can hunt slimes. I will handle these rabbits. Rest assured, I will treat you to a rabbit feast tonight. You intend to stay? Worry etched across Wang Bin's face. Mao Mao, observing the situation, glanced at Wen Xuan before pulling Wang Bin back. Understanding Wen Xuan well after years of acquaintance, he knew he was not one to act recklessly. Very well, take care of yourself. With that, Wang Bin, Mao Mao, and Zhu Ming departed, leaving Wen Xuan behind. The unfolding scene caught the attention of several instructors. Tong Tong, this student from your class is rather intriguing. He dares to stay behind to challenge the bronze-level wind rabbits. What does that signify? To me, he seems like nothing more than a reckless fool. Challenging wind rabbits with his current strength is akin to courting death. Is that so? But what if he succeeds in his challenge? If he succeeds, I will perform a live act of consuming excrement, eating as I go. That won't do. You're merely seeking a free meal. How about this? If he succeeds, you must give me one of your platinum-tier magical beast cores. On what grounds? Rest assured, I will not let you suffer a loss. If he fails, I will compensate you. As Du Gu Tong Tong spoke, she produced a magical beast core from her pocket. Upon seeing it, Zhou Zimei's eyes lit up, recognizing that Du Gu Tong Tong held a platinum-tier magical beast core. To prevent any deceit, let us have the vice principal witness this. As Du Gu Tong Tong spoke, she handed the magical beast core to the vice principal. Zhou Zimei, gritting her teeth, agreed to the witness arrangement, thinking, I fear no trickery. She too retrieved a magical beast core from her pocket, carefully handing it to the vice principal, her gaze never leaving the precious core, as it held immense value for her. Thank you, vice principal. Zhou Zimei displayed utmost humility before him. The vice principal nodded. Although the magical beast core was platinum tier, he regarded it with indifference, for he was a diamond tier expert, not one to covet such a trivial prize. After Wang Bin and the others departed, Wen Xuan did not act immediately. Instead, he observed intently. Soon, he spotted a solitary wind rabbit. The sight of the wind rabbits in a group was indeed fearsome. Even Du Gu Tong Tong would avoid their fury, as the barrage of wind blades they unleashed would be unbearable for an average person. With the aid of his divine eye, Wen Xuan scrutinized the attributes of the wind rabbit before him. Wind rabbit, attribute, wind, gender, female, level, bronze tier 1, qualification, peak strength, bronze, evolution path, wind rabbit demon, skills learned, wind blade 3, bite 3, to his surprise. It was a female rabbit. In the world of beast masters, magical beasts are categorized by gender, and generally, females are more numerous than males. In terms of strength, males tend to be more formidable, leading most to choose male beasts for contracts. However, this is not absolute. Some female magical beasts, like the queen bee, are indeed stronger than their male counterparts. Abeo, it's your turn. Abeo nodded in response. Entering a stealth mode, it stealthily approached the grazing wind rabbit as if it were a thief. Just as it was about to close in, a bao abruptly sprang forth, its sharp claws striking at the wind rabbit. Bang! The wind rabbit, caught off guard, was sent flying by a bao's powerful strike. Observers marveled at a bao's remarkable speed and the devastating force of that blow. This fellow's bear cub has been trained exceptionally well. It seems to possess bronze-level capabilities. One teacher remarked, unable to contain his admiration. Wen Xuan and his companions had only recently contracted their beasts, and in such a short span. To cultivate them to such a level was indeed an impressive feat, thus evoking the teacher's astonishment. The battle continued, with a bao landing another powerful blow on the wind rabbit, inflicting severe injuries. The wind rabbit retaliated with a wind blade, but a bao swiftly performed a roll to evade the attack. It then pressed forward once more, delivering another strike that ultimately felled the wind rabbit. The instructors, witnessing this, nodded in satisfaction. This student shows great potential. The previous battle of the bear cub was fluid and swift, devoid of any superfluous movements. Quite commendable. They cast envious glances at Du Gu Tong Tong. Tong Tong. Your class has produced a golden phoenix this time. Du Gu Tong Tong smiled slightly, approaching the vice principal to claim the 2 magical beast cores. That doesn't count. That fellow employed a sneak attack. Zhou Zimei interjected, alarmed at the prospect of losing her magical beast core. Doesn't count? How would you account for it? It only counts if that lad defeats the wind rabbit face to face. Very well, let us await his direct confrontation. Du Gu Tong Tong returned the magical beast cores, confident in Wen Xuan, or rather, in a bao. Over the past month, she had been providing a bao with specialized training. A bao had even been able to withstand several moves from her Qian tiger, let alone this wind rabbit. Moreover, Du Gu Tong Tong had sensed a glimmer of potential. At this moment, Wen Xuan felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. A bao, congratulations on defeating the wind rabbit. A bao appeared particularly elated, suddenly radiating a blue light. Upgraded. Wen Xuan had not anticipated that a bao would level up at this moment, achieving bronze tier 1 status. Very well, a bao, let us continue our quest for battle. Wen Xuan grasped a bao and embarked once more on their hunting expedition, while the carcass of the Feng Tu was placed into his backpack. Before doing so, Wen Xuan conducted a thorough examination and discovered that the Feng Tu had no magical beast crystal core. It appeared that only the more formidable Feng Tu possessed such a core. After 2 encounters, Wen Xuan halted his progress. The sky was darkening, and he decided it was time to return with a bao. Just as he prepared to leave, an ominous sense of danger washed over him. Suddenly, a massive blade of wind sliced through the air, hurtling towards Wen Xuan. Fortunately, with his indomitable protective shield, he managed to deflect the wind blade. Turning to face the source of the threat, he was taken aback to find a colossal rabbit before him. Feng Tu. Attribute, wind. Gender, male. Level, bronze tier 3. Potential, peak strength, bronze. Evolution route, Feng Tu Yao. Skills, wind blade 4, bite 4, leap 4, mighty kick 3. Flee immediately. Upon witnessing the formidable Feng Tu, Wen Xuan turned and fled. However, his speed was insufficient. The Feng Tu leapt powerfully, landing directly in front of him. Its crimson eyes fixated on Wen Xuan, nostrils flaring as it caught the scent of a fellow rabbit in him, its kin. Chapter 14, Challenging Beyond Levels. It seemed that confrontation was inevitable. Faced with the relentless Feng Tu, Wen Xuan had no choice but to make a stand. A bao, it's your turn. Upon hearing this, a bao sprang into action, positioning itself before Wen Xuan. The creature's strength was considerable, and a bao found itself in a battle beyond its usual capacity, thus it proceeded with utmost caution. The teachers' hearts tightened as they watched, their attention riveted on a bao, fearing they might miss any critical moment. Previously, Wen Xuan had employed tactics of stealth, allowing a bao to stealthily advance before executing surprise attacks to inflict damage and diminish the opponent's combat efficacy. Now, however, the Feng Tu was the aggressor and was already on guard. A bao began to dart forward, adopting agile movements. Observing a bao's approach, the Feng Tu unleashed a series of wind blades, all of which a bao deftly evaded. After dodging several wind blades, a bao finally closed the distance. Its massive paw aiming to strike the Feng Tu's day, sensing the impending attack, the Feng Tu sprang away, evading a bao's strike. The resulting impact created a deep pit where the Feng Tu had just stood. The Feng Tu continued to unleash wind blades, which a bao skillfully dodged once more, demonstrating that agility could indeed accompany size. The teachers were astonished at the unexpected nimbleness of a bao, realizing that the creature's potential was quite impressive, as was the training method that had produced such a remarkable bear cub. One of the teachers, recognizing talent, could not help but turn to the principal, suggesting, "Principal, should we not intervene to rescue this remarkable child?" Wen Xuan was indeed a prodigy, and losing him would be a lamentable fate. The principal, however, waved his hand dismissively. Let us observe a while longer. He had confidence that Wen Xuan possessed more than mere surface abilities, particularly as he had been trained by Du Gu Tong Tong. The principal had been aware of the special attention Du Gu had given Wen Xuan. Yet, as a favor to Du Gu, he chose to remain passive for the moment. Meanwhile, the battle continued. After evading several more wind blades, a bow seized its opportunity. It advanced with determination, striking towards the Feng Tu with a powerful paw. Nevertheless, the Feng Tu, seemingly prepared, propelled itself into the air once more, evading a bow's grasp. Wen Xuan recognized the moment had arrived. A bow, use Shadow Ball. Panda Baby. Attribute, evil. Gender, male. Level, bronze tier 1. Potential, peak strength, monarch. Evolution route, panda fighter. Skills, rampaging bull fist 3, bear paw strike 4, mount tai crush 3. Roar of evil 3, rending claw 2, shadow ball 1. The shadow ball was a new technique a bow had mastered upon reaching bronze tier 1, an evil attribute move. Countless dark energies rapidly coalesced in a bow's mouth, forming a substantial black energy sphere. With a mighty exhale, a bow hurled the energy ball towards the Feng Tu's. The Feng Tu, unable to evade in midair, became a stationary target and could only watch as the shadow ball hurtled towards it. The impact sent the Feng Tu flying. Seizing the moment, a bow pressed the advantage, launching a series of powerful strikes with its enormous paw. To ensure no unexpected outcomes, a bow executed 3 consecutive bear paw strikes, driving the Feng Tu deep into the ground. Just as a bow was poised to deliver a 4th blow, Wen Xuan called for a halt. Through the eye of God, he discerned that the Feng Tu had been rendered utterly defeated. Victory was theirs. The teachers in the monitoring room were left in a state of shock. According to the metrics, they had witnessed a bronze tier 3 Feng Tu being vanquished in direct combat by Wen Xuan. Had it not been for the electronic screen displaying Wen Xuan extracting the Feng Tu's carcass, they would have doubted their own eyes. Du Gu Tong Tong smiled as she approached the vice principal, collecting 2 magical beast crystal cores under the watchful gaze of Zhou Zimei. Just as Zhou was about to speak, Du Gu preempted her. What is the matter? Do you intend to renege? Do you believe I am easily intimidated? Or that our principal lacks integrity? At her words, the vice principal turned to Zhou Zimei, whose expression had darkened. After all, it was her choice to appoint him as the witness. If Zhou were to backtrack now, it would be a severe embarrassment for him. Understanding the precariousness of her position, Zhou averted her gaze. Having defeated the Feng Tu, Wen Xuan promptly shouldered its carcass and made his way towards Wang Bin and the others. He dared not linger, as the area was fraught with peril, and a bow, having exerted itself, was now panting heavily, clearly exhausted. On the return journey, Wen Xuan found a secure spot to extract the Feng Tu's crystal core. Sure enough, he succeeded. He tucked the core into his pocket and proceeded back to the camp with the Feng Tu's remains. By this time, Wang Bin and the others had already returned. What are you cooking? Wen Xuan inquired, noticing the iron pot Wang Bin had brought, bubbling vigorously. Wang Bin, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head and replied, sure slime. Wen Xuan, at this revelation, was rendered speechless, recognizing the peculiar dish. What? Is this what you plan to eat tonight? What else can we do? Feng Tu, we cannot defeat them again. We can only resort to this. Wang Bin appeared rather helpless. All right, enough complaining. Here, this is for you. Wen Xuan set down his backpack and began to take out the Feng Tu one by one. My goodness, Wen Xuan, you are truly remarkable. 1, 2, 3, 4. A total of 4. Upon witnessing the 4 lifeless bodies of the Feng Tu, Wang Bin was filled with immense excitement. Akin to a parched wanderer in the desert suddenly encountering water. All right, no more idle talk. I'll leave these Feng Tu to you. I'm going to rest for a bit. Wen Xuan entrusted the task of processing the rabbits to Wang Bin, who came from a family that owned a Sha County hotel, so handling the Feng Tu was no problem for him. Chapter 15, Consuming Feng Tu Meat. Wen Xuan returned to the tent, pulling out a Feng Tu's magical beast crystal nucleus from his pocket. Here, Ah Bao, this is for you. Wen Xuan handed the magical beast crystal nucleus to Ah Bao. Upon seeing it, Ah Bao opened its mouth wide and swiftly swallowed the Feng Tu's magical beast crystal nucleus. Once the nucleus entered Ah Bao's belly, it began to refine it. This Feng Tu's magical beast crystal nucleus possessed wind attributes, which clashed with Ah Bao's dark attribute energy. Therefore, it could not be absorbed completely. It required energy transformation. In this world, energies of different attributes can be transformed into one another. Even opposing attributes can undergo transformation, albeit with lower efficiency. For instance, the transformation efficiency between water and fire is only 50%. The transformation efficiency for opposing energies is 50%, while for non-opposing energies, it reaches 80%. Ah Bao could absorb only 80% of this Feng Tu's magical beast crystal nucleus, relative to the same attribute absorption. For example, a fire attribute beast tamer absorbing a fire attribute magical beast crystal nucleus would also not achieve complete absorption due to the beast's qualifications. The purity of the magical beast crystal nucleus and the tamer's condition at the time. Cross-attribute absorption of a magical beast crystal nucleus incurs a significant discount from this baseline. A Bao began refining on the spot, its brow furrowing and relaxing intermittently. Observing this, Wen Xuan felt helpless to assist A Bao and could only wait quietly by its side. Time passed slowly, though the duration remained uncertain. Here it comes, here it comes. Wang Bin entered with a large skewer of fragrant roasted rabbit. Wen Xuan, come, try my cooking. We are on the grassland, and the situation is quite special. I have no seasonings, so I could only manage this much. If it's not tasty, don't complain. Hearing this, Wen Xuan looked at the roasted rabbit in Wang Bin's hand and noticed it was the largest one. Wang Bin was thoughtful. He understood that everyone could enjoy rabbit today, thanks to Wen Xuan's efforts. Otherwise, they would have to eat that disgusting slime tonight. No worries, I'm not picky. As long as there is something to eat, I'm satisfied. Wen Xuan took the skewer of roasted rabbits from Wang Bin and then said, you should hurry outside. They are probably eating now. If you're late, there might not be any left. Right, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten. With that, Wang Bin dashed off. On the grassland. Delicious, truly delicious. Wang Bin and the others were feasting heartily. Wen Xuan had hunted a total of 4 rabbits, perfectly allowing each of them to have one. They were enjoying their meal, yet some were less fortunate. Wen Xuan's classmates were not as lucky. Most of them returned empty-handed today, let alone enjoying roasted rabbit. Wow, they eat so well. Damn, that roasted rabbit. Those little bunnies are so adorable. There should be more cumin on them. I can't take it anymore. I'm drooling. How I envy them. I wish I had a rabbit to eat too. Watching the trio devour their food, the classmates instinctively licked their dry lips. Their stomachs audibly protested at the most inopportune moment. Several classmates entertained the thought of robbing Wang Bin and his companions to seize their rabbits, but they quickly dismissed the idea. They had witnessed Wang Bin and the others in battle with the slime. Although the slime was weak, they fought with ease. In contrast, many among them had been ruthlessly thrashed by the slime today. They all fantasized about resting well today and seeking revenge tomorrow. Mao Mao ate quickly, finishing his rabbit first since his was the smallest. He noticed his classmates watching them. Feeling a pang of compassion, he could not help but say to Wang Bin, Brother Bin, why don't we share the slime soup with them? Wang Bin glanced at his classmates, who were now looking at them with hopeful eyes. No way. Wang Bin replied firmly. How did these guys treat us in class before? You remember, don't you? Back in class, both Wang Bin and Mao Mao were often bullied by them. They looked down on Wang Bin and his companions and treated them with disdain. Now, they finally had a chance to take revenge. All right, Mao Mao, hearing Wang Bin's words, abandoned the thought of sharing the slime soup. The classmates could only withdraw their gazes. All right, let us go check on how Wen Xuan is doing. With that, Wang Bin led Mao Mao and Zhu Ming towards Wen Xuan's tent. Just as they were leaving, Wang Bin did not forget to take the slime soup with him. Unbeknownst to Wang Bin, after they departed, those classmates pounced towards the spot they had just occupied as if they had gone mad. Mine, it's mine. Don't snatch it, don't snatch it. Ha ha ha, I got it. There is still some meat on this bone. Woo, mine has a piece of cartilage. Delicious, truly delicious. Ah, I've never found rabbits so tasty before. The classmates looked like refugees after a famine. Observing their antics, Du Gu Tong Tong was filled with indignation. These fellows, when told to work hard, refused to listen. Now look, they can't even defeat a slime. They deserve it. She then turned her gaze to Wen Xuan, who was leisurely enjoying roasted rabbit inside the tent, patiently waiting for A Bao to refine the magical beast crystal nucleus of the Feng Tuesday. Suddenly, A Bao stood up. Roar. It let out a roar that reverberated across the entire grassland. A Bao, you've grown stronger again. Wen Xuan was immensely pleased as he patted A Bao's head, giving it a gentle caress. Here, A Bao, this is what I saved especially for you. Wen Xuan had consumed half of the rabbit and reserved the other half for A Bao. Seeing this, A Bao opened its large mouth and began to feast. Wow, that feels so warm. Indeed, who would have thought our classmate Wen Xuan is so exceptional? Not only is he handsome, but he also dotes on his beast so much. That bear cub is also very obedient. Look, it's sharing its food. A Bao consumed part of the rabbit and left some for Wen Xuan. Looking at the remaining rabbit, Wen Xuan felt a tinge of emotion. Hee hee hee. A Bao smiled goofily at Wen Xuan, extending its pink tongue to lick him. A Bao, I've already eaten half. The rest is all for you. You don't need to save any for me. Eat your fill. Tomorrow, we'll need you to fight. And we can hunt a few more. Upon hearing this, A Bao nodded vigorously. After refining the magical beast crystal nucleus of the Feng Tu, its strength had progressed further. and it would not be long before it could break through to the second stage of bronze. Come, I'll bow, let me feed you. Wen Xuan placed the remaining thing to meat into Abeo's mouth. Chapter 16. The Attack of the Prairie Wolves. In the following days, Wen Xuan continued to hunt Fing Tu, and Abeo's strength was visibly increasing. Outside the tent, by the campfire, Wang Bin gazed at the Fing Tu meat in his hands with a sense of unease. Goodness, it has been days of eating rabbit meat. If this continues, I might just turn into a rabbit myself. Beside him, Mao Mao was also consuming Fing Tu meat. But he did not share Wang Bin's complaints. Bingo, be grateful you have Fing Tu meat to eat. Look at others, they are still feasting on slime. Mao Mao's words were neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for the nearby classmates to overhear. Slime? That stuff is even worse. It tastes like excrement, a bit bitter. Are you implying you have tasted excrement? You know it's bitter? Mao Mao's comments left Wang Bin momentarily speechless. Upon hearing Wang Bin's remarks, the classmates silently shed tears in their hearts. If only they could also enjoy Fing Tu meat. They had not savored meat for several days, and their mouths were on the verge of losing taste. Typically, they either consumed slime or grazed on grass to change things up. Sighing, Wang Bin couldn't help but look into the distance. I've heard there are wolves on this prairie. Why haven't we seen one after all these days? Perhaps the adults are just deceiving us children. Upon hearing this, Mao Mao grew anxious. Bingo, you must believe me. There are indeed wolves on this prairie. Wolves? Have you seen them with your own eyes? Although I haven't seen them personally, it is written in the books. Mao Mao clutched a book in his hands. Observing this, Wang Bin snatched the book away. How many times have I told you not to read in such an environment? Do you still want your eyes? All right. I'll listen to you. Just give me back my book. For Mao Mao, that book was his lifeline. Wen Xuan sat there, watching the two bicker, and smiled faintly. Enough of the arguing. Finish your meal, and quickly go to sleep. We have special training tomorrow. Wen Xuan referred to the special training as the combat they would engage in against the slimes. Through these days of observation, Wen Xuan discovered that there were two types of slimes on this prairie. One was green, possessing plant attributes, and preferred grassy areas. The other was blue, with water attributes, favoring the banks of water bodies. The strength of the slimes varied, allowing them to choose their targets for combat. After finishing their roasted Fing Tu meat, the group returned to their tents to prepare for bed. Wen Xuan also returned to his tent, embracing Abeo, and soon fell into a deep slumber. It must be said that Abeo felt warm and soft to the touch, providing an exquisite comfort, making the act of sleeping beside it a true delight. However, Wen Xuan did not sleep for long, as he was awakened by Abeo. Abeo, what is the matter? Abeo, looking anxious, gestured frantically at Wen Xuan. Do you mean there is something outside? Abeo nodded. Wen Xuan pondered, wondering if there truly was something. He unzipped the tent and peered outside. To his astonishment, he was met with countless pairs of green eyes, all fixated on their campsite. Wolves. There are wolves. Everyone, be cautious. At that moment, Wang Bin's voice rang out. It turned out that this fellow had a weak bladder and a habit of waking in the night. He had encountered a pack of wolves while relieving himself. Wang Bin's words incited the wolves' fury. Awoo! The leading wolf howled, and the pack surged forward, charging down the hillside towards Wen Xuan and his companions. Everyone, gather around me. Wen Xuan emerged from the tent with Abeo. His expression was resolute, and he gazed intently ahead. Whoosh! A prairie wolf lunged forward, baring its sharp fangs at Wen Xuan. Observing this, Abeo leaped forward and struck with its right paw. Thud! The prairie wolf was sent flying several meters away. After being struck, the wolf did not rise again. Abeo had shattered its bones with a single blow. Despite defeating one prairie wolf, the remaining wolves did not relent in their assault, but continued to charge. Seeing this, Abeo abandoned Wen Xuan and plunged into the midst of the prairie wolves. Thud! 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 Abeo fought valiantly, and with each strike, a prairie wolf was sent flying. Wow, how can it be so powerful? My goodness, is this the combat prowess of a panda cub? It's astonishing. One unfortunate fellow's pet met its demise amidst the prairie wolf's frenzy, triggering a chain reaction resulting in several other pets falling in battle. The situation on Wen Xuan's side finally caught the attention of the mentors. Damn it, how did they encounter the prairie wolves, and in a pack no less? Where are the teachers responsible for their protection? Hurry and contact them. Those teachers should intervene and rescue. This wilderness survival training had a mortality quota, but exceeding it would result in significant repercussions for everyone present. As for the vice principal, he would surely face dismissal, which explained his anxiety. The teachers responsible for protection had gone to assist other students. Having just dealt with the situation there, it would take them at least 10 minutes to arrive. What? 10 minutes? If we wait 10 more minutes, those creatures will be devouring our comrades. They need to hurry. The vice principal was furious. These wretched individuals. Weren't they supposed to fully commit to protecting these students? How dare they abandon their posts? He was determined to have them dismissed. The teachers assigned to protect Wen Xuan received a distress signal from the principal's team. Seeing that there was no major issue on Wen Xuan's side, and eager to curry favor with the principal for their own advancement, they took it upon themselves to provide support elsewhere. Observing the furious vice principal, the other teachers fell silent. If they were in the same position, they might have made a similar choice. One side featured the principal, while the other the vice principal. They understood which was more significant. Climbing the principal's ranks would undoubtedly lead to a smooth ascent in their careers. The second high school had historically performed poorly, as the previous principal had been overly lenient, employing a nurturing educational approach that resulted in graduates lacking combat prowess, leading many to perish at the hands of magical beasts or others. Since the current principal took charge, he had adopted a strict demeanor, akin to that of Commander Li. In his words, a poor soldier leads to a poor army. He did not wish for weaklings. He preferred students to endure hardships and injuries during their training rather than face widespread fatalities upon graduation. With the principal's formidable strength, and given his considerable background, the staff naturally sought to win his favor. Wen Xuan, you must hold on. Do not let anything happen to you. Dugu Tong Tong, known for her sharp tongue but soft heart, cared deeply for Wen Xuan as her student. Thus, she did not wish for any harm to come to him. On Wen Xuan's side, he and Wang Bin huddled together, surrounded by several prairie wolves. As he gazed at the wolves before him, Wang Bin's face displayed a look of terror. Chapter 17, The Prairie Wolf King. Fortunately, a protective shield surrounded us. Otherwise, our demise would have been inevitable. The prairie wolves before us exhibited a degree of intelligence, refraining from attacking Wen Xuan and his beast companions, opting instead to lie in wait nearby. The moment the protective shield surrounding Wen Xuan dissipated, they would pounce, tearing him and his companions to shreds. Go for it, Mo Mao exclaimed, glancing at his green-skinned caterpillar. Thanks to Mo Mao's rigorous training, the caterpillar's combat prowess had skyrocketed. It incessantly spewed white silk threads, ensnaring the lunging prairie wolves, transforming them into massive white dumplings. ZHM's fiery boar and WNGB's rogue monkey stood guard like sentinels, fiercely protecting the green caterpillar. The trio formed a formidable formation, momentarily rendering the prairie wolves powerless against them. At that moment, Wen Xuan's ABO had gone berserk. No longer the adorable creature of yore, ABO resembled a blood-soaked warrior. Its fur was drenched in blood, and it was impossible to discern whether it was its own or that of the prairie wolves. A howl erupted from ABO. Witnessing its comrades being slaughtered, the prairie wolf king could no longer remain passive. It charged forward, leveraging the slope's momentum to leap at ABO. With a resounding thud, the prairie wolf king collided heavily with ABO, sending it sprawling. ABO, Wen Xuan and the others cried out in unison, their concern for ABO palpable. Fortunately, ABO's robust physique and ample fat cushioned most of the impact. Yet, it still sustained severe injuries, trembling as it rose from the ground. The prairie wolf king, witnessing this, gleamed with mockery, regarding ABO as a cat would its prey. Wen Xuan couldn't resist employing his divine eye to scrutinize the prairie wolf king. Prairie wolf king. Attribute, malevolent. Gender, male. Level, bronze tier 4. Potential, peak strength, silver. Evolution path, black magic wolf king. Skills, tear claw 4, furious bite 5, impact 4, stealth 2. This creature's strength is rather terrifying. I can barely contend with it. But what about them? Wen Xuan glanced at WNGBN and the others. What should we do? He felt the situation had reached a stalemate. While he could ensure his own safety, that of others was uncertain. The only course was to buy time, hoping for their swift arrival. Wen Xuan couldn't help but look up. There was a bird in the sky, its chest shimmering with a red glow. That was a surveillance camera. He had noticed it the previous night, but hadn't shared this information with anyone. With a sudden movement, the prairie wolf king propelled itself forward, its right foot kicking back before lunging at ABO once more. Mo, use your silk, he commanded. The caterpillar erupted with a torrent of white silk threads aimed at the prairie wolf king. The wolf king, however, regarded the oncoming threads with disdain, effortlessly evading the attack with a few nimble jumps. Block it, use fireball. The usually reticent ZHMing spoke up. The fiery boar opened its mouth, unleashing a massive fireball. Yet, the prairie wolf king showed no inclination to dodge. With a swift swipe of its sharp claws, it tore through the fireball, extinguishing it instantly. Faced with such a powerful foe, everyone felt at a loss. As WNGBN prepared to direct his rogue monkey into battle, he was astonished to find it cowering on the ground, trembling and leaving a sizable wet patch beneath it. How humiliating, to be intimidated before even engaging. WNGBN never imagined he had contracted such a cowardly creature. Having spent a considerable sum on it, he regretted his decision. especially when compared to Mo Mao's and Wen Xuan's ABO. With no obstacles remaining, the Prairie Wolf King reached ABO. Its sharp right claw lunged for ABO, which instinctively raised its own claw to block. With a resounding crash, the claws of both beasts collided. ABO let out a cry of pain as it was sent reeling, while the Prairie Wolf King staggered back several steps, momentarily stunned. Enraged and humiliated, the Prairie Wolf King's expression twisted into a snarl. It could not fathom being pushed back by such a small creature. It could not let this affront go unpunished. With renewed ferocity, the Prairie Wolf King propelled itself backward once more. Just as its claws were about to strike ABO, a red figure darted in. The newcomer collided with the Prairie Wolf King, sending it flying. One strike. The Prairie Wolf King was vanquished. The remaining prairie wolves exchanged glances before retreating rapidly. Are you all right? Everyone turned to the graceful figure that had just arrived, unable to contain their emotions as tears streamed down their faces. Teacher, you have finally come. If you hadn't arrived, we would never have seen you again. They wept, their previously tense emotions flooding forth at the sight of their teacher. Wen Xuan. Are you all right? The figure was DGT Ngting, who had rushed out from a nearby, intent upon witnessing the prairie wolf pack. Aware that some of the so-called mentors were unreliable, she had been the first to charge toward them. Her presence was timely, otherwise, Wen Xuan and the others would have perished. We're fine, teacher. Wen Xuan glanced at ABO, who had approached the fallen Prairie Wolf King. With a thunderous slap, ABO crushed the Wolf King's skull. It extracted a black beast core from the wolf's head and devoured it whole. Wen Xuan was taken aback. He hadn't expected ABO to consume the Prairie Wolf King's beast core in such a manner. After devouring the core, ABO sat quietly on the ground, beginning its refinement process. After a brief wait, ABO suddenly stood, emanating an overwhelmingly fearsome aura. Has it broken through? Wen Xuan employed his divine eye to observe ABO's attributes in detail. Panda baby. Attribute, malevolent. Gender, male. Level, bronze tier 3. Potential, peak strength, king. Evolution path, panda warrior. Skills, bull's might fist 3, bear paw strike 4, mountain press 3, evil roar 3, tear claw 2, shadow sphere 2, stealth 1. Wen Xuan realized ABO had not only ascended to bronze tier 3, but had also learned a new skill, stealth. Stealth, fade into darkness. Disappearing from the enemy's sight, circling around for a chance to deliver a fatal blow. However, this skill's proficiency was only at level 1. In the world of Beastmasters, absorbing the cores of magical beasts offers a slim chance of comprehending the skills contained within, approximately around 10%. However, if one absorbs cores from magical beasts of the same attribute, the compatibility of the skills greatly enhances the likelihood of acquiring them. Indeed, this is a world governed by fortune. The only regret is that the level of the stealth skill has diminished, implying that a Bao must undertake the arduous task of retraining in stealth to elevate its proficiency. In this realm of Beastmasters, the mastery of skills is categorized into 5 tiers: understanding, familiarity, mastery, proficiency, and expertise. A score of 12 signifies understanding. One knows of the existence of a particular skill and its general application. Scores of 34 denote familiarity. One frequently employs the skill but lacks deep comprehension or extensive study. Scores of 56 indicate mastery. One can utilize the skill to accomplish certain tasks and resolve issues, albeit without full proficiency, necessitating further experience and insight. Scores of 78 represent proficiency. One has become adept, capable of executing tasks swiftly with minimal contemplation. A score of 9 denotes expertise. The individual has reached a certain level of mastery, possessing profound insights into the strengths and weaknesses of the skill and its suitable contexts. Congratulations, you rascal. A Bao has advanced in strength, said Dong Tong Tong. Hearing her words, Wen Xuan smiled slightly. Teacher Tong Tong, I truly appreciate your assistance. Without you, we would have been in dire straits. Dong Tong Tong replied. It is also due to your own efforts. Had you not been strong enough, I would not have arrived in time. Wen Xuan gazed at her in silence, choosing not to respond further. At that moment, the school's mentors began to arrive one after another. Their timing was impeccable. Had Dong Tong Tong not come, they would have arrived just in time to collect the remains of Wen Xuan and his companions. All right, rascal, go instruct everyone to tidy up. We are preparing to return. Return? Aren't we continuing the trials? Upon hearing this, Dong Tong Tong turned to glance at the students behind her. The scene was one of despair, with nearly all students lamenting. Some had injured magical beasts, while others mourned their fallen companions. The fighting spirit had clearly dissipated, rendering further participation unnecessary. Dong Tong Tong placed a reassuring hand on Wen Xuan's shoulder. You did well this time. Upon our return, I shall grant you a substantial reward. As the mentors arrived, they brought along several senior students to commence rescue operations and clear the battlefield. Observing the upperclassmen, Wang Bin expressed his discontent. These prairie wolves were slain through our struggles, and now they come to reap the benefits. The magical beasts are treasures. The prairie wolves before them possess remarkably tender meat. A culinary delight. Their pelts can be fashioned into warm coats, and given the abundance of prairie wolves, it is likely that more magical cores lie within. Listening to Wang Bin, Dongwa Tong Tong couldn't help but roll her eyes. Rest assured, the school will not let you suffer losses. In due time, each of you will receive a generous amount of points, which can be exchanged for valuable items in the school's treasury. Points? Wen Xuan had already heard whispers about the point system. It was said that the school's treasury contained numerous treasures, obtainable only through points, as they were not for sale. Suddenly, the bus arrived to take Wen Xuan and his companions back to the school. Upon their arrival, they observed the chaotic scene on the playground. Numerous stretcher teams were bustling about, some carrying magical beasts, while others transported injured individuals. Those being carried were surely concluding their journey as beast masters. For only when a magical beast sustained severe injuries or was slain would the protective barrier around its master dissipate. A few individuals were being led away, their heads drooping, under the supervision of uniformed mentors tasked with ensuring the safety of Wen Xuan and his peers, paying the price for their foolish actions. They had lost this gamble. Where do we go now? Mao Mao inquired. Wang Bin, brimming with excitement, replied, where else? To the third floor of the school cafeteria. The third floor of the cafeteria is not a communal dining hall, but a restaurant serving stir-fried dishes, where the meals, though pricier, are undoubtedly more delectable. Very well. Let us proceed to the third floor. After enjoying their meal, Wen Xuan and his companions reclined comfortably against the back of the sofa. Phew. Wang Bin exhaled a sigh of relief. I've survived. At long last, I am alive. After over 10 days of consuming roasted wind rabbit meat without any seasoning. My palate is nearly dulled. As he spoke, he surveyed the messy table before him, laden with 7 or 8 plates, most of which had been emptied into his stomach. Ding! At that moment, 4 notifications chimed simultaneously. Wen Xuan and his companions pulled out their phones to check. Wow, our points have been credited. It says here that to use the points, we can present our student IDs at the school's treasury for exchanges. I received 200 points. What about you all? Mao Mao asked. After a brief glance, he added, I obtained 300. I got 400. Zhu Ming chimed in, as succinct as ever. Wen Xuan, what about you? When asked, Wen Xuan smiled gently. I have a modest amount, probably similar to yours. Similar to ours? Wang Bin expressed disbelief. How could you possibly have the same as us? Instinctively, he leaned closer to Wen Xuan to glance at the screen of his phone. To his astonishment, wow, Wen Xuan. You beast. You've acquired 2,000 points. In that instant, Wang Bin felt a sense of defeat. Alas, comparing ourselves to one another is disheartening. We have been studying together. Why are you so exceptional? Wang Bin appeared somewhat resigned, and Mao Mao and the others shared his sentiment. Despite their own diligence in training their magical beasts, they had unwittingly allowed Wen Xuan to forge ahead, creating a significant gap between them. They had all contracted their magical beasts during the same time frame, and had Wen Xuan contracted earlier, Wang Bin and the others might have been more accepting. Well, I initially hesitated to reveal this, fearing it would discourage you, yet here you are, drawn closer. Let us go, having eaten our fill and not feeling fatigued. We shall explore the school's treasury. Agreed, came the unanimous response from Wang Bin and the others. Rising to their feet, they made their way to the school's treasury. Entering the treasury was remarkably simple. One merely needed to swipe their student card at the entrance. Upon entering, Wen Xuan and his companions were taken aback by the sight before them. It resembled a small supermarket, filled with an array of splendid items. Come, let us browse, Wen Xuan suggested, and they began to wander through the treasury, akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, gazing left and right in awe. My goodness. I initially thought my 200 points could redeem a considerable amount, yet upon entering, I realized I am but a pauper. The items within are casually priced in the tens of thousands. How can I bear this? Wang Bin discovered that his 200 points seemed insufficient for redeeming anything of value within the school's treasure vault. Wen Xuan remained silent, pacing swiftly among the displays. Possessing the eye of the god, he could swiftly scan and identify items of worth. After a thorough exploration, Wen Xuan realized that the vault held an abundance of treasures, most of which were beyond his financial reach. Nevertheless, he stumbled upon a remarkable item, a tome entitled Qian Shui by Lian, a manual on refining the bodies of beast companions. This instructional book elucidated methods to enhance the physical prowess of one's beasts, boasting a redemption value of 2,000 points. Wen Xuan's eye of the god possessed a unique ability, allowing him to discern the quality of items based on the radiance they emitted. The book Qian Shui by Lian was classified as a blue item. The color coding for items was as follows. Gray represented the mundane. White conveyed simplicity and elegance. Green symbolized the ordinary and environmentally friendly. Blue indicated something slightly better than average, shrouded in a hint of mystery. Purple denoted growth, health, and ambition, often evoking thoughts of the mystical. Orange, a shade leaning towards yellow, signified nobility and desire. And dark gold embodied understated luxury, with gold being a timeless symbol of royalty. Wen Xuan mused that, unlike those fortunate individuals who effortlessly found rare treasures, he had to settle for a blue item. However, this was still satisfactory given the plethora of items in the vault, with only one purple item present, and none of a higher caliber. After making his choice, Wen Xuan approached the redemption counter, where a charming young lady greeted him with a polite smile. He handed over Qian Shui by Lian along with his student ID. After she processed the transaction, he prepared to leave, while Wang Bin and others lingered, captivated by the wealth of treasures around them. It was as if they were impoverished souls in a luxury boutique, left only to gaze longingly at the wares they could not obtain. Let's go, Wen Xuan called, prompting his companions to snap back to reality. As they departed, Wang Bin and the others could not resist casting one last glance at the shelves, revealing their desire for the coveted items. Yet, they lacked the necessary credits to redeem anything. I've made up my mind. I must work diligently to earn credits. Wen Xuan resolved. The method for accruing credits within the school involved completing tasks assigned in the task hall. Upon fulfilling these missions, one could earn corresponding credits. However, Wen Xuan's immediate priority was not to accumulate credits, but to thoroughly comprehend Qian Shui by Lian. This tome was a borrowed copy, with a week-long return deadline. Thus, within this week, Wen Xuan needed to memorize its contents and apply the knowledge to his beast companion, a Bao. Failing to do so would mean wasting the opportunity. During the borrowing period, only Wen Xuan was permitted to use the book. Sharing it with others would incur severe penalties from the school. He recalled a previous incident where a fellow student had brazenly rented out a borrowed book for a high price, only to face dire consequences when discovered. Upon returning to his dormitory, Wen Xuan immersed himself in study while Wang Bin and the others, after showering, succumbed to slumber. Listening to their thunderous snores, Wen Xuan shook his head in amusement at their rapid descent into sleep. He focused intently on his reading. The following morning, as dawn broke, Wen Xuan closed the book after spending the night memorizing its contents. To his astonishment, he realized he possessed an extraordinary memory. If only I had such an ability in my past life, Tsinghua or Peking University would not have been a dream. He chuckled, stifling a yawn and stretching. It was still early, prompting him to indulge in a brief rest before climbing into bed, where he fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 20, Employment Training Grounds. When Wen Xuan awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. After a night of diligent study, he had formulated a training plan for a Bao. Rising from bed, he noticed that Wang Bin and the others had already departed, likely heading to class. However, Wen Xuan enjoyed the privilege of not attending. He left the school and made his way to a private training facility outside the campus. Upon seeing Wen Xuan in his school uniform, the attendant greeted him warmly. "Are you here for training today?" Wen Xuan, however, shook his head. "I am not here for training. I have come to apply for a coaching position." The attendant's brows furrowed slightly as she appraised the young man before her. He appeared remarkably youthful. Yet, understanding the subtleties of the world, she refrained from underestimating him. Recognizing that many unassuming individuals possessed great talent, she called out to the manager, "Manager, manager, what is it? What is it?" A well-built man in a suit soon approached, exuding an air of integrity. "Manager, this young man says he is here to apply for a coaching position." Applying for a coaching position? The manager scrutinized Wen Xuan. "Young man, do you possess a Beastmaster certificate?" The mention of the certificate prompted Wen Xuan to realize that he had yet to obtain it. "It seems I do not have a Beastmaster certificate," he admitted. "That will not do. You need to acquire your certificate first. Once you have it, return here. And if you meet our criteria, we will arrange for your employment." Acknowledging this, Wen Xuan departed the training facility and headed straight to the Beastmaster Alliance. Beyond conventional organizations, the Beastmaster Alliance existed to oversee and support Beastmasters, ensuring their welfare while also regulating their conduct. All Beastmasters were required to adhere to the Alliance's rules, with any violations leading to strict repercussions enforced by designated personnel. Hailing a taxi, Wen Xuan arrived at the Beastmaster Alliance. Entering the building, he noticed numerous service windows in the lobby. Selecting a less crowded window, he completed the registration process. Subsequently, an attendant escorted him to the testing room for evaluation. Upon exiting, the attendant beamed with a faint smile. "Another young prodigy. According to the records, you are only 18 years old and already a Bronze Tier 3 Beastmaster. The level of a Beastmaster here reflects the actual prowess of the Beastmaster. determined by the strength of their most formidable beast. Currently, Wen Xuan possesses a bronze tier 3 panda cub, thus his beastmaster level is bronze tier 3. Here, please accept your beastmaster certificate and keep it safe. I must say, Wen Xuan felt immensely comfortable during this visit. The demeanor of the service staff was exceptionally pleasant. In stark contrast to certain organizations from his past life where individuals wore perpetual frowns, as if owed millions, they exuded an air of despondency, lacking any spirit of service. Upon exiting the Beastmaster Alliance, Wen Xuan hailed a vehicle at the entrance and returned to the private training facility. Hello. Upon arriving, Wen Xuan promptly presented his Beastmaster certificate. Hello. The service staff, upon noticing the certificate in Wen Xuan's hand, broke into a gentle smile. Upon opening the certificate, she exclaimed, Bronze Tier 3. Her surprise was palpable, for such strength at Wen Xuan's age was indeed remarkable. It is noteworthy that many coaches within the facility, aged in their 30s and 40s, barely reached the level of bronze. Can I become a coach? Yes, of course. I will arrange that for you immediately. Shortly thereafter, the staff had all the necessary documentation prepared. During this time, she briefed Wen Xuan on some key points. After thoroughly reviewing the materials, Wen Xuan signed the contract, officially becoming their hired personal coach. Brother Wen Xuan, please follow me. I will show you around our training facility to familiarize you with the environment. The young lady led the way, and during the tour, Wen Xuan summoned a Bao, informing him that this would be their workplace henceforth. In the training area, the vast facility spanned 5 floors. Wen Xuan and his companions wandered only the first floor, for ascending further would expose them to individuals of far greater strength, beyond their current capabilities. With a resounding crash, a beast on the arena was sent flying after a powerful kick from an adversary's beast. Alas, there are no competent opponents here. Do you have any stronger coaches in this training facility? Upon hearing the words of a young master, the staff's expression darkened. 3. We have already lost 3 coaches to this individual. Wen Xuan turned his gaze towards the arena. Little strength monster. Attribute, fighting. Gender, male. Level, bronze tier 2. Potential, peak strength, platinum. Evolution path, mighty king. Learn skills, heavy fist 4, cannon fist 4, frenzied assault 3. This individual possesses considerable strength. No wonder he is so arrogant. The staff sighed. Unfortunately, this fellow truly is formidable. While we have individuals capable of defeating him, we adhere to a rule that forbids harming the opponent's beasts. With such a regulation in place, our coaches can only endure blows. In this scenario, even the most skilled would ultimately succumb to his attacks. At that moment, the young master spotted Wen Xuan in the corner with a Bao beside him. Hey, you over there. Come up and fight me. Don't worry. I'll pay you handsomely. How does 1,000 per match sound? It must be said, this young master embodies the archetype of a wealthy, yet foolish individual. Wen Xuan, are you going to give it a try? Certainly. Wen Xuan ascended the stage with a Bao, instructing him not to harm the opponent. Let the match begin. The young master commanded his little strength monster to initiate the attack. The creature charged at a Bao, who met the challenge head-on. In a flurry of movement, the 2 beasts clashed relentlessly. Within mere minutes, they exchanged countless blows. A true warrior confronts every challenge head-on. Evasion and retreat only serve to invite disdain. Although a Bao had a higher tier than the little strength monster, its attributes were disadvantageous. Furthermore, at Wen Xuan's behest, a Bao held back during each attack, resulting in a scenario where a Bao endured the brunt of the assault. Before long, a Bao sustained injuries but persisted valiantly. Wen Xuan contemplated surrender at times, for the situation was daunting. Yet he remained resolute, understanding that failure to prepare would lead to dire consequences on the battlefield. The memory of the Wolf King loomed large in his mind. Strength, I yearn for strength. He despised the feeling of being subject to fate's whims. With a resounding kick, the little strength monster sent a Bao hurtling away. Huh. The young master exhaled deeply, reveling in the moment. You're quite impressive. You've pleased me. Here. This is for you. It must be noted that the young master was quite generous with his payment, adhering to his promise of 1,000. Thank you. Wen Xuan accepted the money with gratitude. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Jia. Wen Xuan. Their hands shook in greeting. Pleasure to meet you. Let us exchange contact information. I will come to find you again in a few days. All right. I shall take my leave now. Lin Jia departed, leaving Wen Xuan alone on the training stage. He approached a Bao, discovering the poor creature battered and bruised. I'm sorry, a Bao. Upon hearing this, a Bao smiled gently, its eyes crinkling with warmth, as if to reassure Wen Xuan that it was unharmed. Let us go, a Bao. I'll treat you to something delicious. Wen Xuan led a Bao to a buffet restaurant, where they indulged in a hearty meal. Afterward, he took a Bao to a local herbal medicine shop. Hello. Could you please prepare these herbs for me? Wen Xuan presented a list to an elderly gentleman at the counter. By now, evening had fallen, and the shop was relatively empty. Certainly, please wait a moment. The elderly man began to gather the herbs. Just then, a graceful figure entered, accompanied by a strikingly red cat, a Xiaohuamao. Xiaohuamao. Attribute: fire. Gender: female. Level: bronze tier 1. Potential: peak strength, gold. Evolution path: spotted tiger. Learn skills: rending claw 4, fireball 5. Wow, it's a panda cub. Upon spotting a bao, the girl instantly knelt down in delight. However, as she noticed a bao's battered condition, her heart ached. Are you the beast master of this panda cub? Yes, why do you ask? Since you are its beast master, you must take good care of it and ensure it does not suffer such severe injuries. Remember, our beasts are our companions, equal to our very lives. Listening to the woman's words, Wen Xuan furrowed his brow, a hint of displeasure flashing across his face. He despised individuals who pointed fingers at others. Ignoring her, he turned to the elderly man and asked, "Excuse me, is my medicine ready?" "Yes, yes." The old man packaged the medicine and handed it to Wen Xuan, then cheerfully announced, "That will be 500 kuai." "How much?" Wen Xuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the herbs for treating injuries would cost 500 kuai. Indeed, training a beast was quite an expensive endeavor. He intended to use these herbs to prepare a medicinal bath for a bao. 500 kuai for a single session was rather steep for Wen Xuan at this point in time. Fortunately, he had a stable source of income, namely Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe had just sent him a message. 3 days later, at the usual place, be there or be square. A bao would need time to recover from the medicinal bath, and these 3 days would serve as a perfect respite. With the medicine in hand, Wen Xuan prepared to leave. "You can't go. Did you hear what I just said?" Xiaohui, seeing her behavior, the elderly man at the counter could no longer contain himself and scolded her. "What business is it of yours? Hurry up and come over here. Grandpa, I." While the woman conversed with the elderly man, Wen Xuan had already exited the apothecary. He made his way directly to the school's training facility, where a solitary rest area was fully equipped. Wen Xuan tossed the herbs into a pot and began to simmer them. Once the herbal concoction had warmed up, he instructed a bao to climb into the wooden tub. He poured the herbal water into the tub. Observing the liquid, a bao's face momentarily showed panic, instinctively preparing to flee. However, a bao had complete trust in Wen Xuan, knowing he would not harm it. Thus, it abandoned the thought of escape. With a bao submerged in the herbal mixture, it slowly closed its eyes, a look of contentment gracing its features. Seeing this, Wen Xuan let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the concoction created by the one who wrote Qian Shui by Lian was not painful at all. In his experience, many body-refining potions felt like poison, inflicting the agony of countless ants gnawing at one's flesh. "A bao, how do you feel?" 10 minutes later, the color of the herbal broth had lightened, indicating that a bao had absorbed most of its efficacy. A bao climbed out of the tub, appearing rejuvenated. It felt as though it had undergone a full-body massage, with all its meridians cleared. "As long as you feel good, let us head back to the dormitory." Wen Xuan returned to the dorm with a bao, and it was already past 11 at night. He noticed that the lights in the dormitory were still on, indicating that Wang Bin and the others were still awake. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. Chapter 22. Class Battle. Ouch, ouch. As soon as Wen Xuan opened the door, he heard Wang Bin's anguished cries. "Wang Bin, what happened to you?" Wen Xuan found Wang Bin lying on the bed, bruised and battered. "It's his fault." Mao Mao glanced at Wang Bin and said, somewhat exasperated, "You can't really blame anyone else. Wang Bin provoked them first." "Huh." After school, Wang Bin suggested we go out for barbecue. After we finished eating, on our way back, he spotted a beautiful girl. Perhaps he had too much to drink. He couldn't resist whistling at her. As a result, he angered her, and she summoned her beast to fight him. Wang Bin's rogue monkey was no match for her little fire cat and was severely injured. Because of the injuries to the rogue monkey, Wang Bin's protective shield vanished, and he received a thorough beating from the girl. Upon hearing Mao Mao's words, Wen Xuan said nothing. Ultimately, the fault lay with Wang Bin. Had he not acted like a rogue, he would not have been assaulted without reason. "Ouch, ouch. I am truly unfortunate. How was I to know that girl was so fierce? She seemed absolutely furious, as if someone had wronged her and I was the one to take the brunt of it." Wen Xuan suddenly recalled a certain individual. It couldn't be that person, could it? The mere thought of that person's sanctimonious demeanor made Wen Xuan feel somewhat nauseated. Enough with the lamentations. If you truly are a man, then strive to earn back your dignity through your own efforts. Show her why flowers bloom so beautifully. "Yes," Wang Bin replied, a flicker of determination shining in his eyes. "I will work hard. I will become strong." As he spoke, his teeth were clenched tightly. The following day, Wen Xuan chose not to attend the training ground, but rather decided to grant himself a day of respite, primarily to allow a bao ample time to recuperate. The four of them arrived at the cafeteria early. After purchasing their meals, they settled in a corner and began to eat. As fate would have it, while Wen Xuan and his friends were enjoying their meal, a woman clad in a pink dress approached their table with a plate in hand. Upon seeing Wen Xuan, her expression soured. Then she caught sight of Wang Bin seated next to him. Birds of a feather flocked together, she thought, her eyes flashing with disdain. Chen Hui's mind was solely focused on finishing her meal and distancing herself from Wen Xuan and his companions. Wang Bin spotted Chen Hui as well and could not resist nudging Wen Xuan with his elbow. Wen Xuan, that's her. She was the one who beat me up yesterday. I truly cannot comprehend how someone with such slender arms and legs could possess such strength. Wen Xuan merely acknowledged Wang Bin with a non-committal grunt. In his eyes, Chen Hui was nothing more than a sanctimonious hypocrite, and he had no desire to engage further with such a person. After swiftly finishing their meal, they departed. With nothing pressing on his agenda, Wen Xuan followed Wang Bin and the others to class. To his surprise, the morning's lesson turned out to be a practical combat class. Du Gu Tong Tong strode in with a brisk gait, a slight smile gracing her lips. The sight of her elicited involuntary shivers from the students. Du Gu Tong Tong demonstrated what a devilish smile truly entailed through her very presence. Upon reaching the front of the class, she noticed Wen Xuan standing at the back of the line. What brings him here today? She had already imparted the training methods to him, expecting him to undertake special training on his own. To her astonishment, he had chosen to attend class instead. Well then, it was an opportune moment for him to showcase his abilities. 1-2-1, 1-2-1. No sooner had Du Gu Tong Tong settled in than a group of students approached the training field in unison. Wen Xuan glanced toward the front of the line and noticed a bespectacled young man who exuded a scholarly air. Yet, for reasons he could not articulate, Wen Xuan found the young man profoundly discomforting. A refined scoundrel, Wen Xuan concluded with just a glance. Teacher Zhao Su. Du Gu Tong Tong called out to the bespectacled young man. Tong Tong. Zhao Su greeted her warmly, his tone particularly affectionate. Upon hearing Zhao Su's call, Wang Bin and the others detected a hint of gossip in the air. There appeared to be some intriguing backstory. Upon hearing Zhao Su call her, Du Gu Tong Tong's face briefly flickered with displeasure. Teacher Zhao Su, please address me by my full name, Du Gu Tong Tong. Understood, Tong Tong. Zhao Su replied with a mischievous grin. Observing this, Du Gu Tong Tong's expression darkened. She chose not to respond, and instead made her way to the back of the classroom. Approaching Wen Xuan, she coldly stated, Listen, I'm not in the best of moods today. When it's your turn to take the stage, don't hold back. Give that boy from the other class a proper thrashing. If you fail to do so, you know the consequences. Understood. Initially intending to keep a low profile during the class competition, Wen Xuan was taken aback by Du Gu Tong Tong's insistence that he take the stage. Tong Tong, let us get started. Zhao Su cheerfully encouraged, his eyes crescent-shaped with a gentlemanly demeanor, although a glimmer of cunning flashed within them. Gaohua, you're up. Zhao Su scanned the students before focusing on a dark-skinned boy, standing at 1.50 meters. Nodding in acknowledgement, Gaohua approached the arena. Ha. Upon seeing Gaohua, Wang Bin couldn't suppress his laughter. You all call me ugly and mock me as a fat pig. Just look at this guy. Isn't he much uglier? Wang Bin, who considered himself a normal man at 1.75 meters, merely a bit overweight at over 200 pounds, felt justified in his self-assessment. Gaohua's expression soured upon hearing Wang Bin's words. You get up here. Gaohua bellowed. Wang Bin, feeling defiant, retorted, I'll go up. I'm not afraid of you. He climbed onto the stage, albeit in a rather comical manner, as his body jiggled with each step. Chapter 23, The Courage to Draw Swords. Wang Bin stood on the stage, disdainfully gazing at his opponent. You little 3-inch tall, tree bark-looking fellow. How dare you show your face here? Aren't you afraid the city management will come and take you away? Why would the city management take me? Because you're ugly and spoil the city's appearance. Gaohua's expression grew grim. You fat pig, you're finished. Swiftly, Gaohua formed a hand seal, causing a black magic array to materialize on the ground. A jet-black dog emerged from the center of the array. Mad fighting dog. At the sight of the ferocious creature, Wang Bin's face betrayed a hint of panic. The mad fighting dog was terrifying, known for its relentless aggression. It fought with singular focus, leaving only two possible outcomes. Either it fell or its opponent did. Wang Bin, feeling cornered, could only brace himself for the inevitable. The outcome was predictable. Wang Bin was ruthlessly beaten by Gaohua, leaving the rogue monkey severely injured. With his head hung low, he exited the arena. Classmates offered their consolation. Wang Bin, you did well. Indeed, in the face of formidable foes, you displayed the courage to draw your sword. Your fighting spirit is commendable. Brother Bin, you've proven your mettle. Listening to his classmates, Gaohua scoffed. Humph, is everyone from your class such trash? All talk and no action? Who among you has any real skill? Come on up. Don't let me look down on you. No sooner had he spoken than a figure leapt onto the platform. It was Chun Hao from Wang Bin's class. I'm ready for your guidance. Chun Hao swiftly formed a seal and summoned his beast, a large gray wolf, its fierce gaze fixed on the mad fighting dog. Observers murmured in admiration, No wonder he dares to take the stage. He's got something. Go, Chen Hao. Someone shouted, and the crowd echoed the encouragement. Unable to contain his curiosity, Wang Bin turned to Wen Xuan, asking, Wen Xuan, who do you think will win? Understanding the unspoken sentiment, Wen Xuan merely gestured, knowing he could not openly declare that Chen Hao would lose. As anticipated, after a fierce battle, Chen Hao was decisively defeated, his gray wolf falling to Gao Hua's mad fighting dog in a brutal confrontation. Many timid classmates instinctively shut their eyes at the gruesome scene, their thoughts echoing the same sentiment. Gao Hua was unbeatable. Both Wang Bin's rogue monkey and Chen Hao's gray wolf succumbed to the might of Gao Hua's creature. In that moment, the morale of Wen Xuan's classmates plummeted. You too, take his beast to the infirmary, Duga Tong Tong instructed her classmates. Observing Chen Hao's condition, he was nearly incapacitated, and his wolf would likely not survive without significant injury. With Chen Hao defeated, Gao Hua grew increasingly arrogant. Who else? Anyone unafraid of death, step forward. His bravado knew no bounds. Duga Tong Tong's expression darkened. Wen Xuan, here are 10 spirit pills. Go and bring him down. Understood. Wen Xuan ascended the stage, prompting murmurs among Gao Hua's classmates. Who is this guy? I don't know. He seems familiar, but I can't recall his name. I think they mentioned it was Wen Xuan. Wen Xuan. What a lovely name. And he is quite handsome too. Indeed, not just a little handsome. He is absolutely stunning. I feel he is the type who gets better looking the more you see him. I can't believe such a handsome guy is in class 1. As Gao Hua listened to the compliments from his classmates about Wen Xuan's looks, his expression twisted with envy. Jealousy ignited within him. Throughout his time in class, he had faced ridicule for his appearance, and the girls had never shown him any affection. Desperate to gain their attention, he had trained tirelessly, believing that knowledge and strength would attract admiration. Come forth, a Bao. Wen Xuan summoned his beast, which emerged yawning and rubbing its sleepy eyes, groggy from its nap in the beast's space. Humph. A Bao, feeling irked, expressed a desire to unleash its pent-up frustration. A Bao, unleash your fury without restraint. There is no need to show mercy. Given the circumstances, Wen Xuan felt no obligation to hold back. Show mercy? What a pretense. Gao Hua's anger surged, determined to command his mad fighting dog to tear Wen Xuan's panda apart. Mad fighting dog, go? Kill it. The creature lunged at a Bao with ferocity. Yet, a Bao remained unfazed, still appearing drowsy as the mad fighting dog closed in. Just as the fierce dog was about to reach a Bao, it finally sprang into action. A Bao approached the formidable Quang Do Quan, its immense paw aimed directly at the creature's head. With a single strike, A Bao sent Quang Do Quan flying, crashing heavily against the wall behind. The spectators were left utterly stunned, their jaws agape in disbelief. It took them a moment to gather their wits. My goodness, this panda cub is astonishingly powerful. They are simply not in the same league. Just one blow, one solitary blow, and the opponent was vanquished. Oh, how impressive. Truly magnificent. Wang Xian could not contain his excitement and was the first to shout out. The other students quickly joined in, their cheers resonating throughout the arena. As the saying goes, some rejoice while others lament. The students from Class 1 were jubilant, while those from Class 6 appeared as deflated as frostbitten eggplants. After Quang Do Quan was sent flying by Wang Xian's A Bao, Gao Hua said nothing, merely casting a venomous glare at Wang Xian. It is often said that the barking dog does not bite. It seems this fellow held a grudge against Wang Xian. However, Wang Xian paid him no mind. In his eyes, Gao Hua was simply too weak to warrant any interest. As Gao Hua left the stage, Zhao Su, noticing the situation, wore a grim expression and quickly scanned the crowd. Is there anyone among you willing to take a step forward? Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, everyone instinctively retreated a few steps. Indeed, Wang Xian's displayed prowess was so overwhelming that it robbed them of their courage to confront him. I shall take my turn. A voice rang out, clear and melodious, capturing everyone's attention. They turned to see a girl in a pink gown approaching. It was Chen Hui. Wonderful, Chen Hui has arrived. This time, the opponent is doomed. Chen Hui is the top expert in our class, granted special privileges by the teacher, allowing her to skip classes and merely show up for exams. Chen Hui gracefully approached the arena, casting a glance at Wang Xian before fixing her gaze on Zhao Su. Teacher, may I step onto the stage? Of course, Zhao Su replied, visibly excited, sensing a chance to reclaim his dignity. Chen Hui lightly leaped onto the stage, her movements fluid and agile, eliciting gasps of admiration from the crowd. Upon reaching the arena, her eyes locked onto Wang Xian. Wang Xian, observing Chen Hui, said nothing and turned to leave the stage. What is he doing? Surely he isn't conceding? Oh dear, I was just preparing to support him. He can't be this cowardly, surrendering before the fight has even begun. Where are you going? Chen Hui called out, unable to suppress her impatience. I am taking my A Bao out for a meal. You. Chen Hui was taken aback by Wang Xian's blatant disregard for her. What do you mean? Did we not agree to a challenge? One match is all that is required. Chen Hui's abilities were indeed lacking, and being a girl, Wang Xian had little desire to engage in battle with her. Fighting a girl inherently places a boy at a disadvantage. If he won, he would be accused of bullying, and if he lost, it would be said he couldn't even best a girl. Sighing, Wang Xian shook his head, preparing to leave. Stop, Chen Hui commanded, her voice firm. What would it take for you to agree to fight me? That depends on what you offer. Chen Hui pondered briefly, rummaging through her belongings until she found a card in her small purse. It was a golden card. Presenting it to Wang Xian, she declared, "This is a gold card. With it, you can purchase medicinal materials at our family pharmacy at a 50% discount." As she spoke, Chen Hui bit her lip. This discount was already a significant cut, practically rendering their pharmacy unprofitable. Offering any less would mean incurring losses. Originally, she intended to gift this card to her close friend, but now found herself in this predicament. A gold card? Wang Xian's interest was piqued at the sight of the card. Are you certain that after our match, you will give me the gold card? Yes, but only if you defeat me. Then let us begin. Wang Xian returned to the arena. Come forth, Xiaohu Mao. Chen Hui summoned her fiery companion. Xiaohu Mao, use fireball. She chose to attack immediately, lacking decorum. Xiaohu Mao unleashed a fireball from its mouth. Abao, witnessing this, swiftly dodged the attack and continued to advance. Approaching Xiaohu Mao, Abao swung its massive paw downwards. Xiaohu Mao stood frozen, instinctively attempting to evade but finding its body unresponsive. Abao's speed was overwhelming, and despite seeing the attack coming, Xiaohu Mao could not react in time. With a resounding thud, Abao struck Xiaohu Mao, sending it hurtling away. One strike. Yet again, it was a mere single blow that felled the opponent. Chen Hui stood in shock, having anticipated a grand performance only to be defeated so swiftly. She felt utterly bewildered. As she remained dazed, Wang Xian suddenly appeared before her, snatching the gold card from her grasp. Thank you, he called as he departed the arena. Moments after Wang Xian's exit, the training ground, which had been silent as a pin dropping, erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Incredible, truly remarkable. Every opponent dispatched with a single strike. I envy him. When will I possess such strength? This is too powerful. We are all in the same class. Yet why is he so exceptional? Oh, how unfair is fate. I can't take it anymore. I feel inspired. I must return to train my slime in the art of palm strikes. Slime? Does your slime even have palms? Wang Xian exited the training field without hindrance from Du Gu Tong Tong, who looked smugly at Zhao Su. The latter's face was twisted in distress, akin to one who had just consumed something foul. He had not anticipated such a formidable talent within Du Gu Tong Tong's class. During the previous outdoor survival training, the school had divided the classes. Classes 1, 2, and 3 were led by the vice principal, while classes 4, 5, and 6 were under the principal's guidance. Given that there was a relative of the principal in class 4, he had opted for classes 4, 5, and 6. Thus, Zhao Su, as the homeroom teacher of class 6, was unaware of Wang Xian's remarkable feats, having only heard rumors of a talented student without knowing it was Wang Xian. Wang Xian, accompanied by Abao, entered the school cafeteria and ordered an extravagant feast. Since Abao had advanced to the bronze level, its appetite had significantly increased. It could rightly be called a voracious eater. After satisfying their hunger, Wang Xian intended to take Abao for a stroll in the hills behind the school. A perfect way to digest and prevent unwanted weight gain. Arriving at the foot of the hill, Wang Xian and Abao began their ascent. It was just past 11 in the morning, still during class hours, so the climbing path was deserted. Upon reaching the summit, Wang Xian noticed Abao panting heavily. In recent days, Abao has enjoyed a rather leisurely existence, resulting in ample explosive power but insufficient endurance. It appears that endurance training is now essential for Abao. The following day, 2 figures appeared on the school playground, tirelessly sprinting about. They were Wen Xuan and Abao, embarking on their endurance training to prevent Abao from becoming complacent. Wen Xuan led by example, training alongside Abao. It must be said that Abao's inherent ability to endure hardship is commendable throughout the rigorous session. Even when panting heavily and drenched in sweat, it never once considered giving up. In the days that followed, Wen Xian's routine consisted of leading Abao in running exercises at the playground and taking Abao to a private training facility for personalized coaching. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. On this day, after fulfilling his role as a coach at the private training ground, Wen Xuan made his way to Chen's pharmacy. Upon seeing Wen Xuan, the old man at the counter's expression soured. This young lad had returned, with a golden card in hand. Wen Xian's visits resulted in the old man being unable to earn a single cent, and at times even incurring losses. The little old man lamented, feeling the weight of his circumstances. Nevertheless, every guest is welcome. Running a business relies on reputation and integrity. Since the golden card had been issued, it must be honored. As usual, the little old man was accustomed to Wen Xuan's frequent visits. Wen Xuan nodded. Here you go. The old man retrieved a packet of herbs from behind the counter and handed it to Wen Xuan. So quick? Wen Xuan inquired. The old man replied. You've been coming here for so long that I could gather the herbs you need with my eyes closed. You visit every 3 days. So I've grown accustomed to preparing them in advance. Thank you, Wen Xuan smiled gently. The old man's irritation dissipated upon witnessing Wen Xuan's amiable demeanor. After all, he was a polite young man. Upon exiting Chen's pharmacy, Wen Xuan encountered Chun Hui at the door. They exchanged glances before passing each other. Chun Hui entered the pharmacy, prompting the old man to vent his frustration. Xiao Hui, look at the trouble you've caused. We're losing money again. If this continues, we'll have to sell our undergarments. Chun Hui rolled her eyes at her grandfather's words. She knew that even selling the herbs to Wen Xuan at half price still yielded a small profit for their family, albeit only a few coins. This illustrates the exorbitant profits within the herbal industry. Grandfather, are we truly at a loss? Chun Hui retorted. Her grandfather responded with an awkward smile. Well, not really. By the way, who was that young man just now? Is he your crush? You actually gave him the golden card. He's nothing but a scoundrel. Wen Xuan sneezed unexpectedly. What is going on? Could I possibly catch a cold? Now a bronze-level beast tamer, with his current physique, catching a cold seemed a challenging feat. Time always flies during training. That day, after finishing their training on the playground, Wen Xuan and Abao sat on the steps to rest. A fragrant breeze wafted through the air, prompting them to look up and discover the arrival of Du Gu Tong Tong. Teacher Tong Tong, what brings you here? Wen Xuan asked. What's wrong? Am I not allowed to come? Teacher, you know that's not what I meant. I know you didn't mean it that way. By the way, do you remember the promise you made to me? Promise? What promise? Upon hearing this, Du Gu Tong Tong rolled her eyes. Tomorrow is the new student competition. How confident are you about winning first place? First place? Wen Xuan instinctively glanced at Abao beside him. Panda baby. Attribute, evil. Gender, male. Level, bronze 5. Qualification, peak strength, monarch. Evolution path, panda warrior. Learn skills, bull punch 5, bear paw strike 6, Mount Tai crush 4, roar of evil 4, rending claw 5, stealth 4. Iron skin 6, shadow ball 4. After days of training, Abao's strength had significantly improved. Among his peers, Wen Xuan was already considered a minor expert. With my current abilities, I should be fine, Wen Xuan said to Du Gu Tong Tong. She replied, you still need to be cautious. There are always stronger individuals out there, and I worry about unexpected surprises. Rest assured, Teacher Tong Tong, I have confidence in my skills. The next day, Wen Xuan arrived at the school gym as scheduled. Since Du Gu Tong Tong had already submitted his registration for the competition, Wen Xuan had little to do. Upon stepping into the gym, he was taken aback by the bustling atmosphere within. The noise was incessant, resembling a cacophony of ducks quacking. Wen Xuan, Wen Xuan. Just as Wen Xuan reached his class's designated area, he heard someone calling his name. Looking up, he recognized Wang Bin and walked over to him. Wen Xuan, give it your all. I believe in you. You must showcase your talent and our class's strength. Wen Xuan smiled slightly at Wang Bin's encouragement. At that moment, Mao Mao unexpectedly handed him a small notebook. What is this? This contains the information of the participants in this competition. Wen Xuan took the notebook and settled down to read it. One must admit that Mao Mao had a knack for collecting information. The contents were exceedingly detailed. Wen Xuan read swiftly, finishing in no time. How do you feel? Are you confident? In response to Wang Bin's inquiry, Wen Xuan smiled, exuding confidence. Although the competitors were formidable, the strongest among them was merely at the bronze 3 level, a threshold Wen Xuan had surpassed months prior. Suddenly, the entire venue fell silent. Confused, Wen Xuan quickly scanned the surroundings and noticed an elderly man appearing on the stage. His serious demeanor indicated that he was the principal of Wen Xuan's school. With his arrival, the crowd fell silent, hesitant to speak. Chapter 26, The Football Boy. True to his role, the principal droned on for an entire hour with an opening speech that nearly lulled Wen Xuan and others to sleep, but they had no choice but to endure. Finally, after an interminable discourse, the principal concluded his speech, and the competition commenced. This new student competition featured a total of 6 classes, each class sending 3 students to participate. Du Gu Tong Tong had registered Wen Xuan and selected other classmates to join. The classmates held no grievances regarding Wen Xuan's participation. In their minds, it was only natural for him to represent them. After several matches, it was finally Wen Xuan's turn to take the stage. His opponent was a student from Class 5, clad in a soccer uniform and sporting hair reminiscent of Neymar. Are you Wen Xuan from Class 1? Ma Yu inquired. Ma Yu is indeed this football boy. Yes. I heard from the girls in my class that you are quite handsome and strong, a favorite to win this time. I wonder if that's truly the case. Is it true or false? You can find out by trying. All right. Ma Yu swiftly formed a series of hand seals, and a magical array materialized. Before long, a beast appeared within that array. Wen Xuan glanced over at the array, and upon seeing Ma Yu's beast, the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitched. Tai Hai Shun. Attributes: water, metal. Gender: male. Level: black iron, 8th stage. Qualification: peak strength, silver. Evolution path: copper sea cucumber. Skills learned: water gun 3, fatal needle 4, poison needle 3. Surprisingly, it was a sea cucumber. Indeed, every boy who loves football seems to have a fondness for sea cucumbers. Tai Hai Shun unleashed the poison needle on his panda baby. Following Ma Yu's command, Tai Hai Shun launched the first attack against Wen Xuan's panda baby. Seeing this, A Bao began to run, evading the poison needle assault from Tai Hai Shun. Clang! The poison needle struck the arena floor, sparking a flurry of sparks. After dodging the poison needle, A Bao lunged forward, reaching Tai Hai Shun in an instant. With a massive paw, A Bao struck down on Tai Hai Shun. Ma Yu, witnessing this, remained unfazed. Instead, a cold smile crept onto his lips. Tai Hai Shun used the fatal needle. The tentacles surrounding Tai Hai Shun suddenly surged forth, transforming into razor-sharp iron spikes. Ma Yu wore a look of smug satisfaction, as if he could already envision A Bao's right paw being pierced by Tai Hai Shun's lethal spikes. Bang! A Bao's paw collided with Tai Hai Shun, sending it flying. Boom! Tai Hai Shun crashed heavily into the spectator seats not far away, embedding itself deep into a chair. The students in that area wore expressions of terror. Had they not dodged in time, they would have been struck by Tai Hai Shun. Upon seeing the sharp spikes on Tai Hai Shun, everyone involuntarily shivered. If struck, one might turn into a hedgehog. How could this be possible? The scenario Ma Yu imagined did not unfold. Instead, Wen Xuan's A Bao sent his Tai Hai Shun soaring with a single swipe. Meanwhile, the teachers seated at the judges' table witnessed Wen Xuan's triumph over Ma Yu. This young man possesses remarkable strength, having reached the bronze 5th stage at such a young age, remarked the academic dean. The academic dean, a platinum-level expert, could easily discern Wen Xuan's prowess. Bronze 5th stage. Upon hearing of Wen Xuan's strength, Zhou Zimei, seated among the teachers, wore a rather grim expression. She had hoped her students would strive hard to defeat Wen Xuan in this competition and claim victory, allowing her to bask in glory before Duga Tongtong. However, she never anticipated Wen Xuan's strength would be formidable enough to eliminate any chance of that. Zhou Zimei instinctively glanced over at Duga Tongtong, only to find her also looking back. Their eyes met, and Dugu Tong Tong, like a proud rooster, lifted her head high. What are you so pleased about? Just wait. You will see. As she said this, Zhou Zimei subconsciously turned her gaze towards a blue-haired youth dressed in a gray casual suit. After defeating Ma Yu, Wen Xuan returned to his class. Wen Xuan is amazing. Wen Xuan, you are truly incredible. Keep it up, Wen Xuan, and strive for this championship. Wen Xuan, you are so handsome. Hearing the praises from his classmates, Wen Xuan smiled slightly. The competition continued. The subsequent matches lacked excitement, as Wen Xuan transformed into a one-paw prodigy, sending all his opponents flying with a single swipe. Before long, he advanced to the top 4. On the arena, 2 individuals were engaged in battle, Chun Hui and a blue-haired youth. Chun Hui's expression was somewhat grim. Her little fire cat had broken through to the bronze 3rd stage. Yet it was still no match for her opponent. The blue-haired youth commanded his blue water turtle to attack Chun Hui's little fire cat. Much like a cat toying with a mouse, the blue water turtle, a water attribute beast, had an advantage over the fire cat and was at the bronze 5th stage. This was a match devoid of suspense, yet the blue-haired youth seemed in no hurry to conclude it, observing her little fire cat being mercilessly beaten and sustaining severe injuries. Chun Hui clenched her teeth and ultimately uttered a heavy phrase. I concede. Having said that, she withdrew her little fire cat and left without looking back. That's it. The blue-haired youth felt he hadn't had enough fun yet. With his victory over Chun Hui, the crowd erupted in cheers. Sun Hao, Sun Hao. The audience chanted his name. TCH. What is so impressive? Our Wen Xuan is far superior to him, remarked Wang Bin, unable to contain his disdain for the showboater on stage. Seeing this, Mao Mao immediately chimed in, asserting that their brother Wen Xuan was indeed much stronger. While this was said, the blue-haired youth was undeniably formidable. After all, he was the principal's grandson. Zhu Ming, usually taciturn, was direct when he spoke. The principal's grandson? Wen Xuan and the others exchanged puzzled glances. Indeed. You didn't know? We really didn't. Haven't you been following the school's handsome rankings? Sun Hao is the top-ranking heartthrob. That list contains all his personal information. No, Wen Xuan and the others shook their heads. Wang Bin felt a tinge of embarrassment, thinking, Xiaoming, you wouldn't have issues with your orientation, would you? While others focus on the school beauties, you're checking the heartthrob rankings. At this, Zhu Ming's face flushed, and he did not retort, instinctively glancing at Sun Hao, who was not far away. Chapter 27, Love Across Species. Sun Hao triumphed over Chen Hui. Wen Xuan was not surprised by this outcome. Chen Hui, having lost to Sun Hao, left dejectedly, resembling a frostbitten eggplant. In Wen Xuan's eyes, this was a good thing for her. After all, her life had been too smooth sailing. Only through experiencing life's hardships can one learn the lesson of minding one's own business. After Sun Hao's match with Chen Hui concluded, it was now Wen Xuan's turn against another classmate. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Wen Xuan ascended the stage and looked across to find a somewhat plump individual. He sported a hairstyle reminiscent of a watermelon, giving him a somewhat sleazy appearance. He was Wu Yuchao, the class leader of Class 5. Come forth, Han and I. Han and I? This was the first time Wen Xuan had heard someone call their beast with such affection, and it was from a male's lips no less. Upon seeing his opponent's beast, Wen Xuan couldn't help but twitch his lips. Funhong Xing. Attributes: fighting. Gender: female. Level: bronze 4th stage. Qualification: peak strength, diamond. Evolution path: pink gorilla king. Skills learned: shy iron fist 5, roar 4, guanyin sitting lotus 6. Upon seeing the attributes of the pink gorilla, Wen Xuan found himself at a loss for words. Moreover, once the pink gorilla emerged, it did not simply stand still but ran towards Wu Yuchao. It reached Wu Yuchao and wrapped its arms around him, kissing him on the lips. The bystanders were left in stunned silence. My goodness, this fellow has quite an unconventional taste. A pink gorilla can indeed be quite formidable. Is this what they call love? I adore the whimsical affection of an Ima, and if it were me, I would gladly embrace death. Most individuals today fail to comprehend the circumstances before them. However, one person is exceedingly excited, Wang Bin. Brother, you are remarkable. The grassroot hero, the undead knight, and the fox archer all pay homage to you. Grassroot hero, undead knight, fox archer? Who are these characters? A nearby individual named Mao Mao could not help but inquire. Oh, Mao Mao, I have told you to read more. You know nothing of this. The grassroot hero is Su Xian, the undead knight is Ning Kai Chun, and the fox archer is Chen Xiang. Now, with the emergence of yet another adept at handling gorillas, we have a true role model among us. Wang Bin exclaimed, genuinely impressed. Unintentionally, these words resonated with a classmate of Wang Bin's named Xiaohua. He gently caressed a colorful snake, murmuring to himself, a grassroot hero? He seemed to have an epiphany. In the arena, Wen Xuan observed the two individuals opposite him engaged in endless kissing and could no longer contain himself. Hey, are you going to fight or not? If you want to play this game, why not just go home? His words effectively provoked the pink gorilla, which abruptly ceased its kissing and turned its furious gaze toward Wen Xuan. With a low growl, its eyes were filled with rage. The pink gorilla charged toward Wen Xuan, intending to deliver a devastating punch with its fist, which was the size of a sandbag. As the pink gorilla approached, a Bao sprang into action. Racing toward the pink gorilla, the two beasts' fists collided with a resounding impact, both being pushed back several steps. Regaining their footing, they resumed their onslaught. In a matter of minutes, a Bao and the pink gorilla exchanged numerous blows. Both were power-based fighters, engaging in close combat, delivering punch after punch. Though A Bao was stronger, the attributes of the pink gorilla countered A Bao's strength. The arena began to crack under the pressure of their battle. Marvelous. Truly splendid. A real man should fight with unyielding force, exclaimed a burly spectator, unable to contain his excitement as he witnessed the clash. Similarly, the other audience members were exhilarated. Is this the allure of beast mastery? It is utterly breathtaking. The contest of strength, each blow resonating loudly, though somewhat jarring, was nevertheless awe-inspiring. I cannot take it anymore. My skin is crawling. My hands are itching. I yearn to fight. Me too. My mighty eagle is already raring to go. The arena saw A Bao and the pink gorilla retreating from their collision. Both were panting heavily, drenched in sweat, yet fixated on each other. Kid, I admire you. You truly are formidable. But this is where it ends, Wu Yuchao suddenly declared. Pink gorilla, deliver the final blow with Guanyin's lotus position. The crowd looked on in bewilderment at the unfamiliar term. The pink gorilla sprang into action, running with momentum before leaping into the air. It clasped its thighs, inverted itself, and aimed its posterior at A Bao. The pink gorilla's weight, combined with the force of gravity, made this move exceedingly potent. If A Bao were to be struck, it would be catastrophic. Wen Xuan, recognizing the impending threat, quickly devised a strategy. A Bao used stealth. Stealth? Wu Yuchao was momentarily taken aback. But A Bao had already entered stealth mode. This sudden turn of events startled Wu Yuchao, who had believed victory was assured. A Bao vanished like an assassin, leaving the airborne pink gorilla without a target. Its move had been initiated, and now it could only strike randomly. With a thunderous crash, the pink gorilla plummeted to the ground, creating a massive crater. Guanin's lotus position is a powerful skill, but it also carries severe repercussions. The user suffers half the damage dealt by the skill. If the attack misses, all the damage is inflicted upon the user. This is the legendary backlash, akin to the 7 injuries fist, yet even more fearsome. As smoke filled the arena, a large crater emerged before the spectators. Within it lay the pink gorilla, now incapacitated and unconscious. Hananai, Wu Yuchao rushed over, his expression one of concern, and retrieved the injured pink gorilla. Chapter 28, Circles. Wu Yuchao collected his pink gorilla, but as he passed by his classmates, they recoiled in fear as if confronted by something terrifying. Instinctively shielding their beasts from the perceived threat of Wu Yuchao, Wen Xuan triumphed over Wu Yuchao, but due to Bao's considerable exertion, the principal announced a temporary halt to the competition, resuming in an hour. This freshman tournament aimed to enlighten participants on the essence of beast mastery. Only by allowing competitors to recuperate could the spectacle be enhanced, allowing everyone to appreciate the allure of beast mastery. Upon returning to his seat, Wen Xuan was approached by Du Gu Tong Tong. Here, take this. She produced 2 spirit pills for him. Teacher, quickly administer these to Bao. All right. After Wen Xuan gave the spirit pills to Bao, Du Gu Tong Tong nodded in satisfaction. You little rascal, do well in the next round. I have high hopes for you. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she contemplated her own aspirations. After a brief respite, the final match commenced. Wen Xuan ascended the arena, locking eyes with Sun Hao. So, have you rested enough? Do you need a moment more? I wouldn't want anyone to claim my victory was unearned. Being the grandson of Principal Sun Wu, Sun Hao possessed a certain pride and aimed for a fair and honorable defeat of Wen Xuan. No worries, I am ready. Wen Xuan replied. Then let us begin. You may strike first, Sun Hao offered with gentlemanly grace. Observing this, Wen Xuan had no intention of holding back. Eager to conclude the battle swiftly, the venue was overcrowded, the air stifling, and he wished to escape the oppressive atmosphere. Thus, he aimed for a quick resolution. Bao, charge in and use bear paw slam. Bao sprang into action, dashing forward. Blue water turtle, use water gun. A jet of blue water erupted from the blue water turtle's mouth. Blue water turtle. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Level, bronze tier 5. Potential, peak strength, diamond. Evolution path, water spirit turtle. Skills, water gun 6, solid shell 6, bite 5, turtle punch 5. Wen Xuan activated his divine eye, thoroughly assessing the blue water turtle's attributes. The prowess of this individual is indeed formidable. Chun Hui's defeat is not unjust. Upon witnessing the water jets from the Lan Shui Gui, Bao began to maneuver adeptly from side to side. With its nimble movements, it evaded the onslaught of the Lan Shui Gui while seizing the opportunity to close the distance. At last, Bao stood before the Lan Shui Gui, its massive paw poised to strike. Observing this, Sun Hao promptly instructed the Lan Shui Gui, retreat into your shell and immediately employ your sturdy exterior. The Lan Shui Gui swiftly withdrew into its thick shell, and Bao's paw collided with its surface. Bang! The Lan Shui Gui, with its tough hide, sustained no significant harm from the impact. Bang! 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 Faced with the retracted turtle, Bao unleashed a flurry of attacks. Yet the creature's defense was so robust that Bao's strikes appeared to inflict minimal damage. Was this a battle between spear and shield? Which was sharper, Wen Xuan's spear or Sun Hao's shield? Sun Hao's tactics seemed rather underhanded. With the Lan Shui Gui sheltered within its shell, how could Wen Xuan mount an offense? Underhanded? This is strategy, unlike you, merely a brute who knows nothing but reckless aggression. Indeed, while it may seem that Sun Hao has the Lan Shui Gui hiding within its shell, he is actually employing a tactical retreat, engaging in a war of attrition. Once Bao is exhausted from its attacks, he will allow the Lan Shui Gui to strike decisively. Wen Xuan discerned Sun Hao's intentions. He believed that once Bao fatigued, he could launch a sudden counterattack. Such a notion is rather fanciful. Immediately, Wen Xuan commanded Bao, seize that creature and begin to spin. Surely, you have played with a spinning top before. Bao, being astute, understood Wen Xuan's directive without hesitation. It grasped one side of the Lan Shui Gui and, with a powerful heave, overturned it. Gripping the edge of the shell, Bao set the Lan Shui Gui spinning in circles. To accelerate the rotation, Bao exerted additional force. The Lan Shui Gui spun faster and faster. Stop! Please stop! Sun Hao, witnessing this, began to panic. The onlookers recognized his distress and began to murmur among themselves. Wow, Wen Xuan is truly impressive. He has devised such a tactic. The Lan Shui Gui must be utterly disoriented now. Indeed, it must be feeling quite dizzy and uncomfortable. I detest dizziness. Once, I suffered from motion sickness in a vehicle, and it was dreadful. I can't relate. I am prone to seasickness. Oh, the nausea. I still remember it vividly. You all are pathetic. Motion sickness is trivial. I suffer from milk sickness. I once vomited everywhere and received a severe reprimand from my mother. Do you think my posterior is so ample for no reason? It has grown considerably due to those beatings. The crowd was left speechless by this individual's remarks. Meanwhile, the battle continued on the arena. Although Sun Hao called for Wen Xuan to halt, Wen Xuan showed no intention of stopping. He had resolved that as long as Sun Hao refused to concede, he would not command a bout to cease. Sun Hao's expression grew increasingly grim. Wen Xian's actions were utterly shameless. Yet, he found himself powerless, as his Lan Shuigui remained ensnared within its shell, now utterly disoriented, making a counterattack nearly impossible. I concede. Sun Hao, being the master of the Lan Shuigui, sensed through their bond that it was suffering greatly. Lacking a solution, he feared that continued spinning might cause harm to his Lan Shuigui. An animal tamer can only contract 9 beasts in a lifetime. If his Lan Shuigui were to perish, Sun Hao felt that his journey as a tamer would come to an abrupt end. For, in a scenario of equal standing, he would always be 1 beast short of his peers. Sun Hao would not allow such a calamity to transpire, hence he chose to concede. A bow, let it stop. Upon hearing this, a bow promptly grasped the spinning Lan Shuigui. Once it halted, the Lan Shuigui's head and limbs emerged from its shell. Ugh! The Lan Shuigui vomited, splattering the ground with a vile, odorous substance. Witnessing the foul yellow goo on the ground, the crowd instinctively covered their mouths and noses. Chapter 29, The Parrot Rabbit. Wen Xuan had successfully defeated Sun Hao. Although Sun Hao's countenance was somewhat grim, he did not express anger. Instead, he coldly addressed Wen Xuan. This time I have lost, but next time, I shall undoubtedly reclaim victory. With that, Sun Hao turned and departed. The match concluded with Sun Hao's exit, and Wen Xuan emerged as the champion of the competition. At this moment, the judges nodded in satisfaction, including Sun Hao's grandfather, Sun Yudao. Sun Yudao was not the type to harbor petty grievances. Wen Xuan had won fairly, showcasing his skills in a straightforward manner. Naturally, he had no objections. And he had long felt that his grandson, Sun Hao, had become excessively arrogant. A setback now and then would serve him well. With Wen Xuan's victory, he was awarded a substantial cash prize of 100,000 yuan, a considerable sum for him at this time. Upon receiving the trophy, Wen Xuan returned to his designated area. At that moment, Wang Bin, brimming with excitement, rushed over. Congratulations, Wen Xuan. You have won the championship. You are truly remarkable. Indeed. Brother Wen Xuan, you are my idol. My admiration for you only grows. Congratulations. Zhu Ming, usually reticent, managed to utter those 2 words. Upon hearing this, Wen Xuan offered a faint smile. By the way, Brother Wen Xuan, since you have won the championship, why don't we go celebrate? Sounds good. But where shall we go? To my house. To your house. Yes, I'll treat you all to a meal at Sha County Grand Hotel. With that, Wang Bin took Wen Xuan by the arm and led him outside, with Mao Mao and Zhu Ming following closely behind. The group hailed a taxi and soon arrived at Wang Bin's residence. Upon seeing the spacious establishment of over 100 square meters, Wen Xuan and his companions stood in awe. What are you standing around for? Hurry up and come in. Wang Bin urged them. Wen Xuan had often heard Wang Bin speak of his family's Sha County Grand Hotel, but he never anticipated it to be such an impressive establishment. In his subconscious, he had envisioned Sha County Grand Hotels as modest family-run operations, typically no more than a few dozen square meters. Although small, they served as dining halls for countless workers, being economical, hygienic, and clean. Under Wang Bin's guidance, Wen Xuan and the others entered the Sha County Grand Hotel. As it was not yet mealtime, the establishment was relatively empty. Upon their arrival, they encountered Wang Bin's parents. Noticing the resemblance between Wang Bin and his parents, Wen Xuan understood the meaning of being biological. However, they appeared somewhat glum today, wearing expressions of concern. Yet, upon learning that Wang Bin's classmates had arrived, their faces lit up with joy as they warmly welcomed them. Wen Xuan could sense their forced smiles. Wang Bin's parents invited Wen Xuan and the others to take a seat before retreating to the kitchen to prepare dishes. Shortly thereafter, a grand array of dishes was presented. As they began their meal, Wang Bin suddenly inquired of his mother, "Mom, why isn't my favorite dish, the steamed dumplings with radish and lean pork, available?" Upon hearing this, Wang Bin's mother felt a pang of anxiety. They sold out. Sold out. Wang Bin's brows furrowed at this response. That dish was their signature offering, and logically, it should still be available at this hour, being close to noon and not late at night. "Father, mother, are you concealing something from me?" Upon hearing Wang Bin's words, his mother could not help but sigh. Alas, it is all due to that wretched rabbit. Rabbit? Wang Bin was bewildered by his mother's statement. What does a rabbit have to do with this? Wang Bin, you are unaware, but the carrots your father planted in the field have all been ravaged by that rabbit. Upon hearing this, Wang Bin's anger surged. What? Their family's carrots are not ordinary. They are the legendary golden carrots. These exquisite vegetables are both fragrant and crisp, suitable for consumption like fruits. Yet they have been destroyed by a mere rabbit. Father, mother, do not worry. Once I finish eating, I will take my classmates and hunt down that despicable rabbit. Very well. Wang Bin's mother nodded in satisfaction, a smile of contentment gracing her face. Her child has grown up, finally understanding the importance of assisting the family. After finishing their meal, Wen Xuan and the others followed Wang Bin to his family's vegetable garden in the countryside. As they stepped into the garden, they were taken aback by the scene before them. Good heavens, has a thief broken in? The vegetables in the garden had been completely ravaged, with most eaten away, leaving only a mess of chewed leaves scattered on the ground. Rabbit, rabbit. Seeing this, Wang Bin was consumed with rage. Quickly scanning the surroundings in search of the rabbit's trail, a small figure with a backpack appeared. The sound of soft grunting reached their ears, and they turned to see a rabbit walking on its hind legs. It seemed to move with a certain nonchalance, humming a little tune as it approached. It was the mimicry rabbit. Mao Mao instantly recognized the creature. At the sight of the mimicry rabbit, Wang Bin's fury intensified. Monkey, he shouted, summoning his ruffian monkey. Go and deal with it. At Wang Bin's command, the ruffian monkey charged towards the mimicry rabbit. Oh dear, a dog. The mimicry rabbit cried out and dashed away. Its speed was astonishing, vanishing in the blink of an eye. As for the ruffian monkey, having lost its target, it could only return in disappointment. That wretched rabbit can actually speak human language. Wang Bin realized at that moment, still fuming, that it was indeed the mimicry rabbit. Renowned for its ability to imitate human speech. Not only could it mimic humans, but it could also imitate other animals. Mao Mao, who enjoys reading, found this knowledge trivial. So that is how it is. Wang Bin felt a tinge of regret for not capturing the mimicry rabbit. He glanced at the others, finally resting his gaze on Wen Xuan. Wen Xuan, let us return. However, Wen Xuan shook his head. No, I want to stay. What? You want to stay? What for? To capture that mimicry rabbit, of course. Upon hearing Wen Xuan's words, the others were momentarily dumbfounded. Hey, Wen Xuan, do not be foolish. Yes, Wen Xuan, go. While the mimicry rabbit can imitate human speech, it lacks any value for taming. It possesses no combat power. In Mao Mao and Wang Bin's subconscious, to tame a beast, one must capture powerful creatures like wolves, tigers, and leopards. Chapter 30, A Swift Current. Upon hearing this, Wen Xuan shook his head. I want to capture that rabbit. The others sighed at Wen Xuan's determination. Since you wish to capture that rabbit, let us discuss a plan. Good. They began to strategize, discussing traps, ambushes, and assaults, eventually leading to the idea of using a drug. Indeed, a drug. The group turned to Zhu Ming, who held a packet of powder, astonished. Zhu Ming, why on earth do you carry a packet of laxative with you? Zhu Ming scratched his head sheepishly. My pig sometimes suffers from constipation, and I had no choice but to give it this. Upon hearing this, Wen Xuan and the others felt speechless. This substance is called Xie Qianli, and its effects are as its name suggests. Zhu Ming actually gave this to his beast. In that moment, they all felt a pang of sympathy for Zhu Ming's beast. Instead of seeking treatment for constipation, he simply administered laxatives. The fire rock pig is truly fortunate to have survived this far. Wen Xuan felt exasperated. Since we have the laxative, Wen Xuan turned to Wang Bin, extending his hand. What is it? Hand over your golden carrot. Huh, what do you mean? I saw you stealthily take the only golden carrot from your mother's shop when you left. Wang Bin felt a wave of disbelief. While it was true, he had intended to enjoy it alone. Now, since Wen Xuan needed it, he reluctantly produced the golden carrot. Very well, let us proceed with our plan. Wen Xuan smeared the laxative on the golden carrot. While applying it, he could not help but ask Zhu Ming, will that rabbit notice anything? No. This does not smell like medicine. It has an earthy scent. Earthy scent? Very well, as long as it won't be detected. After applying the laxative, Wen Xuan casually tossed the golden carrot into Wang Bin's garden. The group then departed, finding a place to hide. Little did they know, Wang Bin soon fell asleep while waiting, and the mimicry rabbit arrived fashionably late. It entered Wang Bin's garden and began rummaging around. Finally, its eyes lit up upon spotting the treated golden carrot. Oh dear, who is so wasteful with such a treasure? The mimicry rabbit was surprised to discover the golden carrot, and after tasting it, it was utterly amazed. It began to visit daily to steal food, resulting in the entire garden being devastated. The mimicry rabbit picked up the golden carrot and instinctively sniffed it. The group tensed, fearing it might detect something unusual. Fortunately, after sniffing, it did not sense anything amiss and promptly placed the golden carrot in its mouth. Delicious, truly delicious. The mimicry rabbit devoured the entire golden carrot with the voracity of a famished creature. Zhu Ming, who was beside Wen Xuan, smugly remarked, see, I told you. This is my specially formulated laxative. Even my fire rock pig can't detect it. How could that mimicry rabbit? At that moment, Wang Bin awoke, hearing Zhu Ming's words. He could not help but interject, "Whether your drug works remains to be seen. Do not waste my precious golden carrot." The mere thought of the golden carrot caused Wang Bin to feel a pang of regret. If he wished to taste it again, he would have to wait for his father to plant more, which would take at least 3 weeks. This golden carrot was a new variety cultivated by his father, with a growth cycle of over 3 weeks. After consuming the entire golden carrot, the mimicry rabbit suddenly changed its expression. "Oh no, my stomach." Its stomach began to rumble like a drum. The mimicry rabbit quickly glanced around, and upon seeing no one, it squatted down. Uffed. The sound of flatulence echoed, and a significant quantity of excrement was expelled. Once it squatted down, the mimicry rabbit never stood up again. Wen Xuan and the others waited patiently, and after more than 10 minutes, the sounds finally subsided. The group then approached the garden, only to find the mimicry rabbit had fainted, its tongue lolling out. Observing the woeful demeanor of the Shueshi, Wang Bin felt a wave of satisfaction. He couldn't help but pinch his throat, adopting a somewhat effeminate tone as he mimicked Mao Mao, saying, "Stinky treasure, I have diarrhea." "What diarrhea?" "The amushi you love the most." Listening to their mischievous banter, Wen Xuan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He glanced at the nearly exhausted Shueshi and remarked to Zhu Ming, "Your medicine is rather potent. I just hope there's an antidote. I would suffer a great loss if this fellow were to kick the bucket." "There is an antidote." Zhu Ming rummaged through his belongings and finally produced a pill resembling mouse droppings. "Just give it this, and it will be fine." Wen Xuan nodded in acknowledgement. However, the immediate concern was not administering medicine to the Shueshi, but rather subduing it. Wen Xuan swiftly formed a series of hand seals, and a contract array appeared on the ground. He began the contract process. The Shueshi, overwhelmed and faint, sensed the intention to contract and instinctively tried to resist. But its body was too weak to muster any strength. It could only submit to Wen Xuan's will. Ultimately, Wen Xuan succeeded in binding the Shueshi Tuesday. After the contract was finalized, he smiled contentedly and placed the medicine given by Zhu Ming into the Shueshi-Tu's mouth. Once the medicine was ingested, its condition gradually improved. After waiting for over half an hour, the Shueshi-Tu finally stood up, albeit shakily, still emanating a foul odor. Observing this, Wen Xuan instructed, "Why don't you go wash yourself in that small ditch?" Having accepted the contract, the Shueshi-Tu complied and made its way to the nearby ditch to clean itself. During this time, Wen Xuan received a bar of soap from Zhu Ming to offer the Shueshi Tuesday. He felt a sense of curiosity. He hadn't expected Zhu Ming to be so reliable. It was as if he were a treasure trove, able to produce nearly anything Wen Xuan desired. After the Shueshi had finished washing, Wen Xuan tossed it a blanket. "Cover up, we wouldn't want you to catch a cold." As dusk approached, the group set off on their journey back. After a while, they returned to their dormitory. "Oh, I'm exhausted." As soon as Wang Bin entered the dorm, he collapsed onto the bed like a hefty pig. Chapter 31, A New Mentor. "Come forth, Shueshi-Tu." Wen Xuan had just placed it into the beast space and now released it. Upon emerging, the Shueshi-Tu curiously surveyed its surroundings. Is this the world of humans? After some time, the Shueshi-Tu's condition had improved, though it still carried a faint odor that would likely take 2 to 3 days to dissipate. At this moment, Wen Xuan could finally scrutinize the Shueshi-Tuesday, standing at 1.4 meters tall. It bore a rather unsightly visage, with eyes that darted about like those of a thief, constantly scanning its environment. Wen Xuan employed his divine eye to inspect the attributes of the Shueshi Tuesday. Shueshi-Tu. Attributes: plant rock. Gender: male. Level: bronze tier 1. Talent: peak strength, extraordinary monarch. Evolution path: rogue rabbit. Learn skills: flying fast legs 6, mimicry 9, digging 6. Excellent. The attributes of this Shueshi-Tu were exceptionally impressive, compelling Wen Xuan to consider capturing it the moment he laid eyes on it. Firstly, the creature's talent indicated that with proper nurturing, it could reach the realm of an extraordinary monarch, the pinnacle of existence in this world. Moreover, it possessed the skill of mimicry at level 9, enabling it to communicate seamlessly with all animals. This trait was particularly significant for Wen Xuan, who wouldn't adore a rabbit that could converse. The other 2 skills were adequate, sufficient for Wen Xuan's current needs. All right, Shueshi-Tu, return and rest. With a wave of his hand, he returned the creature to the beast space. Upon witnessing Wen Xuan's actions, Wang Bin couldn't help but inquire, "Wen Xuan, I'm curious, why are you so intent on capturing this fellow?" "It's nothing, perhaps I just like it," Wen Xuan replied. "Like it?" Wang Bin furrowed his brow. If Wen Xuan were not behaving normally, he might truly suspect that something was amiss. "By the way, Zhu Ming, do you still have that laxative?" Wang Bin turned to Zhu Ming and asked. "Yes. What do you need it for?" "Oh, I just think that medicine is quite effective. If I capture a second beast, I believe I could use this trick as well." Zhu Ming nodded in agreement and retrieved a large packet labeled 1,000 miles down from his bedside. After handing it over, he cautioned Wang Bin, "This only works on beasts below silver strength. It becomes ineffective against stronger ones." So it's only effective on beasts below silver strength? Wang Bin felt somewhat disappointed, having initially hoped to rely on this medicine to capture a powerful beast. Observing Wang Bin's expression, Zhu Ming couldn't help but remark, "This is my version 10. Don't worry, I'm still researching it. Version 20 will be released soon." Wang Bin's eyes brightened at this, and he eagerly said, "When you develop the new one, be sure to give me a share first." "Of course. Who do you think we are?" Listening to their exchange, Wen Xuan and Mao Mao exchanged glances. The following morning, on the school playground, two figures were jogging. Today, the playground appeared somewhat different, as a certain creature had taken its place in the stands. The Shueshi Tuesday delicious. Oh, truly delightful. A heap of fruits lay before the Shueshi Tu, a compensation for its unfortunate ordeal the previous day. Just as it was indulging in its feast, another individual appeared. His eyes filled with curiosity upon seeing the Shueshi Tuesday. "Oh, there's actually a Shueshi Tu here." The newcomer approached the Shueshi Tu, which quickly gathered all its food protectively. "What do you want? You're not trying to steal my fruits, are you?" The creature's words caused the newcomer to twitch his lips in surprise. He hadn't anticipated the Shueshi Tu would be so territorial. The commotion caught Wen Xian's attention as he, accompanied by a bow, rushed to the stands. "Do you need something?" Wen Xian noted that the individual before him bore the appearance of a teacher. "Not much, just that someone asked me to take care of you. So I came to check on you." "Take care of me? Who?" "Du Gu Tong Tong. Teacher Tong Tong? Why did she send you to look after me?" "Because she has left." "Left?" Wen Xian found this hard to believe. Teacher Du Gu Tong Tong had been doing well, so how could she simply leave? Because she obtained what she desired. Huh. You don't think she was being so kind without any ulterior motives, do you? She's not as noble as you think. Her kindness was merely a means to exploit you. Winning first place in the freshman tournament garnered her a substantial number of points. Now that she has exchanged those points for what she wanted, naturally, she has departed. Also, I advise you not to contact her again. Listening to the individual's words, Wen Xian maintained a calm demeanor, surprising Feng Xiang with his composed response. "You are indeed as mature as she described. I find it curious that you're not angry after hearing this. After all, it seems she truly used you." Feng Xiang, recalling Du Gu Tong Tong's praise of Wen Xian, couldn't help but probe further, testing Wen Xian's reactions. In Feng Xiang's subconscious, Wen Xian should have felt exploited upon hearing those words, subsequently erupting in fury and incessantly cursing Du Gu Tong Tong. Yet, he remained remarkably composed. A tranquility so unsettling that it was almost eerie. "Why should I be angry? She has departed, and that's that. As for your claims of exploitation, it depends on one's perspective. At least from my viewpoint, she has indeed aided me significantly. Without Du Gu Tong Tong's assistance, Wen Xian and Abao's capabilities would not have progressed so swiftly." Feng Xiang nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well, I shall not disturb your training any further. I take my leave. With Du Gu Tong Tong gone, I shall henceforth be your mentor. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to seek me out." With that, Feng Xiang departed. As he watched Feng Xiang's retreating figure, Wen Xian fell into contemplation. With Du Gu Tong Tong's exit and the arrival of a somewhat roguish mentor, it remained uncertain whether this change was fortuitous or detrimental for them. Oh well, it matters not. Wen Xian twisted his neck and stretched lazily, then reached for some fruit to eat. However, Shueshi Tu instinctively attempted to guard its meal. Wen Xian did not anticipate that Shueshi Tu would exhibit such a possessive trait over food. Perhaps survival in the wild had instilled in it a peculiar obsession with sustenance. Noticing Wen Xian's change in demeanor, Shueshi Tu promptly produced an apple and placed it in Wen Xian's hand, while simultaneously offering a banana to Abao. One must admit, Shueshi Tu's ability to read the room was quite commendable. Chapter 32, Journey to the Secret Realm. Wen Xian and his two beast companions devoured an entire bag of fruit on the playground. Observing the pile of fruit peels, he furrowed his brow. It seemed he needed to find something to occupy himself, lest he squander his resources. His grandfather only allocated 2,000 huaxia coins each month for his sustenance. If Wen Xian were merely an ordinary student, this amount would barely suffice. However, as a beast master, expenses for feeding and training his beasts were considerable. Let us go to the Beast Master Association and see what awaits. Within the association, there exists a bulletin board showcasing various tasks. Upon completion, corresponding rewards may be earned. Upon entering the Beastmaster Association, Wen Xian was taken aback by the bustling scene. Previously preoccupied with obtaining his Beastmaster certification, he had not taken the time to observe closely. Now, he finally had the opportunity to appreciate the atmosphere. The association was filled with people, most accompanied by a beast of their own. The beasts varied in appearance and strength, yet one thing was certain. they were not terrifyingly large. After all, the Beastmaster Association had regulations prohibiting the release of large beasts within the city to avoid inciting panic. Thus, it was nearly impossible for Wen Xuan to encounter formidable creatures like Tyrannosaurus Rex within the association. He approached the task board and began to browse. His arrival caught the attention of several seasoned beastmasters. Well, a little one has come today, one remarked. Indeed, and it seems this little fellow is quite charming. Another added, hey, kid, these tasks are meant for beastmasters. They require substantial experience to complete. This isn't child's play. It could be deadly. So I advise you to return and train for a while longer. Hearing the admonitions from the older gentleman, Wen Xuan could not help but roll his eyes. He chose not to respond and continued to peruse the tasks. The group of older men chuckled at his stubbornness. This little one is quite headstrong, like a mule. One commented, haven't you heard? Listening to advice leads to sustenance. With that attitude, you might find yourself in peril out there. Despite their earnest counsel, Wen Xuan remained unmoved. Hey, Laoli, let's not concern ourselves with him. He seeks danger on his own accord. We should focus on preparing for our tasks, one elder suggested. Upon hearing this, the other opened his mouth to retort, but the words vanished before he could speak. With a sigh, he turned and followed his companion away. Wen Xuan cast a glance at the departing elder, then resumed his examination of the tasks. Search for iron ore again. After searching for a while, Wen Xuan finally discovered a task suitable for him. The iron ore was a product found within a small secret realm, and the task stated that bringing back the ore would yield a reward of 10,000 huaxia coins. 10,000, you say? To mitigate unforeseen circumstances, Wen Xuan took out his phone and began researching information regarding the iron or secret realm. The creatures within it, at most, possessed a strength of bronze tier 1. In this world of beastmasters, there also existed forums for their community. The information on these forums was updated in real time, minimizing the likelihood of inaccuracies. Let us proceed. Wen Xuan, accompanied by a Bao and 2 Bao, set off towards the iron or secret realm. Upon exiting the Beastmaster Association, they hailed a vehicle and arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. In this world, magical beasts not only roamed the wild, but also inhabited various secret realms. Each nation assigned specific personnel to guard these realms, primarily to prevent the magical beasts inside from escaping and wreaking havoc. Consequently, to sustain the expenses of these guards, they symbolically charged a toll to the beastmasters entering the secret realms. This toll was only collected once, upon entry, and no further fees were required upon exiting. Moreover, anything obtained within the secret realm belonged entirely to the adventurers. However, exceptions existed for private secret realms. Entering such realms required a certain price, both when entering and exiting. Wen Xuan approached 2 guards clad in green uniforms. Greetings, please present your Beastmaster certification. One of the guards halted Wen Xuan. In response, he produced his certification from his pocket and handed it to the staff. After reviewing the document, the staff member bowed slightly and said, your information has been verified. Please pay the entry fee of 500 coins. Very well. Wen Xuan retrieved 500 coins and handed them over, receiving permission to proceed. He, along with his 2 beasts, stepped through the portal and entered the your secret realm. Just as Wen Xuan stepped inside, the 2 guards began to chat. Look, another little one has come to explore. How long do you think he'll last? I don't know, but it should be at least 10 minutes. I see this kid has quite solid strength, around bronze tier 5. Bronze tier 5, that is slightly stronger than I am. The speaker possessed a strength of bronze tier 4. Beastmasters could sense each other's strength through their aura, though this ability was limited. Only higher tier beastmasters could gauge the strength of their lower tier counterparts. Wen Xuan was an exception, endowed with the divine eye that others lacked. Is this the interior of the secret realm? Upon entering, Wen Xuan swiftly scanned his surroundings. He discovered that the secret realm bore resemblance to the outside world, forming its own distinct environment. This area was a volcanic region, with a distant active volcano currently erupting, spewing forth a torrent of molten lava. With a thunderous roar, the magma surged skyward, reaching heights of over 1,000 meters. In an instant, thick smoke enveloped the area, casting a gray pall over the sky as countless volcanic ashes rained down from above. Wen Xuan, upon witnessing the situation, hastily retrieved a mask from his backpack and donned it. Let us proceed. Prior to our arrival, he had meticulously planned the journey, acquiring a map, and now he followed its guidance towards the mine. Soon, he found himself before the entrance to the cave. However, he did not venture inside. It was not due to a lack of desire, but rather because the entrance was guarded by 2 formidable creatures, goblins. Wen Xuan was taken aback by the presence of these subterranean beings, evidently considering the cave as their territory. Chapter 33, The Goblin Sorceress. Lure them over here, bunny. Huh. The mimic rabbit, now displaying its cunning side, had been obedient upon its capture by Wen Xuan, But as they grew familiar, its rebellious nature began to surface. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Fine. With no choice but to comply under the eaves, Wen Xuan allowed it to voice a few complaints. The mimic rabbit approached the two goblins, taunting, come here, feast your eyes on this delectable backside. It's quite a treat. It began to shake its ample rear in front of them. The goblins, being sentient yet not particularly intelligent, exchanged glances upon spotting the mimic rabbit and, with a series of shrieks, charged towards it. The rabbit, sensing the imminent danger, quickly made its escape, deliberately slowing down to give the impression that the goblins could catch up. It successfully lured the two goblins away. Wen Xuan and Abeo had been lying in wait nearby. Just as the goblins passed by, Abeo leapt from behind a large rock, delivering a powerful strike that shattered one goblin's bones. It then pounced upon the other with equal ferocity, dispatching it in a similar manner. Observing this, Wen Xuan retrieved a dagger but did not engage directly. Instead, he handed it to the mimic rabbit. What's this for? Go check if these goblins possess any monster cores. If they do, extract them for me. Huh. The rabbit was taken aback, realizing it had been relegated to a laborious role. What? Are you not hungry tonight? The mention of food spurred the rabbit into action, and it excitedly scurried off to work. Before long, two monster cores appeared in Wen Xuan's hands. Upon seeing this, Wen Xuan instinctively glanced at the mimic rabbit, pondering whether it had invested all its attributes in luck, as it was remarkable to obtain two monster cores from such easily dispatched goblins. Rabbit. What? Here. Take this and enjoy. Surprised, the rabbit hesitated, recalling its less than favorable first impression of Wen Xuan, having been captured through dubious means. As it recalled the past, a shiver coursed through its body, and it felt a sudden pang of hunger. No, I must not dwell on that. Dismissing its previous thoughts, the mimic rabbit promptly stuffed the two monster cores into its mouth. Crunch, crunch. This isn't bad. It tastes somewhat like hard candy. As it chewed, it didn't forget to lick its fingers. Hard candy. Wen Xuan's mouth twitched in surprise at the rabbit's impressive dental prowess, capable of crushing such tough substances. The goblins were of the evil and rock attributes, making their cores an ideal meal for the mimic rabbit, minimizing waste. After disposing of the two sentinels, Wen Xuan pondered whether to enter the cave when he was suddenly alerted by the sound of hurried footsteps and commotion nearby. He swiftly concealed himself in a corner. Shortly, several burly men appeared, making their way to the mine entrance before proceeding inside. It's them. Wen Xuan recognized these men as the same ones he had encountered at the Beastmaster Association. He had not anticipated their presence here. What could they be doing? Curious. He stealthily followed behind them, accompanied by Abeo and the mimic rabbit. The strength of these men was notable. Wen Xuan discerned that their strongest member was at the 9th rank of the bronze level, just shy of reaching silver. A thud echoed as one of the men wielding a heavy hammer struck down a goblin, ending that brief skirmish. Damn, I didn't expect to find so many filthy creatures in this mine. One of the men's faces reflected disgust. Enough chatter, let us move quickly. The leader, a bald man with a fierce appearance, appeared anxious as he urged the group forward. Yes, the others, clearly his subordinates, complied without question. Once we complete this task, I can purchase the breaking mirror elixir. Then, I shall ascend to the rank of a silver beastmaster. At that time, you will all enjoy the finer things. Indeed. The group eagerly echoed his sentiments, continuing deeper into the cave, with Wen Xuan closely trailing behind. Before long, they reached the depths of the mine. Just as they arrived at the end, a fireball shot towards them. The group quickly dodged. Boom. The fireball struck the ground, erupting in a massive explosion. I thought there were only ordinary goblins here. I didn't anticipate the presence of a goblin sorceress. Enough with the nonsense. Let us attack together and take her down. Goblin sorceress. Attributes: evil rock. Gender: female. Level: bronze 9th rank. Potential: peak strength, gold. Evolution path: great goblin sorceress. Skills: gunpowder art 6, rock throw 6, weakness 5. Fear tactics 4. The battle commenced with a cacophony of explosions resonating throughout the cavern. The mine began to tremble violently, with clouds of dust cascading from the ceiling. Realizing the danger, Wen Xuan quickly retreated. Are these fools insane? Fighting in such a confined space? If the mine collapses, it would be disastrous. With remarkable speed, Wen Xuan escaped the cave. However, he did not leave the vicinity. Instead, he found a concealed spot to wait quietly. His patience bore fruit as, after about 5 minutes, a figure burst forth from the cave, fleeing into the distance. Mimic Rabbit, pursue that figure. With his divine eye, Wen Xuan discerned the condition of the fleeing entity as soon as it emerged. It was the goblin sorceress, gravely injured. Despite her swift escape, Wen Xuan was confident she wouldn't get far. The Mimic Rabbit, endowed with remarkable speed, would have no trouble catching up to the wounded sorceress. Chapter 34. The mimic rabbit learns new skills. Shortly after the goblin sorceress fled from the mine, the burly men emerged, appearing disheveled and covered in dirt. Damn it. That creature managed to escape. Damn. Our dwarf leader was severely injured by her, and she simply ran away. Their rage was palpable, and they looked as if they would tear the goblin sorceress apart if given the chance. Boss, what shall we do now? What else can we do? Let's go back. Back? Where to? Of course, we must return to the mine. Return to the mine? Are we just letting the goblin sorcerer go? What else can we do? The area is vast, and that fellow runs so swiftly. Locating him is nearly impossible. Let's stick to the original plan and find that thing first. With that, they turned and ventured back into the mine. Wen Xuan observed for a moment, then merely glanced at the mine before departing. He needed to find the Xueshi 2 to deal with the goblin sorcerer first. The Xueshi 2 was Wen Xuan's beast companion, linked to him through a telepathic bond, which allowed him to locate it successfully. Where's that fellow? The Xueshi 2 pointed towards a nearby spot. Cough, cough, cough. The goblin sorcerer was sprawled on the ground, coughing incessantly and expelling copious amounts of blood. It seemed he had sustained considerable injuries. Let's assist him on his final journey, Wen Xuan declared. He instructed Abeo and the Xueshi 2 to launch an attack. From a distance, Abeo opened its mouth, condensing a black energy sphere before unleashing it. It was Abeo's shadow ball. Whoosh. The black energy sphere sped towards the goblin sorcerer, successfully striking him. Bang. A loud explosion echoed. The goblin sorcerer, already gravely wounded and flickering like a candle in the wind, was further injured by Abeo's attack. His body collapsed onto the ground. However, he did not relinquish hope for survival. Instead, he struggled, attempting to rise once more. Suddenly, a figure erupted from the earth. It was the Xueshi 2. With a fierce right kick, it struck the unsuspecting goblin sorcerer, sending him flying. The Xueshi 2 had used its digging ability to burrow underground, and then launched a surprise attack. Thud! The goblin sorcerer collided against a nearby dead tree. His body coming to a halt, his head tilted at an unnatural angle. He was dead. Is he dead? The Xueshi 2 was taken aback, not expecting that its kick would result in such an outcome. Indeed, Wen Xuan nodded. While some magical beasts possess the ability to feign death, Wen Xuan, with his divine sight, would find it nearly impossible to be deceived. Let's extract its magical beast crystal core. Got it. With prior experience, the Xueshi 2 approached the goblin sorcerer's body, brandishing a dagger to stab at him. Clang, clang, clang. Being a 9th-tier bronze magical beast, the goblin sorcerer had tough skin, and the Xueshi 2 exerted immense effort before finally extracting the crystal core. Here you go. The Xueshi 2 handed the goblin sorcerer's crystal core to Wen Xuan, adding with a hint of sarcasm, "This dagger is truly difficult to use." Wen Xuan rolled his eyes at the Xueshi 2's comment. Nevertheless, it was true that the dagger was merely a common item. Don't worry, I'll get you a better one. Really? The Xueshi 2's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of a new dagger. Enough idle chatter. Take this and refine it well. Let's see if you can acquire any skills from it. Wen Xuan handed the goblin sorcerer's core back to the Xueshi 2's day. The Xueshi 2 accepted it eagerly, promptly popping it into its mouth and chewing. The crystal core was brimming with energy. Upon consuming it, the Xueshi 2 felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through its body. Not daring to be careless, it promptly sat down to begin the refinement process. Wen Xuan did not disturb the Xueshi 2, but approached the goblin sorcerer's corpse. It is often said that magical beasts are treasure troves in themselves. He wished to see if the goblin sorcerer possessed any hidden treasures. Utilizing his divine sight, he thoroughly searched the body and eventually discovered a stone in its pocket. A stone radiating a silvery glow. Could this be mithril? Wen Xuan was astonished to find mithril on the goblin sorcerer. Mithril is a precious material. Adding even a small amount during weapon forging could yield an extraordinarily sturdy weapon. I can't believe I'm this fortunate. He promptly placed it in his backpack. Meanwhile, the Xueshi 2 was still engrossed in refining the energy, its body glowing red as energy surged and flowed rapidly. The Xueshi 2's strength visibly increased at a remarkable pace. In no time, it ascended from Bronze Tier 1 to Bronze Tier 3. How astonishingly swift. Is this the advantage of attribute compatibility? Moreover, the Xueshi 2's rapid advancement was also due to its previous state of deprivation. Previously, it had been undernourished and poorly clothed, let alone consuming magical beast crystal cores. Now, with Wen Xuan providing ample sustenance, its swift growth was only natural. After a while, the Xueshi 2 finally finished refining, reaching the pinnacle of Bronze Tier 3, just shy of Bronze Tier 4. Wen Xuan observed the Xueshi 2 and noted not only its enhanced strength, but also the acquisition of a new skill, gunpowder technique. Xueshi 2. Attributes: plant stone. Gender: male. Level: Bronze Tier 3. Talent: peak strength, extraordinary monarch. Evolution path: rogue rabbit. Acquired skills, fleet-footed 6, mimicry 9, digging 6, gunpowder technique 5. Only 5? Wen Xuan had expected the Shui 2 to achieve full comprehension. If outsiders were present, they would certainly chastise Wen Xuan for his greed. The ability of a beast master to comprehend skills from consuming magical beast crystal cores was already a cause for immense gratitude. Most beast masters start at level 1 when learning skills, but the Shui 2 had directly attained level 5, a testament to its exceptional talent. Wen Xuan's gaze fell upon the entry for gunpowder technique. Gunpowder technique, able to conjure a bomb out of thin air to attack enemies. A bomb? What on earth? Chapter 35, The Inventor. Upon hearing this, the Shui 2 smiled slightly. It flipped its paw, and a carrot appeared in its palm. However, the carrot's tail was a lit fuse, sizzling audibly. The Shui 2 suddenly threw the carrot. Boom. The carrot exploded like a grenade upon hitting the ground, creating a large crater nearby. The Shui 2 was elated at the sight. Explosions are art. Who could resist a carrot that explodes? The Shui 2 seemed to have become addicted to this, quickly scanning the surroundings and spotting a large stone not far away. With a mischievous grin, it dashed towards the stone. Boom, boom, boom. In this open area, the sounds of explosions echoed. Wen Xuan glanced at the Shui 2, noting that it had used numerous bomb carrots, exhausting a fair amount of energy and panting heavily now. All right, you've had your fun. Take a good rest. Wen Xuan surveyed the area, taking in the devastation left by the explosions, with deep craters scattered everywhere. The stone had been reduced to powder by the Shui 2's antics. Wen Xuan retrieved food from his backpack, and he, along with the Shui 2 and a Bao, found a relatively clean spot to eat. After their meal, the trio suddenly became alert. Someone was approaching. They instinctively ran towards the distance, seeking a hidden spot to conceal themselves. What on earth is happening? Why has the sound of the explosion vanished? The newcomers surveyed the vast, empty area before them, marred only by the deep crater left from the explosion. Their brows were furrowed in concern. "Boss, look over there," one of the younger members suddenly exclaimed, pointing to a nearby location. There lay the body of the goblin sorcerer. Lifeless and still, laughter erupted among them. Indeed, amidst the trials and tribulations, a glimmer of hope had emerged. Damn it, they had exerted so much effort without uncovering any mithril in the mine. Now, encountering the corpse of the goblin sorcerer, it felt like a small consolation. The group hurried towards the sorcerer's remains, but upon closer inspection, their expressions soured. They had not anticipated that the fruits of their labor would be snatched away by another. Who could it be? Who was responsible? They shouted in frustration, but their cries echoed unanswered. Damn it, the bald leader swore, unable to contain his vexation. Today is truly unlucky. I can't take it anymore. I've bottled up enough anger, and tonight, I shall seek out that woman to vent my frustrations. With that, he strode away, followed by the other young men who exchanged glances of understanding. Shortly after their departure, Wen Xuan, a Bao, and the Shui 2 emerged from the earth. Indeed, they had burrowed up from beneath. The Shui 2 had the ability to dig tunnels, and upon sensing the arrival of others, Wen Xuan instructed it to excavate a sizable hole. They concealed themselves within and blocked the entrance with volcanic ash. The remnants of the bomb blasts had obscured their presence from the bald group. Wen Xuan glanced at the goblin sorcerer's body, aware that lingering here was unwise. He swiftly departed, not immediately exiting the secret realm, but instead heading toward the mine. Upon arrival, Wen Xuan suddenly perceived the bald group in a new light. Their conflict had inadvertently liberated the iron ore within the caverns. Selecting a piece of iron ore of suitable size, he placed it in his backpack and set off on his return journey. As he emerged from the secret realm, he caught the attention of two guards. After he passed, they began to chat. That young man is impressive. Indeed, his potential is boundless. Alone, he had bravely entered the secret realm and successfully extracted iron ore, truly remarkable. Compared to him, those who had entered before were nothing. All were young, yet he stood out while they merely cried for their mothers. Oh, how we are measured against one another. With the iron ore secured on his back, Wen Xuan arrived at the Beast-Tamer Association to submit his task. It was there that he encountered the task issuer, a long-haired gentleman clad in denim overalls, robust in stature, yet exuding a warm demeanor. His lips perpetually curled into a gentle smile. Hey, look, the inventor has returned. The inventor? Wen Xuan mused, sensing the sarcasm in their words. He wondered what this individual was up to, yet thought, whatever it is, it's likely trivial. If he creates something truly useful, I'll gladly chop off my head for you to use as a seat. The gentleman paid no heed to their mockery, but took the iron ore Wen Xuan had just submitted and departed. Wen Xuan received his reward and, intrigued by the gentleman's retreating figure, followed him. He had noticed a myriad of radiant glows emanating from the man, the light of treasures. At this stage, It was the first time Wen Xuan had encountered someone adorned in shimmering blue. After exiting the Beast-Tamer Association, the gentleman placed the iron ore atop a tricycle and drove away. Wen Xuan quickly hailed a taxi to follow. The gentleman eventually arrived at a courtyard, opening the iron gate and driving inside. Wen Xuan, having paid the taxi fare, entered the courtyard behind him. The gentleman unloaded the iron ore and, upon noticing Wen Xuan, called out, "Since you're here, lend a hand." Of course, Wen Xuan assisted him in moving the ore into the workshop. Once they had settled the iron ore, the gentleman said, "Allow me to offer you a drink." He walked towards a nearby refrigerator, operating it with surprising complexity. To Wen Xuan's astonishment, the gentleman had locked it. After some effort, he retrieved a bottle of red wine and a platter of skewered meat. The gentleman maintained his warm smile as he poured a glass for Wen Xuan and another for himself, swirling it gently before taking a small sip. How elegant! One might mistake him for a nobleman fallen from grace. "Young brother, let me treat you to some grilled skewers." Grilled skewers? Before Wen Xuan could respond, the gentleman approached a canvas, gripping it with both hands and forcefully ripping it aside, revealing what lay beneath. A piano. Wen Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not expected a piano to be hidden beneath the cloth. The gentleman's charming smile remained as he laid the skewers upon the piano and seated himself. He then began to play, an exquisite symphony of destiny. As the music filled the room, the aroma of the grilling meat began to waft enticingly. Incredible! To harmonize piano melodies with grilled meat, this man was truly remarkable. Wen Xuan thought, silently praising him. After the performance concluded, the gentleman stood, bringing a generous portion of lamb skewers to Wen Xuan. "Here, enjoy." "Thank you," Wen Xuan replied, savoring the delicacy. Delicious. He had expected the skewers to be poorly cooked, either underdone or burnt, yet they were perfectly prepared. "Isn't it tasty?" "I thought so too," the gentleman said, devouring one himself. After a moment's hesitation, Wen Xuan curiously inquired, "Don't you find it odd? Why am I here? And you seem so unperturbed by my presence." The gentleman sighed. A look of loneliness etched upon his face. "Perhaps I have been lonely for too long, seeking a companion." Wen Xuan nodded in understanding. As an inventor, who wouldn't he desire their creations to be acknowledged? Yet, his inventions were deemed useless, leading to frequent criticism. The two began to enjoy the lamb skewers, and once finished, the gentleman directly addressed Wen Xuan. "Did you come to see me for a particular reason?" "Not really. I simply wanted your assistance in crafting a weapon." "Rest assured, I will offer compensation. As long as you tell me how much you want, I can craft weapons for you." "What kind of weapon do you desire?" "Perhaps a dagger. One that is particularly sharp." Upon hearing this, the uncle smiled slightly. "This is my specialty, but I have one request." "What is that request?" "You must provide the iron ore for the crafting. As for the cost of the forging, I shall not charge you. I have enjoyed our conversation today. Let us consider ourselves friends." "Very well." After this exchange, the uncle noticed that Wen Xuan had no intention of leaving. You see, he initially thought Wen Xuan would continue searching for iron ore, but to his surprise, he remained there. "Can I use this to forge the dagger?" The uncle instinctively looked at the item in Wen Xuan's hand. Upon seeing it, the uncle suddenly became agitated. His eyes widened, and he rushed to Wen Xuan's side, snatching the piece of stone from him. This is secret silver." The uncle felt goosebumps all over his body. My goodness, what a large piece. A small amount of secret silver added to a regular weapon makes it extremely hard. "What you possess." The uncle could hardly fathom it. "Very well, young brother. You can trust me with this. Wait here, I will forge it for you immediately." Observing the uncle's urgency, Wen Xuan began to feel uneasy. He wondered if the uncle might forge something bizarre for him. The uncle entered his workshop and began the forging process, expending considerable effort to shape the piece of secret silver into a dagger. He worked tirelessly from day until night, having previously filled his stomach with some roasted lamb skewers. "It is done, it is done. Ha ha ha, after so much effort, it is finally complete." Wen Xuan, who had nearly fallen asleep outside, was startled when the excited uncle emerged. "Young brother, come quickly and give it a try." As he spoke, the uncle handed the dagger to Wen Xuan. "What is this?" Upon seeing the dagger the uncle presented, Wen Xuan felt speechless. He had clearly requested a dagger, yet the uncle had forged a small saw instead. "A dagger? A dagger?" "Yes, just press the button on top." At the uncle's words, Wen Xuan instinctively pressed the switch on the dagger. Instantly, the entire dagger began to whir. The sound of an electric saw filled the air. "My goodness!" Wen Xuan exclaimed in surprise. He had wanted a dagger, but the uncle had somehow produced a chainsaw. "Did you not want a dagger that could slice through iron like mud? This is it. What ordinary dagger has such power? If you don't believe me, you can try it out. Over there is a sheet of iron. Go ahead and test it." Wen Xuan, though skeptical, felt a bit intimidated by the inventor. However, upon seeing the dagger's gleam, he calmed down considerably. "Can you believe it? This is actually a purple weapon." But Wen Xuan was still put off by the dagger's appearance. Secret silver is supposed to be silver-white, yet the uncle had crafted it into a pitch-black chainsaw. Ugly. This dagger in hand was exceedingly unattractive. Nevertheless, Wen Xuan, being an optimistic person, quickly reassured himself. The dagger's ugliness had its advantages, it would not draw attention. He approached the iron sheet, activated the switch, and gently touched it. With a crisp sound, it sliced through as if a sharp pair of scissors had cut through denim. So smooth and effortless. In that moment, Wen Xuan finally understood what it meant to slice through iron like mud. He began to wildly swing the dagger, effortlessly cutting the iron sheet into several smaller pieces. Ah, what a treasure! He gazed at the dagger, only to find a magical beast crystal embedded within it. What is the purpose of this? It is undoubtedly useful. The dagger's sharpness relies entirely on that magical beast crystal. Its principle is to convert the energy within the crystal into kinetic energy to drive the saw blade. Wen Xuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is a chainsaw. However, that is of no consequence as long as it works well. By the way, can this magical beast crystal be replaced once it is depleted? Yes. You simply need to find a wind attribute magical beast crystal and embed it. Understood. Chapter 37, A Provocation. Wen Xuan stored the dagger and prepared to bid farewell to the uncle. At this moment, the uncle cheerfully addressed Wen Xuan. The total comes to 5 million. 5 million. Wen Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief. He was somewhat irritated. He allowed the other party to name their price, but could not accept such an outrageous demand. Was he being treated like a fool? Did you not say you wouldn't charge me? Wen Xuan queried. The forging itself incurs no charge, but the iron sheet does. That was crafted with great effort. Upon hearing this, Wen Xuan used his divine eye to inspect the iron sheet, only to discover it was merely an ordinary piece of iron. What the? Enough of this back and forth. Here's the deal. You just crafted the dagger for me, and I'll keep the remaining scraps. We will consider this settled. Wen Xuan suddenly realized. He had thought he had misjudged the uncle, but it turned out the uncle was simply too shy to ask for the scrap secret silver, resulting in this roundabout approach. The weapon was already forged, and the scraps of secret silver were nothing but trash to Wen Xuan. Why would he take garbage with him? Very well. You may have those. Really, the scrap is worthless to Wen Xuan, but it is a treasure to the uncle. Indeed. Well, thank you, young brother. If you wish to forge anything else in the future, feel free to come find me. I will forge for you free of charge. The uncle is a great inventor who delights in tinkering with things, finding joy in the process, which is why he was willing to forge for Wen Xuan. Yes, I will certainly bother you again. No problem. Feel free to come by any time. I have always been alone, so it is nice to have someone to talk to. After some pleasantries, Wen Xuan departed. Instead of returning to school immediately, he ventured into a nearby forest. Come forth. Xueshi Tuesday. Wen Xuan summoned Xueshi Tuesday. What is up? Xueshi Tu yawned, clearly having been asleep in the beast space moments prior. This is for you. A Bao already possesses substantial attack power. It requires no weapon, as its massive claws serve as the best weapon. Xueshi Tu, on the other hand, was different. Though it had just learned the gunpowder skill, it remained a ranged attack skill. If it encountered close combat during a fight, it would be in trouble. Therefore, Wen Xuan decided to give the dagger to Xueshi Tuesday. Xueshi Tu took the dagger from Wen Xuan, curiously examining it. All right. Stop staring and give it a try. Give it a try? Yes, press the button on top. Upon hearing this, Xueshi Tu pressed the button, and the dagger's switch was activated. Whirring sounds emerged, and Xueshi Tu felt the dagger vibrating in its grip. It was intrigued and instinctively brought the dagger toward a nearby tree. Whoosh! The dagger effortlessly sliced through the tree. Crack! Boom! The tree collapsed, leaving Xueshi Tu in a state of bewilderment. All right, stop standing there in shock and start adapting. The Xueshi Tu, upon hearing the words, chuckled, revealing a peculiar smile. It transformed into a relentless tree chopper, a sight that would surely bring tears to the eyes of Xiongda and Xiong'er, should they be present. This creature, Xueshi Tu, surpassed even the might of the renowned bald-headed Chong. After a brief period of play, Xueshi Tu returned to Wen Xuan's side, still toying with the dagger in its possession, exhibiting an unmistakable fondness for the weapon. Very well, from now on. The task of collecting the magical beast crystals shall be entrusted to you. Huh, what do you mean? If you are unwilling, hand over the dagger to me, and I shall pass it to a Bao. Upon hearing this, Xueshi Tu immediately stowed the dagger away, as if fearing it would be snatched by Wen Xuan. Let us depart. It is time to return home. Wen Xuan led Xueshi Tu back to the school. During their journey, he contemplated confining Xueshi Tu, but the creature rejected the idea, expressing a clear discontent with residing within the beast-taming space. With no alternative, Wen Xuan acquiesced to its desire. Fortunately, Xueshi Tu was not of a large breed. Otherwise, its reluctance would have been inconsequential. The city regulations strictly forbade the release of large magical beasts under normal circumstances, as such actions could incite panic. Upon returning to the dormitory, When Xian found Wang Bin and two others gathered together, their expressions grave. Particularly concerning was Zhu Ming, whose face bore the marks of a recent altercation. What happened to you? Ah, it is that scoundrel again. We were queuing for a meal at the cafeteria when a fellow abruptly cut in line before us. Zhu Ming, upon witnessing this, confronted the individual. Unfortunately, before they could exchange more than a few words, a scuffle ensued. Zhu Ming's prowess proved inferior, and his fiery rock boar was defeated by the opponent's water rat. Zhu Ming himself received a thorough beating. Hearing this, Wen Xuan furrowed his brow. Mao Mao, standing nearby, spoke up indignantly, "We were simply unlucky. The opponent's strength is likely on par with Zhu Ming's. However, his magical beast is a water rat, which possesses an advantage against Zhu Ming's fire rock boar." A water rat, you say? Just then, a loud kick shattered the tranquility as someone forcefully kicked open the dormitory door. Everyone turned to behold the intruder, who was nonchalantly devouring an egg tart. A triumphant smirk plastered across his face. "Wei Xiaodi, what brings you here?" "Oh, nothing much. I merely wished to see if someone was in tears." Zhu Ming's eyes reddened at this remark, his expression one of barely restrained fury. Observing this, Wen Xuan felt a surge of anger. They were being bullied, and yet the aggressor had the audacity to act so brazenly. "Oh, what is this? Not satisfied? If you're not content, come at me. Let us have a proper duel. Whoever backs down is the true coward." "A duel? Very well. How about we engage in a little sparring?" The opponent's demeanor shifted upon realizing that Wen Xuan belonged to this dormitory. Recognized as the new king, Wen Xuan was not someone to be trifled with. "Are you afraid?" Wen Xuan's silence was interpreted as hesitation. "Who is afraid? I am merely willing to duel. However, I am feeling somewhat unwell today, having eaten something that disagreed with me. Hence, let us postpone our contest for another day." With that, the individual turned and fled without a backward glance. Chapter 38, A Narrow Path for Rivals. "Huh, what a cowardly wretch," Wang Bin grumbled. "Enough of your anger. He likely won't trouble you again for a while." "Indeed, he may not," Zhu Ming remarked. "But what about the future? He may return." Wen Xuan could not help but roll his eyes at this. "If he dares to return, will you not fight back? What are your hands for? Fight back?" Considering his skills, I doubt I would prevail. Not being able to win now does not mean you will never win. When one is bullied and unable to retaliate, one must endure. Once you have the strength, seize the opportunity to retaliate fiercely. That is how one regains dignity. Although Wen Xuan could have intervened, he refrained from doing so. It was unnecessary to engage with a mere clown. Furthermore, the encounter served as a wake-up call for Wang Bin and his companions, who had been living rather comfortably of late. Very well, Wang Bin and the others conceded, albeit reluctantly. Zhu Ming, however, clenched his fists, indicating a newfound determination to improve. The following day, Wen Xuan arose early. Instead of his usual training, he took a bow and shuai to the cafeteria for breakfast. Just as they approached the entrance, they encountered the very individual from the previous day. Wei Xiaodi, upon spotting Wen Xuan, became animated, pulling over a taller companion. "Bro, he bullied me yesterday." At this, Wen Xuan could not help but chuckle, momentarily transported back to his middle school days when he had been the class champion. And those he had bullied would often return home to seek the protection of their older brothers. Yet, in this day and age, did calling for an older brother hold any weight? You're not a female streamer. Calling out brother 1T earn you gifts. Wei Xiaodi's brother, Wei Xuan, furrowed his brow upon hearing this. "So, you are the one who bullied my younger brother?" "Indeed, and what of it? Do you wish to defend him?" Sigh. Recognizing Wei Xuan's demeanor, it was clear he was not one to instigate conflict, yet he was fiercely protective of his younger brother, always willing to lend a hand when necessary. "Since you have bullied my brother, you must provide an explanation." "What sort of explanation do you seek? How about we settle this with a contest?" Wen Xuan preferred direct confrontation over idle chatter. Fists would suffice in dealing with this individual. "You're quite bold, aren't you? Fine, let us spar then." To the arena. The school permitted student duels, provided they occurred in designated arenas and under the supervision of a teacher to prevent mishaps. "I am willing to fight, but you ought to offer some incentive, otherwise. What reason do I have to engage with you?" Wei Xuan instinctively rummaged through his belongings and produced a magical beast crystal. Upon closer inspection, Wen Xuan noted it was a silver-tier crystal from a Bai Shui Shi. "Will this suffice?" Wei Xuan inquired. "It will do. Let us commence without delay." In Wei Xuan's subconscious, he perceived this as a case of the strong preying upon the weak. Thus, he did not demand anything from Wen Xuan. He believed victory was assured. The two ascended to the arena. "Do not accuse me of bullying. I shall not employ my strongest beast, but instead will summon one that I recently tamed. Come forth, Shui Li Mao." Shui Li Mao was a striking blue feline, standing on its hind legs, adorned with claw-like gloves. Its eyes were sharp and penetrating. Shui Li Mao. Attribute, water. Gender, female. Level, bronze tier 4. Potential, Peak strength, gold. Evolution path, giant power cat. Skills, water gun 4, sharp claws 5, keen eyes 3. Surprised to discover it was a female cat, when Xian nudged Shui, she too beside him. Enough dawdling. Go on up. Huh, you want me to go? What other choice do you have? Since acquiring Shui Shi too, when Xian had yet to witness it battle another. Very well, I shall do it. Reluctantly, Shui Shi too ascended to the arena. Work diligently, and I shall reward you with carrots shortly. Carrots. Upon hearing this word, the parrot rabbit was instantly invigorated. Among all the delicacies, its favorite remained the carrot. A dog cannot help but eat excrement, and a rabbit cannot resist a carrot. This is indeed a truth. Once the parrot rabbit took to the stage, the water power cat pounced upon it. How outrageous, an ambush. You lack martial ethics. The parrot rabbit began to sprint. The commotion of the battle drew the attention of nearby students, who gathered around in curiosity. Look, that rabbit can actually speak. How amusing. Indeed, how fascinating. A beast can converse. It makes me wish for one of my own. Uft, what use is talking? Just then, a fellow appeared. Bespectacled, yet exuding a vibe of a cultured scoundrel. He arrogantly adjusted his glasses. The combat prowess of this parrot rabbit is utterly dismal. The only redeeming quality is its ability to articulate human speech, which is barely acceptable. The rest is worthless, lacking any value for cultivation. Anyone who chooses this parrot rabbit as a beast would be a fool. When Xian overheard this remark and merely cast a sidelong glance, choosing to ignore him, he had no desire to engage with such an imbecile. On the arena, the parrot rabbit led the water power cat in a frenzied chase. Rather than fleeing, it appeared to be a performer delighting in the antics of a monkey, leaving the water power cat utterly befuddled. Parrot rabbit, cease your play. Do you still wish to eat carrots? Upon hearing Wen Xian's words, the parrot rabbit became serious. Depriving it of food would be a vendetta not easily forgotten. It halted abruptly, a carrot materializing in its paw, which it hurled at the water power cat. Ha ha. The individual who had just mocked Wen Xian could not suppress a laugh. See, I told you, this parrot rabbit is utterly useless, a mere piece of garbage. Is that so? At that moment, another individual appeared behind him, slapping him forcefully on the back. You claim this parrot rabbit is trash. Do you dare to wager against me? Wager what? Let us bet on whether this parrot rabbit can win. If you win, you shall live stream yourself eating excrement. How about that? Very well. Everyone heard that. What if you cannot fulfill your end? If I fail, I shall be a turtle bastard. Agreed then. Let us hold to our word. Everyone can act as witnesses. Unbeknownst to them, the instigator of the wager wore a sly grin. Carrots were scattered everywhere. And Wei Wen grew impatient. Are you done yet? This thing lacks any lethality. What are you throwing it for? Lacking lethality? Chapter 39. The green-skinned caterpillar and the thorn flower. Parrot rabbit, show him the lethality of the carrot. The parrot rabbit nodded in response. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed. In that instant, all the carrots detonated simultaneously, creating a massive crater in the arena. What on earth? The crowd gazed in horror towards the arena. The shockwave from the explosion sent them sprawling. What transpired? Why did the arena explode? At that moment, smoke filled the arena. After a while, the smoke cleared, revealing the water power cat, gravely injured, lying like a lifeless creature in a deep pit. Water power cat. Wei Wen disregarded everything else, immediately calling it back into the beast space, then hurried towards the school's infirmary. As for Wen Xian, he approached the teacher, holding the magic beast crystal core that Wei Wen had given him. Parrot rabbit, we must depart. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wen Xian stepped down from the arena. When he entered the cafeteria, the crowd erupted in cheers. Wow, he is so handsome. The explosion was a work of art. An awe-inspiring spectacle. My heavens, what was that move just now? Is this the combat power of the parrot rabbit? Where is that individual who called the parrot rabbit trash? Step forward. At that moment, the one who had mocked Wen Xian attempted to stealthily escape the crowd. However, a chubby hand pinned him down. What are you doing? Let me go? Let go of you? Sure, but first, you must fulfill your promise. What promise? To live stream yourself eating excrement in front of everyone. The speaker was Wang Bin, addressing the nearby Mao Mao. Mao Mao, hurry up and come over. Coming. At that moment, Mao Mao, wearing a mask, held a spittoon in his hands. Ugh, what smells so foul? Goodness, it's excrement. Holy moly, what on earth? Who brought this excrement out? This is utter madness. Wang Bin, meanwhile, held on to the individual, who was surprisingly strong and nearly broke free multiple times. Fortunately, at that moment, a righteous hand intervened. It was Zhu Ming. Zhu Ming swiftly pinned the individual to the ground. Wang Bin, what should I do now? What to do? This is how we shall proceed. Amidst the terrified gazes of the crowd, Wang Bin placed the spittoon over the individual's head. Ugh. Finally, someone succumbed to the stench and vomited. Her retching triggered a chain reaction, causing many others to follow suit. Ha ha. Wang Bin laughed, leading Zhu Ming and Mao Mao towards the cafeteria. Just then, when Xian had finished buying his meal and, unable to resist, asked Wang Bin, "What is happening outside? Why are there so many people gathered?" "I have no idea." Wang Bin feigned ignorance. Seeing this, when Xian chose not to probe further, he felt he was on the verge of starvation, and eating was his utmost priority. After finishing his meal, when Xian contemplated his next move and decided to visit the Beast Master Association to collect a new task and earn some extra income. However, this time he had a specific purpose in mind, to seek out creatures from the forest. He intended to acquire a plant-type beast to obtain a magic beast crystal core from it. The parrot rabbit was a plant-type and rock-type beast. It possessed a skill to dig holes, but lacked any plant-type skills. Had the parrot rabbit been able to utilize plant-type skills, the battle would have concluded far more swiftly. Since he had previously visited the Beastmaster Association, he was quite familiar with the process this time. After perusing the task board, he finally found a suitable target, to find sweet fruits. Sweet fruits are a highly fragrant delicacy and a favorite of the Juju cat. The Juju cat, a completely white feline with curly fur, holds little to no cultivation value, and typically only the wealthy engage in breeding them. Indeed, the individual cultivating the Juju cat had posted a task for the retrieval of sweet fruits, offering a reward of 10,000 for each fruit. How fortunate to have such wealth to squander. Wen Xuan accepted the task and set off with a bow and the parrot rabbit towards the secret realm where sweet fruits were located, entering the green leaf forest. Ah, what a delightful sensation. The parrot rabbit was overjoyed upon entering the green leaf forest, hopping about incessantly. Ha ha. It began to dash forward, basking in the warm sunlight. The parrot rabbit led the way, while Wen Xuan followed closely behind with a bow. They ventured deeper into the green leaf forest, where the trees stood tall and lush, each reaching heights of over 10 meters. Upon entering, Wen Xuan looked up, discovering that the canopy of green leaves resembled a gigantic parasol, obscuring the sunlight. He inhaled gently, immediately detecting a refreshing aroma of green leaves, invigorating and delightful. This place was a natural oxygen bar. Suddenly, the sounds of battle erupted. Bang, bang, bang. Wen Xuan turned his gaze toward the commotion, discovering other adventurers engaged in combat, commanding their tamed beasts against wild magical creatures. He chose not to approach, opting instead to take a different path. His purpose was to complete a mission, not to provoke trouble, so he endeavored to avoid contact with others to prevent conflict. Wen Xuan, accompanied by a Bao and Xue Shitu, wandered through the lush green leaf forest. Abruptly, an object dropped from the treetops. Upon seeing this, Xue Shitu swiftly unsheathed a dagger and slashed at the intruder. With a rip, the creature was cleaved in two. It was a green-skinned caterpillar. Familiar with such creatures due to his experience, Wen Xuan heard a crunching sound and looked up, startled to see the treetops teeming with green-skinned caterpillars. They had banded together, transforming into a relentless leaf-devouring machine, consuming every leaf in sight. Suddenly, a green vine lashed out, striking one of the caterpillars and sending it tumbling down. Wen Xuan turned to identify the attacker, discovering it was a thornflower. Behind it trailed a swarm of thornflowers, all launching attacks on the green-skinned caterpillars. The caterpillars, not to be outdone, immediately counterattacked, and chaos ensued as both sides clashed fiercely. Observing the battle, Wen Xuan opted not to engage but instead retreated to a safe distance, watching as the conflict raged on for an hour before finally subsiding. Ultimately, the thorn flowers emerged victorious, albeit at a considerable cost. Once the green-skinned caterpillars fled, the thorn flowers also withdrew. In Chapter 40, Finding the Sweet Fruit, nature's cycle of life and death revealed itself, forming a food chain. The green-skinned caterpillars wreaked havoc on the trees, while the thorn flowers defended them. After both factions departed, Wen Xuan, along with a Bao and Xue Shitu, returned to the battleground, surveying the ground littered with corpses. "What are you waiting for?" He urged Xue Shitu quickly, extract the magical cores from these creatures. Reluctantly, Xue Shitu complied, but fortune did not favor it this time. The green-skinned caterpillars were not only repulsive, but also yielded no cores, while the thorn flowers produced 3. Xue Shitu pouted, feeling wronged. "You're not doing this solely for me. These are for you," Wen Xuan reassured. "Go ahead and eat them." Upon hearing this, Xue Shitu tossed one into its mouth, stowing the rest in a small pouch it had begged Wen Xuan to buy at a specialty shop. Tamed beasts could consume only one magical core at a time, digesting it before moving on to the next. Xue Shitu digested the 3 thorn flower cores in merely half an hour. "So what have you learned?" Wen Xuan asked, uninterested in checking Xue Shitu's attributes. "I learned this," Xue Shitu replied, mimicking Spider-Man from a movie as it demonstrated a web-slinging motion. A green vine shot forth, wrapping around a nearby treetop. Grabbing the vine, Xue Shitu swung effortlessly through the air. Wen Xuan shook his head with a wry smile. Through consuming the thornflower cores, Xueshi Tu had mastered the vine whip skill. After learning this skill, Xueshi Tu became exuberant, swinging through the forest like Tarzan. A Bao, standing beside Wen Xuan, watched Xueshi Tu with envy. Noticing a Bao's expression, Wen Xuan couldn't help but pat its head. Realizing he had somewhat neglected a Bao in favor of enhancing Xueshi Tu's strength, which lagged behind significantly. A Bao. Let us dedicate the next few days to training in this secret realm, Wen Xuan proposed. A Bao nodded vigorously in agreement. Over the following days, Wen Xuan, a Bao, and Xueshi Tu continued their search for the sweet fruit in the green leaf forest, while simultaneously providing specialized training for both beasts. A Bao was obedient, following Wen Xuan's commands without hesitation, whereas Xueshi Tu was a wildcard, causing chaos throughout the forest. The green-skinned caterpillars, in particular, suffered greatly. While they were peacefully feeding on leaves, Xueshi Tu would hurl carrot bombs, annihilating the weaker ones and injuring the stronger. The caterpillars attempted to band together against Xueshi Tu, but it was cunning, launching its bombs and fleeing before they could retaliate. The forest echoed with two distinctive sounds, the thudding of a Bao's paws against a tree as it practiced, and the explosions caused by Xueshi Tu's antics. After a week in the green leaf forest, Wen Xuan finally spotted the sweet fruit. A smile broke across his face as he beheld a tree adorned with delicate pink fruits, relieved to have found them. Initially doubtful about the existence of sweet fruits in the green leaf forest, that uncertainty dissipated. Wen Xuan also understood why others charged exorbitant prices for them. They were indeed rare. He planned to instruct Xueshi Tu to pick the fruits, but the creature remained vigilant, alongside a Bao. What is wrong with you two? Wen Xuan inquired. Using his divine eye to scrutinize the surroundings. Upon seeing what lay beneath the sweet fruit tree, he finally understood their apprehension. A snake. A vibrant green serpent lay coiled beneath the tree, camouflaged among the grass, nearly evading notice. Green scale snake. Attributes: poison. Gender: male. Level: bronze 9. Potential: peak strength: silver. Evolution path: green scale python. Learn skills: venomous fangs 5, poison spray 4, death coil 6. Wen Xuan felt a headache coming on upon reviewing the snake's attributes. How to deal with it? Just then, Xueshi Tu produced a packet of powder. 1,000-mile flood. Wen Xuan exclaimed, surprised. Where did you get that? From under the pillow. Xueshi Tu replied innocently. Wen Xian's mouth twitched. He hadn't realized his companion was a thief, pilfering Zhu Ming's supplies. Is one packet enough, or should I get another? Listening to the words of Xueshi Tu, Wen Xuan instinctively examined it. This fellow, despite appearing harmless, harbored a malicious heart. A single package is insufficient. At least 3 are required as a starting point. Very well, let us proceed with all 5 packages I possess. No need for that. 3 packages will suffice. You overestimate this green-scaled serpent. Come, let us search for something useful. After a brief span of over 10 minutes, Wen Xuan returned with Xueshi Tu and a Bao. At this moment, Xueshi Tu's face radiated excitement. The green-scaled serpent before them was finally about to experience the sensations it had previously invoked. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Xueshi Tu held a black-furred mouse in its grasp, which was thrashing about in desperation. With an unrestrained flourish, Xueshi Tu sprinkled a substance upon the mouse, covering it as if dusting it with cumin. Go! Xueshi Tu seized the mouse by its tail and hurled it towards the green-scaled serpent. Serpents typically lie in wait for their prey for days on end. Clearly, this green-scaled serpent had been lying in ambush for quite some time. Upon witnessing the black-furred mouse soaring through the air, it wasted no time and swallowed it whole, disregarding any potential issues. Chapter 41, The Black Market. Observing this, Xueshi Tu could not suppress a laugh, as it seemed to foresee the scene of the green-scaled serpent suffering from gastrointestinal distress. I must admit, the concoction made by Zhu Ming is indeed impressive. Not long after consuming the mouse, the green-scaled serpent began to react. Uft, uft, uft. A series of foul sounds erupted. The serpent was afflicted with an upset stomach, and copious amounts of white, viscous fluid gushed forth from its belly. The green-scaled serpent performed a peculiar kind of symphony amidst the jungle, although the melody was rather unpleasant, consisting entirely of flatulent noises. Ha ha, ha ha. Upon witnessing this, Xueshi Tu was already rolling on the ground in fits of laughter, clutching its belly. I can't breathe. This is too funny. In this moment, Xueshi Tu felt a sense of satisfaction. Finally someone else could empathize with its previous plight. Wen Xuan, observing the continuously distressed green-scaled serpent, refrained from launching an attack, and instead patiently awaited the opportune moment. After roughly an hour had passed, the flatulent sounds nearly faded away. The green-scaled serpent lay prostrate on the ground, its tongue lolling out, exuding an air of resignation. Recognizing the moment for action had arrived, Wen Xuan called out. Xueshi Tuesday instantly understanding, Xueshi Tu conjured a carrot bomb with a swift motion of its right hand. Without hesitation, it hurled the carrot bomb towards the green-scaled serpent. Boom. Upon impact, the carrot bomb detonated with a tremendous explosion. Xueshi Tu did not cease its assault, continuously launching carrot bombs. A Bao, emulating its companion, utilized shadow balls for ranged attacks. The green-scaled serpent was a highly venomous beast. A single bite could yield dire consequences. Thus, Wen Xuan instructed Xueshi Tu and a Bao to employ ranged attacks. The unfortunate green-scaled serpent, weakened from its earlier distress, now lacked the strength to retaliate and could only endure the onslaught. Under the relentless barrage from Xueshi Tu and a Bao, the green-scaled serpent ultimately succumbed. Xueshi Tuesday. Upon hearing this, Xueshi Tu immediately grasped Wen Xuan's intention and eagerly rushed towards the fallen serpent with a dagger in hand. However, as it drew near, the serpent's head unexpectedly lunged towards Xueshi Tuesday. Fortunately, Xueshi Tu was quick on its feet, deftly evading the serpent's attack. Wow, that was terrifying. Xueshi Tu patted its racing heart, shaken by the close call. This was truly frightening. A look of fear crossed its face, realizing how close it had come to being bitten by the green-scaled serpent. Wen Xuan furrowed his brow, perplexed. Through the eye of God, he had clearly discerned that the green-scaled serpent was deceased. Yet, it was still capable of attacking. Suddenly, he recalled that a brief period following death, a creature's body may still exhibit reflexive movements. Wen Xuan instructed Xueshi Tu to hold on, waiting approximately 10 minutes before directing Xueshi Tu to extract the magical beast crystal core from the serpent's body. Indeed, it was present. Wen Xuan held the crystal core in his hand and turned it towards the sun. The sunlight illuminated the crystal core, which shimmered with a purple hue. This is a remarkable find. However, since the green-scaled serpent's crystal core possessed a toxic attribute, it was incompatible with both a Bao and Xueshi Tuesday. Therefore, Wen Xuan decided against utilizing it for them, and instead planned to sell it for money, intending to purchase a new magical beast crystal core later. Now, let us retrieve the Tian Tian Gua. Looking up at the treetop, Wen Xuan noticed 10 pink Tian Tian Gua. Rabbit, go and pick them for me. At this moment, Xueshi Tu had become Wen Xuan's willing laborer. Upon hearing Wen Xuan's command, Xueshi Tu did not climb the tree but instead employed a vine whip. The green vine extended towards the Tian Tian Gua, ensnaring them before plucking them from the branches. Utilizing this method, Xueshi Tu successfully gathered all the Tian Tian Gua from the tree. Wen Xuan began to stow the fruits into his backpack, but upon reaching the 7th one, he discovered he could no longer fit anymore. Perfect, there are 3 in total, let us each have one. As soon as Wen Xuan finished speaking, Xueshi Tu swiftly snatched one and began to devour it. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Xueshi Tu munched voraciously as if it were a starving ghost. Meanwhile, a Bao took a gentle bite, and a radiant smile of happiness instantly illuminated its face. Observing this, Wen Xuan also took a bite of his own. Delicious. It was fragrant and crisp, with a subtle sweetness and an intense fruity aroma. No wonder that Wen Xuan cat adored these so much. He continued to eat, and before long, he had completely devoured one. Wen Xuan felt a lingering desire for more. Just as he was about to reach for another, he suddenly remembered that each Tian Tian Gua was worth 10,000 coins. Perhaps it would be wiser to save the money for these 2 little ones to purchase food. After obtaining the Tian Tian Gua, Wen Xuan set off on the return journey with Xueshi Tu and a Bao. He arrived at the Beastmaster Association, submitted the collected Tian Tian Gua, and received 70,000 coins in return. Just as Wen Xuan received the 70,000 coins, he heard a peculiar sound from someone attempting to draw his attention. Do you need something? Little brother, having acquired such a substantial amount of money, have you considered how to spend it? Wen Xuan turned to face the speaker, discovering a thin, small figure resembling a cunning monkey. Instantly, he grew wary. Do not be alarmed, just follow me. With that, he began to walk ahead, and Wen Xuan, intrigued, naturally followed behind. Possessing the eye of God, he had already discerned the other's strength, bronze stage 4. Wen Xuan, now a bronze stage 6 expert, could effortlessly eliminate a bronze stage 4 opponent. Soon, the individual led Wen Xuan to a narrow alley and leaned in closer, whispering, Little brother, have you heard of the black market? The black market? Yes, the black market. It offers a wide variety of items at reasonable prices. As long as you have the money, you can procure anything you desire. Upon hearing this, Wen Xuan's interest was piqued. Such a place existed in this world, yet he remained cautious, for the very essence of the black market lay in its lawlessness. Are you willing to take me to the black market? Of course. Just give me 10,000 coins, and I will lead you there. What do you say? It's quite a deal. As Wen Xuan contemplated whether to part with the money, another voice interjected, Do not believe him, little brother. If you wish to go to the black market, I can take you. At that moment, an elderly man clad in a small yellow duck vest, wearing slippers and clutching a beer bottle, appeared. He appeared quite inebriated, his cheeks flushed from drinking. Chapter 42. The difficulty of being a good person. Upon hearing this, the skinny monkey man's expression contorted into a fierce snarl. You old fool, mind your own business. His eyes glinted with malice as he glared at the old man, harboring murderous intent. Blocking one's path to wealth is akin to slaying one's parents. Such enmity is irreconcilable. Oh, someone dares to challenge me. Wang Kai, show him what we've got. Suddenly, a jet-black dog emerged, emanating an aura of terrifying intimidation. The formidable presence almost made Wen Xuan flee. Heavens! It's the Black Wolf King. Upon sighting the Black Wolf King, the skinny monkey man was paralyzed with fear. Its might was undoubtedly at the golden level. While he was merely a bronze, he stood no chance against it. Watching the retreating figure of the skinny monkey man, the old man snorted softly. You're fortunate to escape. Otherwise, I would have ensured you left at least a leg behind. It was evident that the old man did not wish to harm him. With his strength, it would be as simple as crushing an ant to eliminate him. Little brother, are you not eager to venture into the black market? Follow me. Under the old man's guidance, they arrived at a street corner. The old man tapped on the wall 3 long and 2 short times, and to his astonishment, the wall opened directly. He retrieved 6 coins from his pocket, 2 1 yuan coins, 2 50-cent coins, and 2 10-cent coins, and led Wen Xuan inside. Entering the black market required a specific process. One had to knock on the outer wall in the aforementioned pattern and provide the guards with coins, which were not for profit, but rather to confirm one's identity. Only those who understood the rules could gain entry into the black market. After explaining this, the old man paused and turned to Wen Xuan, his face adorned with a benevolent smile. Young man, do you have countless questions swirling in your mind? Are you curious why I, a mere stranger, would extend my assistance to you? Wen Xuan nodded in response. It is because you bear a resemblance to my grandson. As he spoke, the old man's eyes glimmered with nostalgia. However, he was not as fortunate. During an expedition into a mysterious realm, his grandson had perished at the jaws of a beast. Wen Xuan, unsure of how to console the old man, could only utter, my condolences. It's all right. The past is behind me. I have long since come to terms with it. Wen Xuan fell silent, observing that while the old man spoke optimistically, his eyes betrayed him, revealing traces of tears. Well, we have arrived. This is the black market. Feel free to explore. I have my own matters to attend to. With that, the old man departed. Wen Xuan glanced at the old man's retreating figure before wandering through the bustling black market. The market was alive with activity, reminiscent of a bustling antique street from a previous life, with vendors hawking their wares on both sides. Wen Xuan scanned the array of items, realizing that while there was a plethora of goods, most were of little value. Possessing the eye of God, he could quickly assess the quality of each item. However, after a thorough exploration, he concluded that the truly valuable items were far beyond his financial reach. The things he could afford were mere trinkets. It seemed that there were no fools in this world. Disappointment washed over him, though it was not unexpected. Just as he was about to leave, a young man called out, "Come and take a look at the freshly harvested beast cores." Setting up his stall, the young man shouted, "Don't miss out." Intrigued, Wen Xuan approached, only to be intercepted by someone. He turned to find it was none other than the familiar face of the skinny monkey man, who had previously intended to bring him to the black market. The skinny monkey whispered in Wen Xuan's ear, "Little brother, do not buy his beast cores. That guy is a master forger. Although those cores appear high grade, they are actually fakes, crafted from low-level beast cores." Fake. Wen Xuan had indeed learned a thing or two about identifying beast cores. The attributes of a beast core could be discerned by its color: green for plant attributes, yellow for wind, brown for earth, and red for fire. The grade of a beast core was determined by the stars and moons within it. For instance, 1 moon and 3 stars indicated a bronze level 3 beast core, while 9 moons and 4 stars signified a transcendent level 4 beast core. However, the latter was far beyond Wen Xuan's current capabilities. Although he recognized the possibility of the skinny monkey's claims being true, Wen Xuan was still eager to take a look. After all, he had come this far and did not wish to leave empty-handed. Moreover, with the eye of God, nothing could deceive him. What a fool. The skinny monkey glared at Wen Xuan's back, feeling a mix of indignation and regret. Initially, he had intended to deceive Wen Xuan, but after being frightened by the old man, he found himself regretting his actions. A scene flashed through his mind. Give me another chance. I had no choice before, but now I wish to be a good person. To his surprise, the old man had indeed given him that opportunity. Gratitude surged within him, prompting him to act kindly. Yet, being a good person proved to be a challenge. What defines a good person? What defines a bad person? If a good person commits a wrongdoing, are they then a bad person? Conversely, if a bad person performs a good deed, do they become a good person? Just as the Buddha said, lay down the butcher's knife, and you shall become a Buddha. Unbeknownst to Wen Xuan, his choice had altered the fate of another individual. He approached the young man's stall, where the prices for the beast cores were displayed. To his astonishment, the prices ranged from 10,000 to several 100,000. Little brother, what are you interested in? Feel free to browse and let me know which one you want. I'll package it for you. Wen Xuan quickly scanned the offerings and quickly reached a conclusion. The skinny monkey had been right. This man was indeed a fraud, inflating the grades of the beast cores. Observing the vendor's appearance, Wen Xuan noticed he seemed honest, yet he was undoubtedly a rogue merchant. Chapter 43, The Consumption of Magic Power. So, little brother, did you find anything to your liking? Wen Xuan shook his head in response. No, you're selling nothing but fakes. Aren't you afraid I'll report you? This statement caused the vendor to change color. What do you mean by that? You are making baseless accusations, and you will bear the consequences. If you're innocent, why not bring in an expert to verify? At the mention of an expert, the vendor's demeanor shifted. He could easily deceive newcomers to the black market, as they were often naive and inexperienced, making them easy prey. To him, they were merely plump lambs ready for slaughter. Yet, he did not expect that Wen Xuan would be so astute. What do you want then? Nothing in particular. I merely wish to ascertain whether you possess any other magical beast crystal cores. These do not pique my interest. Should you have others, kindly present them to me. If they meet my satisfaction, we may negotiate a price. Provided the price is reasonable, I shall gladly purchase them. Very well, the stall owner conceded, not wishing for matters to escalate. Although many present were aware of his fraudulent wares, the rules of the black market dictate that once a transaction is completed, the seller bears no responsibility. If one acquires counterfeit goods, they must accept their misfortune. There once was an individual who, emboldened by his status as a master beast tamer, attempted to cause a ruckus in this black market. Ultimately, he was preserved as a specimen, displayed upon a nearby wall. With such cautionary tales in mind, all present became subdued. The young stall owner retrieved a crystal core from his pocket, a dark orb embodying wicked attributes. This immediately captured Wen Xuan's interest. As he gazed at the magical beast crystal core in his hand, the stall owner's thoughts drifted back to this morning. He had set off early, carrying the crystal core with the intent of selling it in the black market. However, he encountered a spherical creature with a single eye and bat-like wings in the jungle. The creature bared its sharp fangs, preparing to attack. At that moment, his fiery dog intervened, unleashing a fireball that instantly vanquished the beast. He then extracted the creature's magical crystal core. Having recently acquired this core, he had yet to process it. What do you think of this? The stall owner deemed the creature too weak, believing its abilities to be lackluster. In this world, discerning the skills inscribed within a magical beast crystal core is nearly impossible unless one witnesses the skills employed by its master in battle. This one, while Wen Xuan was intrigued, he maintained a facade of indifference, casting a sidelong glance at the stall owner and muttering, "You wouldn't be trying to deceive me with some worthless junk, would you? Of course not. Did you not notice the moon and a star depicted upon it? This is undoubtedly a genuine, first-tier bronze magical beast crystal core." As he spoke, the stall owner displayed a hint of nervousness, his gaze wavering. Deep down, he considered this crystal core to be worthless, even if it was indeed a first-tier bronze core. Among the crystal cores displayed at his stall, although they had all been tampered with, their original quality surpassed that of the one currently in question. Very well, I shall take this one. Upon hearing this, the stall owner exhaled in relief. In his eyes, Wen Xuan was merely a harbinger of misfortune, and he hoped he would depart quickly. How much for this magical beast crystal core? 1,000. Consider it compensation for your efforts. It cannot be any less. Agreed. 1,000 for a first-tier bronze magical beast crystal core is quite a bargain. If purchased elsewhere, it might not even be obtainable for 3,000. Given the scarcity of magical beast crystal cores, everything hinges on luck. To avoid any prolonged complications, Wen Xuan promptly purchased the magical beast crystal core. He had no desire to haggle, as the other party was a 7th-tier bronze beast tamer, and pushing him too far could lead to undesirable consequences. Holding the magical beast crystal core, he made his way to the exit of the black market and departed without delay. Once outside, the information regarding the recently acquired magical beast crystal core surfaced in Wen Xuan's mind. Little Demon's magical beast crystal core, first-tier bronze. Skills recorded. Demonic Needle, 3. Utilizes wicked energy to condense needles for an offensive strike. Magic Absorption, 1. Inflicts contact damage on an enemy, enabling the absorption of their magical energy. What a remarkable find. Wen Xuan was astonished to realize he had stumbled upon a treasure. Had that young stall owner known the skills contained within, he would surely be filled with regret. A bow. Wen Xuan summoned a bow. Having previously utilized numerous magical beast crystal cores on the mimic rabbit, he could not show favoritism, thus intending to bestow this crystal core upon a bow. Moreover, As it was a wicked attribute crystal core, its compatibility with a bow was heightened. A bow opened its mouth and swallowed the magical beast crystal core whole. Being a first-tier bronze core, a bow assimilated it swiftly. Before long, a blue light flickered across a bow's form, and Wen Xuan realized it had leveled up. Panda baby. Attribute, wicked. Gender, male. Level, 7th tier bronze. Potential, peak strength, monarch. Evolution path, panda warrior. Learn skills, berserker fist 5, bear paw slam 7, mountain press 4. Roar of Evil 4, Rending Claw 5, Stealth 4, Iron Skin 6, Shadow Ball 4, Magic Absorption 1. Astonishingly, it had indeed learned the skill of magic absorption. Within the little demon's magical beast crystal core, there were two skills. One was Demonic Needle, and the other was Magic Absorption. While the former was commendable, a bow already possessed a similar skill, Shadow Ball. As for the latter, it was nothing short of extraordinary. This skill was akin to an otherworldly version of the star-absorbing technique, allowing the user to absorb an enemy's magical energy and utilize it to strike back. The sole drawback was that the user had to make contact with the enemy for the effect to take place. However, for a bow, this skill was perfectly suited, as it was inherently a strength-based beast, favoring close combat. Suddenly, a song resonated in Wen Xuan's mind. Without guns, without cannons, the enemies build for us. Battles among beast tamers require the expenditure of magical energy. With this skill, as long as a bow inflicts damage in close combat, it can absorb a portion of magical energy. This would equate to a 1% absorption of the opponent's energy. Though it may seem minimal, this skill has the potential for upgrades. This implies that as its level increases, so too will the quantity of magical energy absorbed. What a fortunate find this is. Content. Wen Xuan made his way back to school, harboring a new goal, to take a bow into battle, thereby hastening the proficiency of the magic absorption skill. Chapter 44. I shall grant you points. Wen Xuan returned to school accompanied by a bow and the mimic rabbit. At this moment, he held an ice cream, while the mimic rabbit nibbled on a carrot and a bow chewed on tender bamboo shoots. The trio strolled leisurely along the path leading to the dormitory. Their demeanor contrasted sharply with that of their classmates, who appeared troubled and whispered amongst themselves. I can't stand it. That guy is exceedingly arrogant. Indeed. He shows us no respect. Oh, if only my strength were greater, I could stand up for our school. Why didn't our teachers send the seniors from the 3rd year? Then we wouldn't have to let that student from Yizhong run rampant. Yizhong, running rampant? Wen Xuan was now a student of Guang City Yizhong. In his 2nd year. Next year, he would enter his 3rd year, preparing for the college entrance examination and the subsequent transition to university life. The strengths of Yizhong and Erzhong were comparable, and the two institutions had become rivals in the pursuit of limited resources. Similarly, the students from both schools were at odds with each other. From their murmurs, it appeared that someone from Yizhong had instigated trouble, and it seemed that their side was at a disadvantage. At that moment, Wen Xuan spotted Wang Bin and his two companions striding towards him, visibly incensed. Wang Bin. Wen Xuan called out. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Wang Bin seemed to have encountered a savior. Wen Xuan. Wang Bin appeared somewhat agitated, as if he had glimpsed the dawn of hope. Wen Xian, hurry to the school's gymnasium. Students from Yizhong have come to challenge us. Damn it. Our people barely got a few rounds in before being knocked down. The teacher intended to send senior students to teach that fellow a lesson, but the vice principal intervened, believing we cannot afford to lose face. If we send seniors into battle and win, it would be a hollow victory. If we lose, it would be even more humiliating. Upon hearing this, Wen Xian maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unaffected. Just then, he heard a voice call his name. Turning around, he saw Feng Xiang, whose expression was also grim. He had just witnessed the match and wished he could step onto the stage himself to deliver a sound thrashing to that arrogant individual. That fellow was insufferably conceited, showing no respect whatsoever. However, he refrained from acting, knowing he could not strike back, being a teacher in the school. Wen Xian, go to the gym and teach that guy a lesson. If you win, I will give you 500 points. At some point, Zhou Zimei had also arrived. Although she had previously had disagreements with Du Gu Tong Tong, those were personal grievances. Now, someone was challenging them and bullying the students of their school, which was an affront to all the teachers. I'll contribute as well, Zhou Zimei added. Wen Xian glanced around and noticed the homeroom teachers from 6 classes were present. Each offering him 500 points would amount to 3,000 points, a tempting prospect, as points could be exchanged for valuable items in the school's treasury. All right. Wen Xian agreed, recognizing that this was an opportunity to serve the school and bring glory. And seeing the hopeful expressions on the teachers' faces made it difficult for him to refuse. He turned and made his way toward the nearby gymnasium. As Wen Xian stepped into the gym, he witnessed a student being defeated. Ha ha ha, trash. All of you from Erzhong are worthless. What kind of pathetic school dares to compete with Yizhong? Do you even deserve to be here? Is there anyone else eager to receive a beating? The student on the stage surveyed the crowd with a condescending gaze, exuding an air of superiority. How arrogant, Wen Xuan murmured under his breath. Wen Xuan, that's the one. Make sure to defeat him. Yes, let him understand why the flowers are so red, others chimed in, rallying behind him. He is far too arrogant, Wen Xuan. Give him a beating so severe that even his mother wouldn't recognize him. With the eyes of the crowd fixed upon him, Wen Xuan ascended the stage. Wen Xuan has arrived. The audience erupted in cheers. Ah, this is wonderful. Wen Xuan is on stage. We have hope. He is our rookie king, handsome and powerful. This is fantastic. We will surely win. Wen Xuan, avenge us. The spectators, having long suppressed their frustrations, voiced their hopes upon seeing Wen Xuan. Wen Xuan? So you're the one called Wen Xuan? What a joke, rookie king. Lin Tianbao sneered as he sized Wen Xuan up, his eyes filled with disdain. Humph. You look like just a pretty face, all show and no substance. In response to Lin Tianbao's mockery, Wen Xuan retorted coolly, if you doubt my prowess, perhaps your mother should come and test it. He saw no merit in reasoning with such an impudent individual, akin to playing the lute to a cow. Humph, sharp-tongued. I doubt your abilities are as impressive as your words, Lin Tianbao shot back. Beast, unleash your monkey fist against his panda. He commanded his wild monkey to attack Wen Xuan's panda. The wild monkey charged at the panda with a fist raised. A bow, the panda met the challenge with a swift slap. The two beasts collided with a resounding thud. A figure was sent reeling back. It was the wild monkey. Such strength. Lin Tianbao was taken aback, realizing that Wen Xuan's panda had managed to withstand the wild monkey's full-force punch and even pushed it back. Wen Xuan activated his divine eye, analyzing Lin Tianbao's wild monkey. Wild monkey. Type. Fighting. Gender. Male. Level. Bronze 7. Potential. Peak strength. Gold. Evolution path. Wild monkey king. Skills learned. Monkey fist 6. Sharp claws 4. Rage 5. Battle roar 3. Truly, a student from Yizhong. This strength spoke volumes, justifying their audacity to challenge. Yet, while challenges were acceptable, disrespectful words were not. Wen Xuan resolved to teach this opponent a lesson, demonstrating that there are always greater heights beyond the mountains. With a swift motion, a bow pounced on the wild monkey, initiating close combat. The two beasts exchanged blows, fists against fists, feet against feet. Within mere minutes, they had executed numerous moves. This match evolved into a tug-of-war. Previously, Wen Xuan would have been concerned, for before mastering the skill, mana absorption, a bow's battles relied solely on health points. Now, however, each of a bow's attacks absorbed some of the enemy's mana. As their power fluctuated, the wild monkey's mana finally dwindled. Devoid of mana, the wild monkey could only rely on its physical strength to endure. A bow's punch landed squarely on the wild monkey, delivering a tremendous blow that knocked it off the stage. We won. We actually won. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers upon witnessing Wen Xuan's panda triumph over Lin Tianbao's wild monkey. They had long awaited a victory to uplift their spirits, and Wen Xuan had brought that victory to them. Seeing the severely injured wild monkey, Lin Tianbao clenched his teeth, feeling a surge of frustration. A bow was also in a weakened state, yet the wild monkey, a fighting-type beast, had an advantage against it. Come forth, stone-armored rhino. While the crowd continued to celebrate, Lin Tianbao summoned his second beast. With a swift motion, the stone-armored rhino opened its mouth, launching a gigantic stone toward a bow. Watch out, Wen Xuan. Be careful. How despicable. How can you stoop so low, resorting to sneak attacks? Winning is all that matters. Your opinions mean nothing to me. Lin Tianbao revealed his true colors. Just as the stone was about to strike a bow, a green vine shot through the air, wrapping around the flying stone like a whip. I heard someone was going to attack my boss. How could I, as a loyal subordinate, stand by idly? The crowd turned to the source of the voice, astonished to see a rabbit speaking. A talking rabbit? Lin Tianbao exclaimed in shock. Have you emerged from the depths of the forest? Do you lack any knowledge, not even recognizing a mimic rabbit? Indeed, with your level of knowledge, how could you possibly attend Yizhong? Surely, you must have taken shortcuts, the crowd jeered. As the taunts rang out, Lin Tianbao's expression darkened. He indeed had relied on connections to enter Yizhong. However, his abilities were genuine, yet at this moment, no one acknowledged his strength. The Su SHT leaped onto the arena, assisting BO to the side of Wen Xuan. It then turned to face the SHGX and boldly declared, You dare to ambush my esteemed leader? You are doomed. Upon hearing this, SHGX displayed a flicker of disdain. Who would be afraid of the threat posed by a mere rabbit? How dare you look down upon me? Allow me to teach you a lesson, it retorted, charging towards Su SHT. In response, Su SHT effortlessly leaped aside, evading the attack of SHGX, which thundered onto the stage like a heavy tank. Each footfall resonated with a sound akin to beating drums. SHGX turned to continue its assault. The two combatants resembling a matador and a bull, with Su SHT in the role of the matador. Each time SHGXNI nearly collided with Su SHT, the latter expertly controlled the distance, unbeknownst to SHGXNI. Wen Xuan peered at SHGXNI through the eye of the divine, noting its attributes. SHGXNI, type, rock, gender, male. Level, bronze tier 4, potential, peak strength, silver, evolution path, armored rhinoceros, skills acquired, bull charge 4, flying stone 5, rock armor 3. After several failed attacks, SHGXNI was left panting. Little bull, you are lacking. You must train harder. Su SHT grinned wickedly. With a swift crack, a green vine lashed against SHGXNI, causing it to cry out in pain. Yet, even at its peak, it could not land a hit on Su SHT, let alone in its current state. Su SHT began to toy with SHGXNI, striking with the vine whenever it attempted to rest. The vine, being a plant-type attack, inflicted significant damage on SHGXNI, causing it to writhe in agony. The audience's expressions shifted dramatically. A devil. This is a devilish rabbit, they exclaimed. It is terrifying, truly terrifying. To have the ability to defeat the opponent outright, yet choose to torment them instead. Thank goodness I am not the one battling. I fear I would be driven to madness. This is exhilarating. This is the battle I yearn to witness. Someone shouted, and the crowd erupted in fervent applause. Oh, this is so satisfying. Thank you, Wen Xuan, for allowing us to experience such a splendid match, the audience exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Observing this, Wen Xuan smiled gently, realizing it was time to conclude the bout. He addressed Su SHT, saying, enough playing, granted a swift end. Understood. Su SHT replied, though a fierce glint flickered in its eyes. Despite having followed Wen Xuan for only a few weeks, it felt a warmth of belonging. Bo was like an older brother, caring for it deeply. The audacity of SHGXNI to bully its older sibling was unforgivable. With a sudden leap, Su SHT positioned itself behind SHGXNI. It reached into the air, conjuring a massive carrot. Having mastered the art of explosive carrots, Su SHT had previously used smaller ones to conserve magical energy. Now, however, Wen Xuan sought a quick resolution. Behind SHGXNI lay a vulnerable opening, and with a powerful thrust, Su SHT shoved the gigantic carrot into the breach, then swiftly rebounded to safety. A tremendous explosion ensued. Welcome to the class of Little Flower Mama. The impact sent SHGXNI crashing to the ground, its rear obliterated by the carrot bomb. Spectators near the arena were not spared, drenched in a mix of rice and blood. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder. Swiftly, Su SHT returned to Wen Xuan's side, who was escorting Bo out of the arena. Where is everyone? They wondered, realizing Wen Xuan had vanished, leaving only a stunned Bo sitting on the ground. There he is. As the crowd spotted Wen Xuan heading outside, they gasped in awe at his imposing figure. Is this what it means to be a big shot? Chapter 46, Journey to Gold Bay. Upon exiting the sports hall, several teachers approached Wen Xuan eagerly. Wen Xuan, they called out warmly, having witnessed the spectacle of his battle. Incredible. Absolutely remarkable. You've showcased the prowess of our institution. Wen Xuan smiled at the beaming teachers and said, I have finished the fight, and I emerged victorious. Is that not worthy of some reward? As he rubbed his hands together, the teachers exchanged knowing glances and promptly retrieved their phones to credit him with points. In the school, points could be transferred, and both students and teachers earned them. Many instructors pursued teaching not for monetary gain, but for the points, as treasures in the vault could only be redeemed with them. With their talents, they could have easily attained wealth, but their dedication lay elsewhere. Once the points were credited, Wen Xuan wasted no time and headed directly towards the treasure room. Along the way, Su SHT and Bo appeared rather dejected. Bo was somewhat better off, but Su SHT was exaggeratedly dramatic, hunched over as if on the brink of collapse. If it weren't for Wen Xuan's eye of the divine, which revealed Su SHT's true condition, he might have genuinely believed it was near death. Enough of the theatrics. It cannot be that dire, Wen Xuan chided. How could it not be? I nearly perished. Releasing that colossal carrot bomb nearly drained me. Wen Xuan, bemused by Su SHT's dramatic demeanor, replied, very well, this time you shall take the credit. I will seek out something valuable for you in the treasure room. Really? What treasures await? Su SHT inquired. You shall find out upon arrival, Wen Xuan assured. Upon entering the treasure room, he began to search for items. What is this? Where have all the treasures gone? In the school's vault. A purple item had previously been present, but it was now missing, likely exchanged by someone else. Wen Xuan continued to search, now in the area designated for magical beast cores, hoping to find a skill that would replenish Su SHT's magical energy. Its explosive technique was excessively draining. Although he had previously acquired a Mana Devour core, it had already been given to Bo. Wen Xuan had considered giving it to Su SHT, but quickly dismissed the idea. The core was of a negative attribute, incompatible with Su SHT, and it might not even learn the skill. Moreover, he had promised Bo a beneficial skill. Ultimately, Bo was Wen Xuan's first beast companion, and their bond was naturally stronger than that with Su SHT. Hence, he felt no regret in granting Bo the core. After a thorough search of the magical beast core area, Wen Xuan discovered that although there were many cores, none were suitable for his needs. "Young man, what are you searching for?" Upon hearing these words, Wen Xuan looked up and discovered an elderly man with a head of white hair. The elder bore a serious expression, emanating an aura of formidable pressure. A strong warrior. This was indeed a powerful individual. Instinctively, Wen Xuan activated his divine eye and was astonished to find that the elder was at the 7th tier of diamond rank. This man was the most formidable being Wen Xuan had ever encountered in reality. "Nothing much. I am merely in search of a magical beast crystal core possessing a mana recovery ability." Mana recovery? The elder's brow furrowed at the mention of these words. Clearly deep in thought. Soon, he spoke to Wen Xuan. Magical beasts with mana recovery abilities are exceedingly rare. Whenever such a crystal core appears, it becomes the object of fierce competition among many. Thus, it is highly unlikely that you will find one here. Very well. Wen Xuan appeared somewhat disappointed. As he prepared to leave, he was called back by the elder at the door. "Young man, if you desire a mana recovery ability, you might try your luck at Huangjin Haiwan." Previously, a magical water spirit-esque crystal core was reported there, and this type of beast possesses the mana recovery skill. Magical water spirit? Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Wen Xuan departed. As he watched the young man's retreating figure, the elder murmured to himself, "Youngster, let us see if you possess the fortune to uncover the magical water spirit's crystal core." Though this is merely a world of beast taming, it parallels the realm of cultivation in its emphasis on fate. It seems that no matter where one resides, destiny plays a significant role. The fortunate ones are indeed at the pinnacle of life. Wen Xuan exited the treasure chamber, opting not to return to his dormitory. Instead, he left the school and hailed a taxi to Huangjin Haiwan. After approximately an hour's journey, he finally arrived at Huangjin Haiwan. Upon disembarking, Wen Xuan understood why it was called Huangjin Haiwan. The sand was golden in hue, shimmering under the sunlight, and the scenery was breathtaking. The azure sky was dotted with fluffy white clouds, and the gentle blue waves lapped against the shore, creating a soothing sound as they caressed the sandy beach. Nearby, a tourist area was bustling with visitors enjoying themselves. Wen Xuan took a deep breath, expecting to feel refreshed, only to be met with a pungent fishy odor. It seemed that the claims of fresh seaside air made on television were misleading. The reality was a far cry from such assertions. The air was saturated with the scent of fish due to the sea. Fortunately, Wen Xuan was not averse to this odor. Had he disliked it, he might have been quite ill. Wen Xuan walked a short distance and found a set of stairs leading down to the beach. As his feet sank into the soft sand, he felt a comforting sensation. "Come forth, Abao and Xueshi too." Wen Xuan summoned his companions. Upon appearing, Abao was visibly excited, akin to a child entering a wonderland, curiously surveying everything around. Having lived in the mountains since childhood, this was its first encounter with the sea. It hopped in place, relishing the softness of the sand beneath its feet. Meanwhile, Xueshi too dashed off toward the distance. "Beautiful lady, do you need assistance?" A woman in a blue bikini sunbathing turned her head at the sound, only to find a rabbit before her. Xueshi too, ever the clever one, suppressed its mischievous demeanor and transformed into an innocuous, adorable rabbit. "Little bunny, you can talk?" the woman exclaimed in astonishment. Seeing her reaction, Xueshi too continued, "Beautiful lady, may I apply sunscreen for you?" "Sure, that would be lovely." Xueshi too, upon receiving her consent, grabbed a nearby bottle of sunscreen, squeezed some into its paws, and began to apply it onto the lady's skin. It must be said that Xueshi too's service was commendable. Its soft, furry paws provided a pleasant sensation against her skin. Wen Xuan could not help but smirk at the sight of Xueshi too applying sunscreen, wondering where it had learned such behavior. Abao, noticing Wen Xuan's expression, began gesturing animatedly. Soon, Wen Xuan deduced the identity of Xueshi too's mentor. "Are you referring to Wang Bin?" Abao nodded in affirmation. "You mean Wang Bin was secretly teaching Xueshi too while I was away? Teaching it knowledge? Such as adult films?" Abao nodded vigorously. At that moment, Abao felt a sense of glee, having been excluded from the viewing. It had seen Xueshi too and Wang Bin sneaking videos in the dormitory and had been curious to join. However, they had evicted it, citing its youth. At that time, A Bao had been upset and planned to report them to Wen Xuan, but then Mao Mao appeared, enticing a Bao with delicious bamboo shoots from the cafeteria. With food in hand, a Bao quickly forgot about its grievances. Wang Bin, what exactly have you taught my Xueshi to? Wen Xuan lamented, wishing he had brought both his beasts along during his cultivation. He intended to call Xueshi Tu back, but paused midway upon seeing the blissful smile on its face. Let it be, consider it a day off. Wen Xuan turned with a bow and first checked into a hotel by the beach. They then visited a nearby clothing store to purchase tank tops, beach shorts, flip-flops, and 2 pairs of sunglasses, one for himself and one for a Bao. Before long, both man and beast were back on the beach. Wen Xuan headed towards the ocean, intending to take a swim. Hey, handsome. Wen Xuan turned towards the voice, discovering a group of women playing beach volleyball. Could you throw the ball over to us? Wen Xuan glanced around and spotted a volleyball at his feet. As he bent down to pick it up, one of the women spoke again. Why pick it up, handsome? Why not join us? We're short one player, and another friend wants to join. All right. Wen Xuan agreed and joined the game, playing volleyball with the lovely ladies. The ball danced through the air, a pleasing sight to behold. Yet, Wen Xuan was apprehensive about the possibility of the ball inadvertently striking one of the nearby beauties, as that would be against the rules. After a while of playing beach volleyball, everyone took a break. Wow, handsome, you're amazing. One lady exclaimed, panting. She had not anticipated Wen Xuan's skill, which left her breathless. Ladies, let us go for a swim in the ocean to wash off the sand and sweat. Yes, handsome, you should come too. Sure. Wen Xuan followed the women into the water, and they began to swim. After a brief period in the sea, a lady suddenly suggested, how about a swimming race? At the buoy over there is the finish line. Let us see who reaches it first. Very well. Wen Xuan agreed. With the commencement of the race, everyone began to swim vigorously towards the buoy's location. The beautiful women glided through the water like enchanting mermaids, their speed remarkable. Yet Wen Xuan's pace surpassed them all. He appeared as a striking figure amidst the waves, his fair skin glistening under the sun, visible beneath the water's surface. Wen Xuan triumphed, claiming victory in this contest with a first-place finish. Xiao Xianxian, a voice suddenly called out. Upon hearing it, Wen Xuan, filled with curiosity, scanned his surroundings. He soon spotted the Xueshi Tu lounging nearby on a swim ring. This mischievous rabbit seemed to be reveling in its leisure. Donning sunglasses and reclining atop a pink float, a glass of orange juice in its hand. Hananai, a voice, sweet and soft, reached his ears. Wen Xuan turned to look in the direction of the sound. To his astonishment, he was taken aback. This individual appeared as if they had brought along 2 large watermelons. Darling, what is it? The Xueshi Tu mimicked human speech as it swam towards the beautiful woman. She is tired. All right, let us return. With that, the Xueshi Tu guided the lady back towards the shore. Witnessing this, Wen Xuan gritted his teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, the other beautiful women had swum up to Wen Xuan's side. Wow, you swim so fast. They exclaimed, breathlessly. Fast. For some reason, Wen Xuan felt that this was not a compliment, but rather a slight. Suddenly, the last woman let out a piercing scream as her body sank beneath the waves. Without hesitation, Wen Xuan leaped into the water, swiftly swimming towards her. She had likely cramped up. They had just played beach volleyball without proper stretching before diving into swimming, so a cramp was not unexpected. Reaching the distressed woman, Wen Xuan grasped her firmly and pulled her towards the surface. Just then, a massive creature approached from the depths. A shark, Wen Xuan exclaimed in disbelief, realizing that this area of the sea harbored such a predator. Breaking the surface, he shouted at the nearby Xueshi Tu, you foolish rabbit, hurry over here. If you don't, you'll become the main course. Though playful and mischievous, the Xueshi Tu understood the gravity of the situation. Hearing Wen Xuan's urgent call, its expression changed. It leaped into the water, swimming swiftly towards Wen Xuan. With a roar, the saber-toothed shark emerged from the depths, its enormous dorsal fin slicing through the water's surface. Upon sighting this formidable fin, panic spread among the onlookers, who began to scream, "There's a shark." Chapter 48. The Attack of the Saber-Toothed Shark. Sharks symbolize death. The mere mention of the word sent everyone fleeing in terror towards the shore. The saber-toothed shark had its sights set on Wen Xuan, propelling itself rapidly in his direction. Its jaws opened wide, revealing countless serrated teeth, ready to bite down on Wen Xuan. At that moment, just as the shark was about to strike, a green vine shot forth, ensnaring its mouth. How dare you attempt to feast on my master without consulting me? The Xueshi Tu. The shark, caught in the Xueshi Tu's grasp, began to thrash about, attempting to break free. However, the quality of the Xueshi Tu's vine was exceptional. Desperate, the shark devised another plan, to drag the Xueshi Tu underwater to drown it. It dove swiftly into the depths. Noticing the shark's disappearance, the Xueshi Tu soon realized the peril it was in. It was being pulled down into the ocean. Wen Xuan, witnessing this, could not help but shout, "Rabbit! Quickly sever the vine." The rabbit, understanding the urgency, swiftly produced the dagger that Wen Xuan had given it, exerting force to cut the vine. With a sigh of relief, the Xueshi too felt the tension ease. As the vine was severed, the saber-toothed shark began to thrash wildly, soon breaking free. By this time, Wen Xuan had managed to bring the woman close to the shore. Realizing that attacking Wen Xuan was futile, the shark shifted its target, aiming to devour the Xueshi Tuesday. With a powerful flick of its tail, it surged toward the rabbit like a torpedo. "Ah, master, save me!" the Xueshi Tu cried, hastily swimming towards Wen Xuan. The shark was closing in, ready to pounce. "Were you not going to use the vine?" Wen Xuan extended his hand. The Xueshi Tu understood and quickly wrapped its vine around Wen Xuan's arm. Grasping the vine, Wen Xuan sprinted towards the beach. Luckily, his strength had grown considerably. He pulled the Xueshi Tu along, which gleefully rode the waves, swiftly reaching the shore. "Woohoo! This is so much fun!" the Xueshi Tu exclaimed, glancing back at the saber-toothed shark, unable to resist shaking its ample behind. Come on, you stinky shark." With its advanced mimicry skill, the Xueshi Tu could comprehend the language of all creatures. The saber-toothed shark, infuriated by the taunt, dove deep into the water, preparing to launch itself. With a tremendous leap, it breached the surface, disregarding the danger of stranding itself on the shore. Its singular focus was to devour the Xueshi Tuesday. "Goodbye, my master," the rabbit lamented, reflecting on the happiest days of its life spent with Wen Xuan, who had always provided for it. Just as the saber-toothed shark was about to clamp down on the Xueshi Tu, a dark figure suddenly appeared, charging toward the shark. With a powerful strike, that figure sent the saber-toothed shark flying. It was Abeo. Having witnessed the imminent danger to the Xueshi Tu, Abeo rushed in to save the day. The Xueshi Tu's eyes welled with tears, "Boss." However, before it could express its gratitude, it heard, "You foolish rabbit, retaliate quickly. It's coming back." Determined, the Xueshi Tu clenched its teeth, a fierce glint in its eyes. Turning around, it conjured a massive carrot bomb with its right hand. The saber-toothed shark, having missed its initial strike, adjusted its course and lunged once more. As it soared through the air, the Xueshi Tu did not hold back. It sprang into the air, thrusting the gigantic carrot bomb into the shark's open mouth before evading the attack. Boom. Whether it was the explosion of the carrot bomb or the sound of the saber-toothed shark crashing onto the beach, or perhaps both occurring simultaneously, the poor shark's mouth was shattered, billowing clouds of black smoke. However, it was not yet defeated. Abeo seized the opportunity, leaping high into the air, preparing to deliver a crushing blow with its massive paw. A sharp crack echoed through the air as Abao crushed the skull of the saber-toothed shark with a single strike. He had successfully vanquished the formidable creature, and applause erupted from the shore as spectators began to cheer, discussing Wen Xian's heroic deeds. "This young man is truly remarkable. Is this what it means to be a beastmaster? His prowess is simply astounding." A wave of envy washed over some, lamenting why they could not possess such exceptional talents. At that moment, a beautiful girl dashed towards Wen Xian, wrapping her arms around his neck and planting a quick kiss on his cheek before scampering away like a rabbit. Watching her retreating figure, Wen Xian could only shrug in resignation. She was none other than the girl in green whom he had rescued, yet she had not revealed her name. "Master!" the Xueshi Tu exclaimed, using its dagger to extract the magical core from the saber-toothed shark's head. The core was of the 8th tier of bronze, and selling it would fetch a handsome sum. Since the shark lacked any unique abilities, there was no need to keep the core. As for giving it to the Xueshi Tu or Abao, this water attribute core could not be fully absorbed by them. It would be wiser to sell it or exchange it for a core with a more suitable attribute. Wen Xian pocketed the magical core and, feeling fatigued, decided to return to the inn for a well-deserved rest. However, halfway there, he noticed the rabbit had vanished. Turning around, he discovered it had gone off in search of the girl again. That little rascal, Wen Xian thought, choosing to let it frolic as it pleased. Later that night, a knock echoed at his door. Upon opening it, he found the Xueshi Tu standing at the threshold, exclaiming, "Oh, I'm utterly exhausted. What on earth have you been doing?" Wen Xian furrowed his brow, noticing the overwhelming scent of perfume wafting from the rabbit. "What else could I be doing? I was just being a rabbit. Those guys were outrageous. They wanted me to play the role of a rabbit baby. I nearly lost my, well, you know. Fortunately, I was clever enough to escape." Wen Xian gazed at the Xueshi Tu and was taken aback. It was adorned with numerous rings. "Where did you acquire these? Steal? Am I that sort of creature? I merely collected them. While those fellows were asleep, I took them." "All right." Wen Xian found himself at a loss for words. He didn't care whether the Xueshi Tu had taken them or not. He simply wanted to convey that the gemstone rings were not to be worn. As for returning them, the rabbit had already taken them, and returning them would only solidify the accusation of theft. "Here." Take these, the Shueshi Tu said, surprisingly generous, as it removed the rings and placed them into Wen Xuan's hands. Wen Xuan had not anticipated such compliance from the rabbit. As he pondered how to deal with the gemstone rings, he was stunned. Is this a space ring? He could hardly believe that the Shueshi Tu had returned with such a treasure. Where did you find this? Oh, this? It was given to me by the watermelon girl, the rabbit replied. Watermelon girl? Images of two large watermelons flashed in Wen Xuan's mind. This ring had belonged to the watermelon girl's ancestors, regarded as a family heirloom, yet she thought of it as nothing more than a trinket, devoid of any gems. To her, it was merely a reminder of her family's past struggles, intended to warn future generations. Understanding this, Wen Xuan nodded. No wonder she entrusted such a valuable item to you. She was unaware of its worth. In this world, there were documented items capable of containing objects, such as space rings. However, their rarity had led many to forget their existence. Wen Xuan instinctively followed the instructions for activating the space ring. He retrieved a small knife from his pocket, made a small cut on his hand, and let a drop of blood fall onto the ring. What are you doing? Even if my hands are dirty, you need not resort to self-harm. All right, I understand now. I won't do it again, the Shueshi Tu muttered behind him. But Wen Xuan paid it no mind. After absorbing his blood, the space ring emitted a brilliant white light, and he felt himself transported to another realm. Is this the interior of the space ring? Utilizing his divine eye, Wen Xuan discerned that the ring was unclaimed, and to recognize a master, it required a blood sacrifice. He had successfully bound the ring to himself. After absorbing his blood, the ring changed color, transforming from a deep black to a translucent red. This is truly a remarkable find. Wen Xuan marveled, realizing the interior space measured an impressive 120 square meters, ample enough to build a home, complete with 3 rooms and a living area. Hey, why has it changed color? Wen Xuan mused, pleased that it now appeared unassuming on his hand, allowing him to avoid suspicion. Eager to test its storage capabilities, Wen Xuan waved his hand, storing the gemstone rings from the table into the space ring. To his delight, they truly appeared within. With a mere thought, he summoned a green gemstone ring into his hand. What a treasure! A smile spread across Wen Xuan's face as he turned to express his gratitude to the Shueshi Tu, only to find it fast asleep, nestled under a blanket. The rabbit murmured, Master, I was wrong. I won't dare again. Please don't drive me away. Seeing this, Wen Xuan approached and gently stroked the rabbit's head. Thank you. Little one, you did well this time. Wen Xuan was not one to adhere strictly to morality. In a world where one must look out for oneself, it was foolish to pass up an opportunity. Since the items were already taken, they rightfully belonged to him. The fact that the Shueshi Tu had procured them made no difference to him. It was akin to how Lu Sun criticized society in his writings. What concern was it of Zhou Shuren? With a sense of justification, he collected the items. The next morning, Wen Xuan awoke to find something pressing down on him. Opening his eyes, he discovered it was the Shueshi Tuesday. Angrily, he shoved the rabbit aside. What are you doing? The rabbit, abruptly awakened from a pleasant dream, protested. What do you think you're doing? Wen Xuan replied, astonished that he had been pinned down by a rabbit, and a male one at that. He was not Tang Sung and had no intention of engaging in such a relationship. Getting out of bed, he addressed the Shueshi Tu, quickly wash up, then join me for breakfast. Afterward, we will set off to attend to important matters. All right. The creature known as Shueshi Tu surprisingly rushed into the restroom ahead of Wen Xuan, and to make matters worse, it locked the door behind it. This rabbit. Wen Xuan was infuriated, truly a mischievous rabbit. Over 10 minutes later, within the breakfast establishment, the rabbit devoured its meal with utmost greed, while Wen Xuan and Bao took their time savoring their food. During their meal, Wen Xuan listened intently to the conversations around him. He had anticipated that the rabbit's antics would cause quite a stir, yet to his astonishment, there was not a whisper of news. Could it truly be, as the rabbit claimed, that those individuals willingly offered their belongings, which the rabbit then seized? Wen Xuan found this notion quite hard to believe. However, he soon came to terms with it. The thoughts of the wealthy were beyond his comprehension. Wealthy individuals could be so bored that they might destroy someone's rice fields merely for amusement, branding it as golden grain cuisine, a notion Wen Xuan found utterly unacceptable. Chapter 50. The Island of Water People. After finishing breakfast, Wen Xuan and his companions exited the establishment. Inside, he had gathered information. If one wished to learn about the sea, they should head west to a small wooden cabin. An old sailor resided there, a notorious drunkard who would be all smiles if presented with 2 bottles of wheat wine, ready to share any information one sought. Wen Xuan purchased 2 bottles of wheat wine and made his way toward the western shore. After a short walk, he finally discovered the cabin spoken of by others. As it was uninhabited by anyone but the old sailor, locating his dwelling was quite simple. Wen Xuan stood before the wooden door, knocking gently. Who is it? Came the voice of the old sailor from within. The door creaked open, releasing a foul odor that forced Wen Xuan to stumble back several paces. Goodness! Was this old sailor concocting biochemical weapons inside? The room was filled with the stench of alcohol, sweat, and unwashed feet, a cacophony of unpleasant aromas. Who are you? I am here to deliver wine. Wine. At the mere mention of the beverage, the old sailor's excitement was palpable. However, Wen Xuan refrained from handing it over immediately, stating, "If you desire the wine, you must first answer my questions." "Of course, ask away." The old sailor, a true connoisseur of alcohol, could not take his eyes off the bottles. His lips were constantly moistened in anticipation. "Do you know of the magical water people?" Upon hearing those words, the old sailor's expression shifted to one of fear. "Why do you ask about that?" "Oh, I'm merely curious about their whereabouts." The old sailor quickly advised, "Young man, heed my warning. That place is not one to be trifled with. It is fraught with danger. Hidden reefs and man-eating fish lurk beneath the surface. Should you venture there, it is likely you would not return." Wen Xuan's brow furrowed as he absorbed the sailor's words. Nevertheless, he resolved to proceed. As a beastmaster, he must not shy away from peril. If he were to hesitate at the first sign of difficulty, he might as well return home to sell roasted sweet potatoes. "Just tell me where that place is. The rest is none of your concern." "Very well." Shortly thereafter, Wen Xuan emerged from the old sailor's abode. Upon departing, the sailor's table boasted 2 bottles of wheat wine and a hefty sum of money. The wine was a gift from Wen Xuan, while the money was for the acquisition of the sailor's boat. In his possession, Wen Xuan now held 2 items, a key to the boat and a map. He navigated the vessel, following the sailor's directions and the map until he reached a certain coastline. "Is that the place?" Wen Xuan gazed at a distant island. He did not immediately steer the boat toward the island, but rather observed quietly. Soon, with the aid of his divine vision, he penetrated the depths of the water to discern the hidden reefs. There were numerous reefs in the vicinity, and carelessness could result in the vessel's hull being punctured. Fortunately, with his divine vision, Wen Xuan was able to identify all the reefs and chart a course toward the island. He skillfully maneuvered the boat through the treacherous waters, advancing, veering left, then right. After approximately 20 minutes, Wen Xuan successfully navigated through the reef and arrived at the island. He secured the boat's tether to a massive rock on the shore and ventured inland with his 2 beasts. "Wen Xuan, look, there's a cute little crab," Xueshi Tu exclaimed, following close behind. Upon spotting the diminutive crab, it appeared quite endearing. Crack! A sharp sound resounded as Xueshi Tu crushed the little crab beneath its foot. "It seems rather soft." Wen Xuan could not help but grimace. This creature, despite its charming exterior, concealed a wicked heart. The little crab was indeed adorable, slowly scuttling across the sand. Rather than catching it for a delightful feast, it was squashed. A true waste. They continued deeper into the island. Not long into their journey, Wen Xuan stumbled upon a crab nest. A gigantic crab lay sleeping within. "Wow, what a plump crab." Xueshi Tu drooled at the sight. Observing this, Wen Xuan remarked, "Rabbit, don't you only eat carrots?" "Who said that?" Xueshi Tu wiped its drool away. "That applies to ordinary rabbits, but I am a legendary omnivorous rabbit." Wen Xuan was momentarily at a loss for words. Having noticed a Bao also eyeing the crab. Whether rabbits were omnivorous, he could not say, but he was certain pandas were. They not only consumed bamboo, but also meat. "Let us consider that creature for dinner." The moment Wen Xuan finished speaking, a Bao and Xueshi Tu dashed toward the crab. The unfortunate crab, nestled beneath a crevice, had no time to react before being assailed by Xueshi Tu and a Bao. Xueshi Tu used its vine whip to extract the crab, and a Bao lunged forward, delivering a powerful blow that rendered the crab lifeless. A few minutes later, by a campfire, Xueshi Tu and a Bao each held a crab claw, gnawing away, while Wen Xuan relished the succulent crab meat. Delicious. This creature is filled with rich crab roe. As he gazed at the 2 crabs, each the size of a watermelon, Wen Xuan was suddenly reminded of his past experiences enjoying hairy crabs. Those were often exalted, yet he found this crab far superior, for its meat was exceptionally delectable. After satisfying their hunger and resting for a while, they resumed their journey. What is happening? Could it be that the magical water people truly do not exist here? In this world of beastmasters, magical water people were considered an endangered species, possessing the skill known as Source of Magic. Once mastered, it allowed a beastmaster to expend minimal magical energy throughout a battle. This skill was highly sought after, leading to the mass slaughter of magical water people. With high demand and the uncertainty of acquiring skills from beast cores, the magical water people were nearly driven to extinction. After wandering the island, Wen Xuan felt a sense of despair. Could it be that there truly are none left? Chapter 51. The Search for the Magical Water People's Beast Core. Wen Xuan felt that this place should not be called Shuerenji Dao, for there were no water people here at all. "Let us depart." He appeared somewhat disheartened. After exerting so much effort, he had gained nothing. Just as Wen Xuan was about to leave, Xueshi Tu exclaimed, "Wen Xuan, look, "There is a giant turtle," and dashed towards the turtle, arriving at its side. It began to stride alongside the turtle, mimicking its gait. "What are you doing?" Wen Xuan could not help but inquire. "Engaging in a race between the turtle and the hare, can't you see?" Upon hearing this, Wen Xuan's lips involuntarily twitched. This fellow. He found himself at a loss for words regarding Shi Tuesday. Enough of this nonsense. It is time for us to return. Wen Xuan noticed that Shi was unceremoniously trailing further away from him, following the stone turtle. Hearing this, Shi could not refrain from addressing Wen Xuan. "Master, may we take this turtle back with us? For what purpose? Do you intend to bring it home to practice racing?" Wen Xuan understood that Shi genuinely wished to take it back, as it was only in moments of request that it referred to him as master. No. Do you not find this turtle adorable? Adorable? I do not think so. Oh dear master, you truly lack an appreciation for beauty. Just look at this robust shell. Observe those strong limbs, and behold the exquisite sapphire. Sapphire? The speaker was oblivious, yet the listener's interest was piqued, and Wen Xuan became intrigued. "Where's the sapphire?" "Right here." Shi leapt onto the turtle's back and pointed to the very center of its shell. Wen Xuan leaned in closer, curiosity piqued. To his astonishment, he discovered it was indeed the magical beast crystal core of the Xuan. How could this fellow possess such a thing? With the aid of the divine eye, Wen Xuan discerned the details of the magical beast crystal core. Magical beast crystal core of Xuan, golden grade 7. Skills: tidal wave, 6, summons a wave to crash upon the enemy before you. Water gun, 5, sprays a water jet, inflicting water attribute damage upon the foe. Source of magic, 4, passive skill, increases magic recovery speed by 40%. Bubble, 5, summons a bubble, trapping the enemy within it. What a splendid item. Shi, quickly extract that item for me. Upon hearing this, Shi promptly unsheathed a dagger and deftly extracted the magical beast crystal core from the turtle's back. Its movements were nimble, causing little harm to the turtle. After procuring the crystal core, Shi presented it to Wen Xuan, gazing at the gem-like core in his hand. Wen Xuan smiled faintly. After much effort, he had finally obtained it. The skill recorded in the magical beast crystal core of the Xuan, source of magic, was indeed a divine technique. At level 1, it restored 10% of magic. At level 2, 20%, and at level 9, it could restore a staggering 90%. With the magic recovery rate boosted by 90%, approaching a full recovery became conceivable. Wen Xuan could hardly imagine the scene that would unfold. Once Shi's strength increased, its magic recovery speed would accelerate, and it might very well recover more magic than it expended. It would be as if one could unleash an infinite barrage of power in another world. Shi, come, consume this item. All right. Having previously devoured magical beast crystal cores, Shi showed no reluctance. Crunch, crunch. In mere moments, Shi had devoured the magical beast crystal core of the Xuan. A surge of potent energy flooded into Shi's limbs and bones, prompting it to sit down and commence meditation. After approximately half an hour, Shi rose from the ground. At that moment, its aura had transformed. Shi, attributes: plant rock. Gender: male. Level: bronze grade 7. Qualification: peak strength, extraordinary monarch. Evolution route: rogue rabbit. Learn skills: speedy hare 7, mimicry 9, digging 6, gunpowder technique 6, vine whip 7, source of magic 1. Shi had consumed more magical beast crystal cores than a bow, and now its level had finally caught up. Moreover, Wen Xuan observed that despite Shi's usual nonchalant demeanor, its strength had not diminished. The proficiency of each skill had significantly improved, particularly the recently learned gunpowder technique and vine whip. One must admit that possessing high qualifications indeed bore advantages. This creature resembled those academic prodigies from school days. What is an academic prodigy? It is someone who sleeps through class, chats during breaks, plays games at home, and neglects homework, yet consistently ranks first in every exam. Such individuals are truly infuriating. However, one cannot deny their prowess. They effortlessly surpass the diligent efforts of others, and they often possess charm and athleticism, embodying the ideal child of others. It is time to return. At this moment, the day was waning, and Wen Xuan did not wish to spend the night there. Suddenly, he noticed Shi glancing around aimlessly. What are you looking for? The turtle. Where is my turtle? It has likely wandered off far by now. Well, it gifted you a magical beast crystal core, so let it be. All right, I shall let it be. I had initially intended to bring it back for a delightful turtle soup. That dish would surely be delectable. Hey, wait for me. While Shi rambled on, Wen Xuan and the others had already walked far away, having lost interest in the creature. They arrived at the shore, boarded a vessel, and set sail along the path they had come. The journey was smooth, and they returned to the seaside before nightfall. Wen Xuan returned the boat to the old sailor, bidding him farewell before departing. The old sailor gazed at the intact vessel, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes before he fell into contemplation. After a while, he snapped back to reality, took a hearty swig of liquor, and patted the ship. "Old mate, I had thought you would not return this time. I never expected you to come back safely." It seems that the old captain had not anticipated Wen Xuan's safe return the moment he entrusted him with the boat. For that place was exceedingly perilous. A moment's inattention could lead to a shipwreck. The consequence of a shipwreck was a slow death, as no rescue vessels could reach that location. Could it be that Wen Xuan had not ventured there after all? That should not be the case. Chapter 52. I came to watch the show. Wen Xuan boarded a vehicle to return to school, but midway, he felt a pang of hunger. The school was not far off, and Wen Xuan recalled a snack street nearby. Thus, he instructed the driver to pull over, as the road to the snack street was rather congested, making it nearly impossible for the vehicle to proceed. As soon as Wen Xuan stepped out of the car, he was greeted by a foul odor. It was the smell of stinky tofu. Regarding this peculiar delicacy, Wen Xuan felt a sense of aversion. He intended to buy a grain pancake or a handheld pancake instead. Just as Wen Xuan approached the food street and passed over a bridge, he heard a cry for help. Help! Help! Looking in the direction of the sound, he discovered a woman in a pink work uniform being dragged towards a sewer. What was happening? While Wen Xuan pondered this, Shueshi Tu had already leaped in. "Shueshi Tu, what are you doing?" "I'm going to take a look." Just as Wen Xuan prepared to say more, Shueshi Tu had dashed into the sewer. With no other option, he could only follow behind with a bow, rushing into the sewer. Splash! He turned on the flashlight. After Wen Xuan acquired the space ring, he purchased several items to store within it, among which was the flashlight. He activated the flashlight and began his descent into the sewer. As he walked, he muttered, "That damn rabbit, always stirring up trouble for me." As he ventured further, he discovered that the sewer was unexpectedly intriguing. He had anticipated a place rife with filth, yet to his astonishment, it was utterly devoid of anything unpleasant. Thank goodness, he thought. Had there been anything unsavory, he certainly would not have proceeded. Upon delving deeper, he found that the sewer system was intricate, resembling a labyrinth. Which path should he take? Just as he pondered, he noticed the rabbit in the left sewer pipe. Due to their contractual bond, he could sense the location of the mimic rabbit. He made his way toward the left pipe, only to find the rabbit leaning against the wall, quietly observing something ahead. "Rabbit, what are you looking at?" he inquired. "I'm watching a good show. I've seen this scene in a movie given to me by Wang Bin." Upon hearing this, Wen Xuan peered inside, illuminating the area with his flashlight for a clearer view. To his shock, a green-skinned creature with pointed ears was attempting to strip a woman of her clothing, evidently with malicious intent. "It's a goblin. How did it end up in the city?" Wen Xuan wondered. After all, the city was patrolled by the city guard, established specifically to prevent wild beasts from infiltrating urban areas. In Wen Xuan's recollection, goblins were exclusively male. They captured females of other species for mating, producing offspring. One could not help but marvel at the resilience of goblin genetics. Even when mating with a dragon, the offspring would still be goblins. This reminded Wen Xuan of a certain species, known for producing offspring of a consistent color, regardless of their partners. Bullfrog, bullfrog, rabbit, aren't you going to intervene? Intervene? Why would I? Don't you find it entertaining? Besides, that woman isn't even attractive, so I certainly won't step in. Wen Xuan was momentarily at a loss for words. He hadn't expected the rabbit to be so superficial. He had anticipated a heroic rescue, yet the rabbit merely wished to watch the spectacle. However, since they had stumbled upon this situation, Wen Xuan could not remain passive. "A bow, go and deal with that creature." Upon hearing this, a bow darted towards the goblin. With a resounding thud, a bow struck. The goblin, caught off guard in its moment of excitement, was swiftly dispatched. Glancing at the unconscious woman, Wen Xuan sighed. He then instructed the mimic rabbit, "Rabbit, pick her up and follow me." "What?" The mimic rabbit was bewildered. It had only come to watch a show and had not anticipated being put to work. The mimic rabbit lamented silently, "Life is hard." As Wen Xuan and a bow proceeded ahead, the mimic rabbit carried the woman and followed closely behind. Just as they approached the exit of the cave, Wen Xuan cautioned, "Everyone be careful. Ahead lies the creature's lair." No sooner had he spoken than 3 individuals, accompanied by their respective beasts, entered from outside. With a quick glance, Wen Xuan assessed their strength. The black-haired woman in front possessed golden-level prowess, while the 2 behind her were silver-level. They appeared to be city guards. By their attire, Wen Xuan could easily discern their identities. As their groups converged, the atmosphere grew tense. "Are you the infamous flower thief everyone's been talking about? If I told you I wasn't, would you believe me? Do you think I would?" The man among the trio spoke with a hint of arrogance, appearing overly eager to showcase his bravado in front of the 2 women, seemingly having gauged Wen Xuan's strength. "Kid, you might as well surrender now. he said with a smirk, as his companion, a like beast, prepared to strike at the slightest movement from Wen Xuan. You believe I am responsible for this? Wen Xuan directed his gaze toward the leading woman. In his estimation, she appeared to be the most rational and unlikely to fall for their deceit. That is not up to me to decide. You'll have to come with me for a bit. Rest assured, I shall not wrongfully accuse any innocent person, nor shall I let any wicked individual escape justice. The black-haired woman maintained a stern expression, exuding an air of incorruptibility. Fine, I believe you. I will accompany you. Wen Xuan recognized that he could not contend with the individuals before him, especially the black-haired woman, a formidable opponent of golden caliber. No matter how strong he had become, he could not challenge such a significant disparity in levels. Following the trio, Wen Xuan arrived at the city guard's encampment. Oh, Deng Jia, have you captured the flower thief? One man, holding a cigar and sporting a lewd grin, remarked. Yes, I have captured the flower thief. The man among the group suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, Deng Jia furrowed her brow, a flicker of displeasure crossing her face. Gao Tianci, what nonsense are you spouting? When did we capture the flower thief? Isn't that so? Look at this kid, with his delicate features. He must be that flower thief. Gao Tianci was taken aback by Wen Xuan's appearance, realizing he was more handsome than himself. This provoked a sense of crisis within him, fearing that Deng Jia might take a liking to Wen Xuan. After all, girls often favored such fair and delicate young men. Gao Tianci harbored a heavy paranoia, perceiving anyone stronger than himself as a potential rival. Deng Jia escorted Wen Xuan into an office, pouring him a glass of water. You may have to wait here for a while. Once the woman regains consciousness, we will clarify the situation before deciding whether to release you. Chapter 53, Gathering Honey. Wen Xuan waited in the office. After a short while, Gao Tianci entered, wearing a lecherous smile. Kid, this time you're finished. How dare you commit such acts? Prepare to be thoroughly punished. Wen Xuan chose to ignore Gao Tianci, knowing that engaging with such an imbecile would only fuel his arrogance. Oh, feeling brave, are we? Gao Tianci suddenly hurled the water cup at Wen Xuan. Swiftly, Wen Xuan raised his hand to deflect it, causing it to fly away. The scalding water splashed onto Gao Tianci, eliciting cries of pain. While every beast master possessed a magical shield, activating it required energy, and thus, most opted not to use it during ordinary circumstances. Consequently, Gao Tianci found himself drenched. Kid, you're as good as dead. If I don't beat you so badly that your own mother wouldn't recognize you, I want to share your last name. As he spoke, Gao Tianci summoned his like beast, preparing to attack Wen Xuan. Just then, he sensed a chill in the air. Instinctively, he glanced toward the entrance and was taken aback to see someone leaning against the doorframe. Go on, keep fighting. Don't mind me. Wen Xuan looked toward the individual at the entrance, astonished to realize it was an old acquaintance. If it isn't Feng Xiang, who else could it be? Oh, Gao Tianci, why have you stopped? Were you not going to fight? Although Feng Xiang spoke casually, he had already assumed an aggressive stance. As soon as he made a move, the wild gorilla behind Feng Xiang would charge in and deliver a thorough thrashing to Gao Tianzi. Captain Feng, what brings you to this side? Upon seeing Feng Xiang, Gao Tianzi revealed a sycophantic smile. Among all the captains, he feared Feng Xiang the most. This man was a lunatic. Very few could escape unscathed from his wrath, not even the minister. For this reason, Feng Xiang had been confined several times by the organization. Originally, Gao Tianzi had heard that he was reassigned to be a teacher, but unexpectedly, he had reappeared here. What is the matter? Can I come? No, that is not what I meant. Gao Tianzi quickly backpedaled. By the way, I just remembered there is something I need to do. Captain Feng, you carry on. I'll finish that and come back later. I'll treat you to a drink. With that, he attempted to leave. Stop. Feng Xiang called out to Gao Tianzi. Do you have something to do? Gao Tianzi, seeing Feng Xiang, felt like a mouse confronted by a cat. Previously, he had been beaten by Feng Xiang and had ended up bedridden for a month. Just thinking about it made his bones ache. It's nothing. Just the water on the floor. Aren't you going to clean it up? Huh. What do you mean? Just say whether you will or not. I will clean it. Although Gao Tianzi felt reluctant, he turned to fetch a mop. Where are you going? To get a mop. No need. No need. I mean, you don't need to fetch a mop. Use your clothes to wipe it. What? I won't repeat myself. All right. Gao Tianzi gritted his teeth, facing the stronger Feng Xiang. He could only concede. He obediently lay on the ground and began to use his clothes to mop the floor. Just then, Deng Jia walked in and spotted Gao Tianzi lying on the floor. Seeing her, Gao Tianzi felt as if he had found a savior. Gao Tianzi, what are you doing? Deng Jia frowned, unable to contain her curiosity. He mopping the floor. Feng Xiang interjected on Gao Tianzi's behalf. Oh, make sure you do a good job. Deng Jia then turned her attention to Wen Xuan, saying, the woman has awakened. Wei questioned her, and it has nothing to do with you. You can leave now. Leave? You can't leave now. Huh, why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and come over. Feng Xiang led Wen Xuan to his office. Kid, you're in big trouble. Didn't you see the look in Gao Tianzi's eyes? With his vengeful nature, he will definitely seek revenge on you. As for me, I don't need to worry because I am stronger than him. Wen Xuan felt speechless upon hearing this. He thought to himself, brother, it was you showing off just now, dragging me into this mess. Unable to trouble Feng Xiang, Gao Tianzi could only direct his resentment towards Wen Xuan. So during this period, you'll stick by my side. I will protect you. But at 1 TB free, you'll give me 100,000 a month. What? 100,000? You might as well rob a bank. Fine, you can choose whether or not to pay. After all, I'm not the one who is going to suffer. And it's not for nothing. I will give you special training. Special training? What kind of training? Just simple special training, ensuring that after it, you can easily defeat Gao Tianzi. Is there such a good deal? If you can't even beat Gao Tianzi after the training, that would mean you are useless, not that I am a bad teacher. Feng Xiang's words left Wen Xuan feeling exasperated. Don't worry, that guy only has the strength of a silver tier 2. By then, you'll be able to dispatch him with just a flick of your finger. All right, Wen Xuan agreed. Curious about the person who could befriend a character like Du Gu Tong Tong. The next day, Feng Xiang took Wen Xuan away from the city guard. As they left, Wen Xuan felt a piercing gaze of malice, knowing it belonged to Gao Tianzi. It seemed that he and Gao Tianzi were now destined to be enemies. Although they had not known each other long, Wen Xuan had already discerned Gao Tianzi's character. This fellow was petty and prideful. Anyone who dared offend him would find themselves in deep trouble. It appeared that this time, he had to strive hard. Following Feng Xiang, Wen Xuan arrived at a secret realm. After paying the fee, they entered the realm. As they walked along the path, Feng Xiang couldn't help but ask, Wen Xuan, why do you want to become a beastmaster? Me? I want to gain the power to control my own destiny. And you? As for me? Feng Xiang suddenly became serious, stating solemnly, if a myriad of beasts should attack, I will stand before millions, sword drawn against them, dedicating my life to the nation. Wen Xuan thought Feng Xiang's words were grand, yet he couldn't quite understand why they sounded different coming from him. And what was with this sudden declaration of death? All right, we've arrived. Feng Xiang brought Wen Xuan to the edge of a steep cliff. What are you bringing me here for? Do you see that honey up there? Upon hearing this, Wen Xuan looked up at the rock face and found a large cluster of honeycombs. Drip drop. The honeycomb was overflowing with honey, some even dripping onto the ground. I feel like having honey. Have your beast help me gather it. Okay. Wen Xuan summoned his mimic rabbit and instructed, Mimic Rabbit, go collect the honey. Chapter 54, the special training begins. Wait. Feng Xiang suddenly halted Wen Xuan. What's wrong? Your mimic rabbit can gather honey. But I need to set a rule. Rule? What rule? It must not harm the bees here. What? Stop asking. Just say whether you agree or not. If you don't agree, I'll make you collect the honey yourself. I agree, of course. In the spirit of a dead donkey is a good friend, Wen Xuan acquiesced. He then turned to his mimic rabbit, saying, did you hear the requirement he just mentioned? I heard. All right, let us hurry up and go. To avoid being stung by the bees, Feng Xiang pulled Wen Xuan aside, leaving the mimic rabbit alone. The mimic rabbit gazed at the honey on the cliff, licking its lips. The scent of the honey was incredibly sweet. Even from a distance, it was intoxicating. Suddenly, the mimic rabbit sprang into action. True to its nature, it moved with remarkable speed. The mimic rabbit skillfully climbed to the honeycomb, swiftly slicing away a substantial amount of honey. It then hurriedly descended the cliff with the honey and dashed away. As it fled, the mimic rabbit yelled, help. They're killing me. No, they're killing rabbits. Buzz. Buzz. The mimic rabbit's actions disturbed the bees. They swarmed after it in a frenzy, a multitude blocking out the sun. Fortunately, the mimic rabbit possessed the skill flying legs, allowing it to sprint ahead. It contemplated tossing a radish bomb behind it several times, but, recalling Wen Xuan's instructions, it refrained. With the honey in tow, the mimic rabbit led the bees far away before they finally dispersed in anger. Once all the bees had left, the mimic rabbit sighed in relief. Phew, that was terrifying. Just then, a hand suddenly landed on the mimic rabbit's shoulder. Startled, the mimic rabbit leaped 3 meters away, creating distance from the mysterious figure. It gazed warily at the wild X-ing, the mimic rabbit, which was us. Upon hearing Wen Xuan's words, the mimic rabbit immediately exhaled in relief. Alas, it is you. You truly frightened me. Now, quickly hand over the honey, and then you can go fetch more. I still have to go? Indeed, did I not mention that this is your special training? Very well. The mimic rabbit handed the honey to Wen Xuan, then turned to continue its foraging for nectar. The mimic rabbit's earlier honey collection had drawn the attention of numerous bees, which heightened their vigilance. Unfortunately, the speed of the mimic rabbit was too swift, and before they could react, it had collected even more. In the following days, Ing assigned a new task to the mimic rabbit. Instead of collecting honey, it would now lead the bees on a stroll. A peculiar sight emerged in the jungle. with a large swarm of bees relentlessly pursuing a single rabbit. Puff, puff, puff. The mimic rabbit managed to shake off the bees and returned. Oh dear, I am utterly exhausted. I can no longer continue, no matter what you say. Is that so? Do you not wish to enjoy some carrot honey tea? Upon hearing the mention of carrot honey tea, the mimic rabbit's eyes brightened. This carrot honey tea was specially crafted by Wen, with ingredients comprising carrot, honey, and milk tea. These three components were blended together until perfectly mixed. Shaking and stirring, a cup of this simple yet delightful carrot honey tea was prepared. Ever since the mimic rabbit first tasted this tea, it had become utterly addicted. So will you still exercise? Of course, as long as you prepare it for me. Very well, just wait a moment. I will make it for you right away. Wen set up a workbench and began to brew the carrot honey tea while chanting, "You love me, I love you, this is." Hearing this, Wen Xuan opened his eyes, glanced at Wen, and then closed them again to resume his cultivation. After a while, the mimic rabbit took the carrot honey tea from Wen's hands. Suddenly, it noticed something. Did you not wash your hands after using the restroom this morning? Indeed. There is no water here. How could I wash my hands? Ugh. The mimic rabbit had just taken a large sip of the carrot honey tea. But now it expelled it all. Seeing the mimic rabbit in such a predicament, Wen laughed heartily. Ha ha, I was just teasing you. Do you believe me? I could go and eliminate all those bees right now. Over these past days, the mimic rabbit had discerned that Wen was particularly concerned about the bees here. Oh, then go ahead. After all, once you eliminate them, you will never drink carrot honey tea again. Why is that? Because the ingredients for carrot honey tea include honey. Do you think this honey is ordinary? The bees produce legendary sweet honey, which is truly a treasure. It possesses the benefits of enhancing health and beautifying the skin. This substance is exceptionally precious, something you cannot purchase with money. Enhancing health? Beautifying the skin? Upon hearing this, the mimic rabbit instinctively gazed at its body. It posed a few stances. No wonder I have recently noticed that my physique has become considerably stronger, and my fur is also shinier. So it was the effect of that honey. What else could it be? By the way, I have been busy amusing the bees these days. Where is my leader? There. It is. Following the direction of Wen's finger, the mimic rabbit was taken aback. Goodness, I did not expect this sight. Bio was pushing a massive stone up the hill, each step a considerable struggle, reaching the point of extreme difficulty. Ultimately, Bio pushed the stone to the top of the small slope, then with a mighty effort, the large stone rolled down the slope before it. After pushing the stone, Bio sat down on the ground, exhausted. Witnessing Bio's toil, the mimic rabbit could not help but speak to Wen. Coach, could you prepare another cup of carrot honey tea for me? Why? Do you not already have one? Drinking too much of this could lead to bedwetting. You should consume less. It is not for me. It is for my leader. Leader? Upon hearing this, Wen instinctively glanced toward the distant Bio. For it. I have already prepared it, and though it differs from yours, it is still a special brew. With that, Wen produced a cup of milk tea. Upon seeing this, the mimic rabbit immediately took the milk tea and dashed toward Bio. While running, it shouted, "Leader, take a break. Enjoy a cup of milk tea to quench your thirst." Watching the mimic rabbit's retreating figure, Wen suddenly felt a pang in his nose, and his eyes slightly reddened. Chapter 55. I am not a perverted rabbit. At this moment, Wen Xuan had completed his cultivation and approached the table for water. Wen looked at Wen Xuan, feeling a tinge of envy. Kid, I am somewhat jealous of you. You have two such understanding beast companions. Both Bo and the mimic rabbit are remarkably obedient. Whatever Wen Xuan instructs them to do, they comply without hesitation, exerting themselves without a hint of laziness. In contrast, Wen gazed towards a nearby tree, a giant that could be embraced by two people. Underneath it, a black gorilla lay asleep, occasionally extending its right finger to scratch its backside. Above, an owl perched on the treetop, dozing. Two dogs, meanwhile, had mysteriously vanished. These were Wen's beast companions. Just thinking of them gave Wen a headache. Initially, he had to plead and beg to train these creatures, as if they were his ancestors. Wen was the version of a cat slave from another world. No, to be precise, he was a beast slave. The mimic rabbit arrived before Bo, offering, "Leader, here is the milk tea." "Thank you." Panda language. "You are welcome. As my leader, it is only right that I show my respect." The mimic rabbit settled beside Bo, and together they sat, enjoying the milk tea. The mimic rabbit then looked ahead, discovering a shocking sight. "Leader, did you do all this?" Bo nodded in response. "This is truly impressive." The mimic rabbit could hardly believe its eyes. Before them lay a massive pit, once filled with dense weeds, now transformed. The weeds had vanished, replaced entirely by stones. The pit was brimming with stones. The mimic rabbit suspected that Bo had pushed every stone from the mountain into this pit. This was the special training F. Ngxi Ing had devised for it. To fill the pit with stones. Very well, kid, the special training is complete. F. Ngxi Ing and Wen Xuan approached the small slope, and upon seeing the pit filled with stones, F. Ngxi Ing addressed Wen Xuan. Is it over? Wen Xuan appeared unsatisfied. Of course, it is over, goodness. I have spent over half a month accompanying you in this wilderness. If I stay any longer, I shall go mad. Do you know how long it has been since I saw a woman? I desperately need to relieve myself. F. Ngxi Ing's words left Wen Xuan speechless. It seemed F. Ngxi Ing noticed Wen Xuan's expression and could not help but tease. Kid, you are not still a fledgling, are you? Upon hearing this, Wen Xuan's face flushed crimson. Ha 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 ha, I guess correctly. What do you say? Would you like me to take you to experience it? It is quite delightful. At that moment, F. Ngxi Ing resembled a peculiar uncle enticing a little girl to see goldfish, his expression as lewd as could be. You can go by yourself. Do not bring me along. I am not interested in that. Not interested? You simply do not know the joy it brings. Enough teasing. I am leaving. And you should return soon as well. With that, F. Ngxi Ing summoned a wolf dog and rode off into the distance. Wen Xuan gazed at Feng Xiang's retreating figure, shaking his head in disbelief at the fellow. Redirecting his attention, he employed the eye of God to observe a bow. Panda baby. Attribute, evil. Gender, male. Level, silver tier 2. Qualification, peak strength, king. Evolution path, panda fighter. Learn skills, bull punch 7, bear paw strike 9, mountain crush 5, roar of evil 4, rending claw 5, stealth 4, iron skin 8, shadow ball 3, mana devour 2. A bow had made significant progress in strength, with a remarkable increase in skill levels. As for the Shueshi 2. Attribute, plant rock. Gender, male. Level, silver tier 1. Qualification, peak strength, extraordinary king. Evolution path, rogue rabbit. Learn skills, speedy legs 9, mimicry 9, digging 7, gunpowder art 6, vine whip 7, mana spring 4. This creature's training regimen primarily involved evading bees, supplemented by the nourishment provided by Feng Xiang. Its strength had also reached silver tier 1. Frequently utilizing the speedy legs skill had resulted in its mastery. The mana spring skill, when activated, allowed Shueshi 2 to increase its experience and proficiency as it consumed mana, now standing at level 4. This skill enhanced its mana recovery rate by 40%, which was quite remarkable. What left Wen Xuan somewhat regretful was Shueshi 2's gunpowder art skill, which had not seen any battles over the past month and a half. It had merely evaded confrontations, leaving its mastery of the gunpowder art unchanged. Shueshi 2. Let us depart. Where to? I shall take you for some enjoyment. Enjoyment? Could it be? Shueshi 2 displayed a rather mischievous expression, already envisioning its pose. Moments later, Shueshi 2's expression turned blank as it beheld a wasp nest atop a nearby treetop, feeling utterly speechless. Wen Xuan, though I am a rabbit, I am not a pervert. Why would I follow that fellow to the wasp nest? Recalling a recent news story that had made it chuckle, it thought, who said I was to go to the wasp nest? I meant for you to confront the hornets within. Confront the hornets? Shueshi 2 gazed at the massive wasp nest before it. The nest loomed like a colossal mound of excrement, suspended from the treetop. The tree itself was impressive, bearing such a heavy burden without bending. Go ahead, Shueshi Tuesday. At this point, Wen Xuan had already concealed himself, activating his protective shield, rendering him immune to the hornets. A bow had been summoned back to the Beastmaster space. Upon Wen Xian's command, Shueshi 2 brandished 2 carrot bombs, hurling them at the enormous wasp nest. Boom! An explosive sound shattered the silence. Buzzing filled the air as a swarm of hornets erupted from the nest, darkening the surroundings. Wen Xuan helped. The hornets, upon spotting Shueshi 2, charged at it frantically. Faced with the oncoming hornets, Shueshi 2 showed no mercy. Chapter 56, Selling Beast Crystals. Boom, boom, boom. Countless explosions resonated through the jungle. Each carrot bomb detonated, claiming several hornet lives, with the hornets possessing only bronze-level strength. It was a simple task for the silver-level Shueshi 2 to dispatch them. After approximately 10 minutes, the cacophony of explosions subsided. Wen Xuan, walking alongside a bow, encountered a multitude of hornets felled by Shueshi 2's carrot bombs. Some of the stronger ones remained alive, struggling on the ground. Observing this, Wen Xuan directed a bow to finish them off swiftly. In an effort to uphold the virtue of frugality, he began searching the fallen hornets for beast crystals. Fortuitously, with the eye of God, he could discern which corpses contained the coveted crystals, significantly expediting his collection process. Halfway through, Shueshi 2 approached, cradling a handful of beast crystals. This little fellow. Wen Xuan felt a surge of gratitude, realizing for the first time how considerate she too could be. After organizing the findings, he discovered he had acquired 23 hornet beast crystals, averaging at bronze tier 4. If sold, they could fetch over 900,000. Each crystal was valued at over 40,000. It's unfortunate that the yield of these hornet beast crystals is so low, Wen Xuan remarked, unable to resist a quip. Had there been others present, they would have been astonished at his dissatisfaction with such a high drop rate. Let us return and sell these, so I may procure some delectable treats for you. Wen Xuan let a bow and she too back, heading directly for the square in Guang City. Seeking a shop that dealt in beast crystals. Affordable beast crystal store. Wen Xuan read the sign aloud. Since we are selling beast crystals, we must visit this nationally recognized chain. They are a reputable brand, known for their integrity. Every transaction is a fair trade, as those lacking fairness have already been dealt with. The enigmatic owner behind the affordable beast crystal store remained a mystery, yet it was known that he conducted business justly. There was an account of another chain that had deceived customers. He had sent people to demolish that store, and its owner, along with their family, disappeared without a trace. Since that incident, all employees within the affordable beast crystal store have conducted their business with integrity, greeting customers with warm smiles. Welcome to the affordable beast crystal store. A young lady in a black uniform, attractive and always wearing a polite smile, greeted him. Sir, what business brings you to our store? Oh, I am here to sell beast crystals. I wonder if you accept them? Indeed, we do. Very well. Could you assist me in evaluating the worth of these beast crystals? Wen Xuan produced a large bag filled with hornet beast crystals. Certainly. The staff at the affordable beast crystal store demonstrated exceptional professionalism, having undergone rigorous training. Even upon witnessing such a large quantity of beast crystals, their faces remained composed, without a hint of surprise, earning Wen Xuan's respect for the establishment. Sir, the total value of your beast crystals amounts to 980,000. According to our store's policy, a handling fee will be applied. A handling fee? That would be 98,000. Indeed, sir. Will you proceed with the sale? Yes. Wen Xuan, well versed in the market, understood that their prices were the most reasonable. Despite the seemingly high handling fee, they bore significant risk, as the contents of the beast crystals and the skills they contained were uncertain. However, the affordable beast crystal store remained open for business, never refusing a customer. This is their business approach, and it is precisely for this reason that their enterprise continues to expand. In this world of beast taming, the territory is vast, and information disparity exists. Some items may be deemed worthless here, yet in another locale, they could be treasures. Wen Xuan sold the Warcraft Crystal Core to a budget Warcraft Crystal Core shop, acquiring a sum of 880,000 taels. By the way, could you show me the Warcraft Crystal Cores available in your store? Certainly. Wen Xuan's inquiry illuminated the eyes of the sales assistant, for he was selling Warcraft Crystal Cores, which offered her little profit. However, should he choose to purchase, she would earn a substantial commission. Please follow me. The sales assistant led Wen Xuan directly to the area featuring golden Warcraft Crystal Cores. It must be noted that the sales assistant had a keen eye. Given Wen Xuan's current prowess, he was only able to afford golden-grade Warcraft Crystal Cores. Wen Xuan surveyed the counter, but found nothing that satisfied him. Subsequently, he examined the silver-grade section, yet still, he was disappointed, as well as in the bronze section, where he encountered the same lack of satisfaction. Due to the scarcity of black iron Warcraft Crystal Cores, they were nearly non-existent here. Could you show me the platinum-grade ones? The prices for Warcraft Crystal Cores were clearly marked, starting from 10,000 for bronze, 100,000 for silver, 500,000 for gold, 1,000,000 for platinum, and tens of millions for diamonds. Beyond that, few were available for sale. To obtain them, one must engage in bartering. If one were to propose a price, it would have to be in small increments. Moreover, there is a lack of availability despite the pricing. After perusing the platinum counter, Wen Xuan finally spotted the Warcraft Crystal Core he desired. It was the Warcraft Crystal Core of the Fearless Warrior. The Fearless Warrior is a combat-type, humanoid beast. This particular crystal core contained a skill known as the Heart of Fearlessness. Heart of Fearlessness, passive skill, immune to fear, resistant to certain negative effects, and still daring to attack opponents stronger than oneself. Though it may seem like an ordinary skill, in Wen Xuan's eyes, it was indeed a remarkable ability. At the very least, it would empower the tamed beasts to confront their enemies without hesitation. In Wen Xuan's recollection, there existed a creature known as the Cowardly Mouse, which would curl up into a ball at the sight of an enemy. They believed this would deter their foes from attacking, but they were mistaken. When faced with an adversary, revealing one's cowardice only leads to death. The fact that these little creatures have not been exterminated is likely due to their exceptional survival skills. Wen Xuan couldn't help but comment. Chapter 57. Someone is following. How much is this Warcraft Crystal Core? Wen Xuan inquired of the sales assistant. This one costs 200. 000. 200. 000. Wen Xuan contemplated for a moment, realizing he was still short by 200. 000. It appears he must devise a way to acquire more funds. Therefore, he addressed the sales assistant. May I reserve this Warcraft crystal core? The sales assistant smiled and nodded. Of course, but we can only hold it for you for 3 days. If you do not return to purchase it within 3 days, the crystal core will be placed back on the market. Rest assured, I will return to buy it. After paying a deposit of 100. 000. Wen Xuan exited the Warcraft crystal core shop. He intended to return to school to rest before embarking on a journey to the secret realm the following day, aiming to procure several Warcraft crystal cores for sale and gather enough money to purchase the Fearless Warrior's crystal core. Just as Wen Xuan emerged from the mall, he was targeted by an individual who stealthily followed him. Wen Xuan had already noticed him and deliberately entered a narrow alley. It's you. Wen Xuan turned back upon entering the alley and confronted the person tailing him. The individual, realizing there was no escape, flipped his hat down over his face. Indeed, it is I. Gao Tianxi revealed a cruel smile. You are quite unfortunate, kid. Who would have thought I would encounter you while shopping at the mall? Where have you been hiding these days? I searched numerous places for you, but found no trace. Me? Wen Xuan replied with a slight smile. Where I go is none of your concern. True, where you go is not my business, but where you are headed next is quite clear to me, because I intend to personally send you to hell. Gao Tianxi's expression turned menacing. The previous actions of Feng Xiang had warped his psyche. While he was not yet capable of confronting Feng Xiang, dealing with Wen Xuan was a trivial matter. Come forth, Lia Dog, Poison Toad. Gao Tianxi summoned his 2 tamed beasts. Although he was currently a silver-level beast master, he had yet to contract his 3rd beast. In this world, most individuals prefer to wait until their tamed beasts reach mid-level before forming a contract. Each beast master has their own considerations when contracting their beasts. They cannot contract beasts whose strength exceeds their own. Otherwise, those with powerful backgrounds could easily command their elders to capture formidable beasts, allowing them to dominate freely. Beast masters must cultivate their mental strength. Only with sufficient mental fortitude can they control their beasts. After all, regardless of their intelligence, they remain magical beasts. Only under the control of a beast master do they become docile. Should they lose the master's control, they would descend into madness. Wen Xuan glanced at Gao Tianxi's Lia Dog. Lia Dog, attribute, evil. Gender, male. Level, silver tier 2. Qualification, peak strength, silver. Evolution path, evil dog king. Skills learned, bite 4, sharp claw 3, charge 3. Now, let us take a look at the poison toad. Poison toad, attribute, poison. Gender, female. Level, silver tier 3. Qualification, peak strength, silver. Evolution path, none. Skills learned, tongue whip 4, venom spray 5, toxic skin 3. Silver tier 3. Wen Xuan was somewhat astonished. He hadn't anticipated that Gao Tianxi's poison toad had actually advanced during this time. Well, kid, impressive. You have a keen eye to recognize that my poison toad is at silver tier 3. Upon hearing this, Wen Xuan maintained his composure. Had this been before, he would have certainly turned to flee. However, now, being a silver tier 2 himself, he felt no fear towards Gao Tianxi. Come forth, a bow, tongue-learning rabbit. Wen Xuan summoned a bow and the tongue-learning rabbit. He instructed a bow and the tongue-learning rabbit. A bow, you handle that black dog. Tongue-learning rabbit, you take care of that toad. Huh, why must I deal with that toad? That thing is far too ugly, covered in sores. Ugh. The tongue-learning rabbit's face was filled with disdain, feeling as if its own skin was crawling. Very well, you can handle that black dog then. Upon hearing this, the tongue-learning rabbit glanced at Lia Dog. Upon seeing Lia Dog's sharp fangs and ferocious demeanor, it couldn't help but exclaim, I suddenly think dealing with that toad seems quite agreeable. For the moment it beheld Lia Dog. The rabbit envisioned itself being chased around by it. Fine, you shall take care of that toad. Be cautious, that creature is poisonous. What? Without waiting for the response of the Xueshi 2, Wen Xuan had already delivered a kick towards its rear. The Xueshi 2 sprinted several steps away from the poisonous toad. The toad, adorned in a deep purple hue, inflated its white air sacs rhythmically with each breath. Big brother, can we discuss this nicely? Pleaded the Xueshi 2, unable to restrain itself upon seeing the poisonous toad. However, it seemed the toad did not comprehend its words, greeting it instead with a tongue coated in slime. The toad opened its mouth wide, unleashing a pink tongue aimed to ensnare the Xueshi 2 like an insect, intending to swallow it whole. Damn, are you serious? Exclaimed the Xueshi 2, swiftly bending down to evade the tongue's assault. Seizing the opportunity while the toad retracted its tongue, it thought, since I'm here, let me bring you a little gift. With a flourish, the Xueshi 2 produced a carrot bomb in each hand, adhering them to the toad's tongue. The toad, startled by the unexpected development, faltered. Yet, its retracted tongue disobeyed its command and swallowed the 2 carrot bombs whole. Boom. The carrot bombs detonated within the toad's belly, causing it to swell dramatically as a plume of dark gas erupted from its mouth. Seeing his poisonous toad gravely injured, Gao Tianci was taken aback. He had not anticipated Wen Xuan's formidable strength. What on earth is going on? How could his power escalate so swiftly? The response to Gao Tianci was the Shui Shi Tu's Vine Whip. Chapter 58, Slaying Gao Tianci. The Shui Shi Tu wielded the Vine Whip with remarkable precision, wrapping the vines around the toad's legs and then pulling the other end towards itself. With a rustling sound, the toad was dragged along the ground, leaving a trail of blood. The Shui Shi Tu's speed was remarkable, reaching the end of the alley. Due to inertia, the toad continued its forward momentum. Crash! It collided with the wall at the end of the alley, meeting its demise. Done. The Shui Shi Tu clapped its hands with an air of nonchalance and turned to look at Abao. Abao's battle had also concluded. After a fierce struggle with the Li Yuquan, it landed a powerful strike on the creature's waist. There was a sharp crack. Abao had broken the Li Yuquan's waist. Like a wolf, the Li Yuquan had a tough exterior but a vulnerable core. Akin to a snake's vital point, strike there, and it would perish. Gazing at the fallen beasts, Gao Tianci stood frozen in disbelief. He had anticipated a massacre. Yet it was he who had been wounded. Gao Tianci went mad, turning to flee. Observing this, Wen Xuan's eyes glinted with cold resolve as he exchanged a knowing glance with the Shui Shi Tuesday. The Shui Shi Tu, having long lived in the wild, was well versed in the jungle's law of survival of the fittest. It utilized its swiftness to pursue Gao Tianci, drawing forth a sharp dagger. In a flash, the blade glimmered. In the incredulous gaze of Gao Tianci, his throat was slit. Thud! He fell heavily to the ground. Hiss! Blood gushed from Gao Tianci's neck, quickly saturating the earth beneath him. As he beheld the lifeless Gao Tianci, Wen Xuan's expression turned grim. After all, this was his first experience with such an act. Yet, he understood this would not be the last. This world was one that feasted upon the weak. Everything revolved around strength. It was the might of one's fist that held sway. Suddenly, a figure leapt down from the alley's top, clad in a black jacket. It cast a cold glance at the deceased Gao Tianci before turning its gaze upon Wen Xuan. Wen Xuan, alert, regarded the newcomer with caution, realizing he had been witnessed during his inaugural act of killing. Kid, don't be too tense, the man said, removing his mask. Upon seeing his face, Wen Xuan's expression brightened. Teacher Feng, is that you? Ha ha ha, well done, kid. You managed to take this guy down all by yourself. Excellent, you have officially graduated. Teacher, aren't you angry with me? Angry? Why would I be? For someone of my capability, killing him is as effortless as squashing an ant. My deliberate choice not to eliminate him was to provide you with a sharpening stone. And you, young man, having slain him, should bear no burden. As Feng Xiang spoke, he approached Gao Tianci's corpse, methodically searching through his belongings. Soon, he extracted a packet resembling flour. This stuff has been enough to condemn this fellow multiple times over. Gao Tianci might have found forgiveness in other matters, yet for trafficking this, his death is well deserved. Now, you should return quickly. I will handle the rest here. Okay. Thank you, Teacher Feng. With that, Wen Xuan departed. Watching Wen Xuan's retreating figure, then glancing back at Gao Tianci's lifeless body, Feng Xiang couldn't help but exclaim, "This kid is truly remarkable. To remain so composed on his first kill." Recalling his own initial experience, Feng Xiang remembered how he had vomited several times and had nightmares for days thereafter. During the day, the mere sight of meat would make him nauseous, causing him to retch uncontrollably. As time passed, those feelings gradually faded. This kid surpasses me. He will undoubtedly go far in the future. Feng Xiang felt a swell of pride within him, perhaps having already considered Wen Xuan as his foremost disciple. Wen Xuan returned to the school, where night had fallen, and the dormitory lights were extinguished. Yet, a faint glow emanated from within, along with a voice that reached Wen Xuan's ears. The gambling den is now live, featuring alluring dealers. Wen Xuan attempted to open the dormitory door, only to find it locked. He knocked softly, and the sound within vanished instantly. Who is it? Wang Bin called out from inside. It's me, Wen Xuan. Wang Bin arose and approached the door, unlocking it. Wen Xuan, why are you back so late? You scared me. I thought the teacher had come. Observing Wang Bin's anxious demeanor, Wen Xuan felt a wave of amusement. Why are you still awake at this hour? Wang Bin, let me tell you, there is no such thing as harmless gambling. Every form of gambling leads to misfortune. Hearing this, Wang Bin immediately replied, Wen Xuan, you understand me. I am a good person. I swore from a young age to never associate with gambling or drugs. Indeed, Wen Xuan nodded, then approached his bed to tidy up his belongings for departure. Where are you off to? I'm heading to the training room. Wang Bin appeared surprised. Why are you so diligent? You make the rest of us feel inadequate. Upon hearing this, Wen Xuan patted Wang Bin's shoulder, speaking earnestly, brother, work hard. Avoid engaging in bad deeds, or you will find trouble. With that, Wen Xuan took his leave. Trouble? What trouble? Wang Bin found Wen Xuan's words peculiar. Wen Xuan exited the dormitory, initially intending to stay the night. However, upon entering, he quickly regretted it. Inside, Zhu Ming was snoring like thunder, while Mao Mao was fast asleep, grinding his teeth. Regarding Wang Bin, this fellow is quite the night owl, spending his nights engrossed in films. The atmosphere in the dormitory is rather unpleasant, permeated by the odors of sweaty feet, perspiration, and a faint fishy scent. Consequently, Wen Xuan resolves to head to the training room, which also contains a lounge. This lounge, previously a resting place for Duga Tong Tong, is now occupied by Wen Xuan. He plans to bring a blanket with him to make do for the night. Upon entering the lounge, Wen Xuan takes a shower in the adjacent bathroom before settling down to sleep. The following day, awakening from his slumber, he prepares to venture into the secret realm with Shui Shitu and a Bao. Wen Xuan intends to procure a few more magical beast crystal cores to gather the remaining funds he requires. Just as he steps out of the lounge, he encounters Feng Xiang. Chapter 59, A Mighty Snake. You little rascal, I knew you would be here, Feng Xiang remarks, having just visited Wen Xuan's dormitory only to find him absent. Thus, he deduces that Wen Xuan must be in this vicinity. Teacher Feng, what brings you here? Well, I have resolved the matter from yesterday. I reported your elimination of Gao Tianxi and also detailed his misdeeds. The higher-ups not only chose not to punish you, but also awarded you a bonus. Here, this is the bonus from above, totaling 200,000. With that, Feng Xiang produces a bank card and hands it to Wen Xuan. The password consists of the last 6 digits of the card number. Once you have the card, you can directly transfer the funds at the bank. Upon hearing this, Wen Xuan nods and accepts the card. Thank you, Teacher Feng. I owe you one. Feng Xiang waves dismissively. Oh, there's no need for thanks. As my student, it is only natural that I assist you. After exchanging pleasantries with Feng Xiang, Wen Xuan proceeds directly to the bank, successfully transferring the funds from the card. He then heads to the market to purchase a magical beast crystal core. As Wen Xuan's figure recedes, a sales assistant stares vacantly in his direction. Xiao Xia, what are you looking at? Another sales assistant queries. Noticing Xiao Xia's fixation on the doorway, which is now void of anyone. Nothing, Xiao Xia replies, snapping back to reality. She is somewhat astonished that Wen Xuan managed to gather the money so swiftly. In just one night, he amassed 200,000. Is this the allure of a beast master? Xiao Xia feels a twinge of envy, lamenting her lack of talent for beast mastery. Unfortunately, she belongs to the group devoid of such abilities. When children reach the age of 5, the state sends representatives to assess them. Those exhibiting beast mastery potential are recruited into specialized schools for training, while those lacking such gifts are relegated to ordinary schools. Regrettably, Xiao Xia is among the latter group. Wen Xuan spends 120,000, successfully acquiring the magical beast crystal core of the fearless warrior. His sole intention now is to find a safe location for a Bao to consume this crystal core. After exiting the market, he hails a taxi back to school, making a beeline for the training room. This is a platinum-grade magical beast crystal core containing a significant amount of energy, which is why Wen Xuan is particularly cautious. After locking the door, he summons a Bao. Come, a Bao, eat this. Wen Xuan presents the fearless warrior's magical beast crystal core to a Bao, who reaches out to take it and promptly swallows it whole. As the core enters a Bao's stomach, it sits down and begins to refine the energy within. Wen Xuan's expression shifts to one of tension, for the core contains records of other skills. A Bao's refining process could yield new abilities or result in no gains whatsoever. This platinum-tier magical beast crystal core takes a Bao a considerable time to refine, lasting a full 2 hours before success is achieved. Given its combat attributes and a Bao's dark nature, considerable energy is lost in the process, and the understanding of skills also consumes a portion of energy. Consequently, after consuming this magical beast crystal core, a Bao's strength only rises by 2 minor tiers. Do not underestimate these 2 minor tiers. A Bao's body is on the verge of bursting from the strain. Its muscles swell like inflated balloons, a foreboding sign. It seems that in the future, one must exercise caution when administering magical beast crystal cores to a Bao, avoiding those of excessively high levels. This instance has already proven perilously close to catastrophe, with a Bao's body nearly overwhelmed by energy. Fortunately, much of the energy contained within the platinum-grade core dissipates once separated from the body. Wen Xuan utilizes his divine eye to examine a Bao. Panda baby. Attribute, dark. Gender, male. Level, silver tier 4. Talent, peak strength, king. Evolution path, panda warrior. Learn skills, bull pummeling 7, bear paw strike 9, Mount Tai Crush 5, Roar of Evil 4, Rending Claw 5, Stealth 4, Iron Skin 8, Shadow Sphere 3. Mana Devour 2, Heart of Fearlessness. Heart of Fearlessness. Will not experience fear, no matter how formidable the opponent you dare to strike. This is indeed a divine skill. Wen Xuan realizes that he is truly the reincarnation of a fortuitous being. Could it be that his previous life was marked by misfortune, causing all his luck to be concentrated in this lifetime? In his past, Wen Xuan was perpetually unlucky. He never received an extra drink when purchasing beverages. Utensils would mysteriously disappear from his instant noodles, and even at the supermarket, just after paying, the prices of his groceries would drop. Wen Xuan reveals a wry smile. He regains his focus, turning his attention back to Abao, who appears to be suffering from an excess of energy. Come back, Abao. In the Beastmaster space, Abao can receive gradual healing. Wen Xuan understands that for the next few days, Abao will not be able to emerge. This creature must slowly refine the energy it has recently acquired. As for Wen Xuan, he has made plans to practice within the training room. He releases Shui Shi 2 from the Beastmaster space, as this little creature cannot bear idleness. Confined within the space, it had incessantly cried out, with no other recourse. Wen Xuan allows it to roam. He permits Shui Shi 2 to play outside, but with one stipulation: it must not cause any trouble. After receiving Shui Shi 2's assurance, Wen Xuan releases it. Upon exiting the training room, Shui Shi 2 begins to wander the campus. Suddenly, an enticing aroma draws its attention. What is that smell? It's so delightful. Following the scent, Shui Shi 2 arrives at the school's back mountain. Wow, it's roasted chicken. It spots a roasted chicken set upon a bonfire not far away. Upon seeing this, Shui Shi 2's mouth waters, and it rushes towards the chicken. Just as Shui Shi 2 reaches out to grab the chicken, a chilling sensation envelopes it, freezing it in place. Turning to investigate, Shui Shi 2 is taken aback. A snake. What a massive snake. With a cry, Shui Shi 2 spins around to flee, only to find its path blocked by a silver moon wolf standing before it. Thud. Seeing this, Shui Shi 2 immediately surrenders, kneeling before the silver moon wolf. Chapter 60, Playing Basketball. Please spare me. Shui Shi 2 begins to plead for mercy. Observing the lively little bunny before him, the elder felt a twinge of curiosity and could not resist inquiring, "Whose bunny are you?" You mean me? My master is Wen Xuan, replied the bunny. Wen Xuan? The elder suddenly found the name somewhat familiar, and a figure unexpectedly surfaced in his mind. It turned out to be him. Who would have thought that the lad had contracted such a creature? The elder's curiosity piqued. What kind of magic did this 11SHT possess to warrant such a bond with Wen Xuan? Could it merely be the creature's mischievous antics? Do you want to eat? The elder noticed that the 11SHT was rather restless, its eyes fixated on the roast chicken over the campfire. Absolutely. It candidly declared. Very well, if you wish to eat, you must assist me with a task. A task? What kind of task? Follow me, and you shall find out. The elder seized the roast chicken from the fire and began to walk ahead. The 11SHT lingered behind, contemplating whether to follow. At that moment, the elder turned and called out, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and come along." Coming. The 11SHT hurried after the elder until they reached a hillside. To its astonishment, it discovered that, aside from a pavilion, there was also a vast basketball court. On the court, two figures were engaged in a spirited game, a short-haired girl and a chicken. Indeed, a chicken. The chicken moved with remarkable agility, executing a feint that left the girl momentarily off balance before swiftly making a basket. Ying Yen. The elder shouted towards the girl on the court. "Grandfather?" Ying Yen turned to look at the elder, her curiosity piqued. "What brings you here, grandfather?" "I came to see you and brought a basketball companion." "A companion?" Upon hearing this, Ying Yen glanced at the 11SHT trailing behind her grandfather. "Grandfather, you cannot be jesting. Is this bunny truly your idea of a basketball companion? Is that a problem?" The elder, Ying Wi, then addressed the 11SHT. "Go on. Give it your all. If you defeat it, the roast chicken will be yours." Huh. The 11SHT looked towards where Ying Wi pointed. To its shock, it beheld a remarkably robust chicken. No way, no way. Upon seeing the muscular rooster, the 11SHT shook its head vehemently. "After all these years of eating, I have finally accumulated a bit of fat. Do you think it was easy for me? What if I accidentally lose weight fighting it?" As it spoke, the 11SHT turned to flee, but before it could get far, it hesitated and returned. "Hee hee. Oh dear, I was just joking. Please don't take it to heart." The 11SHT wore a face full of ingratiating smiles, nearly prostrating itself at Ying Wi's feet. Realizing the 11SHT intended to leave, Ying Wi released the Y and Uling. Upon seeing the fearsome, scarred visage of the wolf, the 11SHT immediately cowered. In its heart, it vowed, "Young one, remember this. I shall settle the score with you later. 30 years of fortune and 30 years of misfortune. Just wait and see how I take my revenge. Reluctantly, the 11SHT approached the basketball court. Observing this, Yingbi Ingyi frowned. Her face etched with doubt. Grandfather, can it really do it? Of course. Your robust rooster plays basketball, so why not it? Rest assured, it will be fine. Yet, Yingbi Ingyi's expression remained troubled. Grandfather, my strong rooster has trained with me for 30 months. This fellow appears to have never touched a basketball. Each beast master has their unique methods of training their beasts. Some take their beasts into battle, others up mountains, while some prefer to read with them. Yingbi Ingyi's approach for her strong rooster involved basketball. Over the past 30 months, her skin had darkened, yet her physique had grown stronger. Basketball is an excellent sport, not only for enhancing physical strength, but also for improving coordination. The strong rooster, clutching a black basketball, eyed the 11SHT with disdain as it entered the court. The 11SHT appeared so small that a mere gust of wind could topple it. Here you go. The strong rooster tossed the basketball towards the 11SHT. The 11SHT failed to catch it, scrambling to retrieve the ball. Observing the 11SHT's antics, Yingbi Ingyi instinctively shook her head. Grandfather, don't be hasty. Yingw, I watched the basketball court with keen interest. Does that little one have such poor eyesight? No, it must be something else. The 11SHT retrieved the basketball and cheerfully handed it to the strong rooster. Boss, can I concede this match? No. All right, enough chatter, let's prepare for the offense. The strong rooster spread its wings, adopting a defensive stance. To Yingbi Ingyi's astonishment, they were actually conversing, standing beside Yingwi. She had just noticed the 11SHT and the strong rooster exchanging animated clucks. This was nothing to be surprised about. It was simply the creature's ability. After all, who would question why it was called a 11SHT? She SHT? Yingbi Ingyi now felt intrigued by the creature. Grandfather, whose beast is this? Why do you ask? I am curious about the kind of individual who would choose a 11SHT as their beast. In the world of beastmasters, the reputation of the 11SHT was quite poor. These creatures, aside from mimicking human speech, seemed to possess no redeeming qualities. Previously, there had been some who attempted to contract a 11SHT, but its combat prowess was so abysmal that no one dared to bond with it thereafter. A student from our school. Oh, I must make an effort to get to know this individual. For reasons unknown. Yingbi Ingyi sensed that this particular 11SHT was anything but ordinary. The duel between the 11SHT and the strong rooster commenced. Since the 11SHT had never played basketball before, it struggled even with dribbling. The strong rooster had no choice but to step in and provide hands-on instruction. Fortunately, the 11SHT possessed an extraordinary talent, and it soon grasped the fundamentals. So fast, Yingbi Ingyi was taken aback. Typically, it would take a person several days to learn to dribble, yet the 11SHT mastered it flawlessly in just over 10 minutes. Chapter 61, The Basketball-Playing Rabbit. How had its master cultivated such an exceptional 11SHT? In this world, a powerful beast often reflected a skilled beastmaster, one who had nurtured their companion well. Just as no one considers a dog clever for using the toilet, but rather credits its owner for good training. The contest between the 11SHT and the strong rooster drew the attention of numerous students hiking nearby. They paused to watch. Look, there's a bunny and a chicken playing basketball. Huh, where? Over there. Following the direction of a pointing finger, they discovered the basketball court where a chicken and a bunny were energetically competing. Truly a rarity. Strange occurrences abound each year, yet this one was particularly peculiar. For a chicken and a bunny were engaged in basketball. Moreover, it appeared that both possessed commendable skills. I think the chicken is better. It seems to have practiced for quite some time. The chicken is indeed stronger, but haven't you noticed how the bunny is improving rapidly? As the crowd listened, they began to observe the she too with great attention. What on earth is this rabbit? While others faltered, it seemed to flourish even more. Although the she too was repeatedly blocked by the robust rooster, each time it learned and improved. Its movements became increasingly precise, and its speed accelerated. As the competition progressed, the strong rooster started to feel flustered. Could this rabbit be some kind of monster? Was it merely feigning incompetence before? This thought crossed the rooster's mind, but it quickly dismissed it. As a basketball expert, if it couldn't discern whether its opponent was pretending, then it had no business playing. This rabbit is indeed an anomaly, the rooster concluded. Soon, the match reached its climax. With its agile positioning and swift maneuvers, the she too finally approached the hoop. Suddenly, it leaped, sending the basketball soaring through the air and into the hoop. A slam dunk. Unbelievably, this rabbit could dunk. How impressive. My goodness. The she too is truly remarkable. It made me want one for myself. The strong rooster, watching the ball descend, was was left in utter bewilderment. It had lost. It had been defeated by a creature that had only just touched a basketball for the first time. The rooster's pride was wounded as it struggled to comprehend the peculiarity of the rabbit before it. It hopped over to Yang Wei, exclaiming, "Can I have the roasted chicken now?" Yang Wei, somewhat astonished, complied and handed the roasted chicken to the Shueshi Tuesday. "It smells delightful." The rabbit sniffed the chicken, preparing to depart. "Aren't you going to eat it?" "No, I want to take it back to share with Wen Xuan." "Who is Wen Xuan?" Yang Bingyun inquired with curiosity. "Wen Xuan is my master. He is such a wonderful person." With that, the Shueshi Tu attempted to leave. At that moment, two figures approached from a distance. "Rabbit! Rabbit!" It was Wen Xuan, who, after finishing his training, had noticed the Shueshi Tu's absence and followed his senses to find it. "I'm right here." Upon seeing Wen Xuan, the Shueshi Tu felt immense joy and rushed toward him. "You silly rabbit, where have you been? I've searched for you for half the day. Don't you know that these days, people prefer spicy rabbit heads? What if you attracted the wrong crowd?" "I'm sorry." The Shueshi Tu scratched its head in apology. "By the way, where did you get that roasted chicken?" Upon seeing the chicken, Wen Xuan felt a twinge of concern, fearing the rabbit might have stolen it from someone. To brazenly carry it around, it was as if it wanted everyone to notice. "It was given to me by that guy." The Shueshi Tu pointed at Yang Wei. At this moment, Yang Wei, accompanied by Yang Bingyun, approached Wen Xuan. "It's you." Wen Xuan recognized Yang Wei as the one he had seen in the library. "Indeed. It's me. Young man, it's been a while. Have you found what you were looking for?" "No," Wen Xuan replied, displaying a hint of disappointment. He refrained from divulging the truth, as the skill of magic essence was far too precious. "Oh." Yang Wei also appeared somewhat disheartened, having hoped Wen Xuan might have better luck. It seemed that the item was indeed extinct. He couldn't help but sigh. "Are you Wen Xuan?" Yang Bingyun suddenly asked. "Yes, I am Wen Xuan. And you are?" Wen Xuan noticed that the girl before him seemed unfamiliar, as if it were their first encounter. "Hello, I am Yang Bingyun." Yang Bingyun extended her right hand toward him. "Hello." Wen Xuan politely shook her hand. Yang Bingyun glanced at the Shueshi Tu and then focused her gaze back on Wen Xuan. "You have quite an impressive Shueshi Tuesday. By the way, I wonder if you would be interested in having it learn basketball with me. It shows great potential and might even become a national athlete one day, competing on stage and bringing glory to the nation." "Basketball? It?" Wen Xuan expressed disbelief. However, he promptly replied to Yang Bingyun, "I'm afraid I must decline. Becoming a basketball player is not my aspiration." To Wen Xuan, becoming a basketball athlete seemed a trivial pursuit. The true aim of a man should be to become a top beastmaster. After all, the prevailing ethos in this world is one of respect for strength. Even if he were to become a basketball champion, he would still have to contend with the opinions of others. "Very well," Yang Bingyun replied, understanding that Wen Xuan was not inclined to pursue that path. She felt a twinge of regret, recognizing the Shueshi Tu's extraordinary talent. "All right, we have matters to attend to," Wen Xuan stated as he began to walk down the mountain with the Shueshi Tu and a bow. Yang Wei observed Wen Xuan's departing figure and could not help but remark, "That guy will certainly achieve great things in the future." "Really? In basketball? I admire the Shueshi Tu's abilities, but beyond that." Yang Bingyun hesitated to make any bold assertions, as she was not well acquainted with Wen Xuan. As Wen Xuan, the Shueshi Tu, and a bow walked along the path. Wen Xuan held a chicken leg in his hand, while a bow clutched another in his mouth. Meanwhile, the Shueshi Tu eagerly gnawed on the chicken's backside. Delicious. Truly exquisite. The chicken's rear is the most delectable part. Hearing the Shueshi Tu's words, Wen Xuan couldn't help but twitch his lips. This rabbit was indeed an oddity. While one might hear of a fondness for chicken legs, a preference for chicken behind was unheard of. In the following days, Wen Xuan attended classes regularly without skipping. However, he often dozed off during the lectures. The lessons were so dull that he found it nearly impossible to stay awake. Indeed, even in another world, teachers remained unchanged. Their teaching style resembled chanting, akin to reciting scriptures. It was no wonder one would fall asleep. At that moment, a female student noticed Wen Xuan. She furrowed her brows, a flash of displeasure crossing her face as she raised her hand. "Han Xiaowan, what are you doing?" "Teacher, I report that someone is sleeping in your class." "Who?" "Him." Han Xiaowan pointed to the back row, where two individuals were asleep, Wen Xuan and Wang Bin. "Oh." The teacher merely acknowledged her with a nonchalant "oh" before returning to the blackboard. "Teacher, aren't you going to do something about him sleeping in class?" Wang Bin's sleeping habits were already well known among the students, who privately referred to him as dead fat pig or god of sleep. As for Wen Xuan, it was one thing to skip classes, but today, he had finally attended and was still asleep. The fact that teachers turned a blind eye to this left Han Xiaowan unable to accept it. After all, she had been scolded mercilessly for being late to class yesterday. Han Xiaowan thought it unjust for her to be the only one suffering, so she aimed to drag Wen Xuan down with her. To her astonishment, She found herself on the receiving end of double standards. She had been reprimanded for merely being late, whereas Wen Xuan's sleeping in class was far more serious. Yet the teacher remained oblivious. There must be some underlying reason for this. Teacher, do you believe I should report this to the principal? Han Xiaowan could no longer tolerate the situation, her heart brimming with resentment. Report to the principal? The teacher chuckled at her words. Sure, go ahead. I'll be here waiting for you. Also, Han Xiaowan, you need not attend my class anymore, nor take the exams. Even if you do, I won't pass you. What? The shock on Han Xiaojuan's face was palpable. She could scarcely believe her ears. The students in this class became animated, casting incredulous glances at Han Xiaowan. If she had mentioned another classmate, such as Wang Bin, the teacher would undoubtedly have intervened. However, when it came to Wen Xuan, the situation was different. Wen Xuan was an exemplary student, his abilities surpassing those of everyone present. To put it bluntly, the others appeared as mere refuse in his eyes. Previously, when individuals from other schools had confronted them, they had not dared to utter a sound. It was Wen Xuan who had driven them away, despite his current slumber. The others attributed it to his relentless efforts, claiming he was simply exhausted. Indeed, after a long day of study, what harm could a brief nap do? Wu Yong, the teacher at the front, wore a stern expression as he addressed Han Xiaowan coldly, asking if she felt dissatisfied. He continued, stating that if she could reach the silver tier 4 level like Wen Xuan, she could sleep in his class however she pleased, even sprawled across the podium, and he would cover her with a blanket. If that were insufficient, she could even bring a bed to class. What? Upon hearing Wu Yong's words, astonishment spread across everyone's faces. They regarded the back row with eyes wide in disbelief. Teacher, surely you jest? Are you saying that Wen Xuan has already attained silver tier 4? Indeed, there is nothing humorous about this. You all know I do not joke. The crowd erupted in a flurry of murmurs. They were well aware of Wu Yong's character. He was a serious scholar, not one to indulge in frivolous remarks. It was true, astonishingly so. My goodness, how young is he to have already achieved silver tier 4? Oh, the disparity between individuals is staggering. Just yesterday, I barely managed to break through to bronze tier 5. I believed I had become a master, yet in comparison to him, I am nothing. Sigh, what is the point of our hard work? He is a genius, relentlessly striving, and now his strength far surpasses ours, leaving no room for us to advance. Mao Mao and Zhu Ming, both rather short, sat in the front. Their faces mirrored the shock of their classmates as they absorbed the teacher's words. Is Wen Xuan truly this formidable? No wonder he is my leader. Mao Mao gazed at Wen Xuan with starry eyes. Zhu Ming felt a twinge of envy for Wen Xuan, but kept it hidden. Wen Xuan continued to sleep soundly until the afternoon dismissal, only awakening when Mao Mao called out to him. How refreshing. In his previous life, Wen Xuan had longed to experience the sensation of waking up naturally in a classroom. It was in moments like these that he felt his life truly belonged to him. Was it already evening? As Wen Xuan stepped out of the classroom, he noticed the sky's beauty. The setting sun cast a fiery glow upon everyone's faces, rendering them all a rosy hue. In the following days, Wen Xuan attended classes as usual, while Bao leisurely digested the excess energy within. One day, Wen Xuan turned his attention to Bao and the Echo Rabbit. He observed that after so many days of rest, both Bao and the Echo Rabbit appeared rejuvenated. Excellent. Let us proceed. I shall lead you to find something valuable. During this time, Wen Xuan had not been idle. He had purchased a comprehensive guide to magical beasts. Poring over it in search of suitable skills for Bao and the Echo Rabbit, he discovered an excellent skill, the gluttonous pig's voracity. Voracity, no matter how much is consumed, one will never feel overly full, and it accelerates energy digestion. This skill is a boon for all food lovers. After tidying up his belongings, Wen Xuan embarked on a journey to the secret realm. Is this the territory of the gluttonous pig? Wen Xuan, accompanied by the Echo Rabbit and Bao, ventured into the wild boar forest, navigating cautiously. Soon, a small wild boar charged towards them. This little boar seemed unafraid. Upon spotting them, it merely glanced over and returned to foraging for fallen fruits beneath a tree. The fruits were not particularly appealing, some were even rotten, teeming with wriggling white maggots. Yikes! The Echo Rabbit, observing this, wore an expression of disgust. This creature has quite the appetite. It dares to consume that. I fear it may soon suffer from an upset stomach. Thankfully, we are merciful. To spare it the agony of diarrhea, we shall roast it today. I have long heard that roast piglet is delectable, and today I finally have the chance to indulge my cravings. Chapter 63, Mastering Voracity. The Echo Rabbit immediately ensnared the small wild boar with its vine whip. The green tendrils wrapped around the boar, binding it tightly. Oink, oink, oink. The boar let out a frantic squeal as it struggled against its bonds. Ha ha ha, squeal all you want. The more you cry, the more thrilled I become. The Echo Rabbit approached the boar with a wicked grin, brandishing a dagger, eager to prepare the boar for roasting over the fire. Suddenly, the ground trembled as a massive creature came barreling towards them from a distance. Its strength was immense, knocking down trees in its path. The echo rabbit turned to look. Oh my goodness! It was a gigantic wild boar emerging from the thicket. It is the gluttonous pig. Wen Xuan recognized the enormous beast. The gluttonous pig's eyes glowed a fierce red as it beheld the bound wild boar, which was now gazing up at it with a pitiful expression, occasionally emitting mournful squeals. This little one is seeking help. It seemed to be relaying its tragic plight. Upon hearing the small boar's tale, the gluttonous pig grew even more enraged. It fixed its gaze on the echo rabbit, digging its front hooves into the ground and lowering its body, preparing to charge. Misunderstanding. Would you believe me if I said this was all a misunderstanding? The echo rabbit shouted, but the only response was the gluttonous pig's furious advance. Help! Murder! The echo rabbit took off running, utilizing its flying feet skill to dart away at incredible speed. However, the gluttonous pig was not to be underestimated, although it was greedy. It was unique, possessing the voracity skill that enabled it to rapidly digest food and absorb nutrients. The scene unfolded in the forest. The echo rabbit sprinted ahead, purposefully veering towards denser thickets, especially those with clusters of small trees, thinking this would hinder the gluttonous pig's pursuit. Yet, it underestimated the pig's strength and resilience. The creature charged through obstacles as if it were a tank. The echo rabbit led the gluttonous pig on a wild chase through the jungle, running tirelessly. In terms of endurance, the hefty gluttonous pig was no match for the nimble echo rabbit, and it soon came to a halt. The echo rabbit glanced back at the gluttonous pig, which was now panting heavily, its skin flushed from exertion. Why stop? Why not continue the chase? The echo rabbit leaned against a large tree, wearing a smug expression. The gluttonous pig gritted its teeth and resumed its assault. Seeing this, the echo rabbit cried out, "Ah! Someone's being murdered. No, wait, it's a rabbit being hunted." The two individuals once again engaged in a fierce competition. During the course of their sprint, the gluttonous pig stumbled over a stone, crashing heavily to the ground. With this fall, the gluttonous pig could no longer rise. It was utterly exhausted. Observing this, the mimic rabbit approached with a sly grin, brandishing a dagger aimed at the pig's neck. With a swift thrust, a torrent of blood gushed forth. The mimic rabbit had successfully dispatched the gluttonous pig. At that moment, Wen Xuan and Abeo approached from a distance, witnessing the mimic rabbit butchering the gluttonous pig, its fur now drenched in crimson. Upon hearing the commotion, the mimic rabbit immediately turned cautiously towards Wen Xuan and the others. However, upon recognizing them, it relaxed its guard. "Oh, it's you. Wen Xuan, hurry over. I want roasted pig brain, roasted kidney, and roasted pig tail." The mimic rabbit, dagger in hand, extracted the pig's brain and kidney. Where's the pig tail? It's a sow, so where would the tail come from? Woe is me, my chance to grow larger. The mimic rabbit lamented with a regretful expression. Wen Xuan, unfazed, simply stored the gluttonous pig's carcass in his spatial ring and proceeded to light a bonfire for roasting. Before long, he exclaimed, "Delicious. This kidney and brain are truly exquisite. Although there is a slight gamey taste, it is perfectly balanced. Quite delightful. The only regret is the absence of the pig tail. Otherwise, I could have grown a bit more." Observing the mimic rabbit reveling in its feast, Wen Xuan grew curious about its true nature. He took a bite of the roasted meat skewer, holding a magical beast crystal core in his hand, the very one from the gluttonous pig slain by the mimic rabbit. The gluttonous pig's magical beast crystal core, silver tier, level 5, possesses the following skills. Charge, level 5. Utilize all bodily strength to charge at enemies. Gluttony, level 4. Rapidly absorb consumed food, transforming it into nourishment. Sharp teeth, level 5. Teeth as sharp as daggers pierce the enemy's flesh, inflicting significant damage. Rough skin, level 4. Slightly enhances defense. This crystal core is a dark red hue, symbolizing its combat attributes. The gluttonous pig was purely of combat nature, boasting a muscular physique with little fat, making its meat remarkably firm and juicy. Mimic rabbit, here, consume this. Wen Xuan tossed the gluttonous pig's magical beast crystal core to the mimic rabbit. Without hesitation, the mimic rabbit crammed it into its mouth, crunching it down. "Not bad," it said, though it continued to munch on the roasted kidney. Wen Xuan glanced at the mimic rabbit's attributes. Mimic rabbit. Type, plant rock. Gender, male. Level, silver tier, level 3. Potential, peak strength, extraordinary ruler. Evolution path, rogue rabbit. Learn skills, speedy legs 7, mimicry 9, burrowing 6, gunpowder technique 6, vine whip 7, source of magic 4, gluttony 2. This creature had indeed mastered the gluttony skill. Delicious. Wen Xuan noticed that since the mimic rabbit learned the gluttony skill, it had transformed into a voracious eater. shoving skewers of roasted meat into its mouth in large quantities. Before long, all the skewers Wen Xuan had roasted were devoured by the mimic rabbit. Burp. The mimic rabbit let out a satisfied belch, its previously round belly deflating. That was quick. Is it already digested? Wen Xuan watched the mimic rabbit with concern, wary of it becoming a gluttonous specter. Gluttonous specters are quite fearsome, as they incessantly consume food to stave off endless hunger. Rabbit, are you all right? I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong? Phew. Wen Xuan sighed in relief, glad that the gluttony skill had no adverse effects. Now, he intended to procure one for Abeo as well. Chapter 64. The Tycoon of the Forest. After satisfying their hunger, Wen Xuan and his companions prepared to set off, intending to hunt wild pigs in the wild boar forest. However, their luck was not as favorable this time. They searched for the gluttonous pig for the better part of the day, yet found no trace of it. What is going on? This is called the wild boar forest. There should be plenty of gluttonous pigs here. Despite their prolonged search, they had yet to spot even one. Unbeknownst to them, evening had fallen. The mimic rabbit was now carrying the small wild pig they had previously captured on its shoulder. Why are you still carrying it? You might as well kill it now, and I can store it in the spatial ring. No, I want to eat fresh roasted piglet, so we can't kill it just yet. Suddenly, the mimic rabbit halted. What's wrong? I'm hungry. Let us eat right here. All right. After walking for so long, Wen Xuan realized he was also feeling a bit peckish. Place that creature on the ground. I'll take care of it, and you find some firewood. Okay. Thud. The mimic rabbit dropped the small wild pig onto the ground, and Wen Xuan, armed with a dagger, began to prepare it. Thanks to his spatial ring, he had all the necessary seasonings at his disposal. He lit a bonfire and placed the prepared piglet over the flames, commencing the roasting process. The fire crackled vigorously, sizzling the piglet and causing it to exude mouth-watering aromas. So fragrant. Watching the roasted piglet, the mimic rabbit's mouth watered uncontrollably. The roasting of the piglet took some time, but every moment of waiting was worth it. Wen Xuan finally retrieved the roasted piglet from the bonfire. Placing it on a picnic mat he had prepared, he used his dagger to cut off a hind leg, skewering it and presenting it to the mimic rabbit. The roasted piglet was still extremely hot, so Wen Xuan dared not touch it directly. Gazing at the roasted pig leg before it, the mimic rabbit swallowed hard, unable to contain itself and prepared to dig in. Ah, it's hot, so hot. The moment its hand brushed against the roasted pig leg, it cried out in distress. Wen Xuan burst into laughter at the sight. Serves you right for being so impatient. Wait a moment, and it will cool down enough to eat. Here, have a cup of carrot juice. Wen Xuan poured a generous glass of carrot juice for the mimic rabbit and another for Abeo. After waiting for a bit, they began to feast. Delicious. The skin is crispy and sweet, while the meat is exceptionally tender. Wen Xuan, how did you manage this? Hearing this, Wen Xuan smiled slightly. I added honey to the piglet's skin while roasting it. Honey? The stuff I gathered earlier? Wen Xuan nodded. When they had collected honey, Feng Xiang had taken most of it, claiming it was tuition, leaving a portion for Wen Xuan as a reward for his hard work. He never anticipated that adding honey to the roasted piglet would make it taste so delightful. Just as Wen Xuan and his companions were enjoying the roasted piglet, a rustling sound emerged from the nearby bushes. They grew tense. Ah, finally, someone's coming. The newcomer was a plump fellow with a delicate frame, sporting a watermelon-shaped hairstyle and dressed in overalls. Following him was a penguin. Wonderful, there are others here. What is that smell? Upon seeing the roasted piglet before Wen Xuan and his group, the man was instantly overjoyed. Wow, roasted piglet. So fragrant. He approached Wen Xuan with a penguin in tow, grinning as he spoke. Brother, could I have a bit of that roasted piglet? No way. Before Wen Xuan could respond, the mimic rabbit interjected, activating its protective mode, attempting to shield the roasted piglet with its paws. Wow, a talking rabbit. The chubby fellow, upon hearing the rabbit's words, did not react with anger. Instead, he produced a golden card. As the saying goes, at home, one relies on parents. Outside, one relies on friends. Brother, let us be friends. Seeing the golden card in the chubby man's hand, Wen Xuan did not reach out to accept it. What's wrong? Do you think it's not enough? This is a golden card, containing 300,000, and it's anonymous. 300,000. Wen Xuan was taken aback, realizing that this rotund individual was quite the little tycoon. Since the other party was so generous, Wen Xuan naturally felt no need to be polite. The money was of little consequence. What mattered was Wen Xuan's desire to make friends, particularly wealthy ones. He took the chubby man's card and, using a dagger, sliced a large piece of meat from the pig's hindquarters, offering it to him. It was the meat closest to the pig's rear, which Wen Xuan and his companions had no desire to consume. The chubby man, upon seeing this, exclaimed, "Could I please have the front trotters? They are my favorite." Sure, but the trotters come at a different price. How much? 1 million. What? 1 million? Are you robbing me? Although the chubby man considered himself wealthy, he was no fool. Spending $1 million for a pig's trotter seemed absurd. Since you're unwilling to buy, then forget it. Here, mimic rabbit. I'll cut you a trotter. As the trotter was about to be consumed by the mimic rabbit, the chubby man panicked. 50,000. 50,000. If you agree, I'll transfer the money right now. Fine, but you must transfer immediately. What? The chubby man appeared surprised. Don't think I don't know. There's no money on that card, is there? Upon hearing this, the chubby man wore an awkward smile. How did you know? Don't underestimate others. At this, the chubby man began to regard Wen Xuan with newfound respect. He had successfully deceived many before, acquiring numerous treasures from them. However, his usual tricks were ineffective against Wen Xuan. With no other option, driven by hunger, he complied and transferred the funds. Once the transaction was complete, Wen Xuan instructed the mimic rabbit to toss the pig's front trotters to the chubby man. The chubby man began to gnaw on the trotter. Delicious, truly delicious. He devoured it ravenously, as if he were a starving ghost, finishing it in a whirlwind. Afterward, he still appeared unsatisfied. How about another one? Yes, of course. All right. 50,000. The chubby man immediately suppressed his greed. While he was gluttonous, he was not one to let others take advantage of him. If you're not eating it, surely it will eat something. No need, it can eat this. Saying this, the chubby man produced a glimmering gold coin, flicking it into the air. The penguin opened its beak and promptly swallowed the coin whole. Wen Xuan observed the penguin intently. Gold-swallowing penguin. Attribute. Metal. Gender. Male. Level. Silver tier 5. Qualification. Peak strength. Master. Evolution route. None. Learn skills. Recharge 7. What is this penguin? Why is it like this? Wen Xuan felt a hint of curiosity, ultimately focusing on the skill of the gold-swallowing penguin. Recharge 7. Young one. Do you wish to grow stronger? Then recharge. Recharge to become more powerful. Upon seeing this, a phrase suddenly emerged in Wen Xuan's mind. Pay to grow stronger. Without money, you can't play. Hey, you're not surnamed M, are you? Yes. How did you know? The chubby man appeared somewhat excited. Oh right. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is M Huangji. Just like 1 horse, 2 horses, 3 horses, that M. Wen Xuan felt a wave of exasperation. Due to the peculiar nature of M Huangji's name, he simply replied, I'll just call you MYQN. MYQN? That works. It's simple and memorable, much easier than my actual name. All right, from now on, you shall be MYQN. MYQN's eyes remained fixated on the roasted piglet. What is wrong with you? It's just a roasted piglet. It shouldn't affect you this much. Wen Xuan thought that someone as wealthy as MYQN should have had his fill of roasted piglets long ago. Yet he still seemed reluctant to part with it. Brother, don't you know? Know what? Do you not recognize the value of this roasted piglet? What do you mean? You see, the meat of the greedy pig is particularly exquisite, which has drawn everyone's attention, leading to rampant hunting of greedy pigs. Consequently, their numbers have dwindled drastically in the wild boar forest. Now, you can hardly find any greedy pigs around here. Would you say this is not valuable? However, I'm not trying to deceive you. This roasted piglet would sell for no more than 600,000 outside. I spent 500,000 for your front leg, which is quite fair. Wen Xuan nodded, sensing that MYQN was not lying. By the way, how did you end up here? Me? I'm here for training. Training? Yes, there's an exam coming up, so I need to hone my skills. Exam? What exam? Wen Xuan, curious, could not help but ask. MYQN appraised Wen Xuan from head to toe. Brother, judging by your appearance, you must be in your 2nd year of high school now. Yes. Wen Xuan nodded. Do you know that every university has special recruitment every year? Special recruitment? Upon hearing this term, Wen Xuan recalled his past life. Many universities indeed had their own admissions processes. Students could gain early entrance by passing their assessments, thus avoiding the standardized entrance exams and saving time. I've never heard of it. Since you're not familiar, let me explain. I plan to participate in the special recruitment for GNGN University. GNGN University? In Wen Xuan's mind, there were 3 prestigious universities in Ngu: DD University, MD University, and then GNGN University. This fellow before him actually aspired to attend GNGN University. Why is that? Wen Xuan asked with curiosity. Because there are many beautiful girls there. MYQN grinned lewdly at this point. Don't you know that the southern climate nurtures people well? The girls from the south are all charming and lovely, and they prefer not to go north. One reason is the distance from home, and the other is that GNGN University is easier to get into compared to DD and MD. At this, MYQN eagerly asked, Brother, what do you think? Want to join me? Wen Xuan shook his head. Forget it. You should go by yourself. Wen Xuan was not the kind of person to be swayed by the presence of women. If he were to attend university, he wanted to go to the best one. Hence, he had already set his sights on DD University. All right. Myqn appeared somewhat disappointed. He had hoped to be classmates with Wen Xuan. For some reason, he found Wen Xuan exceedingly likable. No worries, if we can't be classmates, we can still be friends. Myqn remained optimistic, a smile returning to his face. As night deepened, the crackling sound of the burning firewood echoed through the air. Wen Xuan had long since retreated into the tent to rest, while Ma Yichun had pulled out a sleeping bag and settled down beside the fire. In the stillness of the night, as Wen Xuan slumbered peacefully, he was abruptly awakened by a Bao. A Bao, what is it? Wen Xuan inquired, noticing a Bao's anxious demeanor as it gestured frantically. You mean there are enemies outside? Upon hearing this, a Bao nodded vigorously. The chatterbox rabbit, meanwhile, remained in a deep slumber, blissfully savoring the taste of the roasted suckling pig it had just consumed. Gnawing contentedly, unable to resist, Wen Xuan kicked the chatterbox rabbit lightly. Wake up, someone's looking for you. Huh. The chatterbox rabbit stirred, rubbing its sleepy eyes, and followed Wen Xuan out of the tent. Outside, Ma Yichun was facing off against the gluttonous pig king. Gluttonous pig king. Attribute, combat, gender, male, level, silver rank 7, potential, peak strength, gold. Evolution path, none, skills, charge 6, gluttony 6, sharp fangs 5. Furious bite 6. The gluttonous pig king glared at Ma Yichun with intense fury, while Ma Yichun's 3 summoned beasts stood in defiance. Wen Xuan glanced at Ma Yichun's summoned creatures. One was the previously seen gold-swallowing penguin, while the other 2 were a chia monkey, a plant and combat-type beast, and a hymo dog, a dark-type beast. The strongest among them was the gold-swallowing penguin, while the others lagged behind, one at silver rank 3 and the other at silver rank 2. Noticing Wen Xuan's arrival, Ma Yichun appeared somewhat anxious. Brother, are you just coming out now? His tone carried a hint of reproach, as he had been the one battling earlier. And both his chia monkey and hymo dog were injured, with only the gold-swallowing penguin still holding its ground. Wen Xuan began to think rapidly about how to resolve the situation. Should he adhere to the wisdom of retreat in times of danger? For now, the gluttonous pig king's attention was entirely fixated on Ma Yichun. They were merely acquaintances, and there was no need for him to risk his life in this conflict. Just as Wen Xuan contemplated his escape, the gluttonous pig king's focus shifted to the chatterbox rabbit. The rabbit, feeling an ominous chill, quickly assumed that the pig king had caught the scent of young piglet on it, and bolted away. The gluttonous pig king was reminiscent of a vicious dog, adhering to the principle that if you make eye contact, it may halt its attack, but if you flee, it will pursue relentlessly. Why am I always the one getting hurt? The chatterbox rabbit lamented as it dashed through the forest. Its speed was no match for the gluttonous pig king, which was closing in rapidly. Just as it seemed the rabbit would be caught, it mimicked Spider-Man from the television, extending its vine-like appendages to grasp a branch and hoist itself up a tree. Gasping for breath, the chatterbox rabbit's heart raced. Had it not run swiftly, it would have met its demise under the gluttonous pig king's fangs. From its perch, it taunted the pig king, come on, shaking its rear provocatively. The pig king, incensed by the rabbit's mockery, distanced itself from the tree before charging at it with force. With a resounding crash, the gluttonous pig king collided with the tree, causing it to sway violently. The rabbit clung to the trunk for dear life. After failing to topple the tree with its first assault, the pig king retreated and initiated another attack. The sounds of its repeated charges echoed through the forest. Wen Xuan and Ma Yichun crept closer, spotting the chatterbox rabbit trapped atop the tree, unable to counterattack. Just you wait, I'll prepare a massive carrot bomb for you, the rabbit declared. But as it finished speaking, the gluttonous pig king crashed into the tree again, the reverberations signaling that the tree could not withstand much longer. Soon, the rabbit would plummet alongside it. Wen Xuan glanced at Ma Yichun, who had been feeding his gold-swallowing penguin a continuous stream of gold coins since the onset of the confrontation. In a short span, the penguin had ingested nearly 30 coins, each valued at 10,000 yuan, totaling 300,000. Truly, the gold-swallowing penguin was impressive. All right, it's finally ready, Ma Yichun exclaimed as a gleaming sword materialized in the penguin's grasp. The Dragon Slayer's sword has been summoned. The sight of the intricately engraved blade filled Wen Xuan with astonishment. Was this the legendary means of enhancing one's strength? Suddenly, the gold-swallowing penguin dashed forth, brandishing the shimmering Dragon Slayer's sword. It swiftly reached the gluttonous pig king and struck, severing one of its legs with a sharp crack. Following this, it leapt back to Ma Yichun's side, the sword vanishing into a glimmer of light as it transformed into a one-time weapon. Wen Xuan was left in awe. The gold-swallowing penguin truly had its quirks. Initially, he had contemplated acquiring such a skill in the future, but the exorbitant cost of 30,000 for a single use was daunting. Unable to contain his curiosity, Wen Xuan asked Ma Yichun, "Is this how you usually employ it?" "No, it's just that this creature is too much. It dares to harm my summoned beasts." Ma Yichun replied, wiping drool from his mouth. "Are you certain it's vengeance you seek?" Wen Xuan noted the gluttonous Pig King's state and how Ma Yichun regarded it with the eye of a connoisseur. With one leg severed, the gluttonous Pig King struggled futilely on the ground, its attempts to escape only sinking it deeper into its predicament. The chatterbox rabbit, witnessing the opportunity for revenge, descended from the tree, conjuring a carrot bomb. "Hey!" it exclaimed, seizing the moment to thrust it into the gluttonous Pig King's rear. Wen Xuan could only imagine the pain Ma Yichun must have felt at that moment, instinctively clenching his thighs. The carrot bomb inserted into the gluttonous Pig King's rear exploded. The gluttonous Pig King was met with a cruel fate at the hands of the mimic rabbit. However, it was not yet dead. Upon seeing this, the mimic rabbit, observing the Pig King's incessant grunting, swiftly slashed with the dagger in its hand, thereby ending the gluttonous Pig King's life. After the demise of the gluttonous Pig King, the mimic rabbit adeptly excavated its magical beast crystal core. It then approached Wen Xuan, presenting the crystal core to him. Wen Xuan took the crystal core and turned to Ma Yichun, stating, "I shall take this magical beast crystal core. And the remaining carcass of the gluttonous Pig King belongs to you?" "All right," Ma Yichun nodded in agreement. It was not that Wen Xuan had no desire for the Pig King's remains, but the carcass was smeared with filth, and its posterior had been obliterated by the carrot bomb. The flesh was undoubtedly imbued with a scent reminiscent of gunpowder. Would such meat even be palatable? Thus, Wen Xuan relinquished any interest. He turned and handed the magical beast crystal core to a bao. A bao opened its mouth and swallowed the crystal core of the gluttonous Pig King. After a period of refinement, Wen Xuan discovered that a bao had indeed learned the skill gluttony. Excellent. Truly remarkable. Wen Xuan felt a surge of joy. In this world, he had finally transformed from an unlucky fool to a fortunate sovereign. Moreover, with the refining of the magical beast crystal core, a bao's power had advanced yet again. Chapter 67. The Great Eating Competition. Panda Baby. Attribute, evil. Gender, male. Level, silver tier 5. Qualification, peak power, monarch. Evolution path, panda fighter. Skills learned, bullish fist 7. Bear paw strike 9. Mount tie pressure 5. Roar of evil 4. Rending claw 5. Stealth 4. Iron skin 8. Shadow ball 3. Magic absorption 2. Fearless heart, gluttony 5. A bao's strength had reached silver tier 5. It was time to return. Wen Xuan looked toward Ma Yichun and noticed that Ma Yichun had already set up a bonfire. Having not eaten his fill the previous day, he now planned to indulge in a sumptuous barbecue feast. "Ma Yichun, take your time. I have matters to attend to." "All right." Ma Yichun waved his hand, his attention wholly absorbed by the skewers sizzling over the fire. Watching the skewers drip with grease, Ma Yichun felt his mouth begin to water. Wen Xuan cast a glance at him and departed with a bao and the mimic rabbit. After a while of grilling, Ma Yichun's skewers were finally ready. He immediately picked one up and took a bite. Ugh! As he bit into the grilled pork skewer, a foul odor assaulted his senses. The meat retained its original taste. "I didn't mean for this to happen. I cleaned it thoroughly, so why does it still reek?" The thought of having possibly consumed excrement made Ma Yichun retch uncontrollably. Wen Xuan exited the secret realm and returned to school. The sun had risen, and after the recent battle, both the mimic rabbit and a bao were famished. As Wen Xuan contemplated treating them to a grand meal, he saw Wang Bin and his companions rushing out of the school in a flurry. Oh no. We overslept. If we're late, it will be disastrous. Where are you all headed?" Wen Xuan inquired upon seeing their haste. "It's Wen Xuan. There's no time to explain. Come with us." Wang Bin, disregarding Wen Xuan's willingness, pulled him toward the school gate. Intrigued, Wen Xuan followed them outside. At the school gate, a taxi awaited, previously summoned via an app by Wang Bin and his friends. Once inside the vehicle, Wen Xuan began to inquire, "Where are we going?" "There's a food festival happening at Wui Square. Today, there will be a great eating competition, and we plan to participate. If we win, we can obtain a year's worth of magical beast food." Upon hearing the term magical beast food, Wen Xuan immediately grasped its significance. This food was not ordinary fare. It was meticulously crafted by professional beast cultivators. Consuming magical beast food would enhance the growth and strength of magical beasts. For instance, while a golden retriever could survive on regular food like rice, such a diet would lead to shedding and dull fur. Conversely, specialized dog food would ensure a healthy and lustrous coat with minimal shedding. It was clear that Wen Xuan needed to secure this food for himself. The taxi swiftly arrived at Wui Square. Though it was merely 7 in the morning, the square was already teeming with people, including elderly gentlemen practicing their exercises and others like Wen Xuan, eager to partake in the food festival. Under Wang Bin's guidance, Wen Xuan and his companions arrived at the registration area for the eating competition. The registration fee was 1,000 yuan, and both Wen Xuan and Wang Bin signed up. After registering, the group began to leisurely stroll around Wu Yi Square. Wang Bin, feeling rather pleased with himself, seemed to walk with a spring in his step. Wang Bin, what has gotten into you? Indeed, Brother Bin, you seem rather foolish. Wang Bin, unperturbed, confidently declared, this time, the championship shall be mine. I have prepared a secret weapon for this competition. Secret weapon? What do you mean? Come closer, I will tell you. Curious, Mao Mao leaned in to hear. Upon learning, Mao Mao's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Brother Bin, you must be out of your mind. You actually contracted a little glutton. That's an insatiable bottomless pit. No matter how wealthy you are, you cannot satiate it. Brother Bin, tell me honestly, did you strike gold or find a rich benefactor? How else would you dare to contract a little glutton? Wang Bin paused, realizing the implications, and with a hint of embarrassment, replied, I just want to win against Wen Xuan for once. He has always been first, and I want to surpass him. Wang Bin viewed Wen Xuan as his benchmark, yearning to prove his own worth. Surpass Wen Xuan? Mao Mao shook his head. Brother Bin, I believe you must be feverish, your brain must be fried. With your abilities, surpassing Wen Xuan is impossible. How can it be impossible? Wang Bin retorted, fired up. This time, I will definitely win. With unwavering confidence. He even made a military oath. If I cannot win against Wen Xuan this time, I shall run naked around the school playground upon my return. Hearing this, Zhu Ming could no longer remain silent. Fatty, heed my advice and don't go to such extremes. Why not? I insist. Observing Wang Bin's stubbornness, Zhu Ming shook his head. Some people are determined to self-destruct, mistaking others' concerns as malice. How does that saying go? A dog bites Lu Dongbin, unaware of kindness. After resting for a while at Wu Yi Square, the great eating competition commenced. Alongside Wen Xuan and Wang Bin, more than 20 others participated, totaling 30 contestants. The competition was straightforward. Each participant was to use a magical beast to consume noodles. Wen Xuan glanced at the noodles, noticing they resembled spaghetti. The competition lasted for 30 minutes, wherein the victor would be determined by who could consume the most noodles within a span of 10 minutes. Wen Xuan arrived at his designated spot, where the noodles were neatly arranged. Who should participate? After a brief contemplation, Wen Xuan made his decision. Come forth, Shueshi 2. He summoned the Shueshi 2, which immediately captivated the attention of the onlookers. Look, there's someone who summoned a rabbit. One exclaimed, ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Which foolish child decided to use a Shueshi 2 to compete in an eating contest? Another chimed in. Indeed, if that rabbit overindulges. I can only imagine the tears that will follow. The crowd chuckled, amused by the audacity of youth. A burly man beside Wen Xuan spoke up, little brother. Perhaps you should consider withdrawing from the competition. The man, with a physique resembling that of a seasoned athlete, was accompanied by a muscular beast, a violent bear. Known as the Baohua Xiong, his intentions were kind, noticing Wen Xuan's seemingly whimsical choice. Wen Xuan, however, merely smiled in response. No worries. I am well aware of my capabilities and will act accordingly. The man ceased his persuasion, and soon, others began summoning their respective beasts, all of which were formidable contenders. When Wang Bin Xiao Wei Wang appeared, it incited a wave of astonishment among the spectators. My goodness, he actually contracted a Xiao Wei Wang. This must be a child of wealth. Surely his family possesses riches. The Xiao Wei Wang was notorious for its insatiable appetite, perpetually on a quest for sustenance. The crowd murmured, realizing that this individual was a frontrunner for victory. As the competition commenced, each participant directed their beasts to devour the noodles. With time, one competitor after another succumbed to defeat, leading to the final 10 minutes where only Wang Bin, Wen Xuan, and the burly man remained. Suddenly, a massive figure collapsed. It was the Baohua Xiong, overwhelmed by its consumption, losing consciousness and regurgitating noodles. With the burly man out of the competition, only Wen Xuan and Wang Bin remained. Look at that rabbit, it's surprisingly resilient. Someone remarked. Indeed, it's quite absurd. It appears to still have energy left. What on earth is that rabbit's stomach made of? The Shueshi too continued to consume plate after plate of noodles, swallowing with remarkable ease. In contrast, while the Xiao Wei Wang's belly expanded to an alarming size. Resembling that of a pregnant creature, the Shueshi too, although slightly swollen, would pat its belly after each round of consumption. After a hearty burp, it resumed its eating. As the 30-minute countdown concluded, the staff began tallying the plates. The Shueshi too triumphed with a significant lead of 10 plates over its competitors. Despite its capacity, the Xiao Wei Wang could not keep pace with such a volume of food, causing its eating speed to diminish. I lost, Wang Bin exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his face. Meanwhile, Mao Mao and Zhu Ming approached Wen Xuan, brimming with excitement. Wen Xuan, you were incredible, Mao Mao exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. Zhu Ming, curious, reached out to touch the Shui Shitu's belly, only for it to dodge away. What are you doing? Do you not know that one must not touch a rabbit's belly? Moreover, haven't you been taught that boys should not engage in such intimate exchanges unless under very specific circumstances? Zhu Ming halted mid-reach, taken aback. Wen Xuan, what is the secret behind your rabbit? How can it eat so much? Wang Bin expressed his confusion, astonished that the formidable Xiao Wei Wang had lost in an eating contest. It's a secret, Wen Xuan replied with a mysterious smile. A beautiful staff member approached him. Excuse me, contestant Wen Xuan, here is your reward for winning. She handed him a card. With this card, you may redeem beast food at our stores for an entire year. Of course, if you prefer, you may take the food directly instead. Wen Xuan glanced towards the mountains of beast food and replied, I believe I shall keep the card. The amount of food is far too much. My beasts may not finish it all. With this card, I can retrieve as much as I desire. He felt assured, knowing the establishment was reputable, with branches in various cities. After enjoying some time at Wui Square, the group departed. On their way home, Mao Mao and Zhu Ming were particularly jubilant, having acquired numerous delicacies at the food festival. Conversely, Wang Bin appeared sullen. Noticing his demeanor, Wen Xuan reassured him. It was all in jest, please do not take it to heart. Yet, Wang Bin remained obstinate. Upon returning to school, he unexpectedly stripped and began running naked across the playground, drawing the attention of numerous students. Hey, there's a pervert. Someone shouted. Where? Where's the pervert? Over there. That guy is running around without clothes. The boys erupted in laughter, while the girls gasped, calling him a pervert but unable to avert their gazes. After his escapade, Wang Bin approached Mao Mao, reclaiming his clothes and donning them once more. Bingo. Mao Mao expressed concern, fearing Wang Bin would suffer psychological distress. However, upon seeing Wang Bin's expression, he felt rather foolish. Wang Bin was smiling, indeed, genuinely delighted. Suddenly, Zhu Ming, who rarely spoke, exclaimed, Hey, Wang Bin, was that intentional? You've been wanting to run naked all along, haven't you? This was just the perfect excuse. No, I haven't. You know that's not who I am. Wang Bin protested, though his expression betrayed him. Wen Xuan, you must help me clarify. Wen Xuan rolled his eyes, well aware of Wang Bin's character. If he truly had not wanted to participate, he would have made excuses to back out, yet he had chosen to proceed. Wang Bin, having embraced the moment, could now assert that he ran naked due to a bet lost, allowing him to experience the thrill while maintaining a reputation for honesty. Truly, a twofold triumph. Well, do not revel too much. Your little worm has been exposed for all to see. Finding a girlfriend at school in the future seems almost impossible. Upon hearing this, Wang Bin suddenly realized his predicament. Oh no, I regret this. Enough of the chatter. I am weary and shall rest now. Wen Xuan paid no further attention to Wang Bin and made his way to the dormitory, with Wang Bin and the others closely following behind. In the following days, Wen Xuan continued attending classes as usual. One day, while Wen Xuan was checking the latest information on Yusho in the dormitory, Wang Bin and his friends were lounging on their beds, engrossed in their phones. Shui Shitu entered the room, munching on a piece of watermelon. Watermelon? Where did you get that? Wang Bin asked, unable to contain his curiosity upon seeing the watermelon in Shui Shitu's hand. A girl from the dormitory across gave it to me. You went to the girls' dorm? Did the dorm manager not catch you? Wang Bin exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. No. I am just a rabbit, a handsome and charming rabbit. How could the dorm manager catch me? Hearing Shui Shitu's words, Wang Bin felt a twinge of envy. I wish I could be a rabbit too. Then I could visit the girls' dorm and enjoy watermelon as well. As he spoke, a lewd expression crept onto his face. Bingo. Are you really aspiring to be a rabbit? You clearly wish to be a lecher. Stop speaking nonsense. By the way, since it's so hot today, let's go buy a watermelon to eat. Sure. However, we must bring Wen Xuan along this time. He is an expert at selecting watermelons. The last time you bought one, it was underripe, and I waited in vain only to eat nothing. All right then. Wang Bin turned to Wen Xuan and said, Wen Xuan, could you accompany us on this errand? Wen Xuan pondered for a moment. It is indeed quite warm today. Enjoying some watermelon would help cool us down. All right, let us set off. After stowing away his computer, Wen Xuan, who was on the upper bunk, led Wang Bin and the others out. They soon arrived at a stall selling watermelons. Wang Bin began to hold and gently tap on the watermelons. Young man, are you buying watermelons? Yes. I must be careful this time. The last one I bought was underripe, so I need to choose wisely. Oh, what are you fussing about? As a watermelon vendor, how could I sell you an underripe one? I'll take this one. The stall owner casually picked up a watermelon and placed it on the scale. That will be 42. I will give you a discount, just 40. Wang Bin looked at the watermelon with suspicion and asked, Boss, this isn't underripe, is it? Kid, are you here to stir up trouble? You keep saying I sell underripe watermelons. Let us test it out to see if it is. With that, Wang Bin disregarded the boss's consent and picked up a knife, slicing into the watermelon. A crisp sound echoed as the watermelon split open, revealing its white heart. See, I told you it was underripe. Kid, how dare you cut my watermelon? The boss, realizing his ruse had been exposed, hastily decided to take the offensive. None of you are leaving today. With that, he quickly chanted a spell, summoning a watermelon monster from the formation. Watermelon monster. Attribute: plant combat. Gender: male. Level: bronze 2. Qualification: peak power: bronze. Evolution path: none. Skills: watermelon fist 4, seed machine gun 4. The watermelon monster was a creature formed from 5 watermelons connected together, with the largest watermelon atop and smaller ones for its limbs. Upon its appearance, it lunged at Wang Bin, swinging its right hand rapidly. Terrified, Wang Bin dashed towards Wen Xuan and the others. Whoosh! A shadow darted out. Bang! It blocked the watermelon monster's punch. It was a bow. The moment Wen Xuan saw the boss attack, he summoned a bow. A bow successfully blocked the watermelon monster's attack and retaliated with a powerful paw strike. Bang! The watermelon monster was sent flying, crashing heavily against the back of a delivery truck, denting its cargo area. Wen Xuan cast a cold glance at the watermelon stall owner, whose expression had become grim. Brother, this is a misunderstanding. He immediately began to plead for mercy. I'm just trying to make a living. Please spare me this time. Wen Xuan, not wanting to make things overly difficult for the man, considered his plight. I can let you off, but you must provide me with a few watermelons as compensation. Of course, of course. The stall owner quickly gathered several watermelons and handed them over to Wen Xuan and his friends. Wang Bin, ever perceptive, stepped forward to receive them. All right, we will let this slide this time, but if I catch you selling underripe watermelons again, I will smash your stall. Of course, I won't dare again. The stall owner smiled nervously. Let us go? Wen Xuan led Wang Bin and the others away from the stall. The stall owner watched Wen Xuan's departing figure as if he were a harbinger of doom. I can no longer operate here. I must find a new location. With that, he began to pack up. Back in the dormitory, Wen Xuan and his friends washed and sliced the watermelons before digging in. Delicious and so sweet. Mao Mao exclaimed, juice running down his chin. He continued, thanks to Wen Xuan, or else we would have ended up with underripe watermelons again. Indeed, that boss was truly outrageous, attempting to deceive us. Wen Xuan smiled faintly at this. Earlier, he had been deep in thought about which Yusho to contract. Now, he had made up his mind. This time, I must contract a fire attribute Yusho, preferably one that can fly. Chapter 70, Arrival at the Hot Spring Town. On the train, Wen Xuan glanced at the few companions beside him. Is it really necessary for you all to accompany me to the volcano? Oh, Wen Xuan, you are going to the volcano to capture a Xiaohuanyao. We, on the other hand, are planning to enjoy the hot springs. Indeed, after conducting some research, Wen Xuan discovered that the most suitable creature for him was the Xiaohuanyao. This creature can fly and possesses both wind and fire attributes. After 3 evolutions, it becomes the powerful Huayuing, a mountable beast. Wen Xuan could already envision himself riding the Huayuing. The habitat of the Xiaohuanyao lies atop the volcano, while Wang Bin and the others are headed to a place known as Hot Spring Town. Where there are volcanoes, there are hot springs, and when people discovered hot springs, enterprising individuals sensed an opportunity. Consequently, hot spring establishments began to emerge near the springs, eventually forming a small town. Thus, the origin of Hot Spring Town came to be. After a day of travel by train, Wen Xuan and his companions finally arrived at Hot Spring Town before nightfall. I can't go on, I'm exhausted. Wang Bin, burdened with bags, was panting heavily due to his considerable weight. Bingo, I think you should consider losing some weight. Lose weight? Why should I? I believe my figure is quite fine. So ample and voluptuous, and I possess many attributes that girls lack. As he spoke, Wang Bin intentionally shook his body. It must be said that Wang Bin indeed made many girls envious, especially in this day and age where so many are as flat as an airport runway. A few young brothers traveled from afar, and I believe you must be weary. Would you care to soak in the hot springs at my inn? A woman appeared. Her hair elegantly styled in an updo, adorned in a yukata, exuding a distinct beauty. How delightful! Upon encountering this enchanting lady, Wang Bin felt utterly captivated. It must be said, she was indeed quite attractive, radiating an aura of timeless elegance. Follow me, the proprietress beckoned, leading Wen Xuan to her hot spring inn. Darling, we have guests, she called out. Oh, coming. A burly man emerged from within. He was robust and dark-skinned, yet only stood at a height of 1.60 meters. What? She is actually married. Upon seeing the innkeeper's husband, Wang Bin couldn't help but mutter, goodness, this must be the real-life version of Wu Dalong and Pan Jinlian. Enough with the chatter. Let us be on our way, Wen Xuan urged Wang Bin, aware of his propensity for trouble. After they changed into their bathing attire and showered, they stepped into the hot spring. Ah, I feel rejuvenated, Wang Bin exclaimed, reclining in the waters, experiencing a blissful sensation that surpassed all comforts. Wen Xuan and the others also settled at the edge of the pool. As he gazed at Mao Mao's delicate skin, Wang Bin could not resist teasing him. Ha ha. Brother Bin, stop. Brother Bin. No. Mao Mao began to shout. Wang Bin, hearing this, wore a mischievous grin. Let me have a look. No. All right, Wang Bin. Cease your antics, Wen Xuan interjected. Hearing this, both Wang Bin and Mao Mao turned to Wen Xuan, who was also bare, his fair skin complemented by well-defined abs. Leaving Wang Bin and Mao Mao in awe. As their gaze descended, they were left speechless. My goodness. Wang Bin was momentarily at a loss for words. Finally understanding why Wen Xuan referred to him as a little earthworm. After soaking in the spring, they dined and returned to their respective rooms for rest. As night deepened, Wen Xuan, intent on sleep, was disrupted by the sounds of poetry recitation from the adjacent room. Darling, wait a moment, he heard. Frowning. Wen Xuan found it impossible to rest amidst the late-night verses. Perhaps a stroll would be beneficial. He donned his clothes and exited the hot spring inn, finding the town alive with activity even at night. Vendors lined the streets, peddling various wares, primarily Odin, each claiming to be cooked in spring water with properties to nourish and prolong life. Wen Xuan refrained from sampling them, fearing the possibility of kidney stones due to the high mineral content of the spring water. Can't sleep, young brother? He heard someone say, turning to the source. He widened his eyes in disbelief. What was he doing here? Before him stood the innkeeper's husband. If he were here, then what about the inn? A chill ran down Wen Xuan's spine. Yes, I can't sleep, so I decided to take a walk. Perfect, I can't sleep either. Would you like to accompany me? Sure. Wen Xuan and he began to meander through the streets, engaging in casual conversation. Through their dialogue, Wen Xuan learned that this man was named Wu Lang, a slight variation from the legendary Wu Dalong. After a while, Wen Xuan inquired, Wu Lang, do you know where I might find the little firebirds? Little firebirds? Wu Lang, having grown up in this hot spring town, was somewhat familiar with the area. If you seek little firebirds, head east. Beyond that mountain, you will find a grove known as the Flame Forest, where the leaves are red, hence the name. The little firebirds reside within. Thank you, Brother Wu Lang. As the night grew late, Wen Xuan suggested, it's getting late. I think we should head back. Indeed, they returned to the hot spring inn, and Wen Xuan chose not to mention the earlier encounter, perhaps sensing that Wu Lang was already aware but unwilling to accept it. Wen Xuan was suddenly reminded of a question a friend had posed in a past life. If a brother were to be cheated on by his wife, should one inform him or remain silent? He had resolutely chosen to inform, resulting in the brother confronting his friend, who tragically took drastic measures. Had he remained silent, perhaps that brother's friend would have lived a happier life. Hence, this time, he opted for silence. After all, it was not his affair to meddle in. The following day, Wen Xuan rose early and encountered the innkeeper's wife, who was having breakfast. Upon seeing him, she cast a flirtatious glance his way. Facing her advances, Wen Xuan chose to ignore her, even as she resembled a flower exquisitely nurtured, vibrant, and alluring. Leaving the hot spring inn, he made his way eastward. Soon arriving at the Flame Forest, his body was covered in volcanic ash, but his focus remained on the scene ahead. Suddenly, a creature blocked his path. Roar! The creature bared its sharp fangs, crouching low, and emitted a growl towards Wen Xuan. Firewolf. Attribute: Fire. Gender: Male. Level: Bronze Tier 3. Potential: Peak Strength: Bronze. Evolution line: Fire Wolf King. Skills: Fireball 4, Fiery Fangs 5, Roar 3. In an instant, the firewolf lunged at Wen Xuan, just as he prepared to retaliate. His companion, the mimic rabbit, intervened. Let me handle this. The mimic rabbit dashed towards the firewolf. The creature revealed its formidable teeth, flames igniting in its mouth as it lunged to bite the rabbit. Seeing this, the rabbit smirked. Bite me? Very well, allow me to assist. Unbeknownst to when it had obtained a massive stone, the rabbit thrust it into the wolf's mouth. The stone lodged in the fire wolf's throat, causing it to thrash in agony, yet it could not expel the obstruction. Ultimately, the wolf succumbed, suffocated by its own struggle. Rabbit, what was that? Wen Xuan inquired. Something I recently learned. Wen Xuan glanced at the mimic rabbit. Mimic rabbit. Attribute: Plant Rock. Gender: Male. Level: Silver Tier 4. Potential: Peak Strength: Extraordinary Sovereign. Evolution line: Rogue Rabbit. Skills: Lightning Speed 9, Mimicry 9, Burrowing 7, Gunpowder Technique 8, Vine Whip 8, Source of Magic 5, Gluttony 6, Flying Stone 4. In recent days, the mimic rabbit had grown significantly stronger, its potential finally manifesting. It demonstrated through action what it meant to be a prodigy, rendering all efforts pale in comparison. If effort were sufficient, what purpose would there be for talent? You just defeated the fire wolf using the Flying Stone skill, correct? Indeed, the rabbit replied nonchalantly. Wen Xuan's lips twitched involuntarily, while others employed the flying stone skill for ranged attacks. This peculiar Shi too had taken a novel approach by shoving the flying stone directly into the mouth of its adversary. The unfortunate Huolang was literally choked to death by the flying stone. All right, rabbit, go take care of it, strip off the fur, and see if there are any monster crystal cores. Shi too approached the Huolang with a dagger in hand. Its movements were fluid and, in a few swift motions, a complete pelt of Huolang appeared. Unfortunately, there was no monster crystal core to be found. After safely stowing away the Huolang pelt, Wen Xuan, alongside a Bao and Shi too, continued their journey into the fiery forest. Suddenly, after walking for a while, Wen Xuan heard a series of rapid calls. Upon recognizing the sound, his heart raced with excitement, for it was the call of the little firebirds. Glancing at the trees, he spotted numerous little firebirds perched upon the branches. I must search diligently to find which little firebird possesses the finest attributes. Thus, he began his scrutiny. After thorough inspection, he found a slightly larger specimen. This one was promising, its qualifications far surpassing those of the other little firebirds. Such qualified little firebirds were exceedingly rare. After all, among all those perched above, this one had the highest aptitude. Just as Wen Xuan was about to capture the little firebird, a roar echoed through the forest. Not far away, a tiger engulfed in blazing flames charged down from the mountain. It was a Huoyan Hu, and a golden tier one at that. Upon witnessing this, Wen Xuan immediately turned and fled with a Bao and Shi Tuesday, a golden tier Huoyan who was far beyond their current capabilities. The appearance of the Huoyan Hu startled the flock of little firebirds, causing them to scatter in flight. After running a considerable distance, Wen Xuan glanced back to find no trace of the Huoyan Hu and heaved a sigh of relief. Indeed, the wilderness was fraught with danger, leaving no room for carelessness. At that moment, the attributes of the Huoyan Hu surfaced in Wen Xuan's mind. Huoyan Hu. Attribute: fire. Gender: female. Level: golden tier. 4th stage. Aptitude: peak strength, golden. Evolution route: Qi Yan Hu. Skills learned: Tiger Claw 7, Fire Roar 6, Fireball 6, Rending Claw 7. The Huoyan Hu appeared formidable, yet its strength had reached a plateau, constrained by its aptitude. Wen Xuan exhaled a breath of frustration. Today seems to be a bit unfortunate. Just then, he noticed a little firebird hopping upon a stone not far away. There it is, he exclaimed, elated, and promptly made his way towards the little firebird with a Bao and Shi Tuesday. However, before they could approach, it spotted them and flapped its wings, taking flight. Darn, Wen Xuan couldn't help but curse. It seemed he would have to devise a more elaborate plan. He resolved to return and craft a wire net to capture this little firebird. Just as he prepared to head back, Shi too awkwardly interjected, "Hold on. I really need to relieve myself. Those who are lazy have more bodily needs. Hurry and be safe," Wen Xuan replied. Shi too dashed towards a large stone. Upon reaching the back of the stone, it began to urinate, only to discover a small flame nestled within a crack. How amusing. Shi too aimed its urine at the tiny flame. What is going on? Why can't I extinguish it? Just as Shi too pondered this, the little flame rushed towards it. Sensing the imminent danger, Shi too swiftly dodged the assault of the flame. Goodness, that was close. I almost faced dire consequences. Shi too, what are you doing? Why is it taking so long to relieve yourself? Wen Xuan called out, "Do you think I want this? It's this little flame's fault." This little flame? Chapter 72, Taming the Little Flame. Wen Xuan followed the direction Shi too was pointing and discovered a small flame glaring at Shi too with resentment. With his divine eyes, Wen Xuan quickly discerned the attributes of the small flame. Xiao Hou Miao. Attribute: fire. Gender: female. Level: black iron, 8th stage. Aptitude: peak strength, extraordinary monarch. Evolution route: large fireball. Skills learned: small fireball 3, flame charge 3, fire devour 9. A qualified little flame? My luck is extraordinary. Although its next evolutionary form is the large fireball, its third form is particularly powerful, resembling a flame doll wielding a fiery spear, an entity capable of contending with dragons. Moreover, Wen Xuan discovered that this little flame possessed the Fire Devour skill at level 9, rendering all fire-based attacks ineffective against it. I must capture it. With this little flame, who needs a little firebird? Shi too, it's up to you. Just injure it. Do not kill it. Understood. Oh, and I forgot to mention, avoid using fire-based skills, or it will grow stronger. What? Before Wen Xuan could finish his warning, Shi too had already thrown a carrot bomb. Boom. The carrot bomb landed near the little flame, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Smoke billowed in all directions. When the dust settled, the little flame emerged unscathed, seemingly invigorated by the energy absorbed from the carrot bomb. Help! Shi too began to flee. Seeing Shi too attempting to escape, the little flame became frantic. It had been doused with urine moments ago and was determined to eliminate Xue Shitu to quell its rage. The little flame gave chase with all its might. As the distance between them dwindled, Xue Shitu's lips curled into a sly smile. Suddenly, it turned around, a stone appearing in its hand, and hurled it at the little flame. Bang! The little flame was caught off guard, struck by Xue Shitu's flying stone skill. With just one move, Xue Shitu had severely injured the little flame, even while holding back. The rocky skill dealt extra damage to the little flame. Wen Xuan approached the injured little flame and quickly performed a binding incantation, summoning a contract circle beneath it. He began the taming process. The little flame, despite its attempts to resist, found itself too weakened to escape Wen Xuan's binding power. Ultimately, the contract circle was completed, and Wen Xuan successfully subdued the little flame. Observing the little flame lying feebly on the ground, Wen Xuan swiftly retrieved a bottle of healing potion from his spatial ring and applied it to the little flame. This potion was a valuable item, worth a staggering 100,000. Yet, its effects were evident. Merely a few sprays caused the little flame's injuries to heal at an observable rate. After being contracted by Wen Xuan, the little flame became significantly more docile. Xue Shitu approached, and upon seeing Xue Shitu, the little flame bounced, ready to launch another attack as though it had encountered an enemy. Xiaohomiao, stop! Upon hearing Wen Xuan's words, the small flame reluctantly came to a halt. Let us depart. With the acquisition of the small flame, Wen Xuan had accomplished his goal in this location. It was time to return, as the volcano posed considerable danger. He led his 3 mystical beasts down the mountain. However, they had scarcely traveled halfway when the sounds of a struggle reached their ears. Curious, Wen Xuan turned towards the source of the commotion, discovering a woman engaged in combat with a fiery tiger. The tiger appeared somewhat familiar. It was indeed the same one he had encountered previously. The expression on the woman's face was one of distress. She was a gold-tier beast master, commanding 4 mystical beasts. The QNGCOSH New York Ing and the red-eyed demon wolf lay defeated, leaving only the combat frog and the ivory earth pig to hold their ground. The combat frog, possessing both water and fighting attributes, was at the gold 2nd tier, while the ivory earth pig was at the gold 3rd tier. The fiery tiger, however, was a formidable gold 4th tier creature. Had it not been for the attribute advantage of the combat frog and ivory earth pig, the woman would likely have been defeated by now. At this moment, the woman appeared tense, glancing anxiously at her mobile device. The screen displayed 2 red dots, one of which was advancing rapidly towards her location. Hurry, hurry, she thought, feeling her stamina waning. Gritting her teeth, she seemed to make a resolute decision. In a swift motion, she leapt onto the back of the ivory earth pig and made her escape. Naturally, the fiery tiger would not let her flee so easily. It propelled itself forward in pursuit. As the fiery tiger closed in on her, the combat frog launched a water ball at the tiger. The fiery tiger leaped aside, evading the attack, and countered with a searing blast of flames. The flames struck the combat frog, which, despite its resistance to fire-type moves, suffered significant damage. The combat frog was scorched and fell to the ground. The fiery tiger cast a cold glance at the fallen creature and continued its chase after the woman. Now, devoid of the combat frog's protection, she was as defenseless as a fish on a chopping block. The fiery tiger caught up to her, opening its maw to unleash another torrent of flames. It's over, she thought, feeling the intense heat approaching. The fiery tiger, being astute, understood that a direct assault on the woman would be ineffective. Thus, it directed its flames towards the ivory earth pig. Just as the flames were about to engulf her, a small fireball materialized out of thin air. It opened its mouth and consumed the fiery tiger's flames. It was Wen Xuan's small flame, which, after devouring the fiery tiger's fire, appeared unsatisfied and began to smack its lips. Roar! The fiery tiger, infuriated by the interruption, let out a roar and bared its sharp claws, lunging at the small flame. At that moment, as the fiery tiger neared the small flame, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, descended from the sky, striking the fiery tiger and reducing it to charred remains. Wen Xuan looked up to see an elderly man riding a fully golden eagle. Thunder Eagle. Attributes: electricity. Gender: male. Level: Diamond Tier 5. Potential: Peak Diamond. Evolution path: Thunder Dragon Eagle. Learn skills: Thunderbolt 7, Lightning Flash 6, Lightning Chain 6, Electric Net 5, Wind Blade 5. The old man on the Thunder Eagle landed before the woman. Grandfather. Upon seeing the old man, the woman rushed into his embrace, excitement radiating from her. Oh dear, my little darling, are you hurt? No, that creature was somewhat formidable, but I managed to escape in time. Is that so? The old man smiled slightly, turning his gaze to Wen Xuan. Young man, I witnessed your actions just now. You did well. Thank you for saving my granddaughter. Huh. The woman finally registered his words. What do you mean? Hurry up and express your gratitude to this young man. At her grandfather's insistence, she cast a disdainful glance at Wen Xuan. Grandfather, this guy is merely silver tier, not even as strong as I am. How can you say he saved me? I didn't TC anything. The old man replied, just because you didn't TC it doesn't mean I didn't T. I witnessed clearly from above as the fiery tiger's flames were about to engulf you. It was this young man's small flame that blocked the attack. As he spoke, the old man regarded the small flame with curiosity. If I am not mistaken, this small flame possesses the ability to consume fire. He muttered quietly. What good fortune! This ability to devour flames is indeed intriguing. Unfortunately, since the small flame belonged to Wen Xuan, he could not seize it. Well then, young man. I have pressing matters to attend to. Consider the fiery tiger as a token of my gratitude. Do not turn your nose up at it. Also take this. He produced a business card and handed it to Wen Xuan. If you find yourself in trouble, feel free to call this number. I owe you a favor, and I will assist you when the time comes. Thank you. Wen Xuan did not refuse the favor of a diamond tier elder. It was certainly a precious offer for him at this moment. After handing over the card, the old man departed with the woman. Wen Xuan glanced at the card in his hand. She owes each in. He stored the card in his spatial ring and approached the corpse of the fiery tiger. He instructed the mimic rabbit to use a dagger to extract the beast crystal from the fiery tiger. The creature's body had been charred by electricity, losing its value for consumption, which Wen Xuan found regrettable. Holding the crimson beast crystal, he toyed with it for a moment before tossing it to the small flame. The small flame caught it eagerly, treating it as a treasure, and began to lick it. Thank you, master. A sweet, childish voice echoed in Wen Xuan's mind. He turned to see the small flame beaming with joy, licking the beast crystal like a lollipop. After their contract, Wen Xuan and the small flame shared a soul connection, enabling them to communicate telepathically. Given that the fiery tiger was a gold-tier beast, its crystal contained a wealth of energy. The small flame, being a black iron tier 8 creature, was hesitant to consume the crystal directly. However, it was perfectly fine to savor it slowly. Wen Xuan could feel that with each lick, the small flame's strength was gradually increasing. Let us return home. After ensuring nothing was left behind, Wen Xuan led Bo and the others back to the hot spring inn. Upon entering, he spotted Wen Bin and the others, who appeared utterly dispirited, as if their vitality had been drained. What happened? Wen Xuan felt a tinge of curiosity. Yet he refrained from delving deeper. Wen Xuan, where have you been? Wang Bin inquired. We searched the entire town and found no trace of you. I took a trip to the volcano behind us. You ventured to the volcano. What were you thinking going alone? Are you unaware of the dangers lurking there? You could have brought us along for added safety. As he listened to Wang Bin, Wen Xuan merely smiled. While others might provide an extra layer of protection, bringing along Wang Bin would undoubtedly mean an additional burden. Brother Wen Xuan, what is that? Mao Mao noticed a fiery red entity trailing behind Wen Xuan, resembling a flame. Upon hearing Mao Mao's words, the crowd turned to see a small flame flickering. Wow, how adorable! Mao Mao exclaimed, his heart melting at the sight. He instinctively moved closer to the little flame, which, frightened, scurried behind Wen Xuan's leg, clutching tightly to his trousers. Despite the flame's fiery appearance, it posed no threat. Only when provoked or when it chose to attack did its flames emit any heat. Little one, do not be afraid. Wen Xuan bent down and cradled the small flame in his hands, surprised at its timidity. All right, Mao Mao, it seems a bit shy. Perhaps it's best not to touch it. Wen Xuan feared that Mao Mao might inadvertently irritate the flame, which could lead to unforeseen consequences. Little brother, congratulations. The proprietress had returned home for lunch, and at that moment, Wen Xuan instinctively glanced at Wulong. If he possessed a color detection device, it would undoubtedly indicate green. After enjoying lunch at the hot spring shop, Wen Xuan bid farewell to Wulong and the proprietress, embarking on his journey home. On the train, Wang Bin appeared lethargic, having soaked in the hot springs for too long, feeling as if his bones were turning to mush. Chapter 74, The Basketball Match. Upon returning to school, Wen Xuan encountered Yang Bingyun at the entrance. Her eyes lit up upon seeing him. Hey, where have you been all this time? I've been searching for you. Looking for me? Wen Xuan wondered about the reason behind Yang Bingyun's inquiry. Yes, the Guangshi Joint School Basketball Tournament is about to commence. I wondered if you would be interested in participating? A basketball tournament? Indeed. Yang Bingyun produced a poster announcing the event. 18 schools would compete in pairs, and winning teams would receive a Golden Grade Magic Beast Crystal Core. A Golden Grade Magic Beast Crystal Core? This tournament is sponsored by a wealthy benefactor, so funds are no issue. Wen Xuan felt a spark of interest upon hearing her words. What do you say? Will you join? Wen Xuan instinctively glanced at the Shui Shitu beside him, who still maintained a carefree demeanor. Can this fellow handle it? Absolutely. It possesses considerable talent. With a bit of training, it will quickly adapt. Very well, I shall participate. A golden grade magic beast crystal core starts at 500,000. Since someone is offering such a bounty, why not seize the opportunity? In the days that followed, Wen Xuan took the Shui Shi 2 to the basketball court nestled halfway up the mountain behind the school for training. This time, besides Yang Bingyun, he also invited 3 others to join. Wen Xuan observed the 3 individuals, 2 boys and a girl. As they were all seniors, Wen Xuan found them somewhat unfamiliar, having rarely roamed the school grounds. One boy sported a mohawk and commanded a black gorilla as his magic beast, while the other, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, had a leopard man. The girl possessed a tiger man as her beast. Regardless of Yang Bingyun's robust rooster or the other's formidable beasts, the diminutive Shui Shi 2 seemed minuscule in comparison. The gorilla regarded the Shui Shi 2 with a disdainful glare. "Oh, you lot dare look down on me?" Enraged by their contemptuous gazes, the Shui Shi 2 declared, "Come on, let us have a practice match." The Shui Shi 2 picked up a basketball and approached the court. While basketball is a sport of physicality, it adheres to rules. One cannot deliberately use their body to clash with opponents, yet the 3 gorillas were unruly. They exchanged glances, and the gorilla smirked, ready to challenge the Shui Shi 2's day. It sought to teach the rabbit a lesson, reminding it that rabbits ought to graze rather than play basketball. As they prepared to commence, the robust rooster held a basketball in one hand, a cold smile gracing its face. The gorilla dared to underestimate the Shui Shi 2. But the rooster knew better. It had trained the rabbit and had once suffered defeat at its hands. The match began, and the Shui Shi 2 swiftly advanced with the ball. Renowned for its agility, it executed several feints, successfully maneuvering beneath the basket. With a powerful leap, it slammed the ball into the hoop, concluding the match with a resounding victory over the gorilla. The gorilla, feeling disgraced, attributed the loss to carelessness. Now it was the gorilla's turn to attack, its movements bold and forceful, the basketball thudding under its might. After a feint, it launched an assault. Suddenly, a flash darted past the gorilla. By the time it registered the situation, the basketball had vanished from its grasp. Staring at the spinning ball in the Shui Shi 2's possession, the gorilla stood frozen in disbelief. Quick! It was too fast. The gorilla couldn't comprehend how the Shui Shi 2 had snatched the ball so swiftly. The robust rooster, witnessing the events unfold, smirked knowingly, having anticipated this outcome. "Are you convinced now?" Yang Bingyun, clad in sports attire and wearing a whistle around her neck, served as the team's coach. With the gorilla, the leader of the trio, having lost, the leopard man and tiger man were not likely to fare any better. "Now that you're convinced, let us form a team and commence training." Yang Bingyun began instructing them, covering everything from dribbling to shooting and layups, teaching them step by step. Observing the Shui Shi 2's earnest efforts, Wen Xuan took a bao for specialized training. They ventured into a nearby forest, where a bao found a large tree to practice its claws. With a resounding thud, a bao's massive paw struck the tree, sending splinters flying as the tree trembled under the relentless barrage. A bao's assault was unrelenting, one strike after another. Meanwhile, the little flame stood beside Wen Xuan, licking the necklace that hung around its neck. To facilitate the little flame's access to the magic beast crystal core of the flame tiger, Wen Xuan had commissioned a necklace to embed the core within. Days passed gradually amidst their training, and soon, half a month had elapsed. After a fortnight of training and adjustment, the Shui Shi 2 has seamlessly integrated into the team. Among the squad, the Changzhuang Xiongji possesses the most formidable strength, having trained for an impressive 30 months. Following closely is the Shui Shi 2, a prodigious talent who, in merely half a month, has far surpassed the capabilities of the He Xing and others. On the basketball court, Yang Bingyun wiped the sweat from her brow, aware that the competition day was upon them. She expressed her hopes for the team to give their all and showcase their abilities. "We will," came the prompt reply from Shui Shi 2, who spoke on behalf of the otherwise silent teammates. On the following day, when Xian and his companions arrived at the city sports arena, the atmosphere was electric. The venue brimming with spectators eagerly anticipating this long-awaited match. The arena housed 4 basketball courts, each hosting simultaneous games. The first day would determine the 4 strongest teams, leading to the semifinals the next day. Wen Xian and his team brought their respective companions to the competition area, where their opponents had been waiting for some time. Wen Xian glanced at the opposing players from the 4th high school, who were all accompanied by a uniform lineup of fighting monkeys. The largest among them appeared to be the captain. Basketball is a sport that thrives on teamwork, and with 5 fighting monkeys on the opposing side, their coordination was undoubtedly superior. Furthermore, it seemed these 5 monkeys hailed from the same group, suggesting a harmonious relationship among them. As the match commenced, the students from 4th high school caught sight of Wen Xian's formidable companions. Upon seeing the Changzhuang Xiongji and other intimidating figures, their expressions turned grave. However, Their demeanor shifted to disbelief when they laid eyes on the Xueshi Tuesday. One of them, unable to trust his own vision, instinctively rubbed his eyes. Is it real? Ha! Look, there's a rabbit on the opposing team. Ha! Just imagine, that rabbit with its slender limbs. What would happen if our fighting monkeys collided with it? It might just get knocked out cold. As the mocking laughter echoed from the opposition, the Changzhuang Xiongji remained unfazed. Their minds were filled with memories of the Xueshi Tu's rigorous training. This remarkable creature consistently finished first in every session, executing swift and precise movements, earning the rewards from Yang Bingyun. In contrast, the rest of the team often found themselves exhausted after training, while Xueshi Tu appeared utterly unfazed. It was clear to them, this being was nothing short of a monster. With the referee's whistle, the match began. The Xueshi Tu leaped forward, securing the basketball with remarkable agility. It charged ahead at breakneck speed, swiftly crossing into the opponent's three-point line. With a graceful lean-back jump shot, the ball sailed effortlessly through the hoop, the sound of it swishing through the net resonating in the previously raucous arena, now rendered silent. The onlookers stood in stunned disbelief, their thoughts echoing a singular sentiment. This rabbit is astonishing. Good heavens, is this rabbit truly that skilled in basketball? The fluidity of its dribbling is mesmerizing, a seamless display that feels almost euphoric to behold. It feels as though I am the one dribbling the ball, everything unfolding so naturally. Could this be the legendary flow of basketball? Meanwhile, the expressions of the fourth high school competitors soured. Surely, this must be a fluke. A rabbit cannot possibly possess such prowess. Their coach quickly devised a strategy to counter the Xueshi Tu, opting for a man-to-man defense. As the game progressed, the two fighting monkeys restricted the movements of the Xueshi Tuesday. However, basketball is a team sport, and dedicating two players to intercept the Xueshi Tu showed a lack of respect for its teammates. Recognizing the impasse, the Xueshi Tu promptly passed the ball to the Changzhuang Xiongji. Upon receiving the ball, the Changzhuang Xiongji surged forward. With a thunderous slam dunk, the basketball soared into the net once more. Remarkable. This year's second high school is truly formidable. Absolutely. With a nimble rabbit leading the charge, and now this chicken displaying such skill, the competition is fierce. As the game continued, the Xueshi Tu and Changzhuang Xiongji established their rhythm, ultimately concluding the match with a staggering score of 150-0. The competitors from 4th High School hung their heads in humiliation. What a disgrace. To be utterly outmatched in basketball is a true embarrassment. They privately lamented Wen Xuan and his team's lack of leniency, wishing for at least a couple of points to salvage their pride. With their victory over 4th High School, Wen Xuan and his team advanced to the semifinals. As they exited the competition arena, they encountered another team emerging from a different court. This new team consisted solely of the imposing Xinyoren squad. Yang Bingyun felt a surge of anxiety. The Xinyoren were exceptionally powerful. Not only were the beast-tamers brothers, but their beasts were as well, 5 siblings corresponding to 5 siblings. Their synergy must be extraordinary, seemingly born for the game of basketball. The 5 Xinyoren brothers strode past the Xueshi Tu and its companions, towering over them with an air of disdain. Watching the retreating figures of the Xinyoren, the Xueshi Tu seethed with indignation. What is with these guys? Do they think their noses belong atop their heads, strutting around so arrogantly? Hearing the Xueshi Tu's words, Yang Bingyun sighed. They possess such strength. All 5 Xinyoren were at the silver level, whereas only the Xueshi Tu and the Changzhuang Xiongji from their team had reached that tier. The 3 He-Xing-Xing were stuck at the bronze 9 stage, unable to advance. Yang Bingyun was curious, having tried numerous methods to aid them in breaking through, but to no avail. Only Wen Xuan understood why they were trapped at that level. The trio's inherent talent was merely average, and the beasts of such talent could only reach a maximum of bronze 9. Unless they stumbled upon a rare herb to enhance their abilities, they would be confined to this stage for life. Unfortunately, herbs capable of such feats were precious commodities, often met with frenzied competition upon their discovery. This was precisely why Wen Xuan chose only high-quality beasts when forming contracts, as only those with superior talent could aspire to greater heights. Wen Xuan cast a glance at the masters of the He-Xing-Xing trio. Unlike him, endowed with the eye of the divine, they could not discern the talents of their beasts. Their contracts were based solely on instinct, adhering to the age-old belief that larger creatures were inherently superior. In most cases, this held true. Larger, more robust beasts often possessed better potential. Certainly, there are exceptions at times. Enough of the gloom. Upon seeing the displeasure and slight despondency of the masters of several black chimpanzees, Yang Bingyun immediately offered words of consolation. Did we not triumph in today's match? Come, let us celebrate in style. Today, I shall treat you all. The moment these words were uttered, the atmosphere shifted, and joy returned to the group. Let us go for some skewers. Yes, yes, skewers it is. Let us indulge today, for who cares about tomorrow's lack of funds? The crowd made their way toward the barbecue establishment. Once inside, they began to order fervently, for it was Yang Bingyun's treat, and they were unreserved in their choices. Chapter 76, Confronting the Rhino Team. As night fell, Wen Xuan and Yang Bingyun continued their drinks. Yang Bingyun, feeling the effects of alcohol, exhibited a slight blush on her cheeks. Wen Xuan, do you realize how fortunate you are compared to them? Yang Bingyun glanced at the three who were already inebriated, feeling a pang of sympathy for them. I have known them since our freshman year. We have played basketball together for over 2 years. Alas, they can accompany me only this far. Beyond this, I must forge ahead alone. Yang Bingyun is graduating this year, destined for a prestigious university, while these three will either enter the workforce or settle for lesser institutions. Their strength has peaked at bronze 9, and advancing further seems nearly impossible. Yang Bingyun felt sorrow for them. It was not for lack of effort, but rather the constraints of their backgrounds. They are unable to acquire high-quality beasts. Dragons beget dragons. Phoenixes beget phoenixes. Powerful beasts tend to have offspring with commendable potential. Thus, the affluent invest substantial sums to procure formidable beast offspring as their companions. In the midst of her reflections, Yang Bingyun unexpectedly began to weep. Upon witnessing her tears, Wen Xuan felt a wave of confusion wash over him, uncertain how to respond. Fortunately, Yang Bingyun tilted her head and promptly fell asleep. Sighing, Wen Xuan exhaled heavily. The following day, at the competition venue, Yang Bingyun and her trio appeared rather lackluster. Fortunately, during the basketball match, the Shueshi 2 could operate freely without direction from Wen Xuan and the others. Today, they were to face the team from Wuzhong, while the Rhino team, from Yizhong, was up against Sanzhong. The members of Wuzhong's beast basketball team were as eclectic as Wen Xuan's group, featuring a stone monster, a strength monster, a star bear, a pink gorilla, and a dog-headed man. Wuzhong's prowess was slightly superior to that of Xizhong, but only marginally so. They launched several fierce attacks in the early game, but alas, they were thwarted by the Shueshi Tuesday. As the match progressed, it became evident that Wuzhong's beasts were struggling to maintain their stamina. Ultimately, the match concluded with a score of 130-3, the latter point being a stroke of luck from the strength monster's miraculous long-range shot. Wen Xuan's team triumphed over Wuzhong, and Yizhong similarly secured victory in their match. Yang Bingyun led Wen Xuan and the others out of the competition venue. Just as they reached the entrance, they collided with 5 students from Yizhong, who had evidently been waiting for them. Bingyun. Upon seeing Yang Bingyun, the tallest among them, Zhao Xinxin, beamed with delight, his eyes sparkling as though he were reuniting with a long-lost beloved sister-in-law. His 4 companions chorused in unison. At this, Yang Bingyun's expression soured. What are you shouting about? Sister-in-law, is there anything wrong with our call? Zhao Sinseng replied. The names of the 5 brothers were rather peculiar. The eldest was Zhao Xinxin, the second Zhao Sunsung, the third Zhao Miaomiao, the fourth Zhao Yinyin, and the 5th Zhao Yaoyao. Hearing Zhao Sinseng's words, Yang Bingyun's expression darkened further. Bingyun, let us depart, Wen Xuan urged, wishing to disregard the group. Oh, all right. Yang Bingyun, upon hearing his words, realized and prepared to follow him away. Bingyun. As Yang Bingyun turned to leave, Zhao Xinxin suddenly called out. Bingyun, after all this time, do you not yet comprehend my feelings? You are passionate about basketball, so I have taken it up as well. You mentioned not wanting to be in the same school as me, so I enrolled in Yizhong. I have strived for you. Why do you not even glance my way? Zhao Xinxin's eyes reddened as he spoke. He and Yang Bingyun had been childhood friends, sharing a close bond in their youth. Yang Bingyun, being slightly older, was the leader, while Zhao Xinxin and his brothers followed in her wake. Their relationship deteriorated from the moment Zhao Xinxin first confessed his feelings. Life can be quite dramatic. Yang Bingyun regarded them only as siblings, while Zhao Xinxin found himself hopelessly enamored with her. Wen Xuan, let us go. Yang Bingyun tugged at Wen Xuan as they departed. Bingyun, Zhao Xinxin murmured, watching her retreating figure. Eldest brother, Zhao Sunseng, and the others prepared to console Zhao Xinxin. It is all right. This is neither the first nor the last time. I believe that sincerity will eventually break through. Yes, eldest brother, we all believe in you. You will succeed. Wen Xuan and Yang Bingyun returned to school. As they disembarked from the vehicle, Yang Bingyun declared, I am tired. I shall rest first. With that, she walked away alone. The next day, Wen Xuan and his companions arrived early at the competition venue, only to discover that Zhao Xinxin and his group had arrived before them. Bingyun. Upon seeing Yang Bingyun, Zhao Xinxin's face radiated joy. Wen Xuan felt a wave of goosebumps wash over him. This fellow is undoubtedly a sycophant. Does he not understand that such behavior is futile? Wen Xuan felt compelled to dissuade him from his foolishness, yet Zhao Xinxin remained undeterred. Bingyun, when will you agree to my proposal? Perhaps Zhao Xinxin's words irked Yang Bingyun. for she coldly retorted, "If you can win this match, I shall agree to you." "Very well." Zhao Xinxin seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope. "I, Yang Bingyun, am drawn to stronger men than myself. If you cannot achieve this, then kindly leave and do not appear before us again." "No problem." Zhao Xinxin had thoroughly studied the game footage of the Shui Shi 2 and understood their tactics well, which emboldened his confident declarations. The match commenced. The Shui Shi 2 surged ahead, seizing the basketball. They initiated an aggressive advance, but were intercepted midway by the Rhino team captain, who launched a counterattack. Bang! The basketball swished through the hoop as the Rhino team scored the first 2 points. The contest continued, escalating into a fierce battle. The Shui Shi 2 and the Strong Rooster collaborated effectively, amassing a considerable score. Alas, the black chimpanzees were a liability, and their weaknesses became increasingly apparent as the match progressed. Despite the valiant scoring efforts of the Shui Shi 2 and the Strong Rooster, the black chimpanzees faltered in their defense, enabling the opponents to score freely. The struggle persisted until the latter half of the game, with both sides panting heavily. Wen Xuan observed the Shui Shi 2, realizing for the first time just how fatigued it appeared. "This creature's endurance is lacking. It seems I must ensure it undergoes proper training henceforth," Wen Xuan mumbled. As the match approached its climax, in the final 10 minutes, the score stood at 110 to 108, with the Shui Shi 2 trailing by 2 points. At this moment, it came to a halt and took a deep breath. A glimmer flashed across the body of the Shui Shi 2's day. It had broken through. Upon witnessing the brilliance emanating from the Shui Shi 2, astonishment filled the faces of all present. This rabbit is truly remarkable. It managed to achieve a breakthrough in the heat of the moment. After the breakthrough, all traces of fatigue vanished from the Shui Shi 2's day. It had successfully ascended to the 5th tier of silver strength. The opposing 5 silver-armored rhinoceroses were at the 4th tier, and the Shui Shi 2 had now surpassed them. The match continued. The Shui Shi 2 seized the ball once more and launched an offensive. After its breakthrough, its spirit and vigor were fully restored. With a cold smile, it began its performance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Shui Shi 2 darted swiftly among the herd of rhinoceroses, effortlessly bypassing several of them and arriving beneath the backboard. Thump! The Shui Shi 2 executed a powerful slam dunk, sending the basketball straight through the hoop. Wow, how impressive. Oh my goodness, this rabbit is simply extraordinary. I am in awe, truly. From now on, I shall be a fan of the Shui Shi 2's day. Upon witnessing the performance of the Shui Shi 2, Zhao Xinxin and the others wore grim expressions. What on earth is this rabbit? Why does it seem as if it has taken a performance-enhancing substance, demonstrating such immense strength? Consequently, Zhao Xinxin and his companions immediately altered their strategy, dispatching 2 individuals to closely monitor the Shui Shi 2's day. The once mighty rooster was now at the end of its rope, unable to protect itself, let alone assist the Shui Shi 2's day, facing the 2 formidable opponents. The Shui Shi 2 chuckled coldly. "Just the 2 of you? How utterly dismissive of me." The Shui Shi 2 advanced with the ball, and in an instant, it slipped between the 2 rhinoceroses. The rhinoceroses were momentarily stunned, failing to obstruct the Shui Shi 2's day thump. It was only when the sound of the basketball swishing through the net reached their ears that they reacted. What is happening? Why do I feel as if time has come to a standstill for that brief moment? No. It is simply that rabbit's speed is so astonishing that it feels as though time has ceased. What kind of movement did it just employ? It is incredibly elusive. Could it be the legendary Lan Dai Hua Yen Yushinbu? Yes, 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 it must be that. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so remarkable. This rabbit is indeed as formidable as a cow entering a bull pen. Listening to the spectators, Wen Xuan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. What the heck? Lan Dai Hua Yen Yushinbu? This is clearly the ghostly step, for goodness sake. Wen Xuan turned his gaze toward the Shui Shi 2's day Shui Shi 2. Attributes, plant. Rock. Gender, male. Level, silver 5th tier. Qualification, peak strength, extraordinary monarch. Evolution route, rogue rabbit. Learn skills, flying leg 9, mimicry 9, digging 7, gunpowder mastery 8. Vine whip 8, source of magic 5, gluttony 6, flying stone 4, ghostly step 1. The ghostly step skill is exceptionally powerful. When it runs, it moves like a ghost, leaving no trace behind. To master the ghostly step, one prerequisite is that the flying leg skill must reach its maximum level. The Shui Shi 2 has indeed perfected the flying leg skill, making the understanding of the ghostly step a natural progression. With the comprehension of the ghostly step, the Shui Shi 2 appeared to be divinely aided, rendering the remainder of the match devoid of suspense. It became a showcase of its prowess alone. In the final 10 minutes, the Shui Shi 2 scored an astonishing 20 points. Quick. Its speed is simply unparalleled, despite the rhinoceros team's desperate attempts to obstruct it. Even with all 5 members on the field, it was futile. The countdown began. The Shui Shi 2 brought the ball to the 3-point line. utilizing the momentum of its run to leap into the air, soaring towards the opposing basketball hoop. Thump! A stunning slam dunk. Silence. Witnessing this scene, everyone held their breath, unable to believe their eyes. Is that fellow a deity? Absurd, simply absurd. Even if it were a beast master, jumping from the three-point line displays such extraordinary leaping ability. Oh, how magnificent, truly magnificent. Many spectators were moved to tears upon witnessing the spectacle. The basketball bounced incessantly upon hitting the ground after descending through the hoop. Zhao Xinxin felt as if something within him had shattered. He lost. He actually lost. It was hard for him to accept that he had been defeated by a rabbit. Brother. The second Zhao Sunxin looked at the dejected Zhao Xinxin. His words faltered. Zhao Xinxin raised his hand, halting Zhao Sunxin. Let us go home. In this match, Zhao Xinxin accepted his defeat graciously. Having lost, he would honor his promise and leave Yang Bingyun forever. Observing Zhao Xinxin exit in defeat, Yang Bingyun felt a pang of sympathy. She wanted to comfort him. Although they could not become a couple, they could still be friends. However, in the end, Yang Bingyun did not approach. The Shueshi too trotted over to Wen Xuan. Rabbit, you've worked hard. Wen Xuan handed a cup of carrot juice to the Shueshi Tuesday. Thank you. The Shueshi too accepted the carrot juice and began to drink. Delicious. Indeed. Carrot juice is the finest beverage in the world. At that moment, a staff member approached, delivering prizes. Congratulations on your victory in this match. Here are the prizes you have won. As she spoke, she opened the box in her hands, revealing 5 monster crystal cores inside. Before them lay 5 golden tier monster crystal cores, albeit all at the first level of gold. Yang Bingyun and the others looked at Wen Xuan. Without him, they would not have secured victory in this match. Wen Xuan, you choose first. All right, I shall not be courteous. Wen Xuan glanced around. With his divine eye, he perused the skills recorded within the monster crystal cores and quickly made a decision. Then I shall take this red monster crystal core. Saying this, Wen Xuan picked up the red monster crystal core. Next was Yang Bingyun, who took a blue one. It was now the turn of the owner of the black gorilla. The 3 of them wore sheepish expressions, chuckling awkwardly. Wen Xuan, we didn't contribute much this time. How about you take the remaining monster crystal cores? Hearing this, Wen Xuan smiled slightly. I have already taken what belongs to me. The rest is not mine. As for how you wish to handle it, that is your concern. After saying this, Wen Xuan departed. Chapter 78, The Flame Balloon. A gentleman loves wealth, but he acquires it through righteous means. Wen Xuan had taken what was rightfully his, and he had no interest in the remaining items, which he deemed unworthy. Although they were all golden tier monster crystal cores, the skills inscribed within were somewhat lacking. Holding the red monster crystal core, Wen Xuan returned to school with a bow and the others. They arrived at the training room. Wen Xuan, what skills are recorded in the monster crystal core you just obtained? At this, Wen Xuan smiled mysteriously. It's a secret. TCH, if you don't want to say, then don't act all mysterious. Wen Xuan handed the red monster crystal core to Xiao Miao. Here, Xiao Miao, this is for you. Having nearly digested the previous monster crystal core, Xiao Miao's strength had now reached the 2nd tier of silver. Xiao Miao. Attributes, fire, gender, female, level, silver 2nd tier. Qualification, peak strength, extraordinary monarch. Evolution route, great fireball. Learn skills, small fireball 3, flame charge 3, fire devour 9, flame roar 3. Xiao Miao had refined the monster crystal core of the flame tiger, elevating her strength to the 2nd tier of silver. Additionally, she had comprehended the flame tiger's skill. Flame roar. At present, Wen Xuan intends to give the recently acquired fire attribute magical beast crystal core to Xiao Miao. He gazes at the magical beast crystal core in his hand. Libering lizard, gold rank 1 spurt flame, 5. Emits a searing flame, inflicting fire damage upon enemies. Flame charge, 6. Forms a ball and charges at the enemy. Burn 5. Using fire attribute skills against enemies will inflict a burning effect, causing additional burn damage. There are 3 skills in total. Wen Xuan desires the burn skill the most, as the first 2 are already possessed by Xiao Miao. Xiao Miao extends its hand to receive the magical beast crystal core offered by Wen Xuan. Thank you. It chirps in a sweet voice. At that moment, Xiao Miao is particularly joyous, dancing around like a little girl who has just received a lollipop. You only thank him, what about me? It remarks, after all. It was I who fought valiantly to win this magical beast crystal core. Thank you, brother too. Xiao Miao expresses gratitude to Shueshi Tuesday. During their time together, the relationship between Xiao Miao and Shueshi Tu has improved, and previous conflicts have been resolved. Now that is more like it. Shueshi Tu beams with satisfaction, feeling that its recent efforts have been worthwhile. Just like before, Xiao Miao begins to lick the magical beast crystal core. Observing Xiao Miao, Wen Xuan contemplates another matter, seeking a skill that would enable Xiao Miao to fly. He considers Xueshi 2 in a bow, but realizes the likelihood of their flight is quite low. However, Xiaohuomiao is different. It is composed of fire elements. In Wen Xuan's recollection, fire elements should be capable of flight. The closest analogy is steam. Yes, steam, generated by burning the moisture in the air with fire, allows for flight. A term suddenly surfaces in Wen Xuan's mind. He quickly picks up a book nearby and begins to flip through its pages. Soon, he identifies his target, the fire balloon. Fire balloons are red balloons that possess no limbs, only a pair of eyes and a mouth. They move by floating. When encountering enemies, they open their mouths and unleash searing steam from their bellies. It seems he will set out tomorrow to find the fire balloons. Wen Xuan is particularly pleased to have captured Xiaohuomiao due to its high aptitude. Yet, there lingers a slight regret that Xiaohuomiao cannot fly. Originally, he had intended to capture a firebird, a magical beast with both fire and wind attributes, naturally gifted with flight. It serves as an adept scout and can also assist in starting fires, aptly dubbed a tool bird. Now that he has captured Xiaohuomiao, he cannot pursue the firebird. After all, one can only capture one beast per rank, and he already has plans for his next beast, a water attribute beast. A formidable beast master must develop in all terrains, land, sea, and air. Furthermore, a beast's attributes should not be singular. Otherwise, encountering a countering foe could prove disastrous. He is not a legendary master of counter attributes. The following day, Wen Xuan packs his belongings and sets off. This time, he travels alone, with his destination being a volcano. Along the way, images of Wu Lang and the landlady flash through his mind. I wonder how Wu Lang and his wife are faring now. Upon arriving at the hot spring town, he encounters the landlady as soon as he steps into the town. "Little brother, you're back. How about staying at my place again this time?" In response to her invitation, Wen Xuan smiles faintly. "Sure, but I have some urgent matters to attend to first." "All right. You go ahead and take care of your business. When you're done, come to our place. Rest assured, given our relationship, I will reserve a room for you." As she speaks, the landlady throws him a flirtatious glance. Wen Xuan instinctively chooses to ignore it and heads towards the volcano. Prior to his arrival, he had prepared thoroughly. So this time Wen Xuan heads straight for his destination. Soon, he finds himself at a small volcanic crater. This crater is remarkably compact, resembling a straight line. Peering into the crater, he observes the bubbling magma below, releasing bubbles with a gurgling sound. He begins to search for signs of the fire balloons. As these creatures inhabit volcanic craters, thriving on the hot air rising from the magma. Wen Xuan, look over there. Xueshi 2, with its keen eyesight, quickly spots the fire balloons. These creatures are social animals, appearing in groups. Gazing into the distance, a multitude of fire balloons congregates. Their vibrant red hues creating a festive atmosphere. "Let us go." This group of fire balloons possesses relatively low strength, only at the bronze rank 5 or 6. Wen Xuan and his companions find it an effortless task to deal with the fire balloons. They launch a surprise attack on the fire balloon swarm, with Xueshi 2 taking the lead. Its flying stone skill, being a rock attribute skill, deals extra damage to the fire balloons. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The stones in Xueshi 2's hands are hurled like bullets towards the fire balloons. Upon impact, they pierce through the bodies of the fire balloons. The fire balloons in midair vanish at a visible speed. In response to the attacks from Wen Xuan and his companions, the fire balloons retaliate. After dodging Xueshi 2's flying stones, they open their mouths. Whoosh. Streams of searing flames shoot towards Xueshi 2's Day Chapter 79, Xiaohuomiao can fly. Xueshi 2, witnessing this, remains unfazed, standing still and calmly watching the tiny streams of fire approaching. Just as the fiery rays are about to strike Xueshi 2, a figure appears, using its body to block the flames. "Xiao, how does it feel?" Xueshi 2 inquires of Xiaohuomiao. "A little more, just a bit more," Xiaohuomiao replies, smacking its lips, appearing unsatisfied. Wen Xuan's Xiaohuomiao possesses the Fire Devour skill, capable of consuming all fire as its nourishment. All of the fire balloon's fiery rays are absorbed by Xiaohuomiao, who joyfully dances in place. The fire balloons, witnessing the situation below, appear bewildered, mistakenly believing their attack strength is insufficient, prompting them to intensify their assault. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, numerous fiery rays shoot forth. Xiaohuomiao takes on the role of a firefighting captain, leaping and bounding, successfully blocking all the fiery rays. Seizing the opportunity, Xueshi 2 launches its own attack. Uft, uft, uft. The stones thrown by Xueshi 2 are exceedingly sharp, each one piercing through the body of a fire balloon, swiftly eliminating one. Minutes later, no fire balloons remain in the sky, and the ground is strewn with the remnants of the defeated creatures. Xueshi 2, go check and retrieve the magical beast crystal core for me. Xueshi 2 moves swiftly, darting over to collect it. It returns shortly. holding a red magical beast crystal core. Is this the only one? Wen Xuan inquires. Shueshi nods. The drop rate is indeed low. Give this magical beast crystal core to Xiao. Okay. Shueshi hands the magical beast crystal core to Xiao Huomiao. Without even a glance, Xiao Huomiao swallows the crystal core whole. The strength of this fire balloon is only at bronze rank 6, and it possesses 2 skills. Fire Ray 4. Firing a small flame ray with formidable penetrating power. Within the Zhengqi fire balloon, there exists a multitude of searing steam, which propels its flight. When confronted by formidable foes, these balloons can expel steam as a means of defense. It is my fervent hope that the little flame can master this Zhengqi skill. After consuming the magical crystal core of the fire balloon, the little flame began its refinement. Before long, it successfully achieved its transformation, breaking through to the 3rd tier of silver. Little flame. Attribute: fire. Gender: female. Level: silver tier 3. Potential: peak strength, extraordinary monarch. Evolution path: great fireball. Learn skills: little fireball 3, flame charge 3, fire devour 9, flame roar 3, scorch, steam 3. Having absorbed the magical crystal core of the fire balloon, the little flame advanced from silver tier 2 to silver tier 3. Moreover, it successfully comprehended the Zhengqi skill. Is this the advantage of high potential? The higher the potential of a beast, the greater its comprehension, thus increasing the likelihood of acquiring skills through the magical crystal core. Coupled with Wen Xuan's fortunate disposition, it seems that he can attain anything he desires. The little flame, now adept in steam, joyfully bounced around on the ground. Observing this, Wen Xuan addressed the little flame, urging it to attempt flight. The little flame nodded in response and began to experiment with steam flight. Whoosh! In an instant, the little flame lost control, its entire body soaring into the air like a launched rocket. Oh! The little flame, in its inaugural flight, screamed in fright. Nevertheless, its innate potential was not for naught. With remarkable instinct, after a few clumsy tumbles in the air, it mastered the art of flight. Whoosh! The little flame zipped past Wen Xuan, swiftly returning after a quick turn. Its speed was extraordinary, slicing through the air with a distinct whoosh. Elated by its newfound ability to fly, the little flame frolicked in the sky, darting from east to west, then northward. Wen Xuan refrained from halting the little flame. If it relished the play, it was best to let it indulge for a while. Furthermore, this playful experience was indeed meaningful, allowing it to swiftly grasp the nuances of flying. An hour later, Wen Xuan, accompanied by his numerous beasts, made his way towards the foot of the volcano. A Bao and Shueshi flanked him on either side, gazing at the floating little flame with envy. Previously, the little flame, much like them, could only traverse the ground, moving in a manner akin to a bouncing slime. Now, however, the little flame floated gracefully in the air. Its speed vastly improved. If only we could fly as well, Shueshi remarked, a hint of envy in its voice. Almost everyone harbors dreams of flight, yet most of these aspirations remain unfulfilled. Humanity's ability to soar through the skies is entirely reliant on the power of science, manifested in the creation of airplanes. Hearing Shueshi-2's words, Wen Xuan smiled gently and patted its head. Currently, we lack the capability. However, just because we cannot now does not mean we will not in the future. With diligent effort, as our strength grows, perhaps we too shall soar. Shueshi nodded, its eyes sparkling with renewed hope. Upon descending the mountain, Wen Xuan headed straight to the hot spring shop. Upon entering, he noted that the attendant behind the counter had changed. It was no longer Wu Lang, but rather another robust young man. Welcome. The young man greeted Wen Xuan with a polite smile. At that moment, the proprietress entered, leading a guest. Oh, little brother, you've come. The proprietress's first impression of Wen Xuan was exceedingly positive, hence her warm demeanor. Wen Xuan nodded. Oh, my partner is truly something. The shop is bustling. Yet she sneaks off to play without informing me. I'm worried sick, especially since I can't reach her on her phone. Although the proprietress spoke thus, her expression contradicted her words, as she exchanged flirtatious glances with the attendant. These two were certainly up to something, if Wen Xuan's intuition served him well. The previous attendant was indeed the one in question. He discerned the underlying tension but chose to remain silent. Many matters were beyond his control. Chapter 80, The Martial Arts School. After spending a night at the hot spring shop, Wen Xuan washed away his fatigue. He set out on the journey home, taking a leisurely pace. Suddenly, Shueshi halted. What's wrong? Wen Xuan inquired. Have you noticed how the sky seems to have changed? Upon hearing this, Wen Xuan glanced upward and was taken aback. Indeed, the sky had transformed. Dark clouds rolled ominously, gathering around them, descending lower and creating an atmosphere of impending doom. It felt stifling. The oppressive weight was palpable. A gust of wind swept through, bringing a chill, with raindrops beginning to fall upon Wen Xuan's face. A heavy rain is imminent. Quickly surveying his surroundings, he realized there was nowhere to seek shelter. However, this posed no challenge for him. Xueshi 2, dig a hole here. Rabbits are naturally adept at burrowing. Otherwise, the saying a wily rabbit has 3 burrows would not exist. Xueshi 2 revealed its sharp claws. Aglow with earthy energy of the rock attribute, it began to excavate the ground with remarkable speed, akin to a high-speed tunnel-boring machine. Before long, a cave, tall enough for a person to stand in, was unearthed by Xueshi Tuesday. Wen Xuan promptly ushered a bow and the little flame into the cave. As soon as Wen Xuan stepped inside, the torrential rain began. He and his companions reached the depths of the cave, where Wen Xuan was impressed by Xueshi 2's digging prowess. The rainwater was unable to penetrate. They settled down to rest within the cave. Oh no, I forgot to bring a blanket or something, Wen Xuan lamented. The tools he had brought earlier were now being cleaned. It seemed he would need to prepare a spare for the next time. The rainfall intensified outside, accompanied by a fierce wind. Although the cave kept the rain at bay, the biting cold wind infiltrated, an unavoidable circumstance. The chill swept over Wen Xuan and his companions, causing them to shiver involuntarily. Come closer, Wen Xuan beckoned to a bow, Xueshi 2, and the little flame. He gathered them into his embrace, forming a huddle for warmth. The little flame acted as a living heater, skillfully regulating its body temperature to ensure it did not scald Wen Xuan and the others. Time passed, though how long it had been was uncertain. When the wind outside finally subsided, a rabbit head cautiously peered out from the cave, surveying its surroundings like a thief. It was Xueshi 2, whom Wen Xuan had sent to scout and determine if the rain had ceased. It has stopped. It has stopped. We can return home now. Xueshi 2 dashed back into the cave, colliding with a bow and the little flame. Yes, understood, Wen Xuan replied with a slight smile, ruffling Xueshi 2's head affectionately. Oh, Wen Xuan, must you always pet my head? I want to grow tall if you keep doing that. Xueshi 2 protested with a hint of pride. Upon hearing the words of the Xueshi 2, a bow and Xiao Huamiao burst into hearty laughter. In an instant, the entire cave radiated a sense of harmony and warmth. Despite the recent rain leaving the cave chilly and damp, the Xueshi 2 felt not a hint of discomfort. The downpour had drawn their hearts closer together, nestled together for warmth. They shared a bond that only those with deep connections could forge. Let us return home. I shall prepare a delicious meal for you, Wen Xuan announced as he led a bow and the others out of the cave. As they walked along the path back, a sudden exclamation pierced the air. Wen Xuan glanced into the distance and spotted an individual who had slipped. The ground, still slick and muddy from the recent rain, had caused this unfortunate soul to lose their footing and fall. Are you all right? Wen Xuan inquired, observing the disheveled figure. I'm fine. But could you assist me in getting up? Wen Xuan noticed that the person was an elderly man. A quick look around revealed that they were alone. Helping an elder requires careful consideration. It is best to either have many witnesses or to be completely alone, lest one unwittingly acquire an unwanted responsibility. Many have found themselves burdened by a newfound paternal figure after offering assistance to an elder. Wen Xuan extended his hand and helped the old man to his feet. Dusting himself off, the elder sighed. I am getting old. I can hardly rise after a fall. In my youth, I was known for my prowess, striking fear in both kindergartens and nursing homes alike. The old man introduced himself. I am Ma Daigua. May I ask your name, young brother? Wen Xuan, he replied. Wen Xuan? A name that resonates with elegance and grace. Truly splendid. Ma Daigua remarked. By the way, I wonder if you could assist me in returning home? Wen Xuan furrowed his brow, weighing the implications of this request. Sensing his hesitation, Ma Daigua reassured him. Rest assured, I will not let your kindness go unrewarded. You shall receive a generous reward. Nodding in agreement, Wen Xuan helped the elder as they made their way down the mountain, soon arriving at a quaint town. This place, distanced from the volcano, was lush with blooming flora. Guiding Ma Daigua, they approached the entrance of a martial arts school. Is this the place? Wen Xuan asked. Indeed, it is, Ma Daigua affirmed, calling out, Shiba, come out at once. His voice was strong and resonant, showing no signs of the fall he had just taken. Before long, a burly man rushed out, his brow furrowed upon seeing Ma Daigua. Father, what has happened to you? Ma Daigua explained. I ventured to the back mountain and, unfortunately, fell. This young brother here helped me return. Ma Shiba bowed to Wen Xuan, expressing gratitude. Thank you for assisting my father. Come, father, let us get you changed. Your clothes are soaked. As they entered, Ma Daigua turned back to Wen Xuan, saying, Young brother, do come inside. I have a wonderful gift for you. Wen Xuan followed Ma Daigua into the martial arts school, where many men clad in white training attire were practicing. The sound of their hands striking wooden posts echoed through the air. Ma Shiba led his father away to change, leaving Wen Xuan to observe. Wen Xuan, a familiar voice called out. Turning, he saw Wu Lang, who appeared somewhat disheveled, sporting a black eye. Wu Lang, what brings you here? Wen Xuan asked. It's a long story. But what about you? I happened upon an elderly gentleman and did not realize he was the father of the head of this school, Wen Xuan explained. Wu Lang nodded. And just as they were about to continue their conversation, Ma Shiba emerged, his expression darkening upon seeing Wu Lang conversing with Wen Xuan. What are you doing, Wu Lang? Ma Shiba despised laziness. He recalled how Wu Lang had pleaded for instruction upon his arrival. Now, witnessing him idling, Ma Shiba could hardly contain his displeasure. Standing straight at the sight of Ma Shiba, Wu Lang dared not meet his gaze. Demonstrate what I have taught you. Ma Shiba commanded. Yes, Wu Lang replied, beginning his practice. Fist breathing, first form, hitting the wife. Begin. With each command, Wu Lang moved through his forms, showcasing a semblance of skill. Ma Shiba turned to Wen Xuan, asking, Brother, what do you think? Would you be interested in joining our school? I can teach you the most authentic martial arts. Wen Xian's lips twitched at the suggestion. The most authentic martial arts? Hitting the wife fist? I am no brute. Such techniques do not suit me. He thought it best to decline. Just then, Ma Daiguo re-emerged, now donned in a fresh training outfit, his demeanor transformed, exuding a newfound dignity. Approaching Wen Xuan with a beaming smile, he declared, Young brother, as promised, I have a gift for you. He handed Wen Xuan a manual. Upon examination, Wen Xuan was taken aback to find it was not the expected Han Yuan Xing Yi Tai Ji Quan, but rather Pao Quan. With the aid of his divine perception, he noticed the manual emanating a purple glow, indicating its authenticity and value. Eagerly, he began to peruse its contents, his speed remarkable. Gifted with the ability to read rapidly and retain information, he realized that had he possessed such skills in his previous life, entrance into prestigious universities would have been effortless. Soon, he finished the manual. What do you think? Ma Daiguo asked, anticipation evident in his eyes. It's impressive, Wen Xuan replied, delighted by the affirmation. Ma Daiguo instructed, then train diligently. Rest assured, your meals during this time will be provided. With that, he limped toward a nearby chair to enjoy some tea. Observing Ma Daiguo, Wen Xuan smiled softly. Perhaps in his youth, he had been a formidable figure, but time is relentless. Many once vigorous practitioners of physical fitness gradually succumb to the comforts of indulgence. It seemed Ma Daiguo had recognized this truth, thus embracing a lifestyle of wellness, which perhaps contributed to his recent fall. On their way back, Wen Xuan had inquired about Ma Daiguo's presence on that particular road. With a blush, Ma Daiguo confessed that he sought the hot springs near the volcano, believing they would extend his lifespan. Wen Xuan retracted his focus and summoned Abeo and the Xue Shi Tu to his side. Abeo, Xue Shi Tu, today we shall commence our practice in martial arts. Wen Xuan had fully committed the technique of Pao Quan to memory. Now, it was merely a matter of dedicating time to comprehend its essence. He shared his insights with Abeo and Xue Shi Tuesday, demonstrating by example. He began to strike the wooden post alongside his two companions. The days of training passed swiftly, and before long, a week had slipped by unnoticed. A resounding crash echoed through the air as Abeo delivered a powerful punch to the sandbag, shattering it entirely. His fist pierced through the center of the bag. This is astonishing. My goodness, this panda possesses immense strength. To think he could demolish the sandbag with a single blow. If that were to strike me, I would surely meet my end. The students practicing in the dojo were left in awe and envy upon witnessing this spectacle. Wen Xuan felt a deep sense of satisfaction as he turned his gaze toward Abeo. Panda baby. Attribute, evil. Gender, male. Level, silver tier 5. Potential, peak strength, king. Evolution path, panda warrior. Acquired skills, bull's fury fist 7, bear paw strike 9, mountain crush 5, roar of evil 4, rending claw 5, stealth 4, iron hide 8. Shadow ball 3, mana devour 2, fearless heart, gluttony 5, Pao Quan 5. In just 1 week, Abeo had mastered Pao Quan and elevated its level to 5. Excellent, truly excellent. Wen Xuan mused. The destructive power of Pao Quan was immense. When unleashed, it resembled the firing of a cannon, possessing formidable penetrating and destructive capabilities. At this moment, Ma Daiguo and Ma Shiba approached, having witnessed Abeo's feat of breaking the sandbag. Both father and son nodded in satisfaction, appearing to have already accepted Abeo as their disciple. Naturally, they felt a sense of pride seeing their apprentice flourish. The only regret lingered as they glanced at a rabbit nearby, languidly reclined on a high-backed chair, with one leg crossed over the other, shaking incessantly. Occasionally, it would lift a small teapot from the side and take a sip. This creature was unlike any other. Ma Daiguo and his companions had never encountered such a lethargic rabbit. The Xue Shi Tu had merely practiced a few moves on the first day before ceasing to train, opting instead for leisure. Observing this, Wen Xuan chose not to intervene, for he had designated the Xue Shi Tu as an agile warrior, while Abeo was the embodiment of strength. Given that Pao Quan heavily relied on power, it was unnecessary for the Xue Shi Tu to cultivate it, as its strength was inherently limited. Chapter 82. Challenging the Dojo. Seeing the success of the panda baby in mastering Pao Quan, Madiguo and Ma Shiba were filled with excitement. At last, someone had successfully cultivated Pao Quan. Father, did you witness this? Your legacy of the Pao Quan manual has finally borne fruit. Although Madiguo had established this dojo and welcomed numerous disciples, his own comprehension was limited, particularly for Madiguo. He had spent the better part of his life unable to grasp the profound truths of Pao Quan. Approaching Wen Xuan, Madiguo's gaze was intense as he spoke earnestly. Wen Xuan, I wish to enlist your assistance with a task. What task? Wen Xuan inquired, taken aback by Madiguo's request. I want you to challenge another dojo. Challenge another dojo? Wen Xuan was astonished that Madiguo would ask such a thing. Fear not, I will not send you empty-handed. Madiguo produced a monster crystal core from his possession. This was left to me by my father before his passing. Regrettably, I lack the talent for beast-taming. Neither I nor my son possess this gift. At this point, Madiguo cast a regretful glance at Ma Shiba, his expression filled with remorse, believing that Ma Shiba's lack of beast-taming talent stemmed from inheriting his genes. Wen Xuan examined the monster crystal core in Madiguo's hand. King of Boxing, Golden Tier 7, Monster Crystal Core. Imbued with skills. Pao Quan, 7. Channeling all bodily strength into a single punch, striking forth with the force of a cannonball. Reinforced Skin, 6. Grants increased defense upon activation. Fist Intent. Passive skill that enhances the damage of fist-based techniques by 200. Bold Charge, 5. Charges at the enemy with all one's strength, dealing collision damage. Impressive. Wen Xuan's gaze fixated on the Fist Intent. If Abeo could learn this skill, his power would undoubtedly surge. I accept your request. To acquire the Monster Crystal Core, Wen Xuan agreed. Very well, there is no time like the present. Let us depart at once. Under Madiguo's leadership, the group set forth towards the other end of the town. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of another dojo. Unlike Madiguo's establishment, this dojo was bustling with more practitioners. Clad in black uniforms, the individuals exuded an imposing presence, their fierce visages betraying their martial prowess. Upon the sudden arrival of Madiguo and his entourage, the dojo members displayed expressions of wariness. Nabizi, we have esteemed guests. Why not come out to greet us? Madiguo called into the dojo. Before long, a man with a buzz cut emerged, accompanied by a woman. Nabidi, it's you. What brings you here? Did the defeat from a month ago not suffice? You wish to challenge me again? The man squinted, a mocking smile gracing his face. Nabizi, do not gloat. This time, I have taken on a remarkable disciple who will surely defeat your daughter. Oh, Niobin, the man Madiguo referred to as Nabizi, turned his gaze toward the group and quickly spotted Wen Xuan standing beside Madiguo. Is this the disciple you speak of? Wen Xuan stood out remarkably, akin to a radiant moon. His brilliance unmistakable even under daylight. Accompanying Wen Xuan were many others, including Wulong, but in the face of Wen Xuan's presence, they could only serve as mere background figures. Indeed, it is he. So what say you, Nabizi? Shall our original wager still hold? Of course, of course. As long as your disciple can defeat my daughter, our families shall unite. Let us not delay. We shall commence immediately, Madiguo urged. Very well, please. Niobin gestured for them to enter the dojo. The woman accompanying Niobin maintained a stoic demeanor as she strode directly toward the arena, adopting a pose indicative of a duel. Is it her I must face? Wen Xuan was momentarily perplexed, expecting a battle involving beasts. Do you intend to send Abeo into the fray? Madiguo discerned the implication in Wen Xuan's words. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, and the woman on the stage caught sight of him just then. Very well. If you wish to engage in a beast battle, let it be so. Come forth, Long Tue Guai. The woman swiftly formed a hand gesture, and soon, a Long Tue Guai materialized in the arena. The Long Tue Guai appeared quite peculiar, its body predominantly composed of legs, which appeared robust and powerful. When Xuan utilized his divine eye to scrutinize the Long Tue Guai. Long Tue Guai. Attribute, combat. Gender, female. Level, silver tier 2. Potential, peak strength, gold. Evolution path, king of kicks. Acquired skills, side kick 6, flying kick 6, whirlwind kick 5, elephant leg 6, downward whip kick 6. After the emergence of the woman's long-legged creature, it began to leap in place, delivering a few kicks into the air as a warm-up. Upon witnessing the release of the long-legged creature by the woman, Niu Bin smiled slightly and addressed her. Hua Hua, be gentle. Our guest must not be met with lethal force. Understood, Niu Hua Hua nodded. When Xian glanced at Niu Hua Hua and noticed her robust physique, her muscles powerful and defined, resembling a fierce Barbie. Her skin was dark and notably dry, and she sported short hair. If someone claimed she was male, Wen Xuan would readily believe it. All right, Wen Xuan, it's your turn, Ma Daigua urged. Okay, Wen Xuan replied as he ascended the stage with a bow. Despite the strength of the long-legged creature, it paled in comparison to a Bao, who was now a Silver Tier 5 Beast Master, even against a Silver Tier 2 opponent. A Bao could easily dominate due to his superior level. Long-legged creature, it's your turn, he declared. The long-legged creature responded by forcefully pushing off with its right foot, shooting forward like an arrow towards a Bao. During its sprint, the long-legged creature leaped high, twisting its body in midair. After completing a rotation, it struck towards a Bao with a powerful kick. Whip kick. A Bao, seeing this, quickly dodged to the side. With a loud crash, the long-legged creature's kick struck the stone platform, shattering it with its immense destructive power. What a terrifying attack! The long-legged creature, undeterred by its first failure, swiftly adjusted its stance and launched a second assault. Standing on its left foot, it raised its right foot, positioning them at a 90-degree angle. The creature began to spin like a top. Whirlwind kick. It charged towards a Bao. This time, a Bao did not flinch. Clenching his right fist, he drew back, channeling all his strength into it, then struck out fiercely. Cannon fist. The impact of a Bao's fist colliding with the long-legged creature produced a thunderous sound. Both were met with a tremendous force. A Bao staggered back a step, while the long-legged creature was sent flying. Niu Huahua understood at that moment that a Bao's strength surpassed that of her long-legged creature. This round was lost not due to technique, but due to sheer power. Though reluctant, she accepted her defeat. After soaring through the air, the long-legged creature crashed heavily to the ground. Observing this, a Bao began to sprint. From a distance of 2 meters, a Bao leaped into the air, utilizing the gravitational force to deliver a crushing blow with his paw. The long-legged creature, sensing the impending strike, pushed off the ground, sliding a distance as it attempted to evade. With a deep thud, a Bao's powerful paw left an indelible mark on the platform. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Incredible. Truly extraordinary. Such destructive potential. In that fleeting moment, they imagined the scene of a Bao's paw striking them. Could our bones withstand such force? They'd surely shatter. All spectators couldn't help but think to themselves. After the first blow failed, a Bao charged at the long-legged creature once more. The long-legged creature, mustering all its strength, propelled itself off the ground. As a Bao approached, the long-legged creature hastily attempted a side kick to block. With a loud clash, a Bao's palm met the creature's leg. The long-legged creature was sent flying, colliding heavily against the stands, damaging several chairs in the process. Did we win? We won, Ma Shiba exclaimed, filled with excitement. Over the years, he had challenged Niu Huahua countless times, only to be defeated each time. He was no match for her. Watching the fallen long-legged creature, Niu Huahua said nothing but withdrew it into her beast space, calmly stepping beside Niu Ben. She appeared as an emotionless machine, her face devoid of expression, perpetually maintaining a stoic demeanor. Niu Ben looked at Wen Xuan, not with anger, but with a smile. Very well, we accept this son-in-law. Ma Daigua was bewildered by Niu Ben's words. Niu Ben, have you made a mistake? Mistake? What mistake? Niu Ben replied. Is he not your disciple? Since he has defeated my daughter, he must marry her. From now on, our family shall be connected. Ma Daigua looked at Wen Xuan, feeling awkward. He had not anticipated this turn of events. Ma Shiba's expression also soured. For years, he had been defeated by Niu Huahua, harboring no resentment, but rather developing feelings for her. Now hearing Niu Ben's intention to marry her off to Wen Xuan, he was understandably displeased. I believe you are mistaken. I am not his disciple. We merely reached an agreement. Ma Daigua, quick-witted, immediately added, Yes, he is not my disciple. I simply hired him to challenge. Wen Xuan, since the matter is settled, you may leave, Ma Daigua said, pulling a magical beast crystal from his pocket and placing it in Wen Xuan's hand. As Wen Xuan turned to leave, Niu Ben stopped him. Is there something you need? Since you have defeated my daughter, you must marry her. Marry your daughter? Wen Xuan's expression darkened. He hadn't expected Niu Ben to say such a thing. What? Are you unwilling? Upon hearing this, Wen Xuan glanced at Niu Huahua. Indeed, her appearance was far from appealing. If beauty were rated on a scale of 100, she would barely score 30. Of course, having just met her, they were strangers without any emotional foundation. How could he marry her? Niu Ben, however, simply laughed. No worries. Lacking an emotional foundation means you can cultivate one. Rest assured. I have only one daughter. Should you marry Niu Huahua, I will treat you as my own son. Do you see this martial arts school of mine? Once I leave, it will belong to you. Wen Xuan shook his head. I'm sorry. I'm still young and not considering marriage at the moment. With that, he turned to depart. Stop. Niu Ben's expression darkened. Having gone this far, he found Wen Xuan's demeanor unacceptable. You refuse to drink the wine offered and instead choose to suffer the consequences. You will marry her, whether you like it or not. Oh, Wen Xuan turned back, coldly regarding him. I am curious to see how you intend to force me into marriage. Come forth, King of Kicks. With that, Niu Bin summoned a massive creature known as the King of Kicks. Its powerful physique boasted legs resembling tree trunks, with dark brown skin and visible green veins. Observing the sinewy muscles, the crowd instinctively swallowed hard. Such muscular development could only be achieved through rigorous training. Now, do you still wish to leave? Niu Bin's face bore an expression of menace. It seemed that Wen Xuan was but a step away from being struck down by the formidable figure before him. The T2AWing. Wen Xuan turned his gaze towards him. T2AWing. Attributes, combat. Gender, male. Level, golden 7th stage. Qualities, peak strength, golden. Evolution path, none. Skills acquired, horizontal kick 8, flying kick 7, whirlwind leg 8, elephant leg 8, downward whip kick 7, bodybuilding 7. Golden 7th stage. Wen Xuan was taken aback, surprised to find that this seemingly unassuming Niu Bin was indeed a master of the golden 7th stage. He resembled a monk sweeping the floor, possessing great strength, yet content to guard this martial arts school. Chapter 84. Entrance Examination. Wen Xuan's mind began to race as he contemplated how to escape from the clutches of his opponent. Just then, two figures entered from outside. Xiaoniu. After all these years, you seem to be regressing, resorting to violence against a junior. This is your so-called martial way? Truly a disgrace to your father. Upon seeing the newcomers, Niu Bin's expression darkened, and he forced himself to call out, Uncle Xiao. Niu Bin had not anticipated the arrival of Xiao Zhan. At Xiao Zhan's words, Niu Bin was momentarily speechless. Well, I happened to pass by and did not expect to witness such a scene. Xiao Zhan shook his head in disappointment, accompanied by Xiao Xing, and turned to leave. As he departed, he called out to Wen Xuan, You little rascal, why are you still dawdling? Do you truly wish to become someone else's son-in-law? Hearing Xiao Zhan's words, Wen Xuan promptly followed him out of the martial arts school. Outside the town, Wen Xuan bowed to Xiao Zhan. Thank you once again, Senior Xiao. It's nothing, merely a small act of kindness. It turned out that Xiao Zhan had come to the town for a matter of his own and had fortuitously encountered Wen Xuan during his visit. He was intrigued and decided to accompany Xiao Xing to observe. Xiao Zhan had witnessed Wen Xuan's earlier display and had initially intended to leave quietly after observing. However, he was taken aback when Niu Bin shamelessly attempted to force a marriage, prompting Xiao Zhan to intervene and put an end to Niu Bin's actions. After all, Wen Xuan had saved Xiao Xing. He could not bear to let Wen Xuan be coerced into something against his will. All right, you little rascal, I will leave you here. Be cautious and depart quickly. Otherwise, if Niu Bin captures you again, I will not be able to assist you. Understood. With that, Xiao Zhan and Xiao Xing departed. And Wen Xuan hurriedly left the place. Back in the martial arts school, Niu Bin wore a grim expression as he glared at Ma Daigua and his son. The more he looked at them, the more he loathed them. Had it not been for the close ties between their families in the past, he would have long since taught them a severe lesson and broken their legs, leaving them to languish on the street. Niu Bin, since the matter is settled, we shall take our leave. Ma Daigua, wearing a forced smile, led his son Ma Shiba away from the martial arts school. He regretted allowing Wen Xuan to challenge the school. This was Ma Daigua's first realization of Niu Bin's formidable strength. He had previously underestimated him. Ma Daigua was an ordinary person, while Niu Bin was a golden-level beastmaster. Their strengths and statuses were worlds apart. Despite Ma Daigua's provocation, Niu Bin maintained a facade of indifference. Wen Xuan departed the town, returning to school with a Bao and the others. After a few days of comfort at the school, one day, Wen Xuan lay in bed when Wang Bin and the others entered, looking dejected. What is the matter with you? Wen Xuan inquired, curious, as these fellows had left in high spirits that morning, only to return looking as wilted as frostbitten eggplants. Our entrance examination is approaching. The day after tomorrow is the exam. Entrance examination? Wen Xuan suddenly recalled that he was now in his second year of high school, soon to enter the third. The transition from second to third year would involve an entrance examination, and only those who passed would be eligible to enter the third year. Known as the crucial year in a student's life, often referred to as the graduation class. During this year, many student strengths would soar, reaching new heights. What's the big deal about the entrance exam? You three are capable enough. Do you truly fear failing? Alas, Wen Xuan, you are unaware of our misfortune. We have drawn the lot to take the exam in the tropical rainforest. That is the legendary gathering place for mosquitoes. I have heard from the seniors that the mosquitoes there can be as large as a fist. If one gets bitten, the swelling can be as large as a dumpling. The pass rate in the tropical rainforest is the lowest, only 30%. This means that only about a third of our class will advance to the third year. Moreover, there is a new stipulation. Each student must fight alone, no teaming up allowed. No teaming up? Upon hearing this, Wen Xuan frowned slightly, pondering the implications. The school aimed to enhance their individual abilities and reduce reliance on others. This regulation posed no threat to Wen Xuan, who was inherently a lone wolf. Well, since the entrance exam is in 2 days, let us prepare earnestly. This exam should allow us to bring supplies, right? Wang Bin nodded. The group promptly headed to the market for extensive shopping. 3 days later, they arrived at the entrance to the tropical rainforest. Listen up, everyone. This examination is unlike any other. Once you enter the rainforest, you will have to fight alone. I advise you all to abandon any underestimations. You must have heard from the seniors that this assessment has a mortality rate. I hope you all enter alive and return alive. All right, let us set off. With the principal's command, over 300 students marched toward the tropical rainforest. This assessment would last for 1 month. During this time, they would have to rely on their own skills to survive. Upon entering the secret realm, many students exchanged glances. They did not intend to venture deep into the forest, but rather planned to camp at the edge. Although the school prohibited mutual assistance, gathering to camp together was not considered a violation. Observing the group huddled together for warmth, Wen Xuan shook his head. Only sheep would choose to flock together. The strong always stood alone. He glanced at Wang Bin and the others, who were laden with bags. Wang Bin, in particular, was absurdly exaggerated, carrying a backpack nearly as tall as himself. It was evident that it was filled with food. However, no matter how much Wang Bin carried, it would last at most a week. After that, he would have to hunt. Moreover, carrying so much food would attract predators, making him a likely target for ferocious beasts. When Xian shook his head, he had already given his advice. If Wang Bin chose this path, he could not be responsible for him. With the school's regulations against mutual assistance, Wen Xuan resolved to keep his distance from Wang Bin and the others, leaving them to their own devices. He feared that being too close would compel him to intervene. Chapter 85. Is the shield invincible? Wen Xuan separated himself from the group, earning nods of approval from several teachers. This young man is quite remarkable. At such a young age, he possesses such courage. Indeed, he is likely the standout of this cohort. I wonder what his performance will be like in the future. At this moment, within the monitoring room, a group of teachers sat in their chairs, attentively gazing at the screens before them. Wen Xuan had embarked on his exploration of the secret realm, in stark contrast to Wang Bin and his companions, who seemed disinclined to venture into the rainforest, opting instead to set up camp on the spot. This decision darkened the expressions of several teachers. Prior to this, they had advised these students to be bold, for fortune favors the brave. If one aspires to become a beast master, timidity is not an option. Otherwise, treasures would remain out of reach, along with opportunities for personal growth. Fear not. Soon there would be a spectacle to behold. A smirk gradually curled upon the lips of one mentor, who was particularly familiar with the events that would unfold. Having orchestrated this rainforest training project herself, Wen Xuan delved deeper into the rainforest, where the atmosphere was notably damp and muddy. The ground littered with fallen leaves that crunched underfoot. The Shueshi too, 3 loyal beast companions, flanked Wen Xuan. Look, that fellow has 3 beasts, exclaimed one teacher. He has actually broken through to the silver realm. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Such talent. It seems we have an exceptionally strong contender among our students this year. Our school may have a chance for special recruitment. A glimmer of hope flickered in their eyes. Last year's special recruitment had seen only one representative from their school, who, though also at the silver level, had only recently achieved that rank and, unsurprisingly, had perished in the process. Wen Xuan's emergence reignited their hopes. In the heart of the rainforest, Wen Xuan furrowed his brow. Slap, slap, slap. He repeatedly swatted at the mosquitoes that swarmed around him. What the hell? Did they not say they were only as big as a fist? Why are there these tiny ones too? The mosquitoes, seemingly famished, flocked to Wen Xuan like moths to a flame. Upon noticing this, Wen Xuan promptly retrieved a vial of Lu Jishin medicine from his backpack and began applying it to himself. The mosquitoes halted in their tracks, having caught a whiff of the medicinal scent. After Wen Xuan had coated himself, the mosquitoes redirected their attention toward a bao and the others. A bao, with its thick fur, was impervious to their bites, save for its exposed face, which became their target. However, just as they prepared to attack a bao's face, Wen Xuan swiftly applied the Lu Jishin medicine to it. As for the Shueshi Tu and Xiao Huamiao, the latter, a fiery entity, opened its mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of scorching flames that incinerated the approaching mosquitoes. The Shueshi Tu, however, was not so fortunate. The mosquitoes swarmed towards it, latching onto its body to feast. Damn it! I'm going to die, going to die, going to die. The Shueshi Tu leaped in distress, swatting at the mosquitoes, dispatching several with each strike. Gradually, its hands grew red, smeared with the blood drawn from its own body. Unable to endure any longer, the Shueshi Tu began to dash through the forest. Its piercing cries echoed through the woods as it sought to rid itself of the relentless pests. The Shueshitu's distress caught the attention of the students outside the forest, many of whom displayed expressions of terror, fearing that someone had met with a calamity. Rabbit, don't run. Quickly apply some medicine. Once you do, the mosquitoes won't bite you anymore. Wen Xuan called out after treating a bow with the Lu Zhishan medicine. Upon hearing this, the Shueshitu rushed towards Wen Xuan, snatching the vial from his hands. In its impatience, it uncapped the bottle and poured it over itself, hastily applying the remedy. Before long, a drenched rabbit resembling a drowned rat stood before the onlookers. Ah, it's alive. The Lu Zhishan medicine proved to be the finest antidote against mosquitoes. Crafted from herbs such as mosquito-repelling grass and mint, its application not only repelled mosquitoes but also alleviated the itching caused by their bites. Enraged by this turn of events, the mosquitoes attempted to charge towards Wen Xuan and his companions, but upon nearing, they were met with the scent of the Lu Zhishan medicine. While ineffective against other creatures, it served as a potent toxin to mosquitoes. Many began to fall from the air like rain, observing the ground littered with fallen mosquitoes. Wen Xuan smiled faintly. Grandfather's specially concocted Lu Zhishan medicine is indeed a treasure. Wen Xuan's home lay nestled within a bamboo grove. One might assume that residing within such serene surroundings would be easy, giving off an air of an elusive sage, but in truth, the bamboo grove was rife with mosquitoes. To combat this nuisance, Wen Xuan's grandfather had invented the Lu Zhishan medicine and cultivated a variety of mosquito-repelling herbs in their yard, thus fortifying their defenses against the onslaught of insects. While Wen Xuan had resolved his mosquito dilemma, misfortune befell the other students. The mosquitoes, unable to attack Wen Xuan and his companions, redirected their wrath towards other creatures. The students at the periphery, with their rich life force, became prime targets for the swarming pests. Although they had set up camp on the outskirts of the forest, believing they could evade the mosquitoes, the insects were not confined to the boundaries of the forest. Buzz, buzz, buzz. What is that noise? The group turned towards the source of the sound. Upon witnessing a vast swarm of mosquitoes, they were rendered speechless with fear. The mosquitoes dove towards them. Ah, ah, ah. The camp erupted in a cacophony of terrified screams as the students endured relentless bites. Just then, one individual shimmered with golden light, a protective shield manifesting to block the oncoming swarm. Observing this, others hastily activated their own protective barriers. In that fleeting moment, all the mosquitoes were confined outside the shields. As they glanced at the vast expanse of mosquitoes beyond their barriers, a collective sigh of relief washed over them. Phew, thank goodness for the shield, otherwise, we might have been the first beast masters carried away by mosquitoes. Indeed, this shield is a blessing. With it, we are invincible. Invincible? Hearing this, Mao Mao's expression darkened considerably. Chapter 86. The Terrifying Iron-Shelled Centipede. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, the expressions of the teachers also shifted to one of dismay. Fools. A truly foolish bunch. Do they not realize that the protective shield should only be activated in dire situations? Their reckless use of it will deplete their spiritual energy significantly. If a more formidable beast were to attack later, and their energy is exhausted, they will face dire consequences. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Mao Mao swiftly shouldered his backpack and fled. Wang Bin and his companions followed suit, prompting a chaotic dispersal among the crowd. Once gathered, they all rushed into the rainforest. Wen Xuan, accompanied by the Shueshitu, a Bao, and Xiao Huamiao, navigated through the dense underbrush of the rainforest, where towering trees obscured the sunlight, disorienting any who entered. Suddenly, a Bao extended a paw, halting Wen Xuan and the others. A Bao, what is it? Upon hearing this, a Bao exchanged a knowing glance with Wen Xuan. Understanding the cue, Wen Xuan turned his gaze in the direction a Bao indicated. Before him lay a vast expanse of dried leaves, seemingly unremarkable in its accumulation. However, Wen Xuan possessed the eye of the gods, and with a mere glance, he immediately discerned the truth. What a splendid disguise! With the aid of the eye of the gods, Wen Xuan spotted the enormous serpent concealed amidst the withered leaves. Kiesh. Attribute, poison. Gender, male. Level, silver 2nd rank. Qualification, peak strength, silver. Evolution route, none. Skills learned. Disguise 6. Venomous fangs 5. Venom spray 5. Wen Xuan immediately signaled to his 3 beasts. Abeo and Xiaohua sprang into action. Abeo opened his mouth, launching a sphere of black energy towards the withered foliage. Shadow Ball. Xiaohua, on the other hand, unleashed a torrent of searing flames. Flame Roar. Abeo's Shadow Ball struck Kiesh, causing it to rise abruptly from its hiding place among the leaves in pain. Xiaohua's flames also reached their target, igniting not only the serpent but also the surrounding foliage. The place where Kiesh had been was instantly transformed into a scene of sparks. It writhed on the ground, desperately attempting to extinguish the flames engulfing its body. At that moment, Wen Xuan's Xiaohua had already comprehended the skill burn. It was nearly impossible for Kiesh to extinguish the flames by rolling around. Observing the struggling Kiesh, Zuekitu extended his right hand into the air. A sharp stone materialized above his palm. With a swift motion, Zuekitu hurled the stone towards Kiesh. The flames had already scorched the serpent's tough scales, allowing Zuekitu's flying stone to effortlessly pierce through its head. Thud! Kiesh collapsed, finally liberated. The scene of Wen Xuan's victory over Kiesh was witnessed by the teachers. This young man possesses remarkable talent. He was able to locate the hidden Kiesh beneath the withered leaves. In previous years, numerous students had fallen prey to the jaws of Kiesh. I am curious how he managed to discover it, considering how deeply it had concealed itself. It must be that panda cub. I just saw it intercepting him. Panda cub? The teachers displayed expressions of envy at the sight of such a beast. The final form of the panda cub after evolution is the martial arts panda, a creature of tremendous strength capable of piercing through iron plates several meters thick with a single punch. After defeating Kiesh, Wen Xuan instructed Zuekitu to dig for the magical beast crystal core. However, they discovered that this Kiesh bore no crystal core. Let us continue onward. In the days that followed, everyone immersed themselves in combat. Survival in the wilderness proved exceedingly arduous, leaving all appearing disheveled. Particularly the boys with heightened levels of male hormones. Their hair grew rapidly. After only half a month, they bore unkempt appearances, resembling wild men. Deep within the forest, a figure ambled cautiously with two magical beasts. He surveyed his surroundings with vigilance. One of the beasts, a short-bladed goblin, was entirely green with pointed ears, while the other, a jungle spearman, wielded a long spear and had blue skin adorned with feathers. The short-bladed goblin was at the bronze 7th rank, while the jungle spearman was slightly stronger at the bronze 8th rank. This individual's survival in the jungle relied entirely on the jungle spearman. The jungle spearman, having lived in the wilderness since childhood, was a born hunter. Suddenly, the man and his two beasts came to a halt. Before them loomed a massive black centipede. Trouble, it's a steel-shelled centipede. Upon sighting the steel-shelled centipede, the man's expression shifted, internally lamenting his misfortune. Beast tamers possessed the ability to perceive the levels of weaker foes. Yet he could not discern the strength of the steel-shelled centipede before him, indicating that it was indeed stronger than him. As he beheld the steel-shelled centipede, the man turned to flee with his two beasts. However, the centipede had already fixated upon them and would not allow their escape so easily. Its countless legs moved swiftly, propelling it toward the man. Goblin, jungle spearman, intercept that creature. At the command, the goblin's eyes glinted with determination as it brandished its dagger and lunged at the steel-shelled centipede. The goblin moved with remarkable speed, reaching the centipede's side and thrusting its dagger into its back. Clang! The dagger struck the steel-shelled centipede's shell, causing sparks to fly. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. This creature's shell is remarkably tough. It cannot be breached. The steel-shelled centipede, upon being attacked, violently whipped its tail, sending the goblin crashing into a tree. Bang! The impact shattered the goblin's bones, rendering it a mere puddle as it slumped to the ground. After dispatching the goblin, the steel-shelled centipede ignored the man and turned its attention to the jungle spearman. It advanced towards the spearman, its fearsome mandibles opening and closing ominously. As the steel-shelled centipede approached the jungle spearman, the spearman thrust his spear forward, expecting to pierce the centipede. To his surprise, the steel-shelled centipede clamped down on the spear with its jaws. Crack! The centipede's teeth were so sharp that they easily severed the jungle spearman's weapon. Witnessing this, the spearman hurled the remaining half of his spear at the steel-shelled centipede before turning to flee. Naturally, the centipede would not let him escape so easily. It charged after the spearman, its sharp mandibles snapping as it lunged for the back of his neck. Crack! The jungle spearman's neck was bitten through, and a torrent of blue blood erupted from the wound, splattering the steel-shelled centipede and making it appear even more terrifying. After slaying the jungle spearman, the centipede set its sights on the beast tamer. At this moment, the man sat paralyzed on the ground, his trousers thoroughly soaked, trembling uncontrollably. He had been so frightened that he had lost control. The steel-shelled centipede showed no mercy, pouncing upon him and swiftly ending his life. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, the teachers wore somber expressions. How many has it been now? I do not know. At least it is in the double digits. Alas, I did not expect yet another to perish so soon. The fallen were all their students, and they felt a deep sense of regret for their deaths. Yet, regret aside, the assessment must continue. To become a qualified beast tamer, one must endure trials. Only through the tempering of nature can one grow into a formidable beast tamer. If they remain forever sheltered by their teachers, they will never truly mature. This examination is designed to expose students to the harsh realities. For teachers are not caretakers who will always stand by their side. Look, suddenly, one individual spoke up. That rabbit looks so familiar. On the screen, a rabbit gnawed on a wild fruit. Oh dear, after searching for so long, I could not find a suitable spot. This will do. The rabbit had come out to relieve itself, and due to the particularly foul odor of its droppings, Wen Xuan instructed it to go further away. As the rabbit prepared to relieve itself, it suddenly heard some noises, crunching sounds, as if something were gnawing on bones. Curiously, it parted the grass and peered inside, only to discover a metallic centipede feasting. Oh, it turned out to be a centipede devouring a human. How terrifying. I thought it was something else. With that thought, the rabbit quickly withdrew its head. It turned to leave quietly, only to find the right side had suddenly darkened. When it turned to investigate, it saw that the metallic centipede had somehow appeared beside it. The centipede's enormous eyes were fixed intently on the rabbit. Gazing at the remnants of flesh in the centipede's mouth, the rabbit gulped nervously. Dear sir, this is a misunderstanding. I merely came to relieve myself. You are eating, aren't you? Please, continue. I shall find another spot to relieve myself and not disturb you. With that, the rabbit turned and fled. However, the metallic centipede, seemingly driven mad, began to chase after it. Ah, Wen Xuan, help. Someone is trying to kill your adorable rabbit. At that moment, Wen Xuan and Abeo were resting in a clearing when they saw the rabbit leading a massive centipede towards them. Realizing the situation, Wen Xuan immediately commanded his little flame, unleash a fiery roar. A searing flame shot forth, striking the metallic centipede head-on. The centipede's body ignited, transforming into a blazing inferno, struggling helplessly on the ground. Soon, the metallic centipede was reduced to a pile of ash. Observing this, the teachers in the monitoring room were left bewildered. Is this truly the same imposing metallic centipede from earlier? It couldn't possibly have been defeated so easily. Just then, Li Yin spoke up. As a master of the 9th tier of gold, he had greater insight than anyone present and quickly identified the issue. This young lad's little flame possessed formidable strength, coupled with a significant elemental advantage. That metallic centipede, if I am not mistaken, was a 7th tier silver beast. The student just now had only bronze level strength, and against a 7th tier silver centipede, he stood no chance. However, Wen Xuan was different. His little flame had already reached the 5th tier of silver, combined with the elemental advantage. The metallic centipede, being of both metal and insect attributes, was extremely vulnerable to flames. It was entirely reasonable for Wen Xuan to have triumphed over it. Nodding in agreement with Li Yan's analysis, the others acknowledged Wen Xuan's prowess. He was indeed exceptional, surpassing his peers at such a young age. Most of them only managed to break through to silver just before graduation. Moreover, he had already attained the mid-tier of silver in beast-taming. It seemed that this time, the special recruitment quota from our school would be awarded to him, unaware of the teacher's decision. Wen Xuan had the rabbit use a dagger to extract the magic core from the metallic centipede. The rabbit hopped excitedly, handing the core, a pale green gem, to Wen Xuan. A slight smile formed on Wen Xuan's face as he thought, yet another addition to my collection. Over the past month and a half, Wen Xuan had lost count of how many magical beasts he had slain alongside Abeo and the others. He allowed Abeo to absorb the usable cores while keeping the unusable ones for himself. However, despite the numerous cores absorbed, Wen Xuan realized his luck had diminished, and he had yet to acquire a new skill. Thankfully, Abeo and the others had leveled up by a level or two, which provided some consolation. Otherwise, Wen Xuan would have been quite despondent. Just as he was preparing to leave, a rustling sound emanated from the jungle. A chilling sensation washed over him. Danger. Wen Xuan's expression shifted. He sensed a formidable foe approaching. This was an instinct he had honed over time. Throughout the past month and a half, their survival had relied not only on Abeo's warnings, but also on Wen Xuan's intuition, which allowed him to sense surrounding dangers. Without hesitation, Wen Xuan recalled Abeo and Little Flame, grabbing the rabbit and fleeing. Shortly after Wen Xuan departed, a larger centipede appeared at the spot they had just vacated. This centipede, a copper-hued creature, caught sight of the charred remains of the metallic centipede. With a chilling hiss, it began to track the scent left by Wen Xuan and the others. As Wen Xuan ran ahead, he glanced back and saw the colossal creature in pursuit. It was the copper-skinned centipede. This was becoming troublesome. The previously encountered metallic centipede appeared to be the offspring of this copper-skinned counterpart. Naturally, it was relentless in its pursuit of Wen Xuan for avenging its child. With the copper-skinned centipede closing in, Wen Xuan's mind raced for a solution. Shueshi 2, we must move, he urged as he led the rabbit towards a nearby hill. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a familiar cave. Upon seeing it, the rabbit exclaimed, Wen Xuan, surely you do not intend to enter this cave? They had previously taken refuge in this cave and were well aware of its peculiarities. The deeper they ventured, the narrower it became, and the walls were incredibly sturdy. Even Xue Shitu struggled to cause any significant damage. Wen Xuan had once asked Xue Shitu to break down the cave's walls to create a more comfortable living space. But despite using the skill digging, it had only managed to produce a fine dust. Let's go. Wen Xuan firmly grasped the rabbit and dashed into the cave. Ah! Xue Shitu screamed as they ran. This is it. We are doomed. Wen Xuan, I hate you. I am still a little virgin, no? A little rabbit, who has yet to experience the joys of love. The cave had only one entrance, and running inside felt like seeking death. The copper-skinned centipede could easily trap them. As Wen Xuan and the rabbit entered the cave, the copper-skinned centipede followed closely. Upon seeing the cave, it narrowed its eyes. A cold smile crossing its face, mocking Wen Xuan and the rabbit for their foolishness in walking into a trap. The copper-skinned centipede slithered into the cave, quickly spotting Wen Xuan and the rabbit. Sensing the danger, they resembled startled deer and fled deeper into the cave. The centipede immediately pursued them, accelerating to catch up. With a series of crunching sounds, its massive body scraped against the rocky walls of the cave. Suddenly, Wen Xuan and Xue Shitu halted, glancing back at the approaching centipede. The copper-skinned centipede opened its enormous jaws, emitting a piercing screech. Its numerous legs began to move rapidly, eager to catch up and shred Wen Xuan and Xue Shitu with its sharp teeth. However, to its horror, it found itself unable to move. Its massive form had become lodged in the narrow cave. Ha ha! Xue Shitu erupted into laughter. Come on, come bite me. The Xue Shitu approached the Tong Pai Wu Gong, twisting its ample rear in a provocative manner. Gigi! The Tong Pai Wu Gong, infuriated by this display, began to struggle fiercely. To its astonishment, as it exerted its strength, some of its body was forced inward. Oh my! The Xue Shitu, witnessing this, swiftly made its escape to Wen Xian's side. Observing the Tong Pai Wu Gong trapped in the crevice, struggling incessantly, Wen Xian exhaled in relief. It was a risky maneuver, but fortunately his assessment was correct, otherwise it could have ended badly. Come forth, a bao, Xiaohu Miao. Wen Xian summoned a bao and Xiaohu Miao. A bao. Unleash Shadow Ball. Xiaohu Miao, use Flame Roar. Xue Shitu, employ Rock Throw. Wen Xian seldom commanded a bao and the others, as they usually relied on their instincts during battle. Their movements were so swift that he could hardly keep up with his commands. A bao opened its mouth, conjuring a massive sphere of dark energy before unleashing it. Xiaohu Miao followed suit, releasing a torrent of searing flames. Meanwhile, the Xue Shitu hurled a gigantic stone towards the Tong Pai Wu Gong. Boom! The trio of attacks struck the Tong Pai Wu Gong simultaneously, inflicting considerable damage. However, the creature did not perish. Wen Xian glanced at the injured Tong Pai Wu Gong. Tong Pai Wu Gong, type, bug. Metal, gender, male, level, golden 6th tier, qualification, peak strength, golden. Evolution path, In Pai Wu Gong, skills, Tong Pai 7, insect bite 6, hiss 5. Venom spray 5, venom spray. The sight of this skill made Wen Xian tense up instantly. Everyone, be cautious. No sooner had he spoken than the Tong Pai Wu Gong opened its maw, unleashing a glob of green slime aimed directly at Wen Xian. The proximity left him with no opportunity to evade. Just as the green slime was about to strike him, a golden protective shield materialized, deflecting the attack. It was Wen Xian's Beastmaster shield. As long as he possessed spiritual energy and his beasts were alive, he could invoke this skill. This was a vital skill for every Beastmaster. Without it, their risk of danger would increase significantly, as wild magical beasts or hostile Beastmasters would directly target them. Seeing Wen Xian under attack, a bao and the others became enraged. They launched a frenzied assault. Ganan Yang, you vile creature, how dare you attack my master? I will annihilate you. The Xue Shitu shouted furiously while attacking. Despite its usual chatter, it was genuinely fierce when it mattered, faced with their onslaught. The Tong Pai Wu Gong could only endure passively. Ultimately, it succumbed to the combined efforts of the three beasts. Wen Xian looked at the head of the Tong Pai Wu Gong, now utterly disfigured. It was unmistakably dead. He wondered if the magical beast core had survived the ordeal. Upon inspection, he discovered a green magical beast core gleaming under the light of a miner's lamp. Excellent, very satisfying, it was worth my efforts. The Xue Shitu approached and picked up the core, then returned to Wen Xian, offering it to him. Gazing at the magical beast core in his hand, Wen Xian handed it to a bao. Xiaohu Miao's role was that of a mage. Now that it could fly, its battle style would naturally shift to ranged attacks. As for the Xue Shitu, this creature employed cunning tactics, constantly pulling at its opponent while searching for weaknesses, then delivering a lethal blow. A bao was the one who truly needed this magical beast core. A bao had already learned the iron skin skill. If it also grasped the copper skin skill, the combination would render a bao nearly indestructible. Chapter 89. The earth-tilling youth A Bao consumed the magical beast core of the Tong Pai Wu Gong, beginning the refining process. Given that the Tong Pai Wu Gong possessed both bug and metal attributes, Wen Xuan felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, these attributes did not align with A Bao's, thus lowering the probability of skill comprehension. A Bao refined the core quickly, and soon, a flash of white light enveloped it. It had leveled up. Wen Xuan immediately used his divine eye to examine A Bao. Panda baby, type, evil, gender, male, level, silver 7th tier, qualification, peak strength, king, evolution path, panda warrior, skills, bull rush 9, bear paw slap 9, mount tai crush 6, evil roar 4, rending claw 5, stealth 4, iron skin 9, shadow ball 5, mana devour 3, indomitable heart, gluttony 6, copper skin 3. Only a level 3 copper skin? The Tong Pai Wu Gong was a level 7 copper skin. A Bao had yet to reach even half of that. It seemed that the mismatch in attributes had significantly impacted the comprehension process. Nevertheless, a stroke of fortune was that A Bao had still managed to learn this skill. As for the inadequacy of skill level, it could only be honed gradually over time. As the battle progressed, A Bao's proficiency with the copper skin skill would increase, allowing its level to rise accordingly. Alright, it is time for us to depart. With the demise of the Tong Pai Wu Gong, the air was permeated with a foul stench, the scent of its blood. Wen Xuan frowned and addressed the Xueshi Tu, rabbit. Go fetch a knife and help me slice through that creature. The Xueshi Tu appeared surprised. The Tong Pai Wu Gong was far too massive. Cutting it would require considerable effort. What do you mean, If you don't do it, must I? That creature had blocked their path to exit. They had to carve their way through. Fine. Reluctantly, the Xueshi Tu set to work. An hour later, when Xian emerged from the cave. I'm finally alive again. He inhaled deeply, relishing the fresh air outside. A Bao and Xiao Huamiao echoed his sentiments. The Xueshi Tu, however, pouted, looking rather pitiful. It was now coated in the Tong Pai Wu Gong slime, its once pristine fur matted together. All right, don't be upset. There's a small lake over there. Let's go wash up. Wen Xuan led A Bao and the others to a nearby lake. They had lived here before, so they were quite familiar with the area. Upon reaching the lakeside, the Xueshi Tu dove in without a second thought. Splash! It began to swim joyously in the water. Ha ha ha! This feels amazing, simply delightful. The Xueshi Tu not only paddled but also showcased a butterfly stroke right before Wen Xuan. After a while, it called out to them. Why don't you all come in? Wen Xuan shook his head in response. You swim, I'll stay out. In the wild, entering the water together could be perilous. If a wild beast attacked, there would be no escape route. However, for the Xueshi Tu, it was different if danger arose. Wen Xuan could simply retract it into the Beastmaster space. After a while, the Xueshi Tu emerged from the water, thoroughly drenched, with droplets cascading down to the ground. Dry off. Wen Xuan handed it a towel. The Xueshi Tu began to dry itself off, and once it was mostly dry, it approached Xiao Huamiao. Xiao, come, help me dry this. After a while, I'll treat you to some carrots. Upon hearing this, Xiao Huamiao smiled slightly. Although it had no interest in carrots, it still felt compelled to assist. After spending these days together, Wen Xuan and his companions had already formed a familial bond, and they no longer distinguished between one another. Xiao Huamiao opened its mouth and began to blow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Waves of warm air streamed from Xiao Huamiao's mouth, transforming it into a hairdryer, swiftly drying the fur of the mimic rabbit. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, the teachers wore somber expressions. They had just witnessed Wen Xuan being chased into a cave by the copper-shelled centipede, and in their eyes, his fate seemed dire. After watching for a while, they diverted their attention to another student. At that moment, this particular student was cooking. He had set up a large pot filled with water, where numerous vibrant mushrooms floated. Wow, wonderful. Soon, there will be mushroom soup to enjoy. Seeing this student's antics, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched. Especially Li Yan, the director of education, who, upon witnessing this student's performance, felt a surge of anger. Whose student is this? Whose student? Li Yan's piercing gaze swiftly scanned the other teachers. A somewhat balding teacher timidly raised his hand. It's me. He appeared quite embarrassed. Haven't you taught your students anything? Don't you know that colorful mushrooms are inedible? The more vibrant the mushroom, the more toxic it is. Even a 3-year-old knows the saying, red umbrella, white stalk, eat it and lie down. Li Yan's irritation mounted. Look quickly. What is that fellow doing? Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to the electronic screen. At that moment, the slightly overweight student had already consumed the mushroom soup and seemed to be hallucinating, stripping off all his clothes. Observing the scene before them, the male teachers grimaced while the female teachers turned their heads away. What on earth? Subsequently, his actions became even more jaw-dropping. He lay on the ground and started doing push-ups, with his rear end slightly raised. This guy is disgusting, truly repulsive. Why isn't anyone switching off the screen? Upon witnessing the actions of the overweight student, Zhou Zime's expression soured considerably. Compared to Wen Xuan's performance, this individual was nothing but trash. How could he behave so indecently on the ground? Zhou Zime felt uneasy, as the image of the overweight student lingered in her mind. Ugh, unable to hold back, she suddenly vomited. Not only Zhou Zime, but the other female teachers also reacted similarly. Chapter 90. Slaughtering the Willow Tree Demon. The teacher responsible for switching the screens began changing them. Switching screens can be addictive, much like scrolling through videos. Once you start, it's hard to stop. They switched from one screen to another. Previously, watching Wen Xuan's video felt like savoring a delicious meal, but now it was as bland as chewing wax. After a few glances, they found it utterly uninteresting, as these students were enduring such hardships, either being chased by monsters or hiding in dark corners. As the scenes changed, a familiar figure soon appeared before the audience. Quick, switch the camera back. Just as the camera switched to the next scene, when it returned to the familiar face, everyone felt a warmth in their hearts. Ha ha ha, this kid is alive. He is alive. Lian laughed heartily. The other teachers also revealed relieved smiles, all feeling joy for Wen Xuan's escape from peril. However, they were curious how he managed to evade the copper-shelled centipede's pursuit. After all, the copper-shelled centipede was at least a golden-tier monster, while that boy was only at the silver level. Truly astonishing. This boy always brings us surprises. At that moment, Wen Xuan, accompanied by a Bao and others, walked along a small path, holding a map he had purchased from senior students for 10,000 yuan. Although this price seemed exorbitant, it was worth every penny, as the map depicted the entire secret realm and marked the various monster territories. Wen Xuan aimed to venture into the territory of the Willow Tree Demon. The recent battle had revealed to him that his summoned beasts lacked defensive skills, especially the mimic rabbit. He intended to hunt the Willow Tree Demon to acquire the skill, Wood Shield. With his photographic memory, Wen Xuan had already memorized the monster encyclopedia, and the Willow Tree Demon happened to possess the skill, Wood Shield. Following the map's guidance, they arrived at the Willow Tree Demon's domain. Wen Xuan looked up to find a lake before him, bordered by a dense grove of willow trees. As a gentle breeze blew, the willows swayed gracefully, creating a harmonious ambience. However, Wen Xuan knew that the calmer it appeared, the more perilous it was, concealing hidden dangers. Suddenly, a black-haired wild boar emerged from the distant thicket. Clearly thirsty, it was drawn to the lake, intending to drink. Just as it approached the water's edge, whoosh, 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 several piercing sounds rang out. Countless willow branches extended from the treetops, entangling the black-haired wild boar. The boar, unable to evade, was ensnared like a zongzi. It let out a wretched howl akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Suddenly, one of the willow branches straightened, transforming into a spear that lunged toward the boar's body. With a sharp sound, the spear easily pierced through the wild boar. Its howls abruptly ceased. The willow branches did not retract. Instead, they began siphoning the boar's blood like a pump. Wen Xuan watched as the boar's body visibly shrank. What a domineering willow tree demon. Wen Xuan had not anticipated that these willows would hunt, specifically preying on the monsters that came to drink from the lake. Using the system SI, Wen Xuan examined the willows. He discovered that their strengths were relatively similar, with the largest willow being the strongest. Its trunk was so broad that it would require 2 people to embrace it. Willow Tree Demon. Attribute, Plant. Gender, None. Level, Golden Tier 1. Qualification, Peak Strength, Golden. Evolution Route, None. Learned Skills, Vine Whip 6, Tree Spear 5, Drain 5, Vine Entanglement 4, Witch Shield 5. Xiaohu Miao. Wen Xuan called out, and Xiaohu Miao, who had been playing with a Bao, immediately ran over upon hearing him. Xiaohu Miao, do you see that willow tree? Use Flame Roar to attack it. Mimic Rabbit. You too, employ your Carrot Bomb. A Bao, utilize your Shadow Ball. The Mimic Rabbit and others commenced their assault. A Bao opened its mouth, gathering a sphere of black energy, which it then shot towards a willow tree. The Willow Tree Demon sensed danger and immediately extended numerous vines, forming a massive shield in midair. This was indeed the Willow Tree Demoness, Wood Shield skill. Bang! A Bao's Shadow Ball struck the wood shield, resulting in a tremendous explosion. As the smoke cleared, the wood shield remained utterly unscathed. Truly an impressive skill. The Shueshi Tu and Xiaohu Miao launched their attacks. Boom! The flames roared, and the Carrot Bomb struck simultaneously. Both the Flame Roar and the Carrot Bomb were fire attribute skills, effectively countering the wooden shield. Upon impact, the wooden shield shattered instantaneously. With the protection of the wooden shield gone, the Lu Shu Yao was akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, swiftly dispatched. That was the first one taken care of. Wen Xuan glanced at the remaining Lu Shu Yao, contemplating a massacre. Since the Lu Shu Yao were rooted in the ground, They were unable to move and could only passively endure the assaults. One after another, the Lu Shu Yao fell at Wen Xuan's hands. Ultimately, he eliminated the entire group of Lu Shu Yao. The spectacle of Wen Xuan's battle unfolded before the watchful eyes of the teachers. This young man is remarkably composed. Li Yan noted the unwavering steadiness of Wen Xuan's combat style. He adhered strictly to ranged attacks, never engaging in close combat, and consistently exploited his opponent's weaknesses. The Lu Shu Yao's vulnerability lay in their immobility and limited attack range. Fearing potential counterattacks, Wen Xuan retreated immediately after each assault from a Bao and the others. The final Lu Shu Yao, the most formidable one, also met its demise at Wen Xuan's hands through cunning tactics. The poor Lu Shu Yao had intended to feign weakness, biding its time to unleash a surprise attack with its vines as the opponents drew near, but Wen Xuan denied it any opportunity. Once all the Lu Shu Yao were vanquished, the Xueshi too, brandishing a dagger, eagerly hopped over to collect the monster crystals. Initially ecstatic, as these crystals were designated for its use, it soon spiraled into despair as each Lu Shu Yao's branches were severed. No, not this one either. What is going on? Is it because I didn't wash my hands after using the restroom today that I'm so unlucky? As it pondered, the Xueshi too arrived at the largest Lu Shu Yao. In Chapter 91, Special Recruitment, the Xueshi too began to excavate with its dagger and at last unearthed a crystal of vivid green. Ha! I told you, I'm not that unlucky. Grasping the green crystal in its hands, the Xueshi too chuckled foolishly. Enough laughing. Hurry up and consume it. All right. Nodding, the Xueshi too opened its mouth and stuffed the monster crystal inside. Crunch. Crunch. The Xueshi too bit down on the crystal as if it were hard candy, swiftly shattering it before swallowing it whole. Observing this, Wen Xuan couldn't help but twitch his lips. He had not anticipated the Xueshi too's formidable dentition. After consuming the monster crystal, the Xueshi too began the process of refining it. As the Lu Shu Yao's monster crystal possessed plant attributes, it was perfectly suited for the Xueshi too, allowing it to reap maximum benefits. With the skill of gluttony, the Xueshi too refined the crystal at an astonishing pace, soon digesting it entirely. Rising from the ground, it strutted over to Wen Xuan with an air of pride. The Xueshi too feigned mystery, saying, Wen Xuan, guess what skill I have acquired? Hearing this, Wen Xuan activated his divine eye to observe the Xueshi Tuesday Xueshi too. Attributes, plant rock. Gender, male. Level, silver level 7. Qualification, peak strength, extraordinary monarch. Evolution route, rogue rabbit. Acquired skills, flying fast legs 9, mimicry 9, digging 7, gunpowder technique 8, vine whip 8, magical source 5, gluttony 6, flying stones 5. Phantom steps 2, wooden shield 4. It's the wooden shield. Wen Xuan proclaimed the skill the Xueshi too had learned. Humph. The Xueshi too waved its hand dismissively, remarking how uninteresting it was to be around someone like him. It had initially hoped Wen Xuan would take a moment to guess, only for him to reveal it outright. It was akin to discovering a particularly challenging riddle, eager to share it with a friend, only for them to instantly divulge the answer upon hearing the question. Enough chit-chat. It's getting late. We should find a place to rest. Wen Xuan and the others sought refuge in a cave. Time passed swiftly, and soon the final day arrived. Wen Xuan led a Bao and the others toward the entrance of the secret realm. After a month of training, a Bao and the others had grown stronger, and so had the other students. Upon reaching the entrance, Wen Xuan discovered that others had already gathered there. Many of the girls were reunited with their former friends, tears welling up in their eyes as they embraced and began to weep. Their sobs triggered a butterfly effect, causing those around them to weep as well. This past month had been exceedingly arduous for them. For those who had grown up in a sheltered environment, this secret realm felt like a purgatory. Fortunately, they had endured the trials of the secret realm and survived through their own abilities. Wen Xuan cast a glance at them, then stepped out of the secret realm. As he emerged, he was met by Feng Xiang and a group of mentors. Their excitement was palpable upon seeing Wen Xuan, especially Feng Xiang, who swiftly approached Wen Xuan and delivered a playful punch to his chest. Young man, well done. You've truly brought me honor this time. By the way, come with me for a moment. Wen Xuan, though puzzled, followed Feng Xiang toward the teachers. Li Yan, spotting Wen Xuan, spoke up. Congratulations, Wen Xuan. You have won the outdoor survival competition with the top score. To reward you, our school intends to grant you a special recruitment spot. Special recruitment? Yes, special recruitment. Allow me to explain. Li Yan began to elaborate. After listening, Wen Xuan grasped the concept. The special recruitment they referred to was akin to the early admission in his past life, specifically for those advancing to the second year. Those who excelled academically in the past could bypass the third year and proceed directly to university, saving an entire year. Do not underestimate that year. It could allow for significant accomplishments and transformations. Young man, prepare well. Someone will come to collect you in a week. Remember, securing this special recruitment spot does not guarantee your admission to university. Once there, you will still need to undergo assessments. The mentors from 3 universities will be present, evaluating your performance to determine your eligibility for admission. Understood. All right, you've worked hard for a month. Go home and rest well. On the journey back, Wen Xuan gazed out at the scenery, reflecting on Li Yan's words. This special recruitment would involve 3 universities. D. Yushu University, Mo. Yushu University, and Jiang Nan Yushu University. These institutions were the finest in all of Huaguo. Students from top provinces would also be in attendance. Wen Xuan had believed his silver level 7 strength to be formidable, only for Li Yan's words to douse his confidence. In previous years, there had been students of golden level among those participating in special recruitment. Golden, that is a remarkable feat. Each stage of becoming a beast master is a formidable barrier, and transcending levels in combat is virtually impossible. Well, I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. The vehicle arrived at the school just then, and when Xuan made his way toward the training ground, he intended to rest in the lounge for a good sleep. In the following week, Wen Xuan dedicated himself solely to training, aiming to approach the upcoming competition with the utmost vigor. 1 week later, just as Wen Xuan finished his run and was heading to the cafeteria for breakfast, a figure appeared. She was a woman clad in green military attire, her short hair lending her an air of spirited elegance. "You must be Wen Xuan," she stated. "Indeed, I am," he replied. "Greetings, I am Wen. I have been sent to escort you to the assessment." "Assessment?" "Precisely, the assessment." "Very well, allow me a moment to prepare, and then we shall depart." Upon hearing this, Wen Xuan promptly responded, "There's no need. I have little to take with me. Let us proceed directly." Wen's mouth fell slightly open. She had intended to say something, but quickly abandoned the thought. Indeed, as Wen Xuan had said, there was little to bring, for the staff had already prepared everything for them. Wen Xuan followed Wen to the training ground, where an armed helicopter awaited. "Let us go," Wen said, climbing into the helicopter ahead of him and extending her hand toward Wen Xuan. He took her hand without hesitation, and with a swift motion, she pulled him into the cabin of the helicopter. Chapter 92, The Ice Silkworm Silk Garment. Wen then forcefully shut the door. The armed helicopter took off, carrying Wen Xuan and the others toward the examination site. "Hello." Upon boarding the helicopter, Wen Xuan was pleasantly surprised to see an old acquaintance. The man greeted him with a smile. Recognizing the familiar face, Wen Xuan exclaimed, "Myqn. Hey, Wen Xuan. Who would have thought we would meet again so soon? And I'm glad you still remember me. How wonderful. I am pleased to consider you a friend. Do you know each other?" "Indeed, we are acquainted." As they settled into the helicopter, boredom set in among the passengers, prompting Wen to engage in casual conversation with Wen Xuan and Myqn. Time passed swiftly in their chatter, and before they knew it, the helicopter arrived at their destination. "All right, ahead is the assembly point. You may go on. I will not accompany you further." Wen waved goodbye, hurrying off to collect other students. Wen Xuan and Myqn exchanged glances and made their way toward the assembly point. Their arrival drew the attention of many, who cast unfriendly gazes in their direction, as all were competitors. Not long into their walk, a man in green military attire approached them. "You must be the newly arrived participants. Come, collect your uniforms and fill out your identification information for registration." Under the guidance of the staff member, Wen Xuan and Myqn received a set of uniforms. Wen Xuan frowned at the attire in his hands, finding it utterly unappealing. "This resembles the school uniforms of my previous life, something even a dog would refuse to wear. I wonder if the designer's mind was struck by cannon fire to create such an abominable piece." Myqn seemed to sense Wen Xuan's disdain. "Do not underestimate this garment. It is woven from the silk of the ice silkworm, impervious to water and fire, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer. It is a genuine treasure." Intrigued, Wen Xuan asked, "How do you know this?" "Ah, I have a remarkable brother," Myqn replied, a hint of pride in his voice. "He participated in this competition last year and passed effortlessly. With his presence, I have always felt overshadowed in my family. Such immense pressure." Though he spoke of pressure, his expression belied his true feelings. It appeared that his brother's success brought a certain comfort to his life. In his family, as long as his brother excelled, Myqn merely needed to exist. Wen Xuan and Myqn proceeded toward the changing room. Suddenly, Myqn burst into laughter. "What is amusing you?" "Oh, nothing, just a little thought," he replied, giggling. Wen Xuan found himself at a loss for words. Myqn displayed a whimsical nature, unpredictable in his emotions. Upon entering the changing room, Wen Xuan finally understood the source of Myqn's mirth. This was no changing room, but rather a spacious area reminiscent of a northern bathing house, where everyone was in a state of undress. After a few minutes, Wen Xuan and Myqn emerged from the changing room. Myqn, who had previously exuded confidence, now appeared deflated, akin to a wilted flower. He muttered in disbelief, "How could it be so large?" gesturing animatedly as if in shock over what he had just witnessed. Wen Xuan chose to ignore Myqn's antics, adjusting to the fit of his sports uniform. He instinctively performed a high kick, effortlessly raising his leg above his head, executing a perfect split. Not bad. Although the design is unappealing, the comfort is quite satisfactory, he mused, pleased with the overall fit. After both had changed, they arrived at the assembly point, where they found themselves waiting, as the other students had yet to arrive. Fortunately, provisions for food and accommodations were already made available. After a brief wait, they decided to grab a bite to eat. Others around them were gathering intelligence, assessing potential competitors, whereas Wen Xuan and Myqn remained unconcerned, confident in their abilities regardless of the strength of their rivals. In the dining hall, Wen Xuan ate leisurely. Myqn approached with a tray, lamenting, "Ah, the long journey has sapped my appetite. I'll just have a little today." Wen Xuan glanced at Myqn's tray and was astonished. It was indeed a staggering amount. 8 buns, 5 chicken legs, a mountain of rice, a bowl of lotus root stew with ribs, and stir-fried cauliflower with braised pork. If this paltry amount was due to a lack of appetite, one could only wonder at his true capacity for food. Wen Xuan had thought Wen Bin was a glutton, but compared to Myqn, Wen Bin was merely a novice. This fellow was the legendary king of gluttons. "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" "Nothing at all," Wen Xuan replied, returning to his meal. Myqn's substantial portion soon caught the attention of others. "Look over there. That guy has ordered an absurd amount. Even if it were free, that's excessive. Is this the proverbial country bumpkin entering the city? Truly uncultured." Laughter erupted from one individual. Suddenly, a massive fist struck the mocker squarely in the face, sending him flying. The swift response left him no chance to activate his Beastmaster shield, and he found himself sprawled on the ground. "So what if I'm from the countryside? Have I eaten your rice?" A robust man retorted angrily, his tray laden with even more food than Myqn's. Chapter 93, The Hybrid Competitor. Unlike Mychun, who is rather rotund, this individual is a fitness enthusiast with an intimidating physique. A person of his stature requires an ample amount of sustenance to sustain their vigorous activity. When he was knocked down, instead of evoking sympathy, onlookers displayed disdain. Those who have made it here are generally quite capable. To survive in this environment, one must adopt a more subdued demeanor. In this era, those who are ostentatious attract undue attention. Even extraordinary abilities cannot withstand the onslaught of many adversaries and may lead to one's downfall. After being toppled, he rose with a look of grievance, casting a venomous glare at the burly man before turning to leave. That serpent-like gaze did not escape Wen Xuan's notice. He understood that this fellow would not let the matter rest. However, this was of no concern to him, as long as he was not provoked. Wen Xuan turned his attention to Mychun, who was devouring food with the fervor of a starving ghost. "Did the earlier incident not bother you? What is there to be concerned about? It is merely a mad dog barking. Should I retaliate against a dog that barks at me? That fellow is likely a pampered second-generation heir, spoiled by his family. His presence here is probably due to familial connections. Otherwise, with his capabilities, he would not have made it." Mychun shook his head and remarked, "Rest assured, such fools are unlikely to pass the assessment." After their meal, Wen Xuan and Mychun exited the cafeteria. Upon stepping outside, they spotted a haughty woman adorned in finery striding towards them. With her head held high and a look of superiority, she regarded those around her as if they were mere ants. Another fool. Upon seeing her, Mychun could not help but scoff. "Wen Xuan, let us depart quickly. I fear I may catch their foolishness if I remain here any longer." "Very well." Following the map provided by the staff, Wen Xuan and Mychun made their way to the dormitory. Since they were only staying for a day, their accommodation was a 4-person room. The choice of bed was left to the students, as long as the space was not fully occupied. They ascended to the 6th floor and arrived at room 666. According to Mychun, he favored this number, as it symbolizes smooth sailing. Upon entering, they discovered that the room was already occupied. The occupant glanced at Wen Xuan and Mychun, then resumed his meal of Xiaohuanxiong snacks with an air of tranquility. Mychun immediately lay down on the bed closest to the door. "Ah, this feels delightful." Indeed, resting after a meal is one of the greatest pleasures in life. Wen Xuan, observing this, could not help but raise an eyebrow. Is this what one calls happiness? He chose the bed by the window, only to find it already claimed by the other occupant, leaving him with the right side. When the man noticed Wen Xuan, He reached for a packet of Xiaohuan snacks and offered it to him. Would you like some? As soon as Wen Xuan sat down, the man offered him a packet. Surprised, Wen Xuan politely accepted. Thank you. No need for thanks. The man continued to munch on the snacks, producing a satisfying crunch with each bite. Wen Xuan could not restrain himself from commenting. You seem to have a particular fondness for Xiaohuan snacks. Indeed. The man nodded, flashing a sweet smile. Xiaohuan snacks are the most delectable food in the world. Oh, then perhaps I should return this packet to you. Wen Xuan realized that this individual harbored a deep obsession with the snacks. No need, I have plenty more. As he spoke, he lifted the blanket. Peering beneath, Wen Xuan was astonished to see an entire bed covered with Xiaohuan snacks, original, spicy, barbecue, and braised flavors. This individual had amassed every variety available. By the way, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wen Xuan. Wen Xuan extended his right hand towards the man. Jin Ling, but you may call me Ling, as Jin Ling is a feminine name. Ling? Yes. Ling, it is a pleasure to meet you. Likewise. Wen Xuan reclined, choosing not to engage in further conversation, and the room fell into a comfortable silence. They were resting here, as the assessments would commence the following day, necessitating a day of recuperation. Wen Xuan was somewhat taken aback by Ma Yichun's demeanor. He had prepared himself for the sound of snoring, as most individuals of larger stature tend to snore. To his surprise, Ma Yichun remained silent, earning Wen Xuan's newfound respect. Time swiftly passed to the following day. Upon waking, Wen Xuan and the others noted that apart from the three of them, no one else had occupied the dormitory. Let us go for breakfast before gathering, Ma Yichun suggested. Ling shook his head. You all go. I shall skip it. You're not going? Ling nodded. What will you have for breakfast then? This. Ling produced a packet of Xiaohuan snacks from his backpack, tore it open, and began eating in front of Wen Xuan and Ma Yichun, who were left speechless. With no other option, the two headed to the cafeteria alone. Upon arrival, Wen Xuan selected a bun, a bowl of soy milk, and a youtiao. Ma Yichun, however, took 5 buns, a bowl of soy milk, 2 bowls of tofu pudding, and 3 youtiao. Wen Xuan could not help but inquire, Yichun, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell with such a modest meal today? Sigh. It's just that there's an exam later, so I'm eating less. As they began their meal, a blissful smile spread across Ma Yichun's face. Ah, this tofu pudding is delightful, especially when enjoyed with both sweet and savory flavors. It's the best combination. Hearing this, Wen Xuan was puzzled. He had heard of preferences for sweet or savory tofu pudding, but never had he encountered someone who favored both. After breakfast, they made their way to the gathering point, where the atmosphere was lively with participants arriving in droves. In a corner, Wen Xuan spotted Ling, sitting alone. Wen Xuan and Ma Yichun approached him. Ma Yichun remarked, Ling, you are always by yourself. Don't you feel lonely? Not at all. Ling replied with a smile. For I am a vernier caliper. As he said this, his eyes curved into crescent moons. Chapter 94, The Porcupine. A vernier caliper? What does that mean? Ma Yichun was left bewildered by Ling's statement. However, Wen Xuan interjected, because a vernier caliper never estimates, is lonely. Upon hearing this, Ma Yichun shivered involuntarily. What a chilling joke. Before long, it was 8 o'clock, the designated time for the competition to commence. For some, this hour felt particularly early. A mentor on stage finished speaking and instructed Wen Xuan and the others to follow him, starting to run. Wait. A loud voice called from afar, drawing everyone's attention. Wen Xuan recognized the voice of the haughty woman, now disheveled and clad in pajamas, appearing quite disheveled. She attempted to keep pace with Wen Xuan and the others, but was halted by the staff. I'm sorry, but you have missed the time and lost your eligibility to compete. Upon hearing the words, the woman collapsed onto the ground, bursting into a fit of inconsolable tears. Behind her, several others arrived, sharing her fate of disqualification due to tardiness. Wen Xuan and his companions began to follow their mentor in a hurried sprint. The mentor's pace seemed unhurried, yet he maintained a steady rhythm, prompting them to closely trail behind him. They soon found themselves at the edge of a dense jungle. Observing the thicket ahead, Ma Yichun's expression turned grave as he summoned his black ink dog. Addressing Wen Xuan, he proclaimed, the first trial has arrived. According to my brother, this jungle is home to many formidable beasts. Our initial task is to eliminate the obstacles posed by these creatures, whether by slaying the beasts or evading their claws. As long as we safely dodge their attacks and keep pace with our mentor, we shall deem it a victory. Upon hearing this, Wen Xuan summoned his learning rabbit, the fastest among them. As the contest progressed, some began to lag behind. A few faltered due to exhaustion, others twisted their ankles, and some were attacked by the jungle's beasts. Yet, the mentor seemed unaffected, continuing his relentless pace like a merciless running machine. Time flew by, and soon an hour had passed. The group was drenched in sweat, their clothes thoroughly soaked. At that moment, Wen Xuan finally understood the purpose of the athletic attire they had been issued. It became clear that those who had initially complained about the unattractive uniforms and opted for their own clothing had all been eliminated, not for breaking any rules, but because their attire hindered their mobility. I can't go on. One man gasped, barely maintaining his position at the rear. As he eyed the mentor ahead, he gritted his teeth, seemingly making a significant decision. Come forth, Wind Chaser. He summoned a brown steed and mounted it, ready to race. Whoosh. Just as he mounted, a bullet whizzed past, striking him in the back. Zzz. The bullet lodged itself against his back, emitting a powerful electric shock. Thud. He was jolted and subsequently fell from his horse. The others glanced back at the noise but continued their sprint. At this moment, a voice emanated from the mentor. I have told you all before, beasts can be used in battle, but they cannot be ridden. Hearing this, many swallowed hard, a look of relief flashing across their faces, as they had entertained the same thought but refrained from acting on it. Fortunately, the unfortunate fellow had been the first to test the waters. The race continued. Another hour passed, and the number of participants visibly dwindled. Wen Xuan appeared relaxed, his sweat minimal. Observing this, Ma Yichun couldn't help but think, what a beast. After running for so long, he shows no signs of fatigue. At that moment, Ling caught up from behind, munching on a bag of Xiaohuan crispy noodles as he ran. What are you doing? Wen Xuan inquired. I was hungry, so I grabbed a bag of crispy noodles to snack on. Ma Yichun's mental state began to fray. On his left was one beast, and on his right, another. How can you still have the energy to eat crispy noodles? Ling approached Wen Xuan, offering him a pack. Sure, Wen Xuan replied without hesitation, taking the bag, tearing it open, and beginning to eat. The sight of Wen Xuan and Ling attracted the attention of others, who internally lamented. Crazy, absolute lunatics. Are you two here to stir up trouble? After running for so long, you're not tired? Aren't you thirsty? Their lips were chapped, and their mouths felt like they were on fire. They were suffering immensely, as if their throats were filled with shards of glass, unable to bear it any longer. So miserable. If only Wen Xuan and Ling had been consuming plums, it would have made sense, as the sourness could stimulate saliva production. But Xiaohuan crispy noodles only left them thirstier. Wen Xuan and Ma Yichun were in dire straits, their faces flushed and breathing heavily. I can't go on. I feel like I'm about to die. Ma Yichun realized the difficulty of this trial had escalated, far more terrifying than the one his older brother faced. Yichun, hold on. We're almost at the finish line. After running through the jungle for so long, a glimmer of light appeared before them. Victory was within reach. If they could just run a little further, they would pass this trial. Suddenly, as they felt the finish line was near, a flurry of arrows shot toward them. The exhausted group lacked the strength to activate their beast-tamer shields and could only rely on their agility to dodge. Rabbit, Wen Xuan called to his sidekick. The learning rabbit used the wooden shield. The learning rabbit immediately conjured a shield woven from vines, deflecting the oncoming arrows. Ma Yichun spotted their attackers. It was the spiked porcupine. Damn it, they're blocking our path. To pass this trial, we must defeat this horde of spiked porcupines. A massive spiked porcupine emerged from the group. It was the spiked porcupine king. Its size dwarfed that of ordinary spiked porcupines, boasting a pair of tusks resembling ivory, characteristic of the king. Upon sighting the spiked porcupine king, all present gasped, hastily retreating into the surrounding foliage. The spiked porcupine king was a golden-tier magical beast, while they were merely silver-tier beast tamers, utterly powerless against it, especially in their current fatigued state. Wen Xuan, Ma Yichun, and Ling also sought refuge in the trees. In their hearts, they all harbored a singular wish, that someone would be unfortunate enough to attract the spiked porcupine king's attention. This way, they could take advantage of the chaos and evade the king's wrath. Observing the panic-stricken crowd, the spiked porcupine king swiftly scanned the area, soon locking onto a target and charging toward them. What is happening? Ma Yichun exclaimed as he realized the spiked porcupine king was barreling toward their direction. Why us? He shouted. Wen Xuan paid him no mind, swiftly formulating a solution. Learning rabbit, use your vine whip to ascend the tree and bring me with you. The learning rabbit immediately obeyed, scaling a large tree. Once atop, it used its vine whip to pull Wen Xuan up, safely perched in the branches. They evaded the spiked porcupine king's assault. Help! Help! Ma Yichun cried out, realizing the king's target was him. Wen Xuan quickly deduced that Ma Yichun, being rotund, must seem like a delectable morsel to the spiked porcupine king. That fellow is nothing but a walking piece of meat. Soon, the sounds of Ma Yichun diminished, indicating that he had successfully lured away the formidable spiny porcupine king. Observing Ma Yichun's retreating silhouette, Wen Xuan pondered whether he should offer assistance. Just then, a figure emerged, Ling, who was holding a packet of small raccoon snacks. Let us depart. Do not worry. That fellow Ma Yichun is not as simple as he appears, she reassured him. Upon hearing this, Wen Xuan nodded. Ma Yichun hailed from a respectable lineage. His brother had passed the trials the previous year, and Wen Xuan found it hard to believe that his family had not equipped him with secret weapons. Wen Xuan descended from the tree, and together with Ling, they ventured toward the outskirts of the forest. As they emerged from the thicket, Wen Xuan spotted their mentor seated not far away on a clearing, beneath a large sunshade, leisurely sipping coffee. It was hard to believe that this man had just traversed such a considerable distance. Wen Xuan and Ling approached him. The mentor regarded them, glanced at his watch, and then smiled. Congratulations on passing. Now follow me. Wait. A voice called from behind. Wen Xuan turned to see Ma Yichun, accompanied by a burly man, the same one who had intervened in the cafeteria. Both of them bore signs of battle, their clothes stained with blood, suggesting that they had faced the spiny porcupine king together. The mentor cast a scrutinizing glance at the two, his brow furrowing as he checked his watch again. After noting the time, he made a decisive statement. Congratulations, you have passed the assessment. Come here, both of you. With that, the mentor strode ahead, and Wen Xuan and the others followed closely behind. Unbeknownst to them, the mentor discreetly adjusted the time on his watch, setting it back by a minute. He led the group to a camp where 3 individuals awaited them. One was a kindly old man, another was a robust figure with flaming red hair, and the last was a woman with blue hair, whose demeanor exuded coldness. Is it just these for this year? The benevolent old man inquired. Indeed, just 4, came the reply. The old man nodded, then turned to Wen Xuan and the others, stating, Congratulations to you 4 for passing the assessment. In this trial, you have demonstrated your endurance, intelligence, and strength. He approached Wen Xuan and Ling, asking, Would you two be interested in joining my school? Wen Xuan glanced at the badge on the old man's chest, which read Tang Jia, recruitment mentor of Du University. Du, you say? Wen Xuan contemplated briefly before responding, What benefits come with joining your institution? Benefits? Tang Jia was taken aback, not expecting Wen Xuan to negotiate. Is the name Du not enticing enough for you? Wen Xuan smiled and replied, Then it seems there are no benefits. Considering this, he glanced at the other 2 mentors. The red-haired mentor appeared particularly eager, having witnessed the recent battle. Kid, why not join our university? I will personally gift you a diamond-level monster core. You may choose any attribute you desire. Hearing this, Wen Xuan felt tempted. The red-haired mentor was from Du University, which was not inferior to Du, perhaps fearing that Wen Xuan would be swayed. Tang Jia promptly interjected, Kid, I will offer you 2 diamond-level monster cores. Do not push your luck. Upon hearing Tang Jia's words, Wen Xuan smiled slightly and bowed. Student Wen Xuan, greetings, teacher. Tang Jia nodded in satisfaction. In his heart, Wen Xuan mused that while many claimed Du University was on par with Du, in the minds of most, Nanbo one would always be synonymous with Du University. He chose to join Du for 2 reasons, the old man's generous offer and the realization of the latter's formidable strength. As Wen Xuan discerned through his divine eye that he was a first-tier master. A first-tier master, such prowess would command respect wherever one went. They could shake the very foundations of a city with a mere stomp. Wen Xuan decided to enroll in Du University. Now it was Ling's turn. Tang Jia turned to her, offering, I will also provide you with 2 diamond-level monster cores. Join Du University. No, thank you, Ling shook her head. I have already set my sights on another school. She then approached the female mentor, who seemed to recognize her and nodded in greeting. Next came Ma Yichun and the burly man. Come with me. The red-haired mentor beckoned, and the burly man, elated, hurried to his side. Thrilled by the prospect of joining Du beast-taming University, Ma Yichun, however, was left behind. His performance during the assessment had been rather unimpressive, leading to the mentor's dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, they could not disregard him, having passed the assessment. Choose from the 3 of our schools, Tang Jia suddenly suggested, his tone filled with resignation. Ma Yichun's face lit up with joy. I choose her, he declared, surprising everyone by selecting the blue-haired woman. Tang Jia and the red-haired mentor were taken aback. Having assumed Ma Yichun would join Wen Xuan at Du Wen Xuan, I apologize, Ma Yichun said. I previously mentioned my desire to attend Jiangnan beast-taming University, as I must ensure the continuation of my lineage. Wen Xuan nodded, showing no signs of reproach. He recalled their first meeting when Ma Yichun had expressed his ambition to join Jiangnan for the abundance of beautiful women. With all the successful candidates chosen, Tang Jia urged, let us depart. He swiftly performed a hand gesture, and a magical array materialized. A resounding dragon's roar echoed as a colossal green-scaled dragon appeared before them, its magnificent scales shimmering in the sunlight. The sight of the dragon left everyone in awe, particularly the burly man, who envied Wen Xuan for being accepted into Du University. Let us go, Tang Jia said with a smile as he leaped onto the dragon's back, extending his hand toward Wen Xuan. Wen Xuan placed his hand in Tang Jia's, who hoisted him onto the dragon's back. Green-scaled dragon, we take our leave. With a command from Tang Jia, the dragon's mighty wings began to flap, creating gusts of wind as they ascended to the height of 1,000 meters. How do you find it, kid? Quite a sight, isn't it? Tang Jie remarked, assuming Wen Xuan was captivated by the altitude. Yes, it is rather impressive, Wen Xuan nodded. Standing on the back of the LLNL-ing indeed offers a sensation distinct from that of flying in an aircraft. Perched atop the LLNL-ing, one's perspective broadens significantly, allowing for a more expansive view. Wen Xuan utilized the eye of God to gaze at the LLNL-ing. LLNL-ing. Attributes: Plant Dragon. Gender: Male. Level: Master Level 1. Qualification: Peak Strength, Master. Evolution Route: None. Skills acquired: Venom Spray 7, Dragon Charge 8, Dragon's Fury 7, Thornbind 7. Impressive. Indeed, it is formidable. Wen Xuan could feel the oppressive aura emanating from the LLNL-ing. Had it not been for Tang's intervention to help suppress its dragon might, Wen Xuan would have been crushed by the overwhelming presence of the creature. Tang escorted Wen Xuan into the imperial capital Beastmaster University. The LLNL-ing landed in front of a building. Tang withdrew the LLNL-ing and turned to Wen Xuan, saying, "Follow me. I shall take you to my treasure vault." Under Tang's guidance, Wen Xuan entered the building. He followed Tang down to the basement, where Tang used his fingerprint to unlock the door. "Let us go," he said, leading the way with Wen Xuan closely behind. Upon entering the basement, Wen Xuan was astonished by the sight before him. The array of items was truly dazzling. He realized that the treasures here far surpassed those of his school's vault. Yet, upon reflection, he quickly understood. After all, that was merely a high school, with mentors who, at most, reached the diamond level, primarily at the principal tier. Now, the individual before him was a genuine master-level beastmaster. "The magic beast crystal cores are over there. You may select 2 at your leisure." Wen Xuan nodded in response and began to examine the area containing the magic beast crystal cores. Possessing the Eye of God allowed him to swiftly assess the skills embedded within the cores. Eventually, after thorough examination, he made his decision, selecting 2 cores, 1 red and 1 green. Noticing the 2 cores in Wen Xuan's hand, Tang nodded approvingly. "Not bad, kid. Your discerning eye has indeed chosen the finest 2 magic beast crystal cores from my collection." Wen Xuan was momentarily taken aback. But as he turned to look at the pile of cores, realization dawned upon him. "All right, since you have made your selection, let us proceed to the registration." Tang led the way, a blissful smile adorning his face. The competition at the Imperial Capital Beastmaster University was exceedingly fierce. Last year, Tang had enrolled a special student, yet that individual was expelled within a month. This incident had dealt a significant blow to Tang's reputation, as he had been the guide for that student. However, this time, Tang brimmed with confidence. Wen Xuan was exceptionally talented, having achieved the remarkable rank of Silver Level 7 at such a young age. Furthermore, his physical condition was extraordinary. Who else could run for over an hour and still possess the energy to enjoy a meal? The mere thought of this made Tang's lips twitch in disbelief. For a fleeting moment, he perceived Wen Xuan as a veritable anomaly. In this assessment, Tang had manipulated the parameters. What was originally a journey of an hour and a half was deliberately extended to 2 hours. The spiky porcupine king that obstructed their path was also orchestrated by Tang, intended to test Wen Xuan's adaptability. In that instant, Wen Xuan summoned the Echo Rabbit and employed a wooden shield, a move that greatly pleased Tang. The earlier delivery of the magic beast crystal cores also served as a test for Wen Xuan, who successfully selected the 2 highest-ranking cores from an extensive array. Tang brought Wen Xuan to the registration area. The instructor at the registration desk was a woman in her 30s, her face perpetually adorned with a warm smile. "Mr. Tang, have you brought your student for registration?" "Yes," Tang replied with a nod. The registration instructor was quite chatty. Engaging Wen Xuan while inputting his details, "Mr. Tang, I can see you are particularly cheerful today. It appears your new student has truly impressed you." Indeed. Just as the instructor was registering Wen Xuan, 2 individuals approached from behind. The leader, with a hawkish nose and a pair of sinister eyes, quickly scanned Wen Xuan, making him feel as though he were being eyed by a venomous serpent, chills running down his spine. "Well, if it isn't Mr. Tang." The instructor smirked mockingly upon seeing Tang. "Yngking." Tang's expression soured instantly, transforming from clear skies to a stormy disposition. Yngking was his bitter rival. Last year, one of his students had lost their beast at the hands of Yngking's student, resulting in the unfortunate expulsion of that student. The animosity between Tang and Yngking was palpable, akin to a natural enmity that ignited with their mere presence. "What is the matter? Are you itching for a fight?" Wen Xuan remarked, casting a glance at Wen Xuan. Is this the special student you have recruited this year? Wen Xuan scrutinized Wen Xuan. Not bad. However, you ought to ensure his protection, ideally, 24 hours a day. Otherwise, should things unfold as they did last year, I cannot be held responsible. Wen Xuan relished any opportunity to provoke Tianji. Tianji began to retort, only to find Wen Xuan stepping up to the registration instructor, presenting his documents along with a rose. Ms. Xingyan, could you kindly register my student first? Consider this flower a token of my gratitude. Ms. Xingyan's face turned awkward. I'm sorry, Mr. Yang, but we must adhere to the principle of first come, first served. Mr. Tiang arrived first, so I must assist him with the registration first. Upon hearing this, Wen Xuan's expression shifted dramatically, a palpable malice surfacing briefly before he masked it with a facade of congeniality. Ms. Xingyan swallowed hard, a bead of cold sweat trickling down her forehead as her back felt drenched. Ms. Xingyan was weaker than Wen Xuan, merely a diamond level 6 beast master, while Wen Xuan was a master level 1. In a confrontation, Ms. Xingyan would be at a distinct disadvantage. All she could do was hasten her actions to complete Wen Xuan's registration. Soon, she handed Wen Xuan a student card and informed him, "You may collect your uniform from the student office." "All right," Wen Xuan replied as he and Tianji departed. En route to the student office, Tianji suddenly sighed. He then turned to Wen Xuan and cautioned, "Wen Xuan, be vigilant. Wen Xuan is quite treacherous. My student from last year fell victim to his schemes. He is a master of poison, and his students typically possess beasts that are predominantly of the poison attribute, coupled with his mastery of poison techniques. His poison-type beasts are exceedingly powerful." Poison techniques? Wen Xuan recalled a conversation with his grandfather regarding this topic. In this world, there existed countless techniques, including those of fire, water, and poison attributes. While these techniques seemingly enhance the combat prowess of beasts, they also impose limitations. The contracted beasts must align with the practitioner's cultivated technique. To cultivate poison techniques necessitates contracting poison-type beasts. Such a singular focus on one attribute could prove perilous when faced with an adversary capable of countering it. Grandfather had previously advised Wen Xuan to never change his cultivation technique, for the Lysh is the finest martial art in the world. Had Wen Xuan not possessed the Eye of the Gods, he might have thought his grandfather was merely boasting. However, endowed with the eye, he perceived that the Lysh was indeed a tome of dark golden hue, confirming its status as the pinnacle of martial arts. The Ly shall one day leap over the dragon gate. Once, there was a fellow who consumed a Ly fruit, transcending the dragon gate and transforming into a true dragon. Tianji escorted Wen Xuan to the student affairs office to collect 2 sets of uniforms. Wen Xuan, I will not accompany you to the dormitory. You may go alone. Just follow this path until the end, and you will see it. Oh, and do not forget your room number, which is 444. Upon hearing this number, Wen Xuan's expression soured slightly, as most people tend to avoid it. Yet, he had not only encountered it, but had come across it 3 times. At least it was better than 404. Clutching his clothes, Wen Xuan arrived at dormitory 444. The dormitories at DDYSHUD are shared accommodations, and upon entering, he discovered another individual already present. The stranger did not greet him, but merely cast a cold glance before returning to his book. After placing his belongings down, Wen Xuan turned to observe the individual, who was engrossed in medical texts. On the desk lay titles such as Compendium of Herbs, Methods for Refining Spirit Pills, Strengthening Elixirs, and the rather peculiar Mad Sow's Formula. Mad Sow's Formula? Wasn't this a type of aphrodisiac specifically for breeding sows? Wen Xuan was taken aback that this person would be studying such material. Choosing to ignore him, he proceeded into the adjoining meditation chamber. The student dormitories at DDYSHUD are quite spacious, featuring not only private bathrooms and balconies, but also a specially designed meditation chamber capable of withstanding attacks from diamond-ranked experts. Wen Xuan entered the meditation chamber, closed the door, and summoned the Su Sht and the Shio Humio. Su Sht, Shio Humio, here are these for you. Wen Xuan produced 2 magical beast cores, which he had acquired from Tianji. Upon seeing the magical beast cores in Wen Xuan's hands, both the Su Sht and Shio Humio eagerly accepted them and began the process of refinement. As Wen Xuan observed the 2 magical beast cores being refined in his mind, the attributes of the cores began to surface in his thoughts. The core of the CHCHYNH, Diamond Rank 8, bore the following skills. Flame Howl 8, unleashes a searing flame, inflicting fire damage upon foes. Flame Wing 9. Conjures a pair of wings from flames, granting the ability to fly. Tiger Claw 7. Employ sharp claws to inflict slashing damage, with a certain probability of triggering a bleeding effect. Flame Fong 7. Engulfs teeth in flames and bites at the enemy, infusing them with a ferocious fire attribute energy through the wound, causing significant damage. While Xiao Humio was refining one magical beast core, the Su SHT was busy with another.